Futures back to the downside here, ever so slightly currently. We are dealing with a lot. Good report after the close last night. We're dealing with downside action here this morning after Elon says he's going to open the purse strings to the tune of $25 billion, more than they've ever spent on CapEx. More than double, in fact, what they spent in, or what they're planning on spending in 2025. It's also up from their prior forecast. So all was well. If you were with us at 4 o'clock last night, we brought you the numbers as they came out. All was well until the call started, and that was one of the first things they ran through. So all eyes going to be on Tesla this morning. I mean, there's a ton of other things moving around here. IBM, we talked about last night, downside as well. Now, ServiceNow, downside as well. Just took back $90 though. Trying to hold on to some support levels. So it's not all bad, but I mean, even the ones that were in pretty good shape after the close last night, from an earnings standpoint, coming back in here a little bit.
Yeah, I was watching Tesla after the bell, watching the show as well to see how it was going. A nice price spike up, right?
Yeah.
Free cash flow didn't come in negative as many analysts had predicted, but that just may be for a short amount of time, because quite frankly, that $25 billion is going to definitely hurt free cash flow into the future. But, you know, look, he's got to build out these chips. He's got a bias that he needs them. He needs them en masse, and he's kind of betting the kitchen sink on it. Microsoft also in the headlines. They're going to invest heavily in Australia, looking to increase their footprint there. As you mentioned, ServiceNow, IBM markedly in the red. If ServiceNow was to open up now, right now, Brenda, it would be short sale restricted. Much of a different look, though, for TXN. We're up almost 10%. Great report there. Lam Research also reporting, also a little bit negative to start the morning. And then Netflix, some share buybacks, putting some money back in the shareholders' pocket.
On the day that the Paramount Warner Brothers deal gets a vote. So I don't know if that was on purpose, the timing of that or not, but let's see. Yeah, Netflix should be positive for Netflix. TXN, as you said, really good look here this morning as well. We were kind of surprised by this one as we were waiting for Tesla to come out last night. Lulu just slides in there that, hey, they found a CEO, and everybody look that way and focus on Tesla because it's an ex-Nike executive that they've named as their new CEO. This search has taken quite some time, however.
Brendo, honestly, they really need to get their act together because the stock does not look good. You still go into the stores, you still see a lot of people at the stores. But quite frankly, this is probably the result of the founder putting pressure, as well as Elliott Management, who now has a stake in Lululemon, doing what they do, activist investors, activist pressure. So good to see. I don't know about the Nike angle to this whole thing. I mean, I get Nike's kind of been hurting as of late. We'll see if they can kind of bring a bit of a different twist. But I don't know, man. I feel like Lululemon is a bit of a different breed, so to speak, than Lululemon. Lululemon is more, I don't want to say it's for a certain
different crowd.
It's a little bit different, right? Yeah. Even though Nike's trying to make themselves a premium brand as of late, I don't think that they're the same market.
I've seen more and more people though walking around with Lulu sneakers specifically. Really? Like, I don't know if you've ever been in the store. They actually have a shoe section now with running shoes specifically and yoga shoes. Not sure what those are, but Heidi O'Neill is the new CEO of Lululemon. Market not liking this today. So we're back down below 160. We had held 160 up here for the past couple of days at least. So, I mean, not a huge move, but we are selling off a little bit here in the pre-market as well. So lots to get to, lots to talk about on an individual basis this morning. Should be an interesting one, guys. Intel coming up tonight as well. Good morning.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah. Intel's got a lot going on because you had Elon using 14A for the Terafab. That'll be a positive for them today. You have Mobileye that beat on earnings. Intel still owns and authorized a $250 million buyback, so they still own a bit of a piece of that, so they're still going to get a bounce there. Just go back to this Lulu thing, though. You can't let this one go. Like, everyone's been punking Nike for so long, and so we wait all this time. And then they go push someone from Nike.
Yeah.
Which it's not like that's been the greatest story in the world itself. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that the market did not react kindly to this new CEO pick. Yeah, like I think a lot of times you look at they're looking for someone that would wow and.
I don't know about that, man. The stock is still down 65% off of its highs. I mean, we know that the retail space is a tougher one. The athleisure wear, your total addressable market there, and what Sharif was getting at is it's more or less addressed to a certain demographic of individuals. Even though it's a high quality product, Lululemon isn't. Like, there's so much competition in the retail space as well, too, right? Like, you have Aloe, you have so many of these new brands step in, and it makes things more difficult. Like, if you have one of the most popular clothing brands of all time struggling in Nike, I mean, it's tougher for the Lululemons, the Ons, the Aloes, and everything along those lines. So, I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of, essentially, the retail space, but at the end of the day...
Here's an idea. What they could do is if this doesn't work out, then I'm pretty sure if the transition from sneaker company to AI infrastructure doesn't go well for Allbirds, they could just go snag that CEO, or they could just turn themselves into, I don't know, if it's already being done to transition yourself from like a shoe company to AI infrastructure, I think maybe going into quantum computing maybe could be an option for them. Yeah. What else you got going on? Maybe nuclear powers is a big deal.
You could do an energy shift.
Yeah. Right? Some kind of a pivot. Maybe
or what are we thinking? Like, we know it's a low margin thing. Autonomous vehicles.
Ooh, okay.
Right? Yeah. So, like, I mean, come on, what are we talking about here? Even better, Neil. Robotics.
Okay, that's the one.
We'll just fire that one up there. So Lulu robots. That's what we got. Yeah, Lulu Power, man. That's what we're looking at. Bang. Whoa. My guy.
Thanks, Randy.
Yeah. So.
A little violent.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. Bang, ding, ding, ding. SMR running again this morning, Neil. So there's a lot going on. Tesla selling off, obviously, a lot to do with the CapEx. I think that's essentially where I was moving to on yesterday's report. I was actually surprised to see it get that pump. The numbers were good, but then sure enough, as soon as that call starts, talking about spending more money, and the boys were mentioning this not too long ago, is that like it's literally it's like a third of what some of the other hyperscalers are sending on their CapEx. So I mean, at the end of the day, 25 billion, free cash flow, positive, but not for long. That's for sure.
Yeah, I hate seeing it because it felt like there was already not as good of a reaction as we would have liked to have seen on the report. Like it didn't feel like it was strong enough. You were under the expected move there for Tesla. So it was kind of primed for this. Like we ended by the end of the aftermarket show, I started to feel pretty bearish on the price action just because I felt like there was so much good to look at. They were pointing in the right direction with Optimus. The other thing the thing that really disappoints me is how coiled this was, Tesla, for it to just shoot. Like, you'd been in that long downtrend. Like, you had a little minor break, and then we were just all a little consolidated here. It just felt like it was really coiled up that the stock could move and you could get, like, some squeeze action. And then it looks like we're resuming the downtrend. So, like, I actually have this for a pop and fade, but I don't know if we get into those mid-80s. Like, you're gapped underneath that support. The market's it was in a punishing mood last night, whether it was a software name or you just said your earnings weren't good enough. I look over at Lam Research, which had an excellent quarter. This was blowing it out to the upside, almost double digits. Lam could threaten to actually went red this morning. They were down. Now it's back to like 0.4%, but this had gone red. And it's just a symptom of what we're seeing overall in the market. And don't forget, I don't know if we mentioned, SK Hynix didn't have a perfect report overnight. That could put some strain on some of the memory names. You'll see like Micron was down a little bit after SK's report. Not much, but still down 1% off of the highs and gapping. And I think that's out of sympathy to SK Hynix. So there's a few things out there that aren't looking good. Oh, that's right. Jeet just mentioned SMCI. SMCI is on my list today. So basically, there's a report from Blue something, I forget the name of the firm, that Oracle has canceled over $1 billion worth of orders from SMCI. So it's an alleged report. Maybe they did some digging, and then again, it's not anything substantiated. I think the issue for SMCI is they don't. It's like sell first is the first action and ask questions later. So they don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore, the stock. So they were down over 10, I think it was down 10% at one point, maybe even a little bit more than that. Now down 8% SMCI. A lot of negatives out here. Although the market's about to go green for what it's worth. And the nuclear names you said, looking fantastic.
SMR,
like SMR,
Oklos.
Oklo, I keep saying Oklo, but
Oklo,
they all look fantastic.
Tomato, yeah. I mean, but did we not suspect this kind of with SMCI doing some fishy business, right? Like, I mean, you're down 10%, you lose 1.4 billion potentially in Oracle contracts. So, I mean, at the end of the day, when you're illegally moving chips, I mean, what do we expect, right? And fishy accounting practices as well too. Always reporting late, never on time, pushing things back. So I mean, it's essentially what we expected here in SMCI. But we got a couple other names that are on the move here, guys. Bitcoin selling off a little bit yesterday. We couldn't breach that 80,000. I thought we were going to run into that level in the post market. Not necessarily the case. Off to the races, the Nasdaq and the SPY go. But as Neil was just talking about, we have SMR continuing to climb, looking pretty good. Also the Oklos and the NNEs, right? So what has Nano Nuclear been up to? How's that performing? It's performing pretty good here this morning as well. So, I mean, there's a lot going on, guys. Earnings, we're going to see some more orderly type price action, I think, in the market. As for Tesla, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some form of a rebound, all right? So that's what I'm going to be looking at. I have SMR, maybe for a continuation. Be prepared for the fade, and then a recovery in Tesla, because we are down 3% right now, but I wouldn't be surprised a little bit of a bounce. I think it's going to be a clean pattern and a clean trend in one way or the other. It's just going to be our job to determine and find which way that trend is going to be. So it may be a short from the volume weighted average price. It may be a long breakout from VWAP. It's only time will tell. We got plenty of time before the open. So those are my primaries so far, and we'll keep an eye on Bitcoin as we typically do.
Like we always do. But you know what? If you're an equity trader that wants to scale in these markets, and we just went green, Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset proprietary trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one, get one free. Get started today. And we're going to get started with a super chat, it looks like. I'm not even on the page to display, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, I like that. Throw it up twice. Why not? Twice. WCM. It's time to look at GME. So Avis is done, and we're back to looking at GME. Is that who's hitting the fail on that? Well, you know what? That is terrible. How dare you hit the fail, Sharif, on such a quality name? GameStop is legitimately rising. I'm not going to say it's going a ham or anything like that. No, but it's been legitimately bouncing for quite some time now. And the $20 level has been legit. It's above the 15-200 pre-moving it. Like, how many questions do we get about when is it time to buy Nike? When is it time to buy insert stock X, which has been downward trending for the last year and a half? This one has found a base. For whatever it's worth, it's found a bit of a base, and it's been able to run usually to 26, but we've seen it get into the 27, 28 range. I don't know if this will eventually break out of this long bottom. In here, like, I think you'd like to see it get into and break 28. But the base has been legit at $20, and now you've gotten a pretty clean return. I don't know if it's got enough juice in it to do anything today at 1.7%. But this has been at least something which has formed a low, and you could do worse than that. That being said, while we're laughing about stocks, I still find it, yesterday, if you could have held that silly DJT X rumor that came out in the aftermarket, It's not so much that it was untrue. No. It's the fact that it actually went further than just retracing the whole move.
Yeah.
So like this was trading at like DJT was trading at $9.70 cents when this rumor about X, I guess, merger buying them, I suppose, got dropped. I don't even remember who said it. It doesn't really make. It probably doesn't even matter who said it. Breaks 10, failed it. It's not that it came back. It's that it went even lower. Like it actually, I didn't even realize this because I didn't pay attention to it in the last 20 minutes after the trade. But it dropped even further than that. That's the difference. You can have things where you're still trending down and you're guessing, is there bottom in? Is it gonna make a second push? Or you can have something which has also done the same, and maybe it could squeeze and all that kind of crazy stuff again. But for a very long time, there's been accumulation at this at 20. Like there's crazier things out there. Yeah. At least it's still not going down. That's the point.
That's something. I mean, for me personally, we avoid it. Like I just don't think you're gonna ever get back to where it was. But
it could get back to 30, 35.
You think so?
I think so.
What are we at right now?
26.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, 30, 35. All right, I can see that. All right, Applied Digital here, guys, getting a little bit of a pop. A 15-year lease agreement with a U.S. hyperscaler. So that's looking pretty good here for Applied Digital. A nice pop up into 36 from $32 for that. So that's a $4 move right there. We love Applied Digital. This thing was on a big-time run earlier in the year. So from April for about a year essentially just goes monstrous, 948% in Applied Digital from the bottom there. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. Maybe we'll switch some things off as Tesla slowly starting to come back in here, Neo. Not looking too good for the auto manufacturer here today, but nonetheless, we got other things, right? Let's get into a little bit of a rotation. We got some new scale power, SMR, NNE. Now we have Applied Digital popping up on our radar, so things are looking good. But all right, let's send it back to this. Let's see what the boys are up to.
Just having a look at some of these software names. We left last night after the close, if you were with us, talking a little bit about the software group in general. One of the things that came from ServiceNow specifically, or the move that followed ServiceNow's earnings, was the entire group seemed to sell off on that. I mean, even individual names that didn't have anything to do with what ServiceNow does. I mean, Microsoft was probably the best example. You can see after the close, as soon as that report came out, Softy even got hit. And here we are just rolling back over through 425 from Microsoft. So, I mean, just to echo the narrative that we were talking about last night a little bit, the coast might not all be clear here for some of these software names. Certainly the confidence level the market is showing in them, definitely not.
Are we going to call this the Anthropic effect? Like, I don't know. I mean, because it seems to be Anthropic-driven headlines that keep pushing these SaaS/software names down because they keep coming up with these new enterprise.
Yeah. I mean, last night it was the earnings, really.
The earnings
that came across from.
But I was actually reading about ServiceNow. So they've got this new AI platform. What is it called over here? Just having a quick look. I forget the name. What they're calling it. In any event, Analyst, they're calling it Analyst. It's a generative AI suite. And look, it grew very nicely, 130% year over year in users, big users. Big users for them means people who are, or companies that are spending over $1 million a year. And that grew markedly, but not enough really to kind of allay some of the fears that we have about the software space right now. I mean, again, you know, if you're an enterprise, right, and you're having to pay through the nose, in this case, you're paying over $1 million to ServiceNow, and somehow you can internalize this by maybe hiring a couple of people or two and being able to either vibe code, gen vibe code your way in, or basically use the suite of products that are being offered by some of these AI companies. Maybe OpenAI throws their hat into the ring as well. But yeah, I look, we saw this with cybersecurity as well. Maybe this recovers, but I don't think it's as important of a space to keep spending money on as it is for cybersecurity. So I think that you know, the first thing you're looking at if you're a CFO of a company is like, where can I save? All right, well, I've got my AI budget. I've exhausted my AI budget. So then, you know, am I really looking to spend on these SaaS softwares? I don't know.
Definitely. This one getting going here once again. OKLO back to session highs here, about to take out $80 again. I tagged it earlier. Another day, another NVIDIA-related headline here. So they're teaming up on what looks to be plutonium-based fuels. I was just reading this. The partnership is focused on plutonium-based fuels, grid reliability, and using AI models and digital twins to advance nuclear-powered AI infrastructure. So day highs here for OKLO once again.
Yeah, interesting look. I mean, Joseph and I talked about this a lot on the midday. Bring your own power, right? And we were talking specifically yesterday about the amount of data centers that are being applied for and not granted this year, the percentage that are not granted versus last year. Last year was about 30% were denied or not given approval. Now, we're well over 50% so far year to date. And so one of the fears, of course, by the communities is that their power consumption is going to go up. Water is also a bit of an issue, but I think that that's a bit of a misnomer. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, very much in demand.
Yeah, this is, I mean, big move right now, about 10%, approaching 10% anyways, guys, here for OKLO.
Yeah, I mean, the other effect that obviously is going to happen here with the conflict and what's going on in the oil futures markets, and you saw Lufthansa canceling like thousands of flights. The effects of this higher oil price, they're going to continue to linger, and the longer this goes on, you're really going to have nations start to think about, okay, well, what are our alternatives here? Nuclear is going to become very important. It was already coming back into vogue, and this has put a spotlight on it, right? So that's why you're seeing things like GE Vernova go ham. That's why I think something like a Vistra is a bit of a value. And for an upside play, like OKLO, SMR, it's very attractive. Like I basically said yesterday in the aftermarket show, I did say, and I am going back in to SMR. It's held to 50, it's breaking out. Like both of these names, I lean toward the technical side. Like SMR is a little tighter to the prior highs to be able to play off of, whereas it feels like OKLO has just gone a little bit more ham. So I do prefer that one to the other, just ever so slightly. I know yesterday I traded OKLO in the afternoon as opposed to SMR. I just like the area on SMR for a potential bounce play. But I think you can't go wrong looking at energy names, and where if everyone's complaining about CapEx spend and all the money that's going out there, well, the one place, energy and energy infrastructure, I think that's where we can be pretty secure that the money's going to continue to get spent. It was a concern before AI. It was a concern before the oil price shocks. And so that it's a bigger deal now, I think makes some sense. And there's also NNE, is he rightfully in the chat, Quickie, it's not just the two that we're looking at, NNE here. Maybe not as much, only 4%. So if you're a day trader out there, you might be favoring one of the bigger ones that's moving a little more. So yeah, I think nuclear, for myself, it'll be SMR that we're looking at instead of OKLO today. I just heard in my ear and see that Tilray is popping higher. Well, I guess we already know the story with the federal government, but I didn't hear anything. I don't hear anything new with regards to Tilray. So my guess is you're just looking at a little bit of continuation here. Good week for the marijuana stocks as well. Let's go over to to the big screen. We've got Joe. It's time for some options.
All right, guys, welcome. Let's take a look at some of the options activity in the world of the derivatives. So what we got going on here with Microsoft, guys, we had a substantial run yesterday. This is why I wanted to bring up this name. Implied volatility, we're going to kick it off with the lower end of things here, 33.4%. That's pretty elevated for Microsoft, but what I want us to look at is this $430 strike price, slightly out of the money right now, but what we're seeing is an elevated delta sitting around that $61 metric. So for every $1 change, you're going to see a $61 change within that options contract. Now, as for your gamma exposure, relatively light, but one thing that I want us to focus on this week's expiration, tomorrow that is, open interest still sitting around 10,300. That's going to be the largest in the next couple of weeks of expiration cycles. Now, volume 28,800. That's substantial. There was nothing relatively close to that in Microsoft, up or down or even further out in the expirations. Now, what I want us to focus on here as well, too, is that these contracts were almost worth nothing at the beginning of the month, even a couple of weeks ago. Now they're up substantially, north of $8 they were at one point. Now coming back in a little bit, so the breakout and the recovery in Microsoft is strong. Now, we had another name reaching all-time highs, and I wanted to bring this up here. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at some out-of-the-money strikes, and we're going to be establishing essentially a bear call spread. So what this is using call options and making a bearish thesis. Now, we're climbing up to $300, so we're going to stay far away from that. But what I find attractive about these two specific strike prices is that they expire in 2 days. We have an increase in implied volatility, and with that being said, you get the increase in options premium. So what am I looking at here exactly? We are looking at that 315 and 322 bear call spread, and what we can see here is our delta. We're going to use this metric over here, guys, in probability of which these contracts are going to expire worthless. There's approximately a 75% chance that this short call, right, the 315 short call, is going to expire worthless, and that is going to be our objective here. We want these contracts to both expire worthless, primarily this one. So you're going to be collecting $216 per contract on this one, but we're going to be creating the spread, and we're going to be reducing our premium received, okay? So it's kind of the inverse of when you're creating a vertical spread. Instead of the premium paid, you're going to reduce the premium received. Why? Because this is going to protect our downside. So over here on this long call at $322, we're going to be collecting $1, or we're going to be paying $1 for this, now putting our total potential profit to be $116 in a span of 2 days. You don't typically see that when you have these contract combinations. Now, moving forward, I want us to take a look at the risk profile. Now, with spreads and bear call spreads or bull put spreads, so when you're shorting these options contracts, your probability of profit goes significantly through the roof, but there's always a flip side to the coin, right? You're going to see a risk to reward ratio that is most definitely skewed, okay? So with this one specifically, 78% chance that you're going to collect some profit on this trade, but what you have to take into factor is that your max loss is going to drastically outweigh the premium received. And with credit spreads, whatever your premium received, that's the max amount of potential you can create on those trades. So keep that in mind, guys. 78% chance probability of profit. We went over a couple of strategies yesterday where that's essentially cut in half, 41% and 42%. But at the end of the day, $116 collected by the end of tomorrow's session, as long as AMD stays below $315.
AMD, that stock is just, it's been built different, and it was certainly built different yesterday. They tried to flush it out early, and then you just another day, another all-time high. It's getting a little steep, but for now, I mean, I got away with a little one yesterday in the afternoon. I have to admit it. Like, I guess the perfect timing to catch like a little bit of a move down and then getting out break even. But it's not one that you've wanted to fight. It's just you get into this 300 level. If we lose that today, like the market's done a good job battling back. I just feel like if you lose the 300 today, that might not be all that good for it. I was looking for why you saw, or why we just saw MSOS and Tilray get a bit of a spike, and the headline that I just saw, this is nothing. Yeah, like this is nothing crazy, but Trump classifies state licensed medical marijuana as a less dangerous drug in the headline says historic shift. So we know what's going on here. They should have done it on Monday. It would have been a lot more interesting if they'd done all of this. All these headlines had come on Monday. But in reality, you do have a bit of a push coming in some of the weed names. So MSOS is up another 10%. We showed you Tilray that's going to be up as well. And we just got a super shade. See, now I get it in my ear. I can go from the chart. I can look over. JKL's up in the house. You're fishing today. Sweet. Adding to short MSTR into next week. MSTR hater. Well, we were looking at some Bitcoin yesterday. Yeah. And we're still above, like we lost the 78,000 level. We're still above some support, but we lost that 78K level. And this wall here on MSTR, it's the rounded face doesn't break until you get probably above 198,200. So I can see that being the resistance spot. Curious where the out would be. It's like, where would you want to be wrong on that one? Because I say 200. If it gets through 200, it's got some squeeze potential. And there we go. There's that headline. DOJ reclassifies medical marijuana as a less dangerous drug from the AP. So that was the same headline. Tilray's going to be higher.
I mean, is there a drastic difference between the recreational weed and medical weed?
You're not an expert. Don't look at me, man.
I mean, I don't know if there is. I don't think there is.
Look at me.
Yeah. I mean, if someone can answer in that chat. Like, I mean, I think at some point you'll have certain, like, there'll be more concentrated, maybe in like the CBD aspect, THC or whatever it is. But I mean, you could just do that. I don't think, just dosage, it's tax. There's no difference at the end of the day. Yeah.
It's I mean,
it's the same stuff, you know what I mean? It was just throw medical in front of it. Taxes on weed. Like, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm
It was all the same to our main man in Half Baked. That's all I'm saying. Like,
Half Baked, man. Yeah.
Classic.
I mean, but at the end of the day, like, you have the United States who want to be at the forefront of cryptocurrency, right? They want to be at the head of the AI race. Why not be like a major exporter of marijuana? I think that would be something that they can be good at. Like, obviously, tax revenues, yeah, but
it's got to be. Right? You got to have an advantage, though. Like, what do
you mean? Like, what advantage wouldn't they have?
What advantage do they? You're talking about just growing. You're talking about growing a plant.
Yeah, but like being an exporter of something.
Being an exporter of weed, though.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so to me, you have to have a really big reason as to which it's more effective for you to do it than some other country or somewhere else, and that's where it comes out. It's just like. Plant you grow in a lot of places. I don't know.
That's fair.
I'm just not a believer in the investment. I fell for the hype. I fell for the hype early on, like way back, whatever year it was, like years ago. You know, you buy some weed stocks, it looked like everything was going to be it was the greatest thing in the world. But I mean, now it's like I just don't see what the huge upside. Like it'll never. I don't think it'll ever get like full federal. Maybe it doesn't even have to. But you know what? Maybe a short-term squeeze. Maybe get back to some big levels. If we have to look other places for a squeeze because now car is done, there could be the weed names. I would venture to say, like, what would you rather take a shot on? Would you rather take a shot on some kind of like small modular reactor name in the nuclear space?
Yeah.
Would you rather take a shot on a quantum name? Would you rather take a shot on? I'm literally listing things that I would rather take a shot on that I think are like QuantumScape. Where it's solid state battery technology. If these guys pull this off, exponential upside. Like I see the there. Like I understand this could also be worth nothing.
But
at least I see the why it could be the next.
I think it's different though, and let me say this because this is a rescheduling, not a complete legalization. I think it might be a little bit different.
It's not that big of a deal.
I think it's a big deal.
You think?
Okay. Yeah, more states. I mean, like you already have Colorado, California, and a lot of states. Yeah, New York, exactly.
But how much money does this mean? How much money?
I mean, we're not the best example of how much money can potentially make. Cause
I'm just saying all those other things that I listed have exponential growth and upside, even if they could be worth zero, right? Like I think that's when I look at a small capper. Or some kind of like company that's like they're not making money yet, like you're looking for the breakthrough. It all comes down to, okay, but if it does work, if you do get everything you want out of this, does it have exponential upside? Somebody convinced me that
there's no debate on which one's more groundbreaking. Like the weed is nothing new, but like using from a quantum computing standpoint and different scale nuclear power, that's a different. But like I think it would be good. It's an additional tax revenue for the federal government.
Yeah, fair.
Right? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Obviously, you can see some strength within it. I mean, what we've done over here isn't the best example, but I'm sure if you get some people behind the scenes who are doing the right thing, I'm sure it's an additional source of income essentially for the government, right?
Well, you
may not be groundbreaking or anything along those lines.
More revenue.
Yeah, exactly.
They need more revenue. They definitely need more revenue. No questions about it. And that's another book 'em up. Book 'em Dano is the name in the chat. I'm like, what is that? What is that name? I'm like, oh, book 'em Dano. It allows them to finally bank across state lines. The banking aspect of it is a huge one. You talk to anybody in banking, and even when when there's like industries that they don't like. Let's just say that whether even crypto had this problem as well. Like even when it should have been okay, like they would blackball certain accounts. And I think it is on that frame, it is a big deal. That being said, if you're looking today for the price action, and we'll get back to the desk in a minute. If you're looking today for the price action, legitimately you are in a bit of a breakout until rate. And these are all pretty heavily shorted. I'd have to double check. Here, I'm going to look at Tilray because that's usually the one that I'm paying attention to for momentum. So let's go TLRY. What's our short? I see 12%. I feel like it used to be more. They did do the reverse split and do what normally reverse splits do. But this is a legitimate break with some continuation. The thing about this, like yesterday, you got the spike and then it was a long bull flag. It doesn't have a tendency to just, when the marijuana stocks go up, to just spike up and have an easy continuation. So if you're trading this, I would more bet on that, because if it holds on to gains, it's usually more along the lines of a pullback, grind higher, but your early high oftentimes is the best. So maybe you get like a shot at VWAP or something. Like, look at what it did yesterday. Like, halt it up, and then just you buy the consolidated dip. So wait for it to consolidate, maybe after the open, and I think that could be worthwhile to take a shot as long as it holds the prior high. I'm usually a decent fan if it can hold on to that, but that's going to require some patience on the way back in. Boys. Ooh, look at that.
Data that came through there at 8:30. We'll recap that real quick. Chicago Fed National Activity Index was downside ever so slightly, negative 0.2 versus a positive 0.2% print expected. 214,000 initial jobless claims, 218 was the expectation. 1.8 million or 1.82 million versus 1.81 million was the forecast on continuing claims there. Coming up at 9:45, it's PMI day. I was reading this morning that there were some PMI numbers released other parts of the globe, and they were all terrible. So let's see how this comes through. Again, 9:45, the S&P Global Composite PMI, and then at 10 o'clock, oh no, we don't get the, typically we get both the same day, but just the S&P Global, both the manufacturing and the services. So the full composite coming out at 9:45 this morning. But yeah, there's a few over in Europe. There's a couple in Asia as well. I was reading this morning. They were all terrible.
Did you see Canadian PPI? Oh my days, 7.8%. The forecast was 5.4.
Jeez.
So we're going to get a rate hike then, because I mean, that's ridiculous. Obviously, that's PPI, not CPI. Canadian PPI month over month, 2.4%. The forecast was 1.85 and the previous was 0.4. I'm assuming that that's likely headline driven by oil. I mean, I can't.
I mean, it's producer prices, right? So yeah, I mean, theoretically, yeah, it could be.
Well, because there's so many inputs that are oil based. You and I were just talking about it. The polyesters and all the other sort of chemically based products. That's a big one right there, Brendo. So we'll have to keep that an eye on that side of the border. Yeah, but you know, I don't think they're having the same kind of problem down south, especially with the kind of prints we saw last time.
No. Here's the market, meanwhile, coming back in off of essentially going flat, let's call it, for the session, the S&P anyway. We did get back to basically flat, coming back in a little bit here, but nice move up still, guys.
There's a lot of chatter with HIMS here, moving now 11% higher. You can see the headline right in there. The CEO on X said this morning, providers on our platform can now send prescription for Zep-bound vials and whatever the next one is, as well as Fundeo, to the Lilly Direct Pharmacy and access self-pay pricing for our customers because of an expansion in our platform's functionality. This has been trying to squeeze through this top here for the whole week, 32.3. So this is actually, the structure looks pretty good on HIMS, where you have prior high 28, then you got 28 to this 32 level, which has been the range. And all we've done is bounce, get to the high. If you can close any candles above on the 15-minute, above the 32 level, this one looks good today. So another catalyst. Market didn't go green, but plenty of things seem to be running this morning. The weed name just popped off, HIMS popped off. You got the nuclear names popping off here. Unfortunately, you know, the names that you would have thought we'd be coming in talking about Tesla and Lam and.
I like this rotation.
Yeah, but it's a bunch of different, it's other names that are they're stealing the headlines.
Applied Digital, we're talking about SMR. We've got so much going on here today. This is what I love about earnings season, Neil. The market gets rolling, and this is what we want to look for, some orderly type price action. So it's going to be a good one. We can throw maybe Tesla to the curb and look at HIMS for a potential fade. Neil, we've been doing a pretty good job. You've been doing a pretty good job, I should say, on fading some of these pops that DJT trade that you had on yesterday, inside teaming up with Grokky. Yeah, okay.
But that one's different.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Like if the news is so obviously nonsensical that caused the stock to go up, it's a lot easier to just be like, okay, the second I see some sellers, just jump in short.
See you later.
Like in the case, like you could say, okay, well, Hims is at resistance, so that should have been a fade up there. But that's legitimately positive news on a stock with a decent short float.
Yeah.
So it's not quite the same thing. Like I'm only ever blindly doing that because I don't think I have ever heard a live news story get dropped that actually moved the stock a significant amount that I don't think anybody would believe.
I mean, like Hims is coming in right now. Yeah.
Whereas Hims, this is legitimate. It is coming back in.
Yeah, it's coming
Let's
back
see
in.
how it withstands this dip back. Because if it can hold on to maybe the opening range from yesterday or some of these highs from Wednesday, that'll give it that good structure to look for a bid. Someone just said SMCI is SSR. SMCI is down 10%, but you're not technically SSR until the market opens. So right now, I'm not going to, but if I wanted to hit the bid, I should be able to. And actually, you know what's crazy? I wrote 27 on the note, but if this pops back, I'm looking shorts on SMCI, and it's looking like it wants to pop here. We got plenty of time till the open. Lots of time for these things to settle themselves out. Yeah.
Plenty of time, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got a lot going on here, guys. We can go over Hims, SMR. A lot of people talking about Netflix getting a little pop this morning, bright and early, around 6 a.m. You can pull up Flix. So here it is, opening up around, okay, so this is the morning, so right around 5 or 6 a.m. Yeah, exactly, I was right. $92, you get that pop into $94. We're still down a bit off of that earnings report. I mean, it's been a repeat offender to the downside via earnings report, like consecutive moves lower. This is a technical breakout here. Last report I was watching, it's like, oh, slide to the downside. And that was exactly what happened on the last one. We were high of around 108, and then sure enough, we're climbing a little bit lower. So key support level at $90. We have multiple trend line breaks. The technicals are aligning. Let's see if we can continue to climb higher here and find somewhat of a recovery in Netflix. All right, let's send it back to the boys, see what they're up to.
$5 billion in a share repurchase program.
Not bad.
That's not a little number for Netflix, but as Joy was saying, if you zoom out a little bit, I mean, this thing still has a long way to go to get anywhere close to even, levels that we were talking about during this deal. And it's interesting, as we were saying before, this all coming on the same day that they're going to start voting on this Paramount Warner Brothers deal.
Well, you just got $2.8 billion just for the deal breaking up. So, you're another $3 billion in the money there, right?
Yeah.
But that adds, guys, to the $6.8 billion that they had already authorized. That was back in 2024. Not sure exactly how much that has run out. The company has purchased more than 4.2 billion shares. Sorry, has more than 4.2 billion shares outstanding as of 31st of March, with a market cap of, roughly a little bit less than $400 billion. So not a bad look. We'll see, how they can do after that failed $72 billion bid for Warner Brothers.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I mean, this vote, as we said, going to start today. We'll see how it pans out here. Intel trying to get higher here once again, $66. Bit of a pivot here in the pre-market so far. Nice pop after the close last night. You were talking about that.
Yeah, I'm liking this.
Yeah.
I'm liking this. And the reason is we heard so much about their yields being poor for the 18A node. And that's like, if you want to kind of quantify it a little bit into Taiwan semi speak, it's around 3 nanometers. 14A, that's the most advanced. That's akin to the 2 nanometer Taiwan semi node. So what I want to know right away is, what are their yields like? Whoa. What are their yields like for 14A? Because Elon's going to be a super stickler for efficiency, and this is kind of where Intel has struggled relative to some of their peers. I mean Samsung and I mean Taiwan Semi. So very interested to see about that. Also, the Ohio plant, the one that's being paused at the moment, due for completion by the end of this decade, maybe early next decade. That's the one that's going to have 14A. So we're at least looking at a 3 to 4 year window before we see anything, if they keep the current format where they're looking at getting 14A out of the Ohio plant, because that's not going to be done.
Let's see what happens tonight. I'm sure we'll maybe get an update on that on the call, potentially tonight, Intel after the close tonight. We spent, what was it, a year, more than a year, completely renovating this place. This last addition that we've added on to this corner over just to our right here, did not have cooling within it. Let's just put it that way. So If you hear some noises today, they're doing a little duct work in the ceiling once again.
I did quite enjoy, though, the airplane that was in the back office yesterday during the midday show, because that's what it felt like.
Get used to
I just got off an airplane. It feels like, you know, like the jet engine on the left side of your ear, if you're sitting on the left side of the plane. That's exactly what it felt like.
The rest of the office here has, what's it called? Not laminate floor, but that
I see what you're saying.
Plastic stuff. Anyways, they're taking that up and they're grinding the floor so that it's polished concrete, essentially. So we had those guys working back there yesterday. Apologies. Again, there's going to be some noises once again today.
Not so bad. I feel like these mics are so good. Like sometimes I'm like, oh man, it's so loud, but then no one's really even complaining about it. So, you know what, before we get into Intel, because I like Intel today too. I'm with Sharif on that one. Mobileye also up 15%. And don't look now, or you're looking right now because I'm forcing you to. That's just how this works. I put it on the screen, you got to watch it. Right? Mobileye is making a bit of a breakout here. Intel still owns its stake. They authorized, they reported this morning, so it's already a good start for Intel. I think it's a really big, the terafab is great for them. What you wanted to see was customers. There's no question about that. I know this week I've been bearish on Intel. There's no other way to put it. Like it was structurally the top that it put in at 70, and then the lower high. Then there was this pop and fade, which set up, and I want to say an obvious short zone as well. Oh, great. Now the futures are okay. Well, I was about to say, let me just finish the thought. 65 is the support level. As long as it holds 65, I want to grip and rip. There's no breakout unless it takes out 66, 70 when we're kind of diddling in the middle. So I'm looking like look for the bounce on the bid. But I'm not fighting this thing under a flat bottom break, because I like this story and I like the sentiment, but I'm not a huge fan of the overall chart action here, because I've been favoring the short on the pops, but this time it looks like we're going to test that support. There was just a spike up on USO, which I cannot attribute to a news story that I saw yet. So we just had this bounce here through VWAP. That just shot the market down through the volume-weighted average price. Looks like President Iran minesweepers are clearing the strait right now, according to the president. I mean, that sounds like it would have been a good story. All right, we'll keep our ear to the ground. That sounds like that would have been a positive, but you can see what's happening in all futures. We're going to go to the screen because we got to see some upgrades and downgrades, everybody.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions from this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades as we typically do. Deckers Outdoor Corporation down 1.6% roughly here, going from a strong buy to an outperform by Raymond James. So they're getting the downgrade, but still maintaining their price target of $133. We have CSX Corporation up 4.3%, going from an equal weight to an underweight with a $30 price target by Morgan Stanley. Now we have Madison Square Garden Sports going from a buy to a neutral flat this morning, but holding their price target, reducing it from $337 to $355. And Investar also getting the downgrade. Guys, you're down 1.3% with a $34 price target being reduced to $31.50. Overweight to a neutral weight by Piper Sandler. Now, as for some of the upgrades, next slide, Sharif. Sharif, next slide. Thank you. That's all right. There you go. Boston Scientific is going to get the nod here. We're slightly positive, about 0.1% here, guys, going from a hold to a buy with an $85 price target. Texas Instruments up substantially here this morning, 10.6%. Buy rating with an increase of a price target, $320 by B of A for TXN, up substantially here this morning. And then we have onsemi also getting the nod, guys, up 5%, going from a neutral to a buy, and then almost doubling its price here from $64 to $115 by B. Riley. And then McDonald's also getting the upgrade with a price target of $306. You're up 0.5% this morning, guys.
Thank you there, Joe. We have the full thing now. I'll throw it up there, and we'll read it off. This is the full story. I've ordered the U.S. Navy to shoot and kill any boat, small boats they may be. Their naval ships all 159 of them at the bottom of the sea. That is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. There will be no hesitation. And it says, additionally, our minesweepers are clearing the strait right now. I'm hereby ordering that that activity to continue, but at a tripled up level. Thank you for your attention on this matter. So that would be the spike that you saw. So if you take the partial look of it, you might have thought that would be somewhat positive, but it would still, I guess, be framed as a bit of an aggressive move, and you're going to see the oil futures higher, and then the Qs went. I mean, it wasn't some kind of gigantic, crazy flush or anything. Oh, what's up with that wick? Dark pool wick. It wasn't a crazy flush, but we did just drop a couple points, and we're underneath the volume weighted average price. There had been a little bit of strength coming into the market. I was going to talk about how it wasn't all bad, and one of those upgrades, Texas Instruments, had a great quarter and actually held on to the gains. Unlike Lamb didn't hold on to the gains, but TXN absolutely did. They're still up 10%. Very light volume. I don't know how day traded this one is going to be, but just an absolute rocket this stock has been. Oh, we got ourselves another super chat in here, so let's throw it on up there. Always appreciate the super chat. You don't have to, but when you do, we try to shout you out. Omen. That is a creepy movie. The originals are fantastic. $5 Canadian. Thank you. Go Habs, go. Well, I mean, we're in Toronto, but you gave us a super chat, so yay? Not really. Okay, I can't. Toronto fans. Tell me what you think about Nokia. Is Winamp next? Love your show. When does Randy get his own show? Well, we used to actually have Randy on in the afternoons, and he would talk about the auto sector. Maybe we can get him to give his thoughts on Tesla. It's Tesla earnings day today. Nokia's been trending really well. A little partnership deal with NVIDIA, which you put NVIDIA next to the name, and it's been fantastic. I think when you're looking at somewhat blue sky setups, I'm a huge fan of trend lines. This is not really a true blue sky. I always try to go higher time frame for these, because this is more of the rounded bottom, break one level to get to the next bag hold. And you're going way too far. You can't really call them bag hold, but historical levels. And you're talking about 11 to 1160. Like, stone's throw away from pretty significant levels. It's the 12 that stands out when you look at the monthly chart, right? Like, you have prior support that turned into 15 to 20-year resistance on Nokia. So that's, to me, that's the place that it's trying to get to on this particular move. That's a triple up if you go back to this recent and local bottom. And then even from here, it's like a straight almost double up as well. But yeah, I like that 12 level if you're pulling it back far enough here. And we got another one. Oh. It's from Rust Ambly. You know what? Rust, you know what? I'm going to mess that one up. You tell me how I'm supposed to say it. Beyond new chicken product selling in the Kroger store.
Okay.
Beyond Meat is insanely popular the last couple of weeks on this show. It's great. I'm sure it's an interesting product. I feel like the squeeze that everybody wanted probably happened the last couple of days. It's really been a nothing burger. Like yesterday, it barely even got off the schneid and then reversed. Today, you're not really doing anything. The only good sign, I would say, for Beyond Meat is it's holding that dollar level. So the longer it holds on to the, see this, like you get the back end, yeah. Right? Luis talked about this, and I like this too, because when I traded penny stocks, I would do the same thing back in the day. Mm-hmm. Like you get your run, you get the back end day, it holds the $1 level, it holds a second day, you look for it to hold the third day. Sometimes it'll be like the third day will give you the bounce. I'm usually looking for that maybe like in the afternoon or the following morning. So maybe tomorrow morning if it's holding the dollar, or if it just goes sideways with a higher low, you can hold the consolidation and maybe you get that secondary break. I think that's the territory you're in for Beyond Meat, and usually that's not better than the original move. So I wouldn't expect that to get to 150. But if you could get it to 125, that's still 10%.
Yeah, I mean, a lot going on here. I would love to read the ingredients of this stuff here, the Beyond chicken pieces, that are going in Kroger stores. I think that'd be interesting. But yeah, it's across the board. I mean, is that going to be a needle mover for this thing? I don't think it's going to change things. You also have the vegan alternatives as well, too, right? Like the vegetarian ones. I was a big, I like black bean burgers back in the day, so I don't know if I need necessarily like an alternative to meat. Just go the vegetarian route or something along those lines. I just think that all the products and like in the ingredients that they put in this stuff is absolutely, I mean, it's probably worse for you than just eating some other things. Anyways, aside from that, like, I don't know. We talk about the breakout, right? Like, this was a nice move from 60 cents all the way up there. So you get a double up essentially pretty quick. You're up 1.82%, but once it starts to cool down and you run into this type of volume, like 1.9 million shares, you can see there's obviously going to be liquidity issues here. This is in the meme ETF, isn't it?
Is it?
Meme? Yeah, it has to be. It has to be. And also DJT, I believe, was in there as well, too.
Yeah, it would make sense that it is.
Oh, and someone said, so we were talking about Open Door the other day, so apparently it's in the meme.
Well, if it's not, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's
it
I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. If you want to trade them, then trade them. Just be cautious that there's obviously some fundamental issues with them in regards to that. But I mean, like, again, guys, there's a lot going on here. We already have a volatility spike here in the overall market. SPY, IBIT coming back in a little bit here. Tesla, where Tesla is trading at right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of a pop. I don't know if we're going to get that aggressive continuation to the downside, but I forget the name in which we were trading the other day, but it was identical to this. Like, okay, we're just hovering. We're not breaking down. We're just a little bit below the volume-weighted average price. Was it Palantir? And then it just popped right out of the gate. It was something. I don't think it was Palantir.
No, that wasn't Palantir.
Yeah, it was something else. And then just like right out of the gates, it decides to recover a little bit here. And like this could be the case. There's a shelf at 386. I don't think this is going to be much of a resistance zone, even though it's already acting as one. So if you can punch through that pre-market area of 378, I think you take that next step higher. You see how this is holding up right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you can take that next punch higher, especially with that volume and momentum out of the opening drive. I wouldn't be surprised if we can get past there.
It's almost 9 o'clock already. I see Sharif's getting excited. You must have found a small cap that you like. I see you rubbing the hands together like the like Mr. Burns. Excellent. I feel like if you're looking at small caps, like how it's got to be one of the nuclear names today, no? Or like Quantscape does look pretty good, but like these nuclear names are fantastic. Maybe it's just going to be one of those. And then of course hymns. It is holding on to the gains, by the way. You're still.
Is it?
Well, not all of it, but it's still above 30. It's just chilling at 31. Like that. It's that prior, like this prior high from, let's say it's Thursday, so it'll be Tuesday. From Tuesday at about 30.80 or so. It's going to hold on. It is holding on to that. I shouldn't say it's going to. It is. It's bounced off of VWAP coming back in here, so that looks pretty good. And that SMR, again, looks pretty good as well. Moon Sandals says nothing about IBM. There's a couple of reasons it's going to look bad for IBM. One of them, IBM, first of all, IBM has been falling on earnings, I think, at least for the last year, it seems like it's most of the time just going to be dumping on earnings, regardless of whether they beat or not. So you have that, and then the other thing you have piling on is we know what happened last night. Like if you were software last night, you were down. Period. So you had those two things working against IBM, regardless of what the numbers were going to be. And it's a somewhat broken chart too. It's not completely broken because it hasn't lost this big support level down in the 220 to 225 range. But this was the move that was supposed to give it, you get back to the 50 period, you're consolidating for the next leg in the break, you report and you do the opposite. So it's a halfway broken chart here. And I say that as someone that owns IBM, but you got to be real about it. I was looking for what software name I liked as a dip buy, thinking that things got out of hand last night. Yeah. Like, IBM's at the right level, but my whole notion was I wanted it to be somebody that didn't report. Like, I didn't want it to be ServiceNow. I didn't want it to be IBM. Like, I was thinking more along the lines of either cybersecurity or Palantir. Yeah. But like you're pulled up CrowdStrike.
I pull up Crowd always, man.
It was actually Pan. Pan was it was Pan W or Palantir, the two that I was most looking at in terms of, come on, load, man. In terms of how far they fell. Pan W didn't even break the prior support. Like it came down, but it didn't really come down all that far, and it still got to 74, so that's got a bit of a level. And then the other one I was thinking about was, well, the U.S. government, or at least Donald Trump likes Palantir. Where did that go? But then Palantir lost this little support level in here. I was kind of hoping it would hold on to this just about 150 level, and it's teetering on it. So it's not, that one's not really setting up, and I don't necessarily love the overall
So
market.
if you had to dip buy out of these, I'm going to give you two names right now, okay? You have Microsoft down 20% and you have Netflix down 29% off of its highs. Which one, if you had to buy one or the other, which one are you going to dip buy?
Yeah, but so I already dip bought Netflix.
Okay, so all right, that's your answer. Yeah, all right.
Well, not in this rundown. I dip bought on the original rundown. So it'd be disingenuous for me to say something else. Because because I'm not really, I haven't been a buyer of Microsoft in, I can't remember the last time I bought shares of Microsoft.
Okay.
It's probably the only Mag 7 name that I own some because I'm old.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and just being real, like this was one of the top 10 like micro cap, like market cap companies when I was young and starting in my career.
Okay, I'll add one more to the pool.
So it's the wrong one to use.
Tesla. Okay, so out of those three, Netflix.
At these prices?
Right now at these prices, if you had to grab one of those three, you're still going with Netflix over Tesla?
Because it's a price thing. I've always been along the lines of I like to buy Tesla when it is looking like everyone hates the crap out of it.
Yeah.
Like the last time
you're not getting that vibe.
The last time I bought Tesla was at $222.22, and if you watch the show, you know I'm one of my favorite baseball players of all time is Will Clark. So if I tend to randomly in my long-term account, I'll put in like 22 cents, 42 cents because I love Jackie Robinson, like that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
No, but when it was down here and it showed that triple bottom, and then early last year, I bought it at 200. Like the low was like 220 or 218.
Yeah.
I bought it at 220, 222, and that's the last time I bought Tesla shares, and I have not bought them since. I was looking for this last move to get us down to like 280, 300. Like, but it just didn't quite get down there. But I was looking sort of in this range.
Now let me ask you, okay, we're going to do another scenario before we send it back. It's 901. Okay. Opportunity cost. Do we think that Tesla is outweighing Bitcoin, or which one do you think is a little bit more in the realm of opportunity cost? You think so? Well, no, it's from a stock, from a stock standpoint.
That's not
IBIT, right? Like IBIT multi-month consolidations, Tesla, a little bit more ebb and flowy.
That's you know what, I want to say Bitcoin. I want to say Bitcoin.
Okay.
I want to say Bitcoin.
All right.
But like I reserve, you know what? That's what I want to think about. Not an easy one. Usually it's like when you ask me Netflix and Microsoft and Tesla, that was like actually a lot easier for me because I already have opinions on what I want to do and I haven't decided what I want to do with Bitcoin. But it is 9 o'clock, everybody. We have a free watch list to get to. We've got a lot of names that reported. We have a lot of names that are in play that didn't report, and some futures to talk about as well, which tried to get green, and I think we just missed. I think I said we went green, but I'm pretty sure we missed by like a hair going green this morning.
You know what, Neil? That we're at these all-time highs and the straight is still closed, I think probably says a little something. We got into all-time highs or thereabouts again yesterday, guys. 7.1125 is where we closed out on the SPY. As you can see there, we're down 1/4 of a point here to start the morning. But we used that same support level we talked about yesterday. That 705 area, 705-ish area came in, held us up. We moved back into that 710, 711 area. We're at 709.57 right now. So, Brendo, we're just going to say the same area of resistance that we couldn't clear the last couple of days, 710, 711. That's R1. And then we're looking for 705-ish as support level 1.
Just buy more. That is the lesson the market continues to teach us. Down below, you can get that description. The second link down there will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Comes right to your inbox every single day. Everything you need to know on it. All the news, all the individual names that are moving around in the pre-market. And then you come join us at 8 o'clock. We'll get you set for what is to come. Tesla, on everyone's mind right now, it's actually trying to retake 376 as we speak and head back to the upside. It seemed all rosy after the close last night when the numbers initially came out. I mean, there was a slight miss here. I mean, for the most part, it was positive right across the board.
Yep.
As soon as Elon gets on the call, he says, "Oh, by the way, we're going to spend $25 billion."
Yeah.
But it's fine.
Right down.
Yeah.
Right down. Yeah, and that's what stood out to me, obviously, the CapEx spend. Are you surprised by that? I'm not, because they're going to have to build all, well, they're just going to have.
He even said, everyone else is doing it.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, and he has to rely on other people for the chips. And Tesla, their moat is vertical integration. They take everything from inception to the finished product. And, you know, I think it's outside their moat to really kind of rely on others. Let's talk about this report, though. EPS, 41 pennies, beating 37. It's a beat on the top and bottom line, guys. 22.39 billion versus a 22.64. Automotive revenue did increase 16% year over year, with margins coming in at about 19.2. That's pretty good, because margins were under compression. I think we had hit 16, 15 at some point. What really stood out to me, though, the energy segment. That was their fastest growing segment, and a lot of people were really championing that as part of, you know, maybe a secular move here for Tesla with autos weak. That dropped 12% year over year on the quarter. So there's a little bit of weakness there. What I don't, you know, really have a firm understanding on is how the CapEx is only going to be 25 billion. How? I mean, we're talking about building out huge fabs. These machines alone, the tools, the chip making tools are going to be huge. So you feel that 25 billion is just for, you know, the initial phases. I think we spend a lot more on this.
Yeah, it's an interesting take, and probably you're not far off, because I mean, even like 2025 was 11 billion. The initial forecast for next year was, I think, 20.
Yeah, yes,
which is still, you know, less than double, but now we're way over double. So let's see what the actual number comes out to be. But it could be worse, guys, for Tesla.
Always be worse. But show me a single large cap or mega cap company that has increased CapEx in the last year by a margin like this. I think it's going up like 25% from the expectation, and then that was it.
Yeah,
always, every single one, there's been a continuation of it. So I think that's implicit. It's implied. It's almost slightly gonna happen, and the market is not seeing that favorably, because Elon was even a little bit cautious with some of the call. And usually he's pretty brash about things. Like he was willing to say, I don't know, when it comes to the regulators in autonomous driving in Europe, right? And he threw a little bit of cold water on some of the robots. Not a lot, but a little bit in terms of timelines. And yes, he did have aggressive timelines, but he was a little bit more cautious. So today, based on, it's the CapEx. Every other time we've seen this, I feel like it's been a good way to fade. That said, Tesla has a way of being able to bounce off the opens. So I am looking back into the prior lows. Yeah. And it's a wide range. I think I have like 82 to 80. 382 to 386 is kind of the target range where I'm looking for a short. Which does mean if it's a shallow pop and fade, great. That's certainly possible. It didn't really do, think of it like the reverse of this. I can't really show you a pop and fade because it didn't do it yesterday. But think of it the reverse like this. Like if I see a topping tail candle through like an 80 or that 82 level, I'm gonna look to be on the other side of it here. Or Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, with Tesla here, I mean, 25 billion, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that increase from like 20 to 30%. Yep. He's being optimistic. But at the end of the day, we were having the conversation in the fact that, like, okay, he's talking about 1 million of the first generation robots by the end of the year. I think that's obtainable. It's just too much detail. We know he talks about these timelines. He's like, hey, we're looking to do this, we're looking to do that. I don't think he would be that specific in the fact that we're looking to produce 1 million of these by starting now and have 1 million by the end of the year. So I believe it. I'm going to take it for what it is. I know he tends to fall in that realm of being like, hey, we're going to produce this amount, we're going to do this, and that. I have that feeling that he's going to obtain that goal. Now, as for everything else with Tesla, the earnings weren't horrible whatsoever. Sharif was mentioning how the fastest growing segment, energy, taking a slight slowdown. I wouldn't be surprised if it picks up at some point. FSD approved in some countries in Europe. We like that. Expanding in Texas as well, but we want to see that continue to grow. He needs to get involved in some more states. There's a big difference between the two technologies, between Waymo and obviously Tesla. But I like what Elon's doing. It's been a slow rollout, but hopefully we can get that exponential growth essentially in the span of him getting from different cities. We have Waymo. Brandon was telling me the other day, Waymo potentially here in by 2027, right? I think the contracts are. So yeah, well, he's not. We won't even talk about full AV here for another couple of years.
Well, you know how things roll here in Canada. We don't get anything first.
No.
If it's technology, regularly. A little more red tape up here. We'll leave it at that, right? Our flag is red. We're gonna have red tape up the wazoo. That's how we go.
More regulation is essentially what we need, right?
Well, I personally, I think the ideal thing would be to have all of our lives completely controlled, like by Skynet,
It is
and then you just
way.
tell me what to do.
My friends didn't believe me when I told them that you told me that they're not allowed playing with like basketballs and stuff at recess.
I tried telling you, you didn't believe. It's real,
brother.
You can't. So my daughter, like when I grew up, my daughter goes to the same elementary school that I went to as a kid.
Yeah.
And we used to bring our bat, balls, gloves. Yeah. Early in the morning, and we'd organize baseball games at lunchtime and at recess. Now you are not allowed at the same school I went to. You are not allowed to bring your bat and ball and have a game of baseball. You can't bring a stick and a ball and play and
you can't play
ball, hockey,
soccer.
You can't bring your own basketball. They have hoops. They have hoops and you can't bring your.
But you can't play. Like they don't have any for recess or anything?
Now they will have
a couple of things. You can't bring your own, but do they have
a couple of things they'll provide.
Okay.
They'll provide. But like the kids want to play baseball, they can't play baseball.
Yeah.
Because you're not allowed to bring a bat, and they don't have bats there.
Remember the movie Bubble Boy? That's what happened to poor kids these days.
You know what? That's a different discussion.
Yeah, poor kids.
Let's go talk about service now, everybody.
Everything you see. We were just talking about design and the AI change that is coming to this world, and I think we can give that same narrative to some of these software names even. But the job loss that has already happened and the job loss that is going to continue to happen is on the front-facing side of it so far. I mean, there's the engineering and the coding and stuff that's coming along too, but it seems like, anyways, it's what you see, it's what you touch, it's what you interact with.
Exactly, especially the entry-level positions where, some of the tasks are a bit more repetitive, mundane, things that can be kind of done easily by computers. It's a tough world, but, like I was saying to you off camera, we stop using it, our competitors use it, all of a sudden they're more productive, all of a sudden they're ahead of us. So it's a bit of a catch-22. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't kind of situation. Apologize for the language there.
Yeah, no worries. Just real quick, on ServiceNow, it's worth noting, just in the last little while here, 20 minutes or so, there's been, a handful of analyst moves coming out with either maintaining or even there's a couple of price target increases I saw. So analysts seem to be backing this, even though it's down so much, saying, maintaining our overweight, maintaining our buy rating, maintaining our price target, essentially, even with the dip.
And this is not a bad report. It's not the best report, but it's not a bad report. And I feel, personally, the reason we're selling off is it's not because their product is not being adopted. It is. They have good participation, especially from big paying customers over $1 million. It's the market wants proof that you're going to be able to turn a profit. You need to monetize this, not just increase adoption. Let's talk about the report. 97 pennies EPS, that was in line on revenue of $3.77 billion. That beat the 3.75. Subscription revenue, also a slight beat there, but the growth was impacted, sadly, by about 75 basis point headwinds from delayed deals in the Middle East. A lot of that stuff, obviously, on the back burner now. They got bigger fish to fry over there. Q2 subscription guide, decent, 3.815 billion to 3.82. That's ahead of the 3.75 estimate by the street. But the key issue, again, the street wants proof of monetization, not just adoption. There is AI skepticism, as we've been talking a lot in the software space. We can thank our friends at Anthropic.
Yeah,
if
we get some sort of follow through here today, this is going to be a pretty harsh rejection of this downtrend, guys, for now.
Yeah, this one, it doesn't look very healthy, but it's one of these, like it says, showing me the money situations, right? Like it prove that you're actually going to be making money and showing more explosive growth. The entire space can't afford to just meet or slightly beat expectations at this point. What are you going to do? And this wasn't one of the names that was able to kind of punch through and break the downtrend either. It never got through the 50-period moving average. It was always hanging out and looking weaker than a lot of other, I shouldn't say the rest of, but a lot of other names in the IGV. So it's on the other side of the coin. I already said, if I'm looking for a dip buys today in a software name, I want it to be somebody that wasn't under the microscope last night. So that means I'm not really that interested in looking at ServiceNow for a dip. It meant that I wasn't really looking at IBM, which we'll talk about. I'd be more along the lines of trying to find a bounce maybe in a Palo Alto or somewhere else, and be patient about it too. We just got a super chat here, and I just leave from Kevin Duke. Question: I had a trade in a halt yesterday what am I looking at as the halt list for direction? Well, without any details, so I'm assuming you're in something that halted overnight. It would be helpful if I had any idea
there's
what
a ticker,
what ticker, like what halted overnight. That's a buyout that closed.
What is the symbol?
That's a buyout that's closing.
I'm saying URL maybe. I don't know.
There's a bunch of halts from yesterday. It can't be these ones. That's a deal closing. That's a deal closing. IPS. I don't know what IPST is. Maybe it could be that. So here's the first thing I'm gonna do. Just go to the page that I'm at. Right, the NASDAQtrader.com has a current halt page, which will tell you the reason for any of the halts. So you just mouse over it. Like I can tell you right here. I don't know if it's IPST. Halt news pending. Right, so they have to release material news. If it's T1, you'll see it go T2, and then when it goes T3, after the T3 comes in, you'll maybe see a quote resumption time, and then a resumption time after that. I'm gonna look for an example if I can find. Usually you'll see updates, or sometimes it'll just go T1, T12 here, right? Because if it goes T1 and then T12, that's information requested by the Nasdaq. That's especially bad. If the exchange is asking for information, usually it's pretty bad. But typically, you just go T1, T2, and T2 is usually like news is in the process of being disseminated. T3, news has been fully disseminated. When that happens, you can get a quote resumption time and a resumption date. But if it's one of these, then there's no resumption yet. And I'm presuming it's not DHIL, because I know for sure that's a buyout that closes today, I think. So that's what I just go to that resource.
Never really wrote in after what the ticker was. All right, we'll talk about ServiceNow briefly here. A little bit of a headwind here. Margin's going to be hindered by the latest acquisition, about 1.25%. That's not horrible, but 22% year-over-year growth. That's pretty good if you ask me. The stock was absolutely destroyed yesterday off of the report. Some of the SaaS names continuing to move to the downside. Even the cybersecurity names were hit, as Neil and I were talking about. So ServiceNow, maybe a potential dip buy in a recovery, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. Operating margins down 1.25% by the end of the year. All right, let's talk about some SMCI, guys.
What the hell? Sharif's telling me crazy stories, man.
I'm going to have to repeat it.
All right. SMCI back downside here as well. We were just talking about the rejection of the downtrend on ServiceNow, but here's SMCI bumping into this morning in a big way and getting turned back around, heading southbound off. This is not great for them.
No, Oracle canceling a massive contract with the troubles that the company's already had. Not a good look. Let's talk about this, Brendo. There's a big contract loss here. The canceled deal involves an estimated 300 to 400 server racks. That represents about $1.1 to $1.4 billion in lost revenue. That's a big one. The reason is the criminal allegations. Remember this? Federal indictment for SMCI co-founder Wally Liao and others allegedly smuggled $2.5 billion worth of NVIDIA chips to China. And this is what I was telling Brendo off camera. Prosecutors, these are allegations, okay? So they haven't been found liable in court. Prosecutors are alleging, guys, that the group used elaborate methods to bypass export controls, including using hair dryers to kind of swap off the serial number labels between real machines and dummy units. SMCI, they've launched their own independent investigation there, Brendo, into what happened. But I probably wouldn't put too much stock into that.
No, as we've seen in the past with them. Right back to session lows here, guys. Things just going from bad to worse for this company.
The only difference is, the problem with that graphic is, I don't know why I'm smiling. Why would anybody smile when they're getting flushed? So I feel like I didn't get a proper description as to what we were going to be doing with that one. I should be like, not like happy and ish. So $27. Like it was a triple dip level. Triple dip. 1, 2, 3 back here. I guess that'll be last week. Doesn't really matter. If we are underneath 27, I'm looking fade. This is a classic. It bounced all the way to prior resistance. Now you're under the 50 period. Now you've broken the uptrend. So as long as it is under 27, I am going to play fades in it. I just double check. Well, we had locates on it yesterday. I didn't want to make the assumption. So we have locates on it. I'm going to be looking for the short here in SMCI. They don't get the benefit of the doubt. Not these guys. Not for me. Maybe this isn't true with the Oracle. Possibly. But with SMCI, it just feels like usually where there's smoke, there's fire.
Well, in this instance, there is an absolute, I mean, borderline forest fire with these guys here, Neil. There's a lot going on. I mean, $2.5 billion in illegal China service sales. Sharif was talking about that, losing a potential $1.4 billion deal with Oracle, fishy accounting practices. I mean, for SCDI, if those who know what that is, this is exactly the type of management you're looking for, but in all reality, the street isn't going to like it. I'm surprised they weren't going to be delisted at one point. They found some of a way to recover, but this is just a name that I avoid at all costs. You know what I mean? We don't want to play with these kind of sketchy subjects. Essentially, like you were down in the dirt for quite some time. Finds a recovery, but there's definitely some issues with management right now. And it's funny because I was watching Mad Money and Jim Cramer's like, yeah, he loves the management. This is like a couple of years ago, anyways. He loves the management at SMCI. But these guys, like, well, I don't know.
You know what though? At the end of the day, though, like lots of people have been fooled by bad companies. Then we have a super chat from son of Daniel Gouda Guru. The more bad news I hear about the SMCI guys, the more I admire them.
Yeah.
Oh, we know you're being a little tongue-in-cheek there.
Yeah, it is. Well, because I mentioned SCDI.
Well, SCDI, yeah. I mean, the cheese dispenser business is clearly a little bit more secure than what SMCI has going. I think we all can.
They're in partnership. They're probably doing illegal China sales, too.
China. You can sell cheese dispensers wherever you want. Yeah. That's the genius of the idea.
But can you sell stolen cheese dispensers?
Well, that just means your margins are better.
Their margins are
better. You're comparing cheese dispensers to stolen cheese dispensers. Yeah. All I hear is better margins, and so I'm an investor right there. Let's go back up and talk about another beleaguered software name.
Yeah, the initial move higher after the close last night. There were some questionable areas to this earnings report. We did actually take out the high. That's been a bit of a problem over the past couple of days before this thing gets absolutely crushed. I mean, there's been 2 or 3 attempts here this morning to retake some levels, but just no bid for IBM.
No, and it hasn't really kind of recovered since the worst day it's had since February of 2000, after that Anthropic kind of released there about their Claude AI model. So the whole thing about that was the Claude's model, Claude's ability to power this Siebel code modernization, that's viewed as a threat essentially to their mainframe business, and that's why they sold off aggressively. With respect, though, to the earnings report, let's talk about it here. A clear EPS beat and a good year-over-year increase, $1.91 versus the $1.81, and growing at about 19% on revenue of $15.9 billion versus the $15.6. That's also a healthy 9% year-over-year growth on that top line number. Software up 11%, specifically Red Hat and acquisitions. That's their strongest segment, and that they have AI tailwinds there. Infrastructure up 28% year over year. That's mainframes. That's kind of what I mean about that. Consulting up 4%. Guidance, though, and part of the reason we sold off unchanged. The market was looking for an increase in guidance there, about 5% in constant currency. That was the key disappointment, Brendo, and likely why we're markedly down here to start the morning.
Yeah, I mean, if you zoom out a little bit, maybe there's something to talk about down around 230, back to the bottom end of the range here, though. It doesn't look good here, guys, on a higher time frame for IBM.
No, you know what? I was ho-humming whether actually this should just be a flat bottom break, one of those. I'm still lament the fact that we have this key, and we don't have anything for the other direction, right? Like you should be able to hit something for when something's breaking through a big top, but we're not. It's not till 230, and the issue with that is you got to travel a bit. I usually say when you have a company like this that retraces a move all the way on earnings, the usual saying is if you don't break the low, there's only one place to go. And it didn't bust through that 230, and it put in a higher low in the aftermarket, and it's put in another higher low. Yet for some reason, I don't want to buy the dip here. Go figure. Like, it's got all the trademarks of it looks like it could be a buy the dip situation based on where it had support before and where it bounced in the aftermarket and how it's bouncing now. But I don't like it. I think I'm going to be looking for a shot at Intel today. We already talked about some of the nuclear names. I like to look at SMR. I'm going to have that on the brain. SMCI I'm going to have for the short. I'm going to trade some Tesla. I'm going to stay away from IBM. And maybe we can just give it the ye old 3-day rule. And next week, if it's still above 230, on Tuesday or so, and it's holding that 230 level, or bare minimum, hopefully the 220, then there's an opportunity here to catch a bit of a bid in IBM. I'm just not convinced today. You have your pick of software names that you could buy the dip on, right? Like there's literally every single one of them if you want to try to catch a bid. I think you might be a little bit safer having a look-see at maybe a cybersecurity name, somebody that didn't report.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I mean, like if we look at the technicals here, you have a multi-year run on the weekly, just straight to the top side. Now you're having an actual structural change, multiple weeks at the backside of this trend here, and then now you're at some key support levels at that 230. And Neil was just talking about if you don't break the lows, where do you go essentially? But with this massive gap down and potential momentum continuing to the downside, watch out for key levels to be broken here on IBM. I don't love it. If I'm going to be dip buying anything, I don't think it's going to be IBM. What are we down here now on the session here, Neil? It's in the Dow. It's in the Dow too, isn't it? There it is. Down 7% here today. I think we're going to continue. All right, $5 super chat before we send it back to the desk. We got one more name here. Are we getting the point where mentioning NVDA means very little in a company daily run? Number Oklo. It's here or there. I mean, we know a couple of months ago, late last year, as soon as those two, like a company name and NVDA were mentioned, sure enough, you had that volatility spike. It's the exact same scenario essentially was happening. It comes and goes, the volatility. Same thing with the USO and obviously the issue with in Iran is that, okay, yeah, the initial reactions, you get those massive spikes, but then eventually the street gets tired of it for a little bit and then it comes back and it comes and goes.
But this is up 8 points today, so it's not like, I mean, this is up pretty good the last couple of sessions in OKLO. So I would like to venture this one's reacting pretty well. It's crazy because like you have nuclear names that are higher, you have weed names that are high, you had HIMS that was actually making some runs here. The market's barely to the downside, but it feels like every single one of these names in the rundown, we're talking about something negative. And once again, we'll look at Lulu, and that will be negative. I just wanted to throw up, if I could, the imbalances, because it's 926, and there's nothing crazy. But ServiceNow is on there, so lo and behold, 500,000 to the sell side, shocker. And then we just talked about nuclear names, SMR, 380,000 to the buy side, Oracle sell 200,000, Tilray's a small buy of 180, and Oklo, we just said, about 177,000. Small buys, I guess ServiceNow would be the only one that stands out. Nokia's up there, but it's a $9 stock or $10 stock, so that's not a big notional value. The only imbalance I think of note would be that ServiceNow $92 stock, 570,000 sell imbalance for them, and maybe there'll be a sell imbalance on Lululemon with their new CEO.
Yeah, there's the chart this morning, back to 154 after Heidi O'Neill gets the nod here for Lulu after a lengthy search for this CEO. Prior positions she held at Nike included president direct-to-consumer, key, 2016 to 2020, and then president consumer and marketplace. Both of those for Nike. Again, that was her last one, which was 2020 to 2023. So if Lulu is focusing on the online a little bit more, the D2C side of the business, maybe this has some sort of tie-in.
But your chart says a lot of the story right there.
Yeah, market doesn't like it.
I know it doesn't. And their skepticism is because investors are reacting cautiously to her 25-year tenure at Nike, which overlapped with the company's, quite frankly, really bad struggles, some of the worst in their history. And analysts are saying that parallels almost the same issue that Lululemon is facing right now, kind of Nike's downfall. Lulu's also, just look at the chart, activist investors as well. The move ignores the preference of Elliott Investment Management, who pushed for former Ralph Lauren CFO Jane Nielsen, founder Chip Wilson. Also, he kind of remains in the proxy fight against the current board. There are competitive headwinds, though, we know specifically for Lululemon, Alo, as well as Vuori and some others. And looking here at the last 12 months, some of the worst in the company's history, down 38%.
Yeah, chart doesn't look good on any time frame at this point. Remember, 9:45, some data coming up today, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, you're right about it not looking good on any time frame. There's nothing you can do with this. No. It looks like on the monthly chart, it's losing its Mondo. It's everything about it says wait for it to make some kind of a rounded bottom or consolidation. Yeah. It looks nasty, and I'm not a fan. And we're not touching that one with the 10-foot pole. Still just ServiceNow, 800,000 to the sell side in there. A couple of things we'll be looking at. It wasn't just the fact that Mobileye reported. It wasn't just the fact that Terafab is going with Intel. But I do like the 65 level for a bounce zone there. One I want to watch. And we didn't get a chance to talk about the metals. Silver did an insane rally all morning long. But as long as it's under the 70 and prior high, like there's this dump zone. Well, the afternoon dump zone and then this prior support level. Sorry, I mean support level, not resistance. As long as we're under that 70, I want to look to fade some pops in SLV. Can't say I love it as much as I did 2 days ago, but that was a long consolidation. If you don't break back above that price, I'm looking short on this bad boy. Joey chuckles. What's going on?
Oh man, I'll tell you later, man. So my mom was watching yesterday, and actually I'll tell you now, just before the open, she's like, she called you Neapolitan.
I'll take it.
I don't. Yeah, you know how. You know.
I don't know. Okay.
It's just Neo. Yeah, I don't know. We'll take it, man. It's nothing. Yeah, just.
You know what's crazy? When I watched The Matrix for the first time,
yeah.
Like I remember the first 20 minutes or however long in the movie, I thought they were saying Neo, but it was Neo.
Yeah.
And then I heard it maybe the fifth time. I'm like, oh yeah, whatever. It's not.
All right, yeah, guys. So we got SMR on our mind here today. We got some Netflix as well too. We're gonna see what we can get going in Tesla for a potential play, but SMR for the continuation in yesterday, or maybe it might be an all-day fader. It's Thursday, it's not Friday, don't forget. But ding, 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 there it goes. The casino is now open. So let's be patient, wait for some good quality opportunities to fall in our lap. We have Adara, we have Sia behind us, ready to drop news at any given moment. If the headlines come out, you're gonna hear it first here. And then sure enough, we are going to be putting on some banger trades. We're gonna just be patient. I know yesterday I said we're gonna wait the first 10 minutes and I was in 60 seconds later, but that's not gonna be the case here today. Unless SMR does me dirty and sets up exactly how we want to, then maybe we'll look for an opportunity on that one, Neil.
Ooh, bye-bye Tesla. Tesla already through the lows. Well, it's the dip buy on the earnings to get a pop and fade is not happening over there on Tesla, so that's not going to be going up. Intel's actually looking a little bit strong, but I want to look first at SMCI. That is gravitating a little bit higher. So if this one gets up there, that's the first place that I wanted to look. And there meant that 27 level. Just looking at that as resistance for now. Don't forget, it wasn't just the nuclear names that were running. You have HIMS absolutely flying off of the open here. It didn't hold on to VWAP, but it did manage to hold on to the 30 level, that prior day opening ring. So HIMS in play. It wasn't all negative news in the market this morning. And Intel was one of the names I liked to the long side. That's just trying to get above VWAP. I guess it doesn't want to test that 65 bottom from yesterday. But I want to be patient, confirm that we're holding it. A couple of wicks down to the pre-market low. I'd rather get it in front of that support level if I could.
Yeah.
Avis,
we took, again, it just set up, right? The couple of days, I don't want, no, it did, honestly, Neil. I didn't want to. I didn't want to put, I didn't put very many shares, full disclosure, and I'll be prepared to get out if it comes right against us. I put a little bit on that Netflix trade. We'll take about 40 cents or so on that. Let's see if it's going to break through that pre-market. $25 billion, I mean, adding an additional 6.8 to the total share buyback program, which is sitting around 15 or something along those lines, billion. So that's a substantial amount. We take this Netflix trade, and I'm telling you, it's like a quarter risk unit, all right? It wasn't very much, Nolan. I know I said I was going to hold on to things, but if it comes back to our break even, then we get out, no worries whatsoever.
Oh, what a dump by Quamscape. Well, I guess QS isn't going to hold on to the volume-weighted average price. Ooh, I had my trade for this one was hold the pre-market low and go. So it just wicked the pre-market low, which was about 880 or so,
there it goes.
And is trying to go back to the upside. The market's doing pretty good on day two, but I need to, come on, close this above 20 seconds, you get this candle close, and if it's able to close holding the pre-market low, then I'm gonna look for the long here on QS. Still nothing doing over in SMCI to be able to fade. Tesla's really not moving a heck of a lot at all either. Okay, now it's gonna close in the green. I'm going to needle in. Yeah, Tesla's starting to go to the upside. I'm gonna needle in because I know it's gonna close. Just wanna get a little bit in and then look to see if I can add if the $9 level holds. But this will be a pretty easy exit if we just flush right back through. Oh, thank you, Intel. You're already at 67? Seriously? Wow, that stock did not wait at all for me. Gonzo is Intel. Gone. And gone.
Yeah, it's going, it's going, it's gone. Yeah, we got all out of We trailed this on Netflix. It just came back. I'm like, you know what? It looks pretty weak right now. We can see it on the tape. Even though it is climbing higher, I think this is going to be a massive inflection point. 94.61. If it breaches that, then maybe off to the races you go. That share buyback program strong. So we'll see if we can find some other opportunities to get involved with Tesla. But a nice little scalp to start the day off. SMR coming back in. I had a little bit of a hunch that that was going to be the case here, Neil. But then Tesla starting to find a little bit of a recovery. So holding on to positivity, you're up 1%. Netflix, you're up 1 1/5 here, and looking like you want to continue to climb almost closer to 1 1/3. IBIT's in the corner of my eye, but am I loving the setup? Absolutely not. I mean, it's not really doing too much. Neither is the overall market. If this closes as a 5-minute hammer on the NAS, maybe we can take an opportunity on that. But with that being said, we have to look at and see what NVDA is up to, what Apple, who went on a monster run yesterday, Microsoft went on a pretty big run as well too yesterday. So a lot going on. There's no shortage of opportunities, but I don't think Bitcoin is strong right now considering where we're sitting in the overall market.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'm not liking this bounce. It tries to hold this 9 level, but every time we get back in close to tops, it just keeps smoking it. So I'm gonna tighten it up a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna tighten it up to this bar here. I'm not gonna give this to the low of the day. I think that's gonna end up being too wide of a range because I'm not as huge of a fan of this one. It ended up closing, but you want to get that immediate snapback. So I'm going to go back over to SMCI. If you're just tuning in, they potentially, or at least allegedly, have lost $1 to $1.4 billion in contracts from Oracle. So it's coming into that 27, hot and heavy. Want to see a topping tail candle before we get in. But yeah, that QS didn't feel right. Watch it break the low too. So I tightened the stop up, didn't want to give it to the prior bar. That's more of a gut feel than anything else that I wanted to move it. Maybe it'll save us a little bit there. So SMCI is going to be in play. Watch what happened to Intel. Yeah, buddy. I even chased it. That's the crazy part. I tried to chase this break and didn't get filled on INTC. That's how it is sometimes. It's easy to catch a dip buy, but sometimes you can't get on the way up. This happens a lot on Intel, where the initial move is complete insanity, and then the first trade I take is the one in the other direction, but it's worked, so don't at me when I said I was bullish on it. It's rejected heavily between 68 and 69, so if I see a topping tail, believe me, I will take my shot in it in the other direction. But it is going to be SMCI I'm looking at next. I do want to make, we did not say anything about Avis today. It is still falling. It's at $377 and still cratering. Down 15%. It is SSR, so the uptick rule is going to be in effect for Avis for today. Based on yesterday, like not because it's down 15% today, but based on yesterday, that's going to get to, it feels like that really wants that 200 level. It's like the stock is just, it's dead. It's gone.
Yeah. I mean,
squeeze is over.
There was Netflix on, oh, there you go. You're in SMCI now to the short side.
Well, I wanted 27.
So, okay. So
it just tagged 27.03 or something as the high.
Yeah, so I mean,
take the first sell.
Yeah, we got out of Netflix here, guys. We can get into a little bit more detail. I want to see what the price action is looking at. But this 1 minute candle is pretty strong. That's why I decided to go long. Boom. We didn't get that pullback, and off to the races it went. I didn't put any shares on, full disclosure. It was just really little, just to see if we can get a little bit of a feeler, get the ball rolling here this morning. And the same thing with SMR, not doing what I wanted it to. Looks like it might break down, but we have to be cautious of a potential squeeze as well. The rejection of VWAP, we form a base up here, so it acts as resistance, and then maybe we'll get that slight curl over. We'll have to see if we need to order shorts for SMR. But nonetheless, I would prefer to go long on this one. And then Tesla also trading above the volume weighted averages. Pack, you're doing pretty.
Oh,
it's above VWAP. I have it above VWAP.
Oh, shoot, I have the wrong stock up.
Yeah, I have it above VWAP now. 1246. You're in at 1210 on a boatload of shares there. So congratulations on that one. There you go. You grabbed 30 cents or so. Let's see if it starts to recover and continues its recovery. We were talking about this earlier. We've seen it in the same instance of a different name. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it was consolidating. It got that breakout, and now you're finding some form of a continuation and a recovery from the earnings report last night and the call. So, I mean, nonetheless, let's see if Tesla can get going. It's going to be positive for that market. IBIT going to the south side, while the NASDAQ is climbing higher, SMR below, Tesla almost putting in a new HOD. This is what we want to see. Adara.
Avis just got its first halt of the day. CAR halted to the downside. This is the 1 minute chart, just kind of show you guys. We've had like nary a green candle, maybe one flat candle here all morning. To be fair, only 8 candles of the day. But again, CAR halted right now. Theoretical auction price or TAP is just under $363. Also, letting you guys know, as Brendan mentioned this morning, we are going to get some PMI data. So 9:45 a.m., whole slew of S&P PMI numbers. Stay tuned. I will deliver those for you in roughly 7 minutes. Back to you.
I looked at the chart, I was like, maybe there isn't. But car, no? No, okay. Yeah, I wasn't, it's hilarious. I didn't even have that one up off the open. Intel just did the wick at 68, but we got some out at half on SMCI, and then it just broke the top. So it gave the 1-to-1, looked like it was doing that little bit of a pullback, but then we get run through the top. This is one I'll take multiple shots at, I think almost certainly, if we get another crack at it. Avis is halted, as Adara mentioned, so I was gonna show that, but I don't have to now. What happened yesterday doesn't look like it wants to on Intel. Like, this was my best trade yesterday outside of the DJT in the afternoon was pretty ridiculous, but that's a different beast. No, but this was the best one yesterday, which was that flush back through, and immediately that flush back through 68 does not work. So if that's not going to happen, I was bullish on the stock, but I had to take the shot. It's actually worked twice in the last week, but maybe today is going to be built a little bit different. It could still end up a topping tail candle.
Ooh, look at that.
But by the time you know it's a topping tail candle, the stock is way down. So I had to try to grab that on the front end if I could. Tesla's approaching that 383. I want to see Avis open back up. Whenever Avis opens back up, I'll probably give a quick look at it. Susan asking, how are car options halted?
Are they?
Are they? I can tell you this is going to be open in 2 minutes.
Oh, well, I mean, I think the stock is halted at 360.
It doesn't open up for another...
It's at $362?
Another minute and a half.
Oh, my God.
So you got like 90 seconds, and then it'll be open. But it halted like right away off of that open. There's a flat bottom break. Not a flat bottom. There's a support break at about 330. Yeah, it's 330. So $330, there's a support level break on this bad boy. We're going absolutely ham in the wrong direction, everybody. Yikes. But we have free, I don't know about everybody else, but in real trading, you can short car for free. Absolutely free, which is crazy. All right, here comes Tesla. Tesla's gonna threaten to go green here.
Yeah.
Now it's this support level. That's where I'm waiting for. The NASDAQ is not even green yet. Like, we're actually at the highs here on the NASDAQ, which seems like it's on crack right now. And if it can't break through that 27.1, then I'm going to stick with the plan of action and be patient and just look for those quick little revisions if we're able to get them. Car, like I said, car should be open up any second now.
NASDAQ, yeah, man. Oh, I wanted to take the short on
maybe
SMR here. I don't know if it's going
to... I thought you wanted longs in SMR.
I did, but it's not displaying. It's a short, right? Like, it's...
Oh, yeah.
It's looking like a short, so I'm not going to just fight it. I got to go with the flow on that one. It's my primary. It's just getting in sync with the stock. But it would have been more ideal if I could cut a little bit higher. I'm not going to risk 30 cents or 25 cents on this with the high 90s and 96s. Yeah, and it looks like it's going to continue to sell off here. Netflix a little disappointing as it's coming back in. Yeah, I know. I can't believe with car, man.
By the way, that was it's sort of a long-standing, when the NASDAQ is having a strong day or a strong move, lots of people on the floor would just use that term. So anyway, I don't normally call the NASDAQ that. It's just, sometimes it used to get said a lot on the floor, and I guess I just slipped right back into it.
There it is. Like, I mean, a high of 400. Yeah, 400. Nothing wrong with that. 400 or $846 now down to $360.
Wow, that was a turn.
The turn for the ages. Like, I mean, wow.
Oh no, I mean Tesla.
Oh, and Tesla. Oh yeah, coming back into VWAP. Yeah, heading a little bit lower. I mean, the market's holding up relatively well. We could take a look at the larger names. I could tell you that if Apple's finding any form of a continuation, no, Apple's coming back in too. So there's a little bit of a lag right now, Neil, but what we have is NVDA going oppo the market, holding us up steady here. And what's Google been up to? Not too much. Pretty choppy, and Microsoft to the downside as well. Just trading right at the volume-weighted average price. Microsoft, Amazon, how are you performing? How are you doing? Tesla starting to come back in, so maybe some form of a dip buy. But this is the level that we were talking about this morning, Neil, that 385 mark. Look where you run right into. So this consolidation in the pre-market now acting Let's see, where do we go? Default, yeah, okay, good. So now acting as resistance and as you head back in towards VWAP. So keep an eye out on Tesla, the big names, AMD up to 304. I said, let's see if we close below 315 by the end of the week. That's not good. So those premiums, let's actually pull those up, those 315 strike prices on the call side and see what we're gonna be collecting now from a premium standpoint. 315, oh, okay, that's one. Why does it always do that to me? Why you gotta be so rude? All right, there we go. Yeah, no, don't do that to me. I'm only joking. $1.91. What were we collecting before? On the day, I'll have to pull that up and we can take a look. But then the 322 and a half, 85. So not too bad. You do collect more on the previous. So yeah, I like this. We close below 315 by the end of the week. I liked our chances on that one. There's nothing from a supply standpoint or an open interest that's really acting as resistance. I just don't know if we're going to climb another like 5 or like a 2.5 to 5% by the end of the week. A couple of days.
Yeah,
a day, like 2 trading sessions.
Car like insta halted down.
Did it?
It opened up, immediately halted down. It didn't seem like it even moved far enough for it to do a second halt, but it did. So it's halted for a second time, and I'll be another 5 minutes. Wow, I couldn't even get into that one. Is what it is. Like, you couldn't even get in on that candle. Let's go to Adair at the desk for the first time. By the way, USO is heading back to the high. So oil futures are going up with the market. This is another reason why I'm still thinking, waiting for my chance to fade.
Only set of economic numbers today after the 8:30 numbers. We don't have any numbers at 10, but at 9:45 in just 10 seconds, you're going to get S&P Services PMI forecast 50.6, manufacturing PMI forecast 52.5, composite PMI forecast 50.6. These numbers start coming in. Global services PMI coming in at 51.3. That's going to be slightly above estimates of 50.6. Manufacturing PMI coming in here at 54. That's above estimates of 52.5. And composite PMI 52. That's going to be above estimates of 50.6. So all of these numbers coming in above estimates here for the S&P PMI global composite manufacturing and services market. Here's the 3-minute chart of the Qs dropping a little bit here, likely nothing to do with these numbers. But again, no numbers at 10, though at 10 a.m. we're going to have U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, I believe, testifying in front of a committee for the second day in a row. So I'll certainly be covering that for you all if there is anything of note to come of that. Again, halt or in car if we get any other news. Keep you guys posted. If not, see you at 10 a.m. for Happening Now.
Yeah, I'll continue to look at CAR, but I'm not going to try and trade it again. You couldn't. It's SSR, and when it broke 350, the spread was $3, and you can't hit the bid.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you're supposed to get into the short unless you just take it way again.
How low do you think we can possibly go on this now?
$200.
Yeah?
Well,
like,
$200.
Start breaking out.
I remember looking at a daily chart at one point and saying, and then being like, yeah, $200 looks pretty reasonable when I looked at the daily the last time. So as USO gets into the high, I'm going back over to like just regular plan of action, which was take a second shot at SMCI. Took it at the 27 level. Now we got a topping tail candle at the quarters, so I'm going to look for that reversal. We have a super chat, and it looks like it's about options. So if we can throw that one up, Andre, thank you.
Yeah.
Stoll, how do you steal?
Yeah, I mean, he got $150. He bought the $150 strike price puts at Henry. That's a smart play. But when we did our bear put spread yesterday, the stars weren't aligning. But anyways, I'm glad you got those on car when price was over $800. Right now they are flying around on bids, but limited buyers. How would you play these? I mean, like, look how much you've dropped. You've halted consecutively. How many did you buy? 20? There's nothing wrong with locking some in. What are these things even worth? What did you pay for them? I mean, and if there's big time liquidity issues, which you tend, it's going to be significantly harder to get out. I don't know when you, 5:15. Okay. Let's see what we got from I'm looking at AMD. I'm like, wow, we're not really running into liquidity issues, but that's not necessarily the case. Putting calls, 150. Sorry, I wanted to put up an SMR trade there, but now it's kind of went out without me as we talk about this. Yeah, liquidity issues aren't too bad though, right? Like volume 269. I don't even have any information just because it's halted right now, right? So I would look to take some off just in case you do get that inverse play. You have 20 of them. I wouldn't be surprised the appreciation within those contracts is absolutely is out of this world. So nothing wrong with locking in. Brian Shannon would say, hey, I'm going to take a third off, let some more run, and then take an additional third off. So I think that's your best bet, especially with a name like this. Mark my words, cards will bounce at 200 of a car. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like I do believe that you're going to see see a bounce in it. Yeah, I do believe you're going to see a bounce, right? Like you drop in like $500 in the span of a couple of trading sessions. At one point, you find a bounce on that one. But yeah, crazy stuff. Congratulations to you. And you know what I typically say, Neil, is don't spend it all in one place.
If it halts like more than 3 times to the downside during the opening rush, sometimes you just get like that first time it doesn't halt is a bit of a bounce. But I don't know. I'm not going to take a third shot at SMCI till I see the other back end of the trade.
Yeah.
It's just too relatively weak, or so strong. And then USO, which I was looking to push through, that's starting to break trend as well. If that comes back down, then you got to respect the move that's happening in the overall market to set upside. Going to a name that I have not had at all, which was on the note, SLV hasn't really pushed back into the high. It's not a reason yet to trade it. It's bouncing off field. It's a huge move in the morning. It was actually a bit of a crazy move on SLV this morning to get up in here to that 69.7. And if it gets back near that top, I'm looking for the fade. The fact that the market was able to break the high without it getting there, I think makes it a little bit more attractive to look for the fade. Because I'm not really buying this opening move in the market right now. Just not entirely convinced of it. CAR just broke that 330 level. It's very likely to go into another halt. This is not a trend break. I need this to get up to like 69.5 or show me some kind of a lower high where I can set up a trend trade. I don't know if you've looked at IBIT today, Joe, but it is absolutely not moving.
Yeah, it's not doing anything. It's not doing anything.
Dead flat, complete nothing burger. The weed names were in play. They got absolutely rinsed, so that opportunity is gone. HIMS was holding, it got rinsed, so there's no long there either. Like you can't continue on some of these, what are we calling it? These like gap and go type runners.
Yeah,
like they've given up the go.
Exactly.
They all gave up the go.
They gave it up there. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking was going to happen. I mean, it's obviously a positive catalyst for the stock, but some of these aggressive pops, what we've been noticing as of late, there's very little continuation with these volatility spikes to the top side. So we're in SMR. We had that scalp here on NFLX. Now we're short SMR. We're just getting in sync, right? Like I was looking to play the name regardless of the direction. More ideally, I would have liked to have the long put on. Just due to the fact that I just hammer some shares at the volume-weighted average price. But you can see that it's really starting to move lower here. So SMR working for us to the downside, looking like it's going to give back a little bit of its gains from yesterday and in the pre-market. So we'll continue to hold this until we hit some targets. 1350 would be ideal, but there's a clear support level right here at this 1366 mark. Other than that, yeah, CAR, just guys, be cautious. Now you're open back. You're up at 328 now. You're down 26% on CAR. Like, oh my God, this is a lot of fun.
It just didn't halt there for the first time.
Let's pull this up here. 346 on CAR. He's continuously moving down. You're down 26% at this point. It's an absolute disaster if you've been caught on the long. If you've been thinking about shorting this thing and you got in at the right place. Listen, it made a lot of individuals a bunch of cash on the way up, but it's making a lot of the short sellers some cash here as it drops $500 in the span of a trading session in a fraction of one, because we're only about 20 minutes after the open here today.
Yeah, this is the first time it's actually showing any semblance of a bid. But I think it's crazy to try to, like the first time it wants to catch a bid, short into that would be a little bit nuts, because it comes down to where would you get out. Like every single trade is a where are you wrong, and if where you're wrong is unreasonable based on the entry, then you can pretty much forget. Like if 300 breaks, you could try to grab a 300 break. But again, with the SSR rules in place, you're not going to be able to get a reasonable fill. I don't think. I wasn't able to get one at 350. I can tell you guys that for sure. So SLV's still trying to go. I still see the NASDAQ and the ES kind of cresting at some of these tops. They haven't really broken. Still looking to press higher. I want to be patient about this one before I get into it, but it's starting to get a little bit impatient with that SLV trade. And then Intel, of course. Right? There's a difference between the front end and the back end. It does the wick. I get stopped. I don't get back in. The heavy candle, don't get back in, not going to chase. If it ends up doing what it did yesterday, there was an entry underneath the volume-weighted average price where it's like, suck it up, buttercup, and then that's what you have to take.
Yeah.
So if that's what it has to be, then that's what I'm going to end up doing. Now going into a third halt is CAR at 314.
Is it actually?
No, it just halted. No, it did. It just halted at 313.97, everybody. So that is now 3 halts for CAR.
Yeah.
If it gets into the 200, there's going to be an interesting decision to be made. I can remember the morning when GameStop halted like 8 or 9 times to the downside, and there was an unbelievable long off the bid. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's where my brain is going right now.
You want a cup of Brosif or what?
Yeah.
All
What,
right,
you grabbing some?
Of course I grabbed one,
appreciate
man.
it. You know what?
What
You
I
don't
just
have to,
ask
man.
you, and then hey, man, Randy's a busy guy. There goes SMR to the downside. We're gonna get some caffeine into us. It's gonna make it a little bit more fun, Neil, to be honest with me, because I'm ultra sensitive. Also, ran a 4K yesterday. Time horrible. It's not too good of a look. We got to get things back. But second run back from knee surgery.
You just had an ACL surgery. You're worried about the time that you run a 4K.
Yeah, obviously,
Dude, you ran 4K. You just had an ACL surgery. The fact that you did it should be enough. You can't worry about the time, man. I was the first time I ran after my Achilles, I was embarrassed with myself. But you know what you're working through, and that's what it's all about, man. Mad respect. I've never had a serious knee injury before. All right, so I'm taking the second shot. Hopefully it goes better than the first. Sometimes this is how it is. You don't get the best price, but you take what you can get, and you're not upset. I want to respect the fact that about here at 66.5, resistance to potential support, so scalping inside of the range. I have it from VWAP. I can't have it from up here, so I can't will this into some kind of $2 winner or utter nonsense. I have to play the range with which we're in. Who's this person at 90? Anyways, buyer at 90. I moved my order to 91 from 80 something. Just gonna give it to VWAP here on Intel. Frustrating, but you can only be frustrated for so long, and then at some point you just move on to the next trade. As I said, if you miss this trade, the next trade is typically under VWAP for me, looking for that 66.5 target. I'm keeping an eye on when CAR opens up. It looks like it'll be about 1 or 2 minutes here when that'll get back open. Come on, push through that 66.5. I'd love to see this flush through the 66.5, but there's buyers at that resistance level, or resistance to support. Might just have to trail this one. No chance. Are you serious, Trader Forever? I just saw in the chart, the market's doing a topping tail candle. ARM broke $200. They say there's a bull market somewhere. Every single time, I've said it before, every single time ARM has dipped under the $100 level, at or 100, I've been a buyer, and I've been selling 20% of it every single time it goes into this top. And this was the time that you should have held on to the whole boat. But you know what? Still got the other 80%. ARM at $200. Why is it so strong today? I'm not entirely sure why it's so relatively strong. I got to be real with you. I don't recall seeing a story on ARM, but I am happy about it. Don't know if I'd be buying some of those highs the way the market's looking like a bit of a reversal. So we're pushing through the bottom, and once that happens, which it is happening now, I'm going to throw a trail in. Adara, is there anything on ARM?
I'm clarifying, no news on ARM. They did pop yesterday as well, and apparently yesterday's pop is attributed at least in part to comments from SoftBank back on Tuesday, saying that ARM CEO Rene Haas is going to be taking a larger role within both SoftBank and ARM, as far as I can tell. But again, that's from Tuesday. Nothing new for this. I just wanted to provide an update.
Yeah, man. Cheers. Cheers.
If you cheers, you got to actually cheers.
Yeah.
Although cheersing with coffee is suspect.
There
was one time Sean and I were like, we both knew it. The second they clinked, we were like, that was too aggressive. But they didn't.
It was broke.
But they didn't break.
Right.
But you know when you know, it's like, oh, we might have just screwed up on. Like right in front of everybody. Coffee be all over the desk.
Coffee
Randy be
everywhere.
like,
Yeah, I've got
all right, this looks like a turn. I'm getting
sparks flying.
I'm gonna stay within the normal bounds and take the VWAP trade to sort of, if you bounce off the support level, we'll get out and ring the register. Unfortunately, I did have to take a hit first and just didn't get it up there. It did the topping tail, but I got wicked out. You take the trade that you can and then move on. Just double checking, why isn't CAR open back up yet? Oh, still another 20 seconds. 20 seconds and this is gonna open. It's indicating flat. It's halted around 313. It's 314. It's halting or indicating 313. It'll reopen. So nothing too disastrous, but it's been a dumpster fire so far. Other names that we're keeping track on, some of the weed names. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch a bid off the lows. Nope, they're right through everything. Right through everything. It didn't even bounce off the $5 level MSOS. Yuck, yuck, and more yuck. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. What are you gonna do? We live in a shoe, man. SMR looks like it might want to turn around a little bit here. The market's starting to come back in. If we can get an additional leg lower, there we go. We're printing 39s, baby. Let's see if we can take some off here. Bang, we catch that fill right there on SMR to the downside. I would have liked a little bit better of a price, but we're going over some car options here at 1380. But nonetheless, I was just going to engage in what SMR was up to here today, and we're fortunate enough to be getting on this trade. If you want to try a short, you can look at 321. 320.09 on car. I don't know, like we can continuously talk about this thing. We're now we're down like $15 from that level. I mean, am I going to be chasing? It's been 5 minutes. There isn't a green candle.
Think you can get a 300 break? We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's put it like this: there isn't a green candle in the first half an hour of the session.
Well, I don't know. It's
on the 5 minute, that is, and then it's okay. So here it is, right? Like, so okay, cool. We're gonna classify this one. I mean, all right. If there's your green candle, the rest is like, oh, okay, we're moving lower. Halt. Oh yeah, my bad. We'll go red again. Oh, halt, and then continuously move to the downside. So the short is in full effect. Am I gonna be participating in this? No, because by the time that I eventually oh yeah, let's get involved, it's gonna rip $30 to the other side.
That's how it works.
That's how so I mean, I'm not gonna get it. You bought car at 308. Okay, well you're $5 out of $3 out of the money now.
Yeah, but in this, like, what are you actually in a day trade? You're not risking 15, maybe bucks. I'm just trying to think, where you would put a reasonable 20, something like that. Like, if you're not willing to risk that, I don't know. Like, if you can find some kind of a different entry. Okay, so. I'll get to that in a second. Another topping tail. This might be the last sell, but I can't promise it will be because it's still on structure. And there's a huge gap to be filled here to prior lows. So there's all kinds of places I could try to revert this. But just in here, the first time we got a 1-to-1 before getting stopped. The second time was like a clean stop out, if that's even a word. I'm going to look for VWAP here, try to hold some for the drain. But the volume weighted average price, I do want to make sure I'm out. The bulk out in front of SMR. And then going over to car, for those, I know there's probably people that are short this. Maybe if you were short this yesterday and you can hold overnight, I would imagine there wasn't much of a reason for you not to have been holding.
Yeah.
So you're like, well, where's it gonna go? You just go out to the daily chart, find something. Maybe you go for, if it looks like it gets to the halt band to the upside, take it out, or I don't know. Like, there's no set rules here. It's probably so far in the money if you have a short that a really ridiculously aggressive trail could be really effective in this particular case. It's just getting into the short as a day trader has been impossible. Yeah. Let's go back to the desk of the dare. If you could
take a look here at the S&P 500. Nice start to the day here. We did pop just above, or just below, yesterday's high and post-market high, pulling back pretty sharply though to start, honestly, only 1 minute into this next 15-minute candle. President Trump here with a bevy of posts about Iran and what he'd like the Navy to do within Iran. So those tensions do continue. TSLA, unfortunately, buyers and sellers in tension, and as of right now, the sellers do appear to be winning. Tesla got as high as 408 yesterday after the bell on their earnings. They did have a beat, I think roughly in line here on sales. EPS was a beat, lots of guidance and lots of Elon Musk typical lofty expectations here. Going to be using some Intel 14As, but either way, market right now not being too forgiving to TSLA. ServiceNow also getting hit pretty hard along with the entire software sector. Now, if you look at these numbers, not a bad look here, narrow beats for both EPS and sales, but ServiceNow did warn of some concerns here with quote-unquote geopolitical headwinds and how those could be impacting their situation here with terms of deals in fiscal 2026. B, saying there could be some near-term margin risks as well. Last but not least, SMCI, not an earnings name, but down an eye-popping amount here. Though, again, bouncing a little bit here off the open. Basically, reports here from, I believe, Bluefin that Supermicro could be losing a $1.4 billion contract from Oracle, ORCL. For what it's worth, last time I checked Oracle, they were also to the downside, though very likely on ServiceNow, Sympathy, and yeah, ORCL at day's lows, like a lot of these software stocks today. Bit of a bleak look for software, but it's never a bleak look if you join us over at Trader TV Live. So make sure to like and make sure to subscribe.
That's crazy.
Oh, what a rinse on CAR there. It was when CAR broke 300, the bid was 97 instantly. And then the next prints were like at 05. So you might have been filled low of day in 97, like 97 or 98 or something like that, if you even got it filled, because you throw your order out and then it slams you on the way back up, and now it's back at 05. And then I was telling Joe, I'm like, if I take that trade, you have to give it to 313. Right? So you're like, the risk is about $15 on any reasonable, which it could be worth it. Don't get me wrong, like it could be worth it. Just stick to some traditional
Imagine
stuff.
trying to buy, like, why would you imagine trying to play a retracement play on this right now.
But trying to catch a bid?
Yeah.
Well, I can imagine a lot of things. I think it needs a two-handle on it before you start thinking about that. Like I'm considering it if it gets a 2 under it. Whoops, I'm still on the SMCI chart.
Someone's saying QuantumScape, Epic.
Yeah, like if it gets into the 200s.
Oh yeah, QuantumScape to the downside. Yeah, that's crazy. Same with SMR moving lower. All right, Adele.
Hold down.
Yeah, QuantumScape did have some earnings here, and they basically said they're going to, I think, do some kind of pivot here with a AI power infrastructure that was deal with QuantumScape. Let's take a look, though, at some of these China plays. CAR just halted again as well. FXI and KWEB on watch, as well as, your typical Chinese ADRs, your JDs, your PDDs, your Alibabas. Financial Times reporting that the U.S. is considering ways to hold foreign actors accountable and accusing China of theft of AI tech. Now, these reported accusations come with less than a month until President Xi and President Trump meet up in Beijing. So looks like the China and U.S. trade tensions heating back up at an inopportune moment. We are supposed to get more comments from USTR Jameson Greer. So U.S. Trade Representative Greer should be talking today. I'll be looking to see if there's a stream available for that. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. Stop me if you heard this before, but Avis has halted down, which probably not a gigantic shock to anybody. The current tap is 290. It seems like every single time it halts, the theoretical auction price is just $1 from the close. That's been a bit of a pattern. So it's saying about 290, never any more than that. It's 291 currently. If it gets through 250, I'll maybe start hunting for some kind of a long play. But I got to watch out for the VWAP here has come in on SMCI. So we got our reversion. Looks like it might have a decent shot of bouncing off of the market's actually bouncing off of VWAP itself too. So here's the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I might like a long
trying to bounce
on the NASI, but
yeah, when I get a retracement, it goes to VWAP. That's usually the target. I'm trying to hold on to this, but if the market bounces here, I should take what you can get and don't be upset as well.
Where's my boy Gorev at here?
Gorev.
Yeah, Gorev, are you liking this long here potentially? And Los Pollos, where you at? Where are those two individuals at right now? TQ is right at the volume. Yeah, exactly. Los Pollos, yeah, Hell's Gate made it from watching you guys. No, sir, you press your own buttons. You've done that yourself. Don't. So congratulations. Have fun with it. Friday Junior for you. And as I say, don't spend it all in one place. Gorev, yeah, man, where you been at, man? Are you taking the long here potentially on the NASDAQ? What's going on? I have an uptrend on the NAS, so unless it breaks, it's a long. Okay, Hangry Wife thinking the long as well too. Maybe we can get a recovery in some of these big names. It's if you ask me, like QuantumScape is still bleeding. Wow. Okay, this thing is really starting to tank. Apple not doing too much. NVDA, is it leading the race? I think that's going to be one of the big tellers. Right now, it's at a key spot, right? Like a key inflection point. To bounce. Yeah. If we fail to establish a new high here, though, Neil, that lower high, then I think we may head back in towards the volume-weighted average price there. Tesla, what have you been doing? I mean, Christmas tree, as a lot of people were saying. Meta, somewhat of a recovery. So they're finding a bounce. Oracle, down to 176. This is a nice 1 minute print, but doesn't look there's going to be much follow through. I'm glad that we didn't take the long just yet on the NASDAQ, but Apple heading lower. If Google's climbing, then we're going to rock and roll. But no, it looks like this support level at 339 is going to be broken. And then with that being said, you'll see some more downside, most likely in the overall market and in Google. SMR been pretty good. I don't have too much left. Yeah, I'm going to be careful on that one, Hangry. There goes SMR continuing to the downside. Trend down here today was going from positive, from positive to negative. I know they say that in reverse, but Biggie Small says that anyways. We'll take a little bit more off there. Bang. Let's see if we can post up at, what are we at here now? 14s. We'll take some more off on SMR. It's been treating us well. Made a mistake, though. Before I send it back to you, Neil, I took half of my position off right there. Shouldn't have done that.
That's a LOD?
Yeah.
Whoa, what was that?
Yeah. It was literally at the LOD.
That was weird. There was just maybe just the one stock I was looking at. There was just a bit of a buyer that showed up on SMCI there. Might move my trail, but you know what? Guess what is not falling? I'm looking for something different, and it could really just be Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just doing nothing. The market came back in, it's holding around VWAP, there's no real flush, and it's breaking this trend a little bit here. Like it had well, it's not that long, it's just the pre-market to the open, and that's a reversal. I'm gonna take a shot. There. And I also see SMCI holding VWAP. So first things first, this is SMCI. I was eyeballing it. A buyer really snapped up, was losing VWAP, and someone just snapped up. So I just punched out the last of it at the volume weighted average price. Sometimes you got to ring the register.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, like I would have wanted this to be a little bit better, but hey, that's slow, higher low, breakout, potential higher low. Like at some point, it could just be a recovery. Excuse me, on SMCI. So finding something a bit different here with IBIT. Broke trend, does a reversal candle holding VWAP. It allows me to give it to that candle wick bottom, really only risking about 10 cents on it. So if the market holds VWAP, then I think I got something which has a chance at least to go.
I wish the feature was click the chart instead of click the tape. Imagine you could just click the chart on the level 2 and then it would give you the price that you want.
Oh, the chart?
Yeah.
I'm 90% sure you can enable that feature. I feel like.
No, it's you have to hit the L2.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can click chart, that'd be absolutely Deion Sanders there. All right, let's see if we can find something to get involved with. There goes the NASDAQ through the volume weighted average price. What are the other larger participants up to? NVDA not doing too much. Google, Apple starting to climb a little bit higher. Google potentially putting in a bottoming signal there. So if Google holds up, then we like it with what just happened right there. So yeah, we want to get involved in a little bit of the TQs. I think this one's going to be a trickier run. There was a good opportunity to get in.
Damn.
I mean, we're right at VWAP, so I mean, why not? Like, we have the opportunity to do so. We caught that additional fill on SMR. Let's see what everyone's saying. May 21st, CAR went exponential and dropped heavily like today. Yeah, CAR's going absolutely nuts. Can you take a look at Broadcom? Long, absolutely. We could do anything you guys would like to. Vinny Vici. Yeah. So let's see what we got going on here with CAR. Oh, sorry, no, it was Broadcom, AVGO. AVGO, yeah, I mean, new all-time high, once again, on this name. I mean...
It's not alone.
It's not... Who else hit that? AMD?
AM...
What are we at now on AMD?
305.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it looks like we tagged... Yeah, we might have tagged those 6s.
Okay.
Yeah, we tagged those 6. You're at the 305 right now.
Damn.
AMD just cannot be stopped at this point. But, oh, shoot, I have to go back over to Intel. Oh, shouldn't have shown you guys AMD. Intel just did that reversal off of the volume weighted average price. Okay, I'm going to take a second, if I can get in. Basically, I'm going to look for the same trade off the volume weighted average price, if I can get it. But I might have missed.
I have to go with the short.
You look away for 2 seconds, and that's how it goes, unfortunately. That's fine. I'm going to keep an eye also on SMCI. That might still break down in VWAP for a secondary push underneath. For those that are looking at CAR, that seems like it's not wanting to halt again, at least temporarily. But AMD, a little bit of a topping tail candle, but it did this before. Like it flashed signs of a sell early yesterday and was able to rebound. I don't know if the market's going to be able to help it today. The market doesn't seem to want to hold 27K on the NASDAQ just yet.
Short is looking like that long that I was thinking looking like a potential short. SMR is really bleeding here though, Neil, to the downside. So
maybe Oklow's better.
Yeah. I don't have any animations or anything for you guys. Otherwise, we'd be firing those up.
How about that one work?
Yeah. Oh, it works perfect.
It's like what's the guy? The Marvel dude. Why am I Ghost Rider?
Ghost Rider. Yeah.
How was I struggling to come
Nicolas
up with
Cage.
Ghost Rider? Come on, Neil.
Nicolas Cage, right?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Shout out to Nicolas Cage.
How have they not brought that back? How have they not done Ghost Rider?
I mean, didn't that guy blow through his whole fortune pretty much?
He did?
Yeah, that's what
Why then?
He's just like buying the most ridiculous stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea. I would. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, who knows?
That guy probably
who knows?
Come on, son.
Watching this new show called From. Have you heard of this show, From?
The guy from Lost is in it. Yeah, I know it.
From. If anybody watched that show, 3 minutes on Palantir. Let's see if the market holds up. It looks like it was breaking down. Let me know if you guys in the chat have watched this show From. Aside from that, yeah, the market looks like it wants to head a little bit lower. So maybe we'll I see a lot of people saying cages, bro. But the market heading lower, it doesn't really know what it wants to do. And I think there's just too many things coming into factor that we have to keep our eye on right now in order for us to take a long on it. So we'll avoid it. We'll try to find something else. SMR can't get out of its own way. Just continuous to the downside. I mean, we have 2 green 5-minute candles after the open, and now we're trading around 1303. So it's been an absolute bloodbath here today for SMR, and there it goes, take an additional leg lower. So we'll take some more off there, Neil. We only have about 10% left now, leaving some for a rider. We hit that 1-to-1 essentially, and then we took some off half, and then this was all, I guess, essentially bonus as the market is continuing to slide here.
Yeah, the market continues to slide, and I'm going to rejoin the ride in SMCI. So it got out because it bounced VWAP. Well, I'm going to take a shot with it, looking like it wants to lose the volume weighted average price. But I do have a new target exit here, just respecting there's your lower high, and then you go into the open. So that would be it's not really an all-day trend because it's 10:15, but it does give me an implicit target area in addition to that bottom. So SMCI, I'll give it to the same trail that I had, I should say, at the previous short. So just into those 90s, and see if we get a continuation flush there. IBIT is trying, but it broke that trend line, got in, still had the stop at prior bar, but I don't know if it's going to be able to hold on to it. It's looking relatively weak. It tried to go VWAP, there wasn't a break. Felt like I should have been in the Intel short again. That missed. But we got an SMCI, but did not get the fill on Intel as that continues to go down, downside. Yuckity yuck yuck. The market doesn't want to hold up at all, everybody. Not a good sign. Oh yeah, that's right. CAR also broke the low of the day. If you're keeping track, there was a green candle, and it was not a long in Avis. Still think it's got to get closer. Just zoom out on the daily chart. It's now halting down. This prior high was 248 or something. And then this one in here, the most local, is about 217. There's a long way this could go. Long way. Fuck.
It goes Broadcom right back to the top side. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think there's a bottoming. It's not that I think there was a bottoming signal right there at the lows here on SMR. See, the market's right back up. So it runs into this support level of 652, and then it just squeezes right back up, right? So, I mean, there's a good opportunity. If you get into the detail of the price action, you can probably see some indecision prints right there at some key support levels. Off to the races you go. Gives you a little bit of a move. 60 cents, just like that, man. That's a nice little move there on the NASDAQ. Or sorry, 20 cents, what am I talking about? This is the Qs, so T-triple Qs. So yeah, not too bad of a play. I mean, it's been trend down, aggressive selling here in new scale power, and then you put in a little bit of a bottoming signal, bottoming tail candle right there. So you can see that we have a large volume print, and then you print that 1 minute. So let's see if we get that curl over. Who CAR did?
USO.
USO made a new...
USO just broke VWAP.
Oh, okay, to the downside.
Yeah,
so that's going to help with the...
The second that breaks VWAP, I can tell you in the same moment, just punch out of SMCI as that one head to the downside. But it's not seeming to help the long in IBIT, though. So it's one for 4 on SMCI. Thankfully, we had that Intel, but we're not getting much of a bounce. Bitcoin is doing a decent job of holding on to the lows. It's just not really doing anything with it. I can't add to this unless we crack, in my pin for myself, I can't add to this until it gains the volume weighted average price. It's one thing to make some higher lows, but I want to see this above VWAP to be able to build into it. It's good that USO is going lower, but it's just not looking perfect at all. Let's go over to the desk. We've got a Dara with an update.
I have a stock, actually, I know you are involved with it, at the very least, Neil, in our trades of the year. It's going to be FCX. Freeport-McMoran CEO making some comments during their earnings call. They reported earnings this morning, saying that U.S. copper demand has actually risen due to AI and related structure, but we actually just got this most recent pop here in the most recent series of comments where the CEO says that in China they're seeing a significant resurgence of copper demand due to power grid spending and significant draws on Chinese inventory. So it looks like both China and U.S. copper demand strong, according to the CEO of FCX. See you guys in a couple of minutes for our small cap recap.
Yeah, but the bigger problem is the more strength you see in oil, and the longer this goes on, you just start to see real ridiculous demand risk And that's going to weigh. That's just going to weigh in all the metals, whether it's the dollar effect or whether it's the recession effect, potential recession effect. And with what you're seeing in Europe, what you're seeing in Asia, it doesn't necessarily bode well, all that well for FCX in the short term. We'll see. I mean, ultimately, I think longer term will be just fine, but yeah, not looking that good. I guess CAR is catching. This might be 2 in a row.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, what is it off of the lows? Holy cow! I was looking
it
at
is off the lows.
Oh, Atlanta. I was looking at this thing at like 312. It drops all the way down to 268. Is that from a commercial? Oh, my Atlanta?
Yeah.
I have no idea, man.
Oh, okay.
We just get these sayings. I was raised by the elderly, so get all these weird sayings. Aside from that, like, there's the Nasdaq. I gotta avoid this thing at all costs. I think it's just a little bit more tricky to trade here today, as USO is climbing higher. I mean, there's a there's an indecision print right below the volume-weighted average price. Why isn't this thing moving? What are we trading at right now? What time is it? 10:10. This thing's 20 minutes behind.
What?
My USO chart. It's on a 5-minute time frame. Okay, there we go. That makes a little bit more sense. So, yeah.
Fail.
Yeah, I know, man. Hit that one more time for us there, Assassino. Yeah, big time.
Fail.
That was probably like the most annoying sound ever when you're just like clicking on something on your computer and it just like would just always do that. But yeah.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, you're long now, IBIT. You're thinking the long here
I've
on
been
Bitcoin?
Well, it was essentially just a trend break. I've had this trade oftentimes. Oh, another. Well, that's a halt up. Never mind. I just got distracted. No, it was this. Wick the bottom, higher low, hold the trend. It's held onto the wick this entire time. Like, it's got like twice, like almost every single candle, it's threatened to break the higher low without actually doing it. But it also hasn't given anything above VWAP to add to it. So it's just risking the 10 and it hasn't gone against. It hasn't broken the downside yet. Don't necessarily love it, but I'll take that usually 8 times out of 10. It's the add above VWAP that I'm usually a bigger fan of when I start to really like the position. Now let's go back up to the desk with Adara. CAR is halted up for the first time today. Adara? Oh, that was a miss.
We'll tell you another stock that's moving to the upside here, Neil, and actually at its high of day. It's Buru, B-U-R-U, New Buru. This is a name that I know for a fact has been mentioned on the show before, if not even traded during the midday. $56.5 million, no news, 22.5% short float, and as I mentioned, a name that gets a decent amount of traction and views by those who trade small caps. Pineapple Financial, a name I know we've also mentioned because Pineapple's over here. AAPL announcing they expanded their share buyback program now up to $15 million. Did get a pop yesterday after the close. We've got a $21 million market cap and an 8 million share float. Last but not least, AUUD Audia, another name that has certainly rallied in the past, secured their 14th patent. This one is going to be expanding their AI infrastructure portfolio to 16 issued and pending patents for parking lot deployments. Worth noting here, just under $4 million market cap for Audia. They also have a 500,000 share float, so small float and small market cap for AUUD. Back to you.
You got to try. Like, I was just telling Joe, like, if CAR got like $100 from the volume-weighted average price, then I would have been definitely looking for a bid. But it'll be a 5-minute halt on this bad boy. Okay, now IBIT's trying to hold on to the volume-weighted average price. So it's been like a slow bounce on this. Still no real strength above VWAP yet. It just kind of travels in between. So I'm not adding on the low. I just don't feel like this is the right way to do so. What would rather see some continuation from the market as strength or to the downside on USO to maybe give a little bit more juice. It's just not looking that strong at all. And Intel is looking a little bit better. But I missed a reloaded VWAP once. The market looks stronger the second time through. And the weird thing is I came in and was bullish on Intel off of the open, and then it ends up, sometimes that's how it is. You're bullish on it. It doesn't really dip into 65. Now we're diddling in the middle. You take what you can get. The VWAP trade is what's next, for sure. And then Tesla, man. Like,
yeah, Tesla. Our guy.
LOD. How is the market really going to rebound if this is at the low and breaking lower? ServiceNow is at the low and breaking lower. Who else do we have under pressure? IBM's bouncing, so that ends up being not that bad. No way it bounced by lucky number. No, it bounced at 222. Oh, that's hilarious. I love 222.
Do we short the Nasdaq here at this support level? Like it can't breach the volume weighted average price. It's just that factoring what USO is up to with this thing is just making me a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger.
Well, What's your, like you came in today and the first thing you were thinking when we got to VWAP is you wanted to look for the long off the volume weighted average price. But the other thing that you always say, and I'm using your own words here, if you're looking at what to do on the cues, you say look at the big boys.
Yeah.
So then that's what. If you want to pick a direction,
absolutely.
maybe use that to help.
They're too all over the place right now, in my opinion. So it's just like the guy was just saying. We were talking about car. If it's that complicated to put together something, then I think it's just best that we avoid it, even though it's so tempting. I appreciate that, John.
Oh, it's real tempting.
Marin. It's so tempting. It's
like I said, if it gets 100, if the bid is $100 away from the volume weighted average price, I'm going to look for a mean revert. That's just that's too insane. $100 from VWAP? It got to 73, just to give you an idea, and that was pretty far extended. Like, think of how absurd it has to be. Okay, we just went through, back to the markets here for a second.
Yeah.
I'm not going to redraw the trend line. You get it. It broke the trend.
Pull.
We're holding above the volume-weighted average price now, so we're going to leave the same stop in. I've added once, but I want to get all in on a close confirming the volume-weighted average price here on IBIT, and then just look at that upward trend. So now you got a nice upward trend that we're playing into on Bitcoin. Remember, if you're looking at Bitcoin, you have to respect the fact, like this is IBIT, Bitcoin is at 77.7, so 78,000 might be a little bit of resistance, so I will be scalping into this high on IBIT.
On IBIT. We've got to think of a poll here, because our boy Patrick was like, yeah, we didn't do a poll yet this
I feel like it's got to be somehow car related?
Car related, Tesla related. There goes there goes your Bitcoin long, Neil. That's looking pretty good. Joe, you are so much more brave with TSLA. I always trade in 5 or 10 cent intervals.
What's that?
No, but I mean, I wouldn't say that, brother. Like, I don't know what you mean in like 5 or 10 cents. Yeah, I use the exact same thing. Like, that's how I do that's how I do the math in my head. Like, it's, again, like, so here I'm like, okay, what's 20 cents up here? So we go to 93, X amount of shares. Say you're risking 100 shares, 20 cents, that's $20. I mean, it's not that simple. You add another 5 cents, $25. Like, that's just how I do it. I keep it simple. I keep it at like whole numbers. Like, I'm not going to go in and like, yeah, I'm going to buy 113 and a half shares at this level because it's this. No, I'm like, okay, how much risk am I putting on if it's 120, 150, 200 shares, right? If that's what you're meaning by. The TQ's moving back towards the top side. SMR starting to find somewhat of a bounce. Put some poll ideas in the chat. We'll get that fired up. Patrick, you were asking about if you wanted one. Sure enough, we can figure out some good things. Bitcoin continuing to move higher. Is the market going to rebound? We've had a half an hour. So what are we at now? We've had an hour of essentially sideways. We've had an hour of essentially sideways price action. The past half hour has been trading within this range. So maybe you're going to find some accumulation. Like that's 652 exactly, and then 653 exactly have been acting as support and resistance. Neil, talk to us.
We'll talk to you about the markets, man. They're all over the place. They are active, and that means opportunity. And big moves means more setups. You get more momentum. You know what? If you want to take advantage, you need a couple things. You need discipline. You need capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in, everybody. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategies and managing their risk. No more fear of blowing up that personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your personal savings. This is limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of volatility in today's markets and you don't want to risk your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code and get 10% off. Scan it now, get that 10% off. A deal is a deal is a deal, and if you can get yourself a discount, you can. All right, so we just got to pre-market highs. I get it. Bitcoin's a 24-hour market, but IBIT, I'm still calling it the pre-market high because that's what it is. Now I'm just working off the trend line. We've scalped some out, and it's looking for either buy the dip because we fail the high and buy it back into the trend line, or look for the gap fill. So the gap comes in from here. First stop, the opening range bottom is just in the 30s, so I'll probably let's go Larry Bird. And then if we break a little bit higher outside of that opening range bottom, let's get into the prior close area, which would be 44.60-ish. I mean, it's 675, but I'll just put it to like 60 up here. So I have some definite targets up there. I'm just going to throw the orders out in case it happens. But I also am looking to buy the dip into the trend line. Oh, guess what? Halted down again. For those that are trading car, There was a bounce. I promise you, it did happen a little bit, and now we're halted down at 274. So the flush is very much still on in Avis. Yuck,
Yeah.
nasty, everything you want to say about it. Tesla's still heading downside. Well, I have to slap the fail on Tesla.
Ooh.
I do. Because while I was messing in SMCI and Intel, Tesla also pulled back into prior support and was probably actually a better short. Right? Like, remember, that's what happens. Sometimes that's just how it is. You know, like Intel, I guess Intel's pretty good. Might still be good, but that Tesla was pretty nasty.
Yeah, Jaws said it's free money.
What's free money?
Jaws said free money shorting card. Jaws my boy, but it's not that. Is it free money though?
It's been a win. There's no question.
It's been a win.
Well, I'll be real. Like when it broke, it was 350 this morning. Remember, it is SSR, right?
Yeah.
So it halted down once.
Yeah.
It halted down once.
Yeah.
It opened back. There was an even $350 level to be punched. I got no fill, and then it halted down to 340, 360. So it's a matter of like, can you get in? And the thing about that trade is, like, you're giving it minimum, to me, a minimum 11, but like that's a risk to 362, 67, plus whatever slippage. Remember I said $15 worth of risk? Because if you break the 50, if I got filled, probably like 49s at best. I think that's where you cross to. And then you're risking up to here. So add slippage in, that's $15 worth of risk. It would have been worth it. But guess what? SSR. You can't hit the bid. So either it picks you up on the way down, or on an upward move, you short it back in the upside. This is not a stock I want to short back in the upside. I just don't want to do it. Because I feel like you could be insta-halt up.
Yeah.
And difficult to manage risk on it.
Insta-halt. Yeah, aside from that, I mean, you're getting the curl over here. IBIT you see that topping tail on the 5-minute there, Neil, on IBIT? I think we can break that though. Like right through that pre-market high. Let's see what we get going on here.
It's putting in a higher low, but not a VWAP.
So is the NAS here, and I'm like, all right, there's a nice little play potentially. And if USO continues to move to the downside, you might be able to find an opportunity here for the NASDAQ to climb a little bit higher. Netflix looks like it wants to break down, but I don't think I'm going to be shorting this thing anytime soon. We'll just see what we got going on here in SMR to see if we're taking additional leg lower. I mean, where can a potential target be? Let's map that out now to see what some next key levels are going to be on SMR. So we do give back that afternoon breakout. Could we be talking about a 1292 level? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, yeah, so there it is. Oh, Neil, didn't you point this out? At this previous pivot high at like 1292 on SMR. So you had that, you had that early session high right at 1292 on SMR. You bounce off of it a little bit here. So that was a big time pivot coming into play. Dara, what do you have for us?
We do have some comments coming from a Pakistani diplomat on the U.S.-Iran situation. I mean, nothing like earth-shattering or groundbreaking, but I do think it is of note and that kind of highlights one of the issues here. So this diplomat saying that continuing negotiations between the U.S. and Iran will require concessions from both countries. Now, we know there are certain concessions that neither country is willing to make. We know the U.S. does not want Iran to have any kind of uranium enrichment or nuclear program. We know Iran really wants payment from the U.S. They want to make sure they control the Strait of Hormuz. So what concessions Pakistan thinks either country would be even willing or able to make is unclear. But either way, Pakistan's saying, I guess, until these concessions kind of occur, it's pretty tough for these negotiations to continue. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted.
VWAP short on Hertz right now.
Yeah, madness, bro.
Thank you in the chat reminding me that, like, you can, if you think it's going all the way back in, and Hertz had no business being up outside of following along, there's still some room here for Hertz to fall to 580. Like, that's 30 pennies, so you'd want, if you're stopping there, you need to be filled in the 20 range. Yeah, I need to be filled in the 20 range, but I don't mind. Like, it just feels like sitting here in front of VWAP, if you're just going to fall all day long, like, it's like if I get picked up, I get picked up. It's not SSR. I don't have to worry about any of that other nonsense. So I'm just going to sit on the offer, and if they pick me up on the way back to the upside at some point, then congratulations. And I know where I want to be wrong, and I know where it can get to. So IBIT didn't give us the reload into VWAP. It was just a simple trend break, take the higher low. Didn't really get the dip into the volume weighted average price, but it looks like a hold. And I'm looking for the gap fill at this point You know, the market's showing all kinds of strength right now. Like, if we can get back to the high in the market, I can see Bitcoin being as good, if not a little bit better. You're consolidating underneath VWAP here on USO. It's been all down for oil. I don't want to jinx it, but remember, a headline could come any minute now. You never really know. So we keep our ear to the ground for that. But for now, we're trending down. That seems to me to be good for the longs here. I mean, unless you're looking at it.
Yeah. Hal, I hear what you're saying. What was it that, was it two institutions essentially bought about like 87 or like 80+%? So I mean, what is there really to investigate it?
They said they soaked up the float, but they also had there was also like some synthetic positioning as well. I've seen the videos and people talking about how it's over 100%. From what I understood, it was about 82, 83% that was soaked up by a couple of firms in Avis. And then until they released, and there was over 20% short. So it created a situation where the available float was less than what was already short. But if you consider how much this is turned over, A. B, the other thing that gets me, we've had free locates on, like here at Real Trading, we've been able to short this for free.
Yeah, that's
at will the entire time of this move. So at no point has it been we're getting overcharged for it by our broker, which would suggest that those firms were willing to lend it out.
And
Those holding were still willing to lend shares out. It's almost as if they wanted fuel thrown on the fire. That's the only thing I can think of. But either way, the over 100%, I don't know if I really ever understood that.
Helen Pack Rick, let's go. Yeah, I mean, Pack Rick is saying that Tesla finding somewhat of a rebound here. Netflix not doing that. SMR starting to find somewhat of a pullback. So what broker do you guys use? Sorry if this has already been discussed, just curious. This is a prop floor, right? So like this is a proprietary, the proprietary floors software. So yeah. It's not like a public broker or anything along those lines. Like your IBKRs or your whatever other like TDs and everything along those lines. Yeah, I mean there's the market, right? Like I was thinking about, hey, do we go long? Lemons or Hangry, were you still long this name here or the Nasdaq essentially? A nice recovery on Tesla here, but I still think it's going to be trend down. This thing is weak. This pullback seems, I know what you're saying about the volume there, Pat Rick, but it's just giving me weakness all around. I don't think we're going to get that full-blown recovery. A lot of indecision prints here on IBIT. That went on a pretty good run yesterday.
But look at what's going on in other places.
Yeah, Amazon. Yeah, exactly. Amazon is strong.
Right now.
Yeah, I've seen that. Amazon is. Yeah.
Like that's looking pretty strong. Like you do have some things that look pretty like. If Apple can break VWAP here, I mean, it's an if. It's definitely an if. With Amazon showing that strength, bad wick. Sorry about the wick there on Microsoft. Microsoft is clawed back to get to the volume weighted average price and on the verge of just potentially breaking.
Yeah.
Right? You've got Meta out here, which is just barely above the volume weighted average price on the verge of trying to break higher. Again, I just like the IBIT from the setup, and it's shown no signs of wanting VWAP on a pullback. I think it can still break out and get to this prior low from yesterday. Bitcoin, 78,000 would be next. That's the area that I'm looking for a bit of a not consolidation, but a bit of resistance is the word I'm looking for, where we're going to get it next. And then let's see what some of the other proxies are doing. Because I bet you, look at the turn on MSTR.
Ooh.
Like that's V-shape already into the highs. There's momentum back into the upside, man. Like oil is slowly heading down. It just feels to me like we're going to get some of this. It's kind of an arbitrary level that I'm sitting at. It's not arbitrary. It's just off of these lows from yesterday. If it fails close to, look, we're at 77.92.
Yeah.
So if I see this flash 78 and there's a seller at the 70, I'll probably just take some off there. But we're not there just yet. So I'm still going to give it a little bit more room.
Yeah, Neil and I both equally like probably around the same. Neil trades it as much as I do. Maybe,
most days.
IBIT, exactly. Why not? There it goes, off to the races. Nasdaq climbing higher. We're almost at the high of the day on the SPY. We're getting SMR to slowly start to recover. Maybe we'll find somewhat of a curl around and we can reload this and take an additional leg lower. That would be pretty sweet. Texas Instruments up 16% as well too. Exactly, yeah, Tube. So, I mean, there's a lot going on here today. You're finding the recovery here in Tesla. Netflix looks like it wants to break down and give back the majority of this uptick here, adding towards that share buyback program. total of $25 billion. That's substantial. Like, you know, that's quite a bit.
That's a decent. That's
yeah,
a
that's
chunk.
like a good. That's a good amount, and that
chunk.
makes me even like it even more, right? More control behind the scenes, and this is essentially what we want from Netflix.
Well, when you asked the question this morning and was like, I think you put it to me, it was Netflix. Well, you have to buy one of Netflix, and then I think it
was Tesla,
Netflix. What was the third one?
What was it?
At these prices, what the heck was the third one?
Microsoft. Yeah.
And I don't think it would have even been. I said Netflix, and I'm not sure that's a popular decision between those three.
Mm-hmm. But could it be why?
But I do like Tesla. I just don't want it at these prices.
Yeah.
The day after earnings. That, like, to me, that's the difference. Whereas
Fair.
Netflix is already off of an area and a level that I was previously a buyer, so I do like. Just one note here. You're getting a bit of a trend down break, so I did punch some out. We got to almost at 78,000, and it wasn't even that there was a seller, but here's the move in USO. Like, it caught a bid, broke this little bit of a downtrend, so to me, that's an obvious spot. I was just looking at AMD and a trend there, but I'm talking about IBIT. An obvious spot to take some out, right? So I always have my eye on USO. Saw us get close to that 78K level, saw the turn up there in USO, and then just immediately just hit the bid where it was. I still want to go for the reload. You've got the trend break, the higher lows. We're going to coincide with the volume weighted average price. But I want to see it bounce first. I want to see the bounce and try to get it on the back end of the trade and not the front end on the way down. If I can catch the reload on the back end, we'll hold on to the last little piece. But I am looking for a potential reload here in IBIT. Just want to pay attention to any big twists and turns in oil and react to that. It's not about reacting to them. It's just that if all of a sudden we start screaming higher and you have a chance to get the offer before it reacts to USO, great. And if this continues downward trend, then hopefully I can find that dip buy in there somewhere.
Yeah, in USO. I mean, yeah, the market's just like really bouncy right now. So I'm glad that we've been avoiding that. I'm looking for a potential reload here in SMR. Let's see if we can find something. This is going to be a key out area. So essentially what we would have going on is a free roll. Considering we've took out the majority of our position here, you would see my average price drastically drop down. And we could use this pivot essentially as it's our out, right? Or just free roll. As soon as our unrealized gains go flat, then we just get out. So we'll be patient, wait for that curl over, a couple more retests. And if we fail to establish a break of this level, then I think that could be a green light to go. And we have an inverted hammer candle on the 5-minute. You can see that Netflix is opening around the low. So you have a 5-minute print opening at the lower end of the range. We're getting that uptick that we're looking for right now. But I think it's been a pretty solid decision that we've been avoided the NASDAQ here today. Unless you're catching the lower end of the range, it's definitely been choppy, slightly cleaner in the SPY. So with that being said, I want to see how the financials are holding up here today. But let's go to Adair first.
The sector board really being controlled by earnings, as I kind of indicated earlier this week. We're going to start to see where these earnings names either impact a whole sector or stand out from other names in the sector. And you actually see examples of both on today's sector board. So let's start with tech services. Weak across the board, likely being driven by ServiceNow with decent earnings here, kind of mid-tier earnings, but guidance concerns here about how the geopolitical headwinds in the Middle East are going to impact some of their deal ability. So Oracle, Palantir, AppLovin, Palo Alto Networks, Accenture, IBM with their own earnings report, CRM all to the downside. You also got Health Technology with Thermo Fisher to the downside on earnings, and an otherwise kind of strong to mid sector here. Consumer services looking good. Comcast standing out with their report this morning. Utilities to the upside, industrial services to the upside, producer manufacturing, consumer non-durables, retail trade, and electronic technology all a pretty good look. Finance, mostly strong, but Blackstone to the downside on earnings, about 5%, and commercial services also weak. Non-energy minerals, last one I want to highlight. You've got Freeport-McMoRan here down 10% after their earnings report, and Newmont also in this sector. They're going to be reporting tonight. Back to you.
Or something like that.
Will Avis. Let's put Carr. I'm going to get a poll up. Thank you, Adair. I'm going to get a poll up. Will Carr, everyone knows that's Avis by now. What's the low of the day? 247. How about this?
Is it? Is the low? Okay, so say two,
well,
like
that's
two
a
and
bad
a quarter. Yeah, 2 1/4.
I'm going to say, will it trade under 250? Will Carr trade under 250? Today. You guys know what I mean today.
Yeah.
So 1 is yes, Whoops, I can't even type. Yes. No. Very simple. So everyone in the chat, Avis, the low is about 250 something. Whatever, it's close to that. It dropping $10 is nothing today. So will it close under, or will it trade under 250? Yes or no? I think this is going to be heavy on the yes side, and I'm going to throw that in there as well. All the ones. We'll leave this up for a bit, and then we'll probably put a more serious poll up. Maybe about Tesla or the overall market, whatever one thinks.
I think that's pretty serious.
But just, you think this is a serious one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it? I guess fair enough. It's whatever the viewers like.
Exactly.
I feel like there'd be more interest in trying to figure out where Tesla's going to end up, or if the market's going to make some kind of a decision here, because we're right back to where we were when we opened effectively. Like, we just done basically nothing on the NASDAQ. So get your votes in. You type 1 if you think car is trading under 250 at any point today, and you type 2 if you think no, that the bottom is in on Avis. And whether you think the bottom is in today or not, let's just say that the top is definitely in.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So, like, this was 2 days ago. 24 hours ago, this was just over 24 hours ago, this was $800. It is now $270. And remember how parabolic this was on the way up. No matter how fast you think something goes up in the market, there's a reason they have the saying, the market goes up like an escalator and down like an elevator. That has and always will be true, in my opinion. I've never really seen that to be otherwise. The faster it is squeezing to the upside, the nastier it can be coming back into the downside. But with that said, it's still caught a bid. The last halt was to the upside on car. IBIT or Bitcoin. Someone asked me what is IBIT. If you don't know, IBIT is just an ETF for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It's one of the Bitcoin ETFs. It's the one that does the most intraday volume.
Yeah.
So typically it's at about 10 million today. The other ETFs wouldn't have done as much volume. So it's preferential for a day trade if you're an equity trader.
Savage.
So it's still putting in higher lows, but it has not pulled back into VWAP. So I'm still looking for that gap fill. I haven't caught the reload yet. I haven't had a reason to, but I wanted to fill more of the gap in before I take any out. So looking for that bid to reload this trade. And what else do we have? I was just looking at AMD. I know I had this one up when I was talking about something else. It's because I was doing this. Like, look at all these bottoming tail wicks into this trend line. Like, if you put the bodies up, like if I give it to the bodies, it's starting to converge. So if I put the wick bottoms and the bodies, which I can save both of them if I really want to, get rid of that from yesterday. A trend break on AMD looks like a good setup, but remember, the market has turned strong. I'm not a huge fan of that. If we get all the way to the top, and then break the trend, because AMD couldn't recover to its highs, I like that short better. For now, I'll be patient with it. Like, IBIT's continuing to work, so we'll hang on to this. Maybe something crazy happens in car, and we could take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people were talking about Robinhood this morning as well, too. I mean, it's not doing too much. It's around $86. Bitcoin putting in a new high of the day. The NASDAQ recovering. TRT, we can take a look at that momentarily. Oh, Apple putting a nice indecision 5-minute print at a key support level. Gaurav, you might like this one.
That's not bad.
This candle right here on Apple.
I might like that.
Yeah. I like this print here on the 5-minute time frame. What is the detail telling us? We still have this downtrend here, though. If that breaks and you sit on the backside of that, then sure enough, maybe you're going to climb back into VWAP, and that's going to help drag the NASDAQ higher. So, I mean, things are looking pretty optimistic. Amazon was definitely the strongest out of the mag, consolidating around these highs. So with that being said, I mean, if you're looking to get involved, it's just this little feisty bugger right here, USO, not really deciding what it wants to do at the moment, even though it is below VWAP. So SanDisk 595. Did this thing hit 1,000? No, it didn't.
It got really close.
Yeah, 980 on that one. SMR has been the trader of the day, back to 44.20. So this nice steady uptrend. Neil, the thing that I'm worried about here in Bitcoin,
44.20.
Yeah, 44.20, man.
420.
A couple days, yeah, 420, man.
I'm just saying.
So does anything look familiar or similar to you with this Bitcoin chart here?
Not really, but anytime I see that, if it pulls back into the prior support, that's the exit.
So you don't think that...
It's always the exit.
Yeah. So you don't think this is similar, right?
Well, it's done that multiple times.
Yeah.
Where's my 15? I have a 1 hour chart on Bitcoin around here somewhere. This one.
Blow it up.
Like you can make the argument that
that's fair.
It's had the up moves and broken down. That being said, on the hour, the reason I'm a little bit bullish in here is I could draw another channel. It's an upward channel if you go back about to the start of the month on Bitcoin. So as long as it's done that, like right now we're at the 78, and it never really reached the bottom. I like the fact that it's trying to do something different, it looks like. Okay. Like you have a little bit, like it's about 77 in here. And as long as we held on to this, I think there's room back into the upside. If you break down underneath like 77K, then I'd look for the extension back into the trend line. But for now, it's a little bit of a trend break, and I'm a big stickler for these like VWAP to the next level kind of trades. So until it fills in the gap, or they get bounced off VWAP here, until it fills in this gap, I want to try to give it a chance to hold the up move. If it gets into the top of the gap, I'll probably be a look at me short IBIT, but not till it gets up there.
Fair enough. I mean, there goes SMR. You're down 3.3% and starting to head lower. I mean, it failed to put in a new high right here.
Flush.
So yeah, there's a clean flush right there. And another 10 cents. So there's might be so Darius says I'm putting my life savings into liquid natural gas calls at $2.60. Hey man, you guys know where I stand on that
LNG, baby.
Yeah, man. You guys know where I stand on that yellow stuff. So, hey, there it is. A continuation to the breakdown with SMR as the market is holding up pretty good right now. Tech names are pretty strong.
I feel like people say they're putting their life savings into something as like a bit of a, like that's just a figure of speech.
Yeah.
When
I'm taking Darius literal here though. Like, do it, man. I don't know.
I'm hoping not to.
Yeah.
I mean, like nobody's like we're not like we're day traders here to.
That's what.
This is what's moving. This is what I'm trading. Kind of deal is what we're all about. Yeah. But I would kind of hope that.
Yes, there.
You know what? You could always be. I guess you could be like young enough or something that like it's just like a shot play when you're like.
Yeah.
It just seems a little bit irresponsible.
I mean, what did Achilles once say? Like. You can die when and no one will remember your name, but if you do something, people will remember your name.
You know what? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Get out of here. I could give a rat's you-know-what.
Yeah.
What the world... I don't give a the world remembers my name. Does my daughter respect me when I pass?
That's all that matters.
Does she look back fondly on memories? Do my family and friends respect me?
Yeah,
there's a whole lot of people that I don't know. Like, it is what it is. Like, to each their own, I suppose.
Yeah,
but
it depends.
You know, you gotta have the focus somewhere. The whole life savings thing is just like, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
that seems a little bit crazy to me. But
UNG calls, son, let's go. Yeah, he's in it, man. I mean, he's in it to win him. Let's go over to it, Dara.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Wise words from Neil here on this Thursday morning. Let's take a look at the U.S. dollar. We did get a bit of a topping tail candle here as of right now that's currently forming on the DXY. Flat on the day following 2 days of strength, though relatively range-bound on the DXY in both Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, we did get some economic data this morning, so I'm going to go over it for you guys. Jobless claims here lower than expected for the... continued jobless claims, higher than expected here for continued and initial jobless claims. 214,000 versus 210,000 initial. Continued 1.821 million versus 1.816 million expected. Chicago National Activity Index a little bit lower than we were expecting, but the exact opposite was the case at 9:45 with these PMI prints. You get S&P Services PMI 51.3 versus 50.6. Manufacturing PMI 54 versus 52.5 expected, and composite 52 versus 50.6 expected. So all three of these prints higher than we were expecting. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting another print that's going to be of note here potentially for the market. University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment, final print for the month of April. Forecast here, 48.5. So that would be above the prior print of 47.6. We're expecting roughly in line here. 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations, they're going to be roughly around the same as the prior print. It's worth noting that last Michigan Consumer Sentiment print was actually the lowest on record as far as I was seeing that prelim print. So let's see if we get a little bit of an improvement in this final print for April, or if things just get worse. But on that fun note, we're going to send you back over to Joe and Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Just quickly, USO is attempting to break the LO. Well, it's the low of the morning. We've been lower in the pre-market. So you have oil futures heading downside slightly. You got the market pressing toward the highs. Bitcoin's pressing toward the highs. But also, we got a little bit of this.
Oh, you got that?
I got the button now.
All right, let's go.
Thank you to, is Ramin here? Well, Ramin messaged me, and then I didn't have, all week long, I didn't have the button for that. But you know what? Before I tell you what we're having for lunch, here's my reaction, and everybody in the chat should know exactly what the lunch is based on my reaction to seeing it on the menu.
Okay.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Fried chicken. Dang. There we go.
See how quickly Joe got that one? So he just spoiled it. It's an American flag today on the lunch. And you are right if you guessed it. No, it's not tilapia. Joe already said fried chicken. Southern style crispy fried chicken.
It's not John.
Don't even try booing that, Sharif. I don't want to hear any of that.
Me and Sharif were boo.
Garlic infused quinoa and brown rice. That should probably be a biscuit, but beggars can't be choosers in this particular situation. So I'm very happy with this. There's a vegetarian option that says crispy fried cauliflower. Thankfully, I'm not getting that because I'm not a huge fan of cauliflower, so I'm glad I'm getting the good. Dara,
I was going to say, I remember a couple weeks ago when the fried chicken was with the Canadian flag, so I'm very happy that the flags seem to have, been corrected for this because fried chicken and Canadiana are kind of hard for me to put together here.
But where's the cheddar biscuit? Or just a regular biscuit? I'm really not that much of a complainer when it comes to that, but I will take that. We got to be happy.
Someone said grape drink too.
Yeah? Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. Chappelle said it for a reason. No, was it Chappelle or was it Eddie Murphy? Probably Eddie Murphy. Look, who doesn't like fried chicken? And when you were a kid,
there's a lot of people out there that.
Okay, fine. If you don't eat meat, fair enough. But then if you eat meat, then you like fried chicken, right? And grape drink is delicious.
Yeah.
I don't care. And you know what? I think watermelon's the most overrated fruit there is. There's some things I just don't. That you can't slap that stereotype on me. I am that dude. Watermelon is the most overrated fruit out there. I don't get it. I'll eat it if it's in front of me, but I'm never like, I gotta have some watermelon. No, who really? It's not that good.
Overrated.
Way better fruits, bro. Mango's better. Pineapple's better. There's all kinds of better fruits.
Pineapple is not better than watermelon.
Yeah, it is.
No, it is.
As long as it ain't on the pizza, it is.
Yo, you're wild. You're wilding now.
Yeah, then I'm wild. Then I'm wilding. Then that's fine by me.
There's no way. Mango is easily the goated fruit in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Yeah.
Mango. Oh, yes. Nice. Get the sweet mango. When it's in season, if you're in the islands, everybody's selling it on the street, and you'll just stop, buy a couple. Get home, be like, I need more. Eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
How blunder.
By the way, the shorts are eating it up. What did we say, 250? I'm gonna might as well end the poll right now. No point. We just hit 252. Will card trade under $250? Well, it's probably gonna do that before we get to 11 o'clock. It was 75% said yes. There's still a chance for anyone that voted no on that, as it is holding the line like an absolute champion at 250. That's probably going to go. Wow.
Yes, Strobe.
A lot of people are hating that take, eh?
Yeah,
you don't like that take.
Do the poll, man.
But don't see. Here's my whole thing, though. Don't tell me that you gotta like certain things. You gotta hate certain.
No, exactly.
One of my biggest beefs, and this is a huge one. Like, actually, I'm gonna be real for a second, and then we'll get into that. One of the things that annoys me the most is this whole idea that because I'm from somewhere, I look a certain way. Whatever. I'm from this town. I'm a brother. You have to like this. You gotta like that. You gotta vote this. You gotta believe that. Like, what kind of utter nonsense is that? And
it's all BS.
Everything comes from my pops. My dad grew up on Antigua, island of like 60,000 people. Like, he was into like reading James Bond novels. Do you think anybody else on the island of Antigua was reading James Bond novels? But he loved it. That's what he was into, and so he paved his own path. And then anyone want to tell him he lost his card because he studied all day, or because he liked to read books, or because he was a nerd? And I got raised on that nonsense. So I slap that stuff out down straight. You tell that to me, I'm smacking it down straight up.
Get that out.
I like what you're gonna like, and don't let anybody tell you what you have to be in this.
Tell them that, Neon.
You don't have to actually smack them though, because violence is bad. But with only about 2 minutes to go in here, We might have missed some super chats
right?
while we were ranting and getting excited about
You just dropped the poll,
the chicken.
man. We got Danny. We got a bunch of super chats.
We have a bunch of super chats. Can we throw those up there if we can? Come on the page. Chris, appreciate you. Thank you, pure soul. You know what? Like I said, I get all credit to my parents, man. Rowan Speed, pre-market analyst showed me Tesla up on open, scalped a 25% account. Scalped a 25% account calls in 230, topped out up 3K at 940 in 10 minutes. Great pre-market help and outlook on Tesla before the drop. I wish I had taken. I just did not listen to my own note today. Actually, that's not true. I prioritized the wrong stock at the open, and that would be the better example.
Yeah.
I think we might have had one more. Did we have another one there, Andre? Yes, we did. Ian Rispetto. Neil, remember the Chappelle Show skit where he orders the fried chicken on the plane? I love Dave Chappelle. That's a great one. He's got a bunch of fantastic ones out there, and Key and Peele are pretty good too. They got some absolute bangers. My dad died over the Clayton Bigsby. I remember the first time he saw it. He's like, that is one of the funniest sketches I've ever seen.
Clayton Bigsby is easily the best.
It was the first episode, and it's like, that's it. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen on sketch TV. Augie Doggy says Ren is running? DJ Ren? No, obviously not. Not DJ Ren. Who hit that key? What is going on here? Who's hitting that key? I have no idea who's hitting that. I'm staring down Carr on the bid. It's just difficult for me not to here. But yeah, that's the brain is very much on that. And I'll get back to Ren in a quick little second because I just glanced over and I'm seeing a seller on IBIT. Like we have closed a big portion of the gap into here, and we've ticked above the 78,000 level. So we're above the 78. I'm just giving you the last ideas from the trade. And then the other thing that I'm factoring in is you've double bottomed at 130. So I'm kind of feeling like this. Like we break down this support here on USO and it's a hold. If this little mini trend it gets broken, then I probably just get out. So that's my thought. And it could go either way in that particular moment. But Joe's actually moving on over, everybody, so I'm going to let him get set up. Sharif is locked and loaded. We'll give them a little bit of extra time over there. And let's go on to, because you must have meant IREN, right? This was a super chat. You must have meant IREN. This was Brendan's pick. Brendan's over there. He's busy over there. But he should be like, Brendan doesn't do a happy dance. He's very like Brendan's my stock is up 8% today would be something along like, cool. That's how I roll. I'm Brendo. You know, he'd be really chill about it. But no, that's on an absolute run. Was there a story that we missed here on IREN? Not that I'm aware of, but I'll double check. I mean, when you think about it, if CapEx goes up, they should be getting benefit from that, right? So, go ahead, Adara.
You're not immediately seeing anything, but they could benefit from CapEx. They also, again, are still considered by some to be a crypto play. And I was seeing yesterday people were attributing, I guess, having them on watch to the crypto moves. So yeah, there's a couple of different reasons this could be up. I'm not seeing anything concrete.
I could buy into either one of those being the reason. Maybe it could be a little bit of like a touch of technical breakout as well. For the record, why I was telling you about that top up there, you know, a bit of a topping tail. So I'll exit. It filled in most of the gap, but then just saw that bounce on USO and take advantage of that as well. And Steve M saying, yeah, look at other data center plays today. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Data center plays should be strong. You know, absolutely loving what we're seeing in some of them. Ooh, G Vanova's not making any fresh highs either. So I'll leave you with this. I was incorrect. Car didn't break 250 in the next 4 minutes. It's now been 5 minutes and it still hasn't broken 250. It's found a temporary bottom down 43% today, in addition to it getting rugged yesterday. So there's a little something off the lows. Good luck, everybody. I'll see you back at 2. I'm willing to bet you this. When I come to do the lesson of the day, there will not be any food left on. Well, there won't be any chicken left on my plate. That's for darn sure. Maybe I won't have finished the entire lunch, but I'll definitely have eaten that chicken in about 3.5 minutes. So we'll send you back to the professor and Joe. The last day he has to do double duty, as Sean will be back tomorrow. He lands today. He'll be back in the building tomorrow. Fire off to the midday. Good luck during lunchtime, everybody. Enjoy your lunch. I know I'm going to enjoy mine.
Wow. Bang! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Say hello to everybody. Who do we have here in the chat, man? We got Gorev, your boy. We got KC, 526. We got Quickie Boy. Who else? We got Omar, Oleg, Christmas. Come on, guys. If you're new, throw in your name. I want to see some new names, guys. Let's go. Danny Patel. We got Lee the Conductor, Shadow Rap, Pack Rick. We got Gamecraft Nico, Digger Devil. All right, these are new names. I like that. Neil 8619. We got Mr. Jones Peaks. Okay. Omar, that's a repeat offender there. Ace. We got Ace. We got Rollable. Crazy Dirt Weed. Ooh. Okay. Daily Day Trade. Shout out. Angelo, The Real Dangerous. Mike PD right up. Homeless God. All right. Justin, Sokio. We got, who else, man? I'm trying to read the names that I can actually read because a lot of them are convoluted. Green Day Dean. I love that band. Shout out to Mastery. Hangry Wife. We got Becky. Shout out to Becky. Great. Who else, man? Come on. Throw your name in there, guys. Let's go. New names. New names only. Options and Deep. Mojo, Eli. We got Yazid, and the OG Other Zinc. Shout out to Turkish Trades and who else? One more. Kirk D. Let's go. I lied, Joey. We're going to go Cushy Beats. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you, brother. How's everything going? How's the morning?
It's good, man. It's been a good one. We're looking to put on a little bit more here. I mean, things have been working out pretty good. We had the SMR short. We had a quick long on the NASDAQ, on Netflix. That worked out pretty good for us. But yeah, we want to put it on a little bit more. We're sitting in this SMR trade. Is there going to be a reload opportunity? We're going to be more patient with this one, just due to the fact, let me get my own voice out of my ear, essentially. So yeah, nice climb higher. We wanted to take that long hangry wipe. I'm glad that you participated in the long here in the overall market. Netflix isn't rallying here. As it's heading towards the low, but we had that initial trade right out of the gate. Boom, off to the races it goes. Just small size. I only had about 20% on essentially what I have in this SMR trade, and I don't have very much left of this SMR trade. Maybe 2.5%, maybe 5 at best. If we run out of shares, so be it. I would like a reload on that one, but we have SPY continuing to climb, new high of the day. We have Q's new high of the day. We have Bitcoin just coming off of the highs, and Tesla finding somewhat of a recovery. So we did sell off out of the gate here. 368.79 was that low. 385 was that high. So you can see that the volatility is in. And somebody asked us here earlier today, the fact that it's like, hey, Tesla's moving lower, but my call option on Tesla's climbing higher, implied volatility increase. So the options market pricing that in. But don't forget, day by day, as things start to cool down, you will see implied volatility start to compress. And with that being said, you will lose premium within that contract just due to the fact that the average true range isn't going to be as expanded as it was a day or a day after, 2 days after the earnings report. So that's what we have going on. We talked about SMR, IBIT, Tesla, overall market, reload opportunity here in New Scale Power. And that's what we're going to rock and roll with on this beautiful Thursday.
All right, guys, we're involved in Burrow here on the MX. This is a repeat offender, was running, I believe, on Monday. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But here's what I've got going on. There's a lot. First and foremost, we get testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, up into $15, dropping, though, into 14 and change. 10 EMA on the 5 is at 13 3/4. I like that 13.75 area as a good area of resistance. There was the initial breakout there at 835, 830 that rejected at around 13.75, 14. You also have these areas right there. Basically from 9:55 until about 10:40, we couldn't breach on a closing basis. That is 13.75, and there it goes. Now it's kind of using 13.75 as support, so that is something to look out for there. So TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. It's not the name of the company, but that's what I'll be calling it. Sorry, Neil. Into around $14. I'm involved in Burrow. I'm looking for 42. We're in the money here nicely. 1 hour for me is around 42, so I'm trying to pack the patience. We're taking good size on this one here to start the morning. It's a good structure hold. Here comes 41 and a half. Let's just wet the beak here super quick. See, get a liquidity tester nicely in the money. Looking for that move into 42. 42 is where we're going to take out a good piece of what we're holding. And then it's a 42.80 high. Alas, we're still putting in lower highs from that 42.80 high. Then prior bar high, that is 42.20. Current bar high is 41.35, the area we just got into now. So that is my look there, continuing to watch that. And then TZO to Zoo, a bit lighter on volume, and the volume is a little sporadic. It comes in waves, and then it dies off, much like the price action, which comes in waves and then consolidates, wave, consolidate, 1170 high. Good support possibly at around 11, but this one, I'm less likely to want to execute on this one, just given the fact that it is a bit later on volume. Repel, though, REPL, another repeat offender, one that we're seeing a lot on the scanners these days, up 21 and change, 277 high. A couple of bull flags under its belt. The initial bull flag breakout 9:30. Consolidate a little bit, then you get bull flag number 2 starting at around 10. And whether or not we get bull flag number 3, your guess is as good as mine. But this one has been running for a period of days, and you can see it had a good morning yesterday, and then it kind of faded into the afternoon with no bid. So Repel in focus. Keel. Neil was talking about Key and Peel. This is kind of a mix of both names. So 345 area high. It just got into the area high. Good volume on this one. You're not getting much in the way of a big move. It's only up 13.5%, but it is at the day's highs, and quite frankly, it's been there. It goes into another day high. It's been quite respectful of trend, and by trend I mean it holds up respectfully above the 10 EMA, wick, closer. Otherwise, it has not breached it. Here comes Burrow into 41 and a half. Going to wet the beak there. Small size. Still waiting for 42. There's 41 and 2/3. 41 and 3/4. Burrow could be on its horse here. Let's see if it can take out prior bar high. 41 and 4/5 we're showing. No continuation, sadly, though, into 42. So we'll have to wait on this one. So Keel, definitely interested in this one. And I like Keel a little bit more than others, but you're probably going to have to size in here substantially to make money because you're not getting much in the way of a notional move, but you are getting consistent price action. That's kind of what I like about this one. Mentioned Repel. Penn is not a small cap gapper, but trading like one today. Seems like there is support off the volume weighted average price at around 16 and 3/4. It is, though, suffering from lower highs, having put in the high at 10.20 into 17.17, struggling to hold around 16 and 4/5 at the moment. But Penn in focus. And then you heard Neil talk about IRE, IREN, right? There's IRE. This is a leveraged ETF, double percentage-wise on the day what IREN is up. And look how directional this name is. Basically breaking out since around 10:15. You had a couple of topping till candles to start the morning at 9:30. Oh, this is the 15-minute chart, pardon me. Let me flip to the 5. A couple of topping till, more than a couple now that it's on the 5. But a bunch of resistance here around $26 in the implied balance open. And then right at 10.25, boom, breaking through 26. It hasn't looked back. 29.56 high of day. This one likely glances at that $30 area. We'll have to wait and see. Here comes 42. I'm just going to take it out here. It's at 41.95. And boom, there's 2R on Burrow. This is a good trade. We're still holding a lot of shares, quite frankly. So we're looking for more. I'm looking for the high of the day break, 42.80. We've breached prior bar high, but we still haven't breached the 11 a.m. bar high, which is 42.20. So keeping an eye here on Burrow, having done 230 million shares. You know where you don't watch 2.5 Men, right? You never watched
a little bit. No, it wasn't like my go-to. No.
Okay, then asking you details about it might be a little bit.
Yeah, we're not going to find any success with that.
Yeah, that's all right. There goes Burrow through 42. Now we're just going to take beak wetters, and here comes 43, Joey, and into the freaking high of day goes Burrow. It's up 55%. There's 3R for me because that's at 44. It's a 43.99. Sorry, 2R. That's 43.99 high of the day. Let's see now. Can we get up to 50? If we can, that'll blow through my 3R, which is at 45. So we're holding here. We're still holding good shares, and we're looking for more, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. We'll hit the stone cold on that one there. Yeah, bang, hit that multiple R trade. Nice look. nice look out there on some of these small cap names. I'm going to probably fall into that. I was looking at IRE, and Sharif was talking about that as continuing to climb up 10% here today. SMR, are we going to get that curl over? I have to be prepared for a pullback in towards the volume weighted average price. That's why we haven't reloaded this trade. So patience is key. There was a couple opportunities here, but I want a bigger picture and a larger time frame. So with that being said, we need more data printed on the 5-minute time frame. Apple at that level yesterday, yeah. So we had that 5-minute hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. Look at Microsoft's bottoming signal right here, Gaurav. Oh wow, yeah. That was a good one. And then Apple about to break the lows. That's not going to be good for the Nasdaq. But right now with USO continue. Whoa, okay.
What happened, Joe?
So USO going up. Guess what, Sharif? Nasdaq going up as well too.
The Nasdaq is going up.
It's going. It's on that good stuff here today. Meta climbing higher as well. Well, I shouldn't say good stuff, because we should probably say not promote that.
Yeah. Well, we can joke
avoid
around,
that one.
Joey.
Coming to a store near you, though, it was already in, I'm pretty sure, in like Vancouver and stuff like that, which is absolutely insane. But look at AMD go. What happened?
Just dunking on one of our provinces. They stopped it, Joey.
They stopped it. So you can't get it. You can't get it in a vending machine anymore.
You probably can, but it's still criminalized. Remember, they tried to get that special jurisdiction to become so simple possession was decriminalized.
Yeah. Like
that worked out great.
Like Portugal.
It was fantastic.
Portugal did that.
There was no problems on the street. There was nothing. There was no reselling of anything on the street.
No, East Van was like clean as.
It's totally clean, man. It was super good.
Stuff. All right, who are we going to? Let's send it off.
We're going to Dara.
First notable oil headline, I think, of the day here. USO on watch. Tasnim, so Iranian state media here, reporting that 4 Iranian oil tankers have broken through the U.S. blockade over the past 2 days. I mean, take it how you will. This is, again, coming from Iranian state media. But either way, sounds like there's been at least 4 oil tankers breaking through that U.S. blockade, according to Iran. Back to you.
Blockade, like, I mean, it's such a vast, I don't think you can cover every square inch of it, essentially. So you'll see some tankers get through, but it's a positive sign, right? Like USO, it is climbing, but the Nasdaq is climbing, and that's what we want. USO can do whatever it would like for the foreseeable future. Eventually, you're going to get that play. I'm not going to compare it to CAR, but considering we went on such a huge run streak, at some point you will get that that retracement play.
I just can't believe we gave up the entire move in 2 days.
That's crazy.
That is so crazy.
I knew something like that was going to happen.
Yeah. I just didn't think it would be in a matter of 2 days.
Quick?
I got to tell you the truth. I knew it was coming back. We've seen it before.
$500.
VFS, remember it's VinFast? It was it was worth more than like Ford and GM combined. Wow. VinFast, right? So you knew that where that was going. And I was trying to get options contracts on it, but it wasn't optionable anyway. Long story ago. Burrow, topping tail candle. If it loses 41, I'm out. I'm in at 40, so we're going to basically not give up anything on the trade. We do have the high of the day, and quite pleased I am. But let me tell you something else. So even though this topping tail candle does look quite ugly, we are still, number one, above 40 pennies, which is a breakout area in my humble submission. Number two, we're still above the 10 EMA on the 5. And number three, we're still generally holding prior bar lows. I mean, we didn't really lose the prior bar. We're about to right now, it feels like. But for the moment, it is not a bad setup. If I get stopped out through 41 and it holds up at the 10 EMA at 40, I get back in. Simple as that. But that gives me the opportunity to look at some others. So let's bring them back in here. Rappel just got into the high of the day again. Key and Peel. Look at this. You guys were talking about Key and Peel. This is like a combination of both their names, like Keel Street.
Keel Street.
Yeah. You like Keel Street?
No, actually, I'm going to be honest with you. It's actually
it's got good food.
Yeah,
I got to give it credit.
It's pretty hot garbage street.
Yeah. It's like Jane and Keel.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like Pothole Central.
Pothole Central. There's other things as well there, Joey. But it's fine. Yeah.
Well, without the whole, leave the whole part out of it.
If you're from Toronto, you know, right? That's the thing. Keel looking fantastic over here. So I did get stopped out for the last remaining amount. Everything remains positive, though, on Burrow. We're happy with that trade. Keel, as I mentioned, I was singing this one's praise. I was like, look, you know, it hasn't ever breached, on the day, breached the 10 EMA. Whether you're looking in the pre, you're looking after the bell, look where you want. The 10 EMA on the 5 hasn't been breached, wick, close, or otherwise. Bitcoin. So right now, it's at around the 10 EMA, that is. 342, price action right now, 347, 348. I'm interested in this one. My only concern is that $0.50 level. If I can just wait for a decisive clearing of 350, so that way I don't have to concern myself about sellers or psychological resistance at the $0.50, and then that way I have a bias that, you know, we mosey on up to 4. So Keel involved here on my side chart. And that's it. Tazoo, I talked about that. TRT, you see testosterone replacement therapy over here, Joey?
Yeah.
You see that one?
Yeah.
This might be right down your alley, right? You know what I mean? Like a couple of bull flag breakouts here. Kind of a decent trade. Above VWAP at 1275. I don't know how you feel about that. I like that 1375 level, though. And here we are. I might set up here. What I'd like, though, is a decided break of this downtrend. Right, 1375 we earmarked as a good level of support, right? Because it was such an annoying resistance level, basically from the pre-market till around 1040 when we decisively took it out. So yeah, TRT in focus for me over here. Gonna definitely try to execute on it.
No, someone just mentioning about TRT. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think that's necessarily a jab.
I'm not a big fan
of TRT.
No,
couple
it's
of
not
guys
good for your heart, brother.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the guys on my hockey team, they're, I wouldn't say they're older, but they're older than me.
I'm not telling him to take TRT, Arcane. Shut up.
Yeah, Arcane. Make our own
What was
decisions,
wrong with your buddies on the hockey
No,
team?
a couple of them are taking it.
Yeah, do they get their heart checked? Because
I have no idea. I'm not that in
Gotta make
depth
sure.
with their, like,
Gotta make
yeah,
sure,
with their,
Joey.
medical. But anyways, aside from that, guys, look at the market continue to climb. A lot going on. Gaurav, I'm not going to be touching Palantir today. I'm not the best at trading this name. Inverted here. I thought we would get somewhat of a curl over. Doesn't seem to be the case just yet. We'll get into more detail, but if this high is breached, you want to give it a little bit of a room. Right now, it's starting to pull back in a little bit. But keep an eye on this uptrend, right? You can see the secondary trend right here. It's holding up. You have multiple bounces off of that level. And if it breaches that pivot, then it's like, okay, thesis invalid, essentially, all right? So other than that, we're going to be patient and wait for some high-quality ones. I was thinking about a short on the Qs, but that doesn't seem like to be so. I'm glad that we avoided it at all costs today as we're getting the curl over in USO. Inverted hammer candle right below the volume-weighted average price on USO. So that's looking good. 308.93. Someone said they were going to short AMD. That's tough, but this is a pretty good signal. Let's see. You can give yourself an out of the high of the day. Risk to reward is everything, okay? So, like, you want to get in as high. You don't want to buy the middle of zones. Why? Because you have to wait until it breaks the high or breaks the low. So if you're looking to go long, you want to catch the lower end of the range. If you're looking to go short, you want to catch the higher end of the range, okay? Just to keep that in mind. Now, as for TXN, CEO was talking about this earlier. We know that they reported last night. They're continuing their momentum. TXN has been on a big-time run. I took a swing trade on this last year, and it didn't work out somewhere around this neck of the woods in August. And we just never got that bounce that I was looking for. But now off to the races it goes. Are we at all-time highs on TXN? Let's
do the monthly on that bad boy.
Yeah, let's figure it.
Could be.
We have to do the monthly on this one, eh?
Oh my days.
Oh, holy Mackinac.
Yeah, that's a good look.
Holy Mackinac, as Joe Bowen.
You know what their mode is, eh? It's not even advanced chips.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Sub 7 or above 7 nanometers.
Yeah, you were saying that. So
like
they're putting it in the appliances and stuff like that, right?
Exactly.
So someone has to do that.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do that.
Exactly.
TXN off to the races. It's like, hey, we'll let everybody fight tooth and nail over the chips and everything. But meanwhile. Oh, Neil's dancing over the fried.
Now you got to bring it over here, man. We got to show the people.
Tenders. But no, to add to Sharif's point, like everyone else in the top tier individuals are like, hey, we're looking to get into that 2 nanometer stuff. TXN's like, no, we're fine with the appliances. Life's good. Neil's like, hey, give me that back.
I know, he wanted it quick.
Brother, snatch
yeah, he's like, get your hands off my fried chicken.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know if I want to eat the fried chicken today because I want to go in for another run, and that's not going to be good for the run after the work.
Take it easy, though, bro.
So my boy Jesse Martinez.
That run, bro.
Why?
Because, man, you're still in recovery mode.
I'm in rebuild mode.
You're in rebuild mode?
Yeah, that's what the doctor said, rebuild now. They want me doing bulk.
It's not recovery anymore.
No, we're still, I guess we're still like,
a little bit.
A little bit of this. Like, don't go too deep on the squats. So I'm hitting Smith machine squats. We're hitting Bulgarians and everything. Again.
Hitting Bulgarians?
Yeah, no, like lightweight, super light.
That's
super
really
light.
good.
We still feel, so we're trying to rebuild the quad there. And then, the run. I said, we can go run. It feels good. So I'm not going to complain, but man, am I turtle, like snail slow from a pace standpoint.
At least you got the ability to run, man.
Yeah.
Got thank the blessings there.
Yeah.
Joey, did you have an opportunity to look at Bloom Energy again today? I'm just saying.
No, you're just saying. Oh my
keeps going, Joey.
Oh wow, this thing's going off right now.
It's going, Joey. Another 4.8 today. Another all-time high on the Bloom.
This thing's up 1,400% from June of last year.
Yeah, it's an animal. I've been can I tell you? Before Mitch mentioned it in the fall, where I got in, I actually had Bloom Energy on my kind of like green energy watch list since the pandemic.
The Demi?
Yes.
Wow.
Fact.
Okay, so that's 6 years, the better half of a decade.
And I never thought well of it. And because it was kind of like, okay, yeah, hydrogen's electricity's slow cousin, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So what is plug power doing?
Well, that's the thing. And that's the argument I was trying to make yesterday about not plug, F-Cell. F-Cell had a great day yesterday, and F-Cell's holding up today 2/3% in Greensville. It's not rocketing or anything like that, but you know, it's not bad. It's not bad. I had BE since $18 a share since KC 263. Fantastic. That's fantastic. I got to tell you, I never thought positively about the name until we started seeing that whole kind of alternative energy AI trade. And it's not even like the hydrogen off which they're making money. It's these low polluting nat gas turbines that they're using, turbines, kind of similar but less polluting than the ones that are Elon's using for his XAI data center. It's kind of a similar look, which kind of took me by surprise. Guys, Rappel into the 10 EMA on the 5. This could be the entry here on REPL. Let's see if it holds up there. It held up there a couple of times. Look initially at 9:45 and then look again at 10:45. Here we are again at 20 after the hour. Let's see if Rappel holds at this level. IRE looking at day's highs. Keel looking real good. SST, Bovin. I put this one on here because of you, brother. This is a good hold, Bovin, but we're going to have some resistance here into $4 until we can clear that level. But hey, here we are, 3 2/3. Last but not least, before we go to Adara, Burrow is losing it and losing it in a hurry. So I literally got out at the top of this candle. So this one feels good. Let's see if the Burrow will hold up at around 38 pennies. That was the pre-market high. Adara.
Interesting headline here for Microsoft. Don't have a ton of context on this yet, but I think worth noting here, CNBC reporting that the company is planning its first voluntary employee buyout in their 51-year history. So potential employee buyout on watch here for MSFT.
Let's pull up a little bit more information on that one. See if we can find anything. I like that, Adara. Mike McTain, I don't see anything like that. Oh, maybe
it'll come in a few minutes.
It'll come in here momentarily. Yeah, exactly. Voluntary buyout. Okay. So there it is. Efficiency. We're starting to see this a lot within the larger companies here, Sharif. I mean, the layoffs, like and letting go of employees just due to AI. And Zuck training his own employees to essentially.
Yeah, and they're basically doing all these manual tasks to kind of train the AI. I'm not surprised by any of this. I got to tell you the truth.
No, but didn't we expect this?
Yes. And, you know, I think that's where a lot of doomerism kind of gets a lot of the winds under its sails, is because you're seeing the jobs in real time being lost. What you're not seeing and what you're not hearing a lot about is past technical changes where, you know, the manufacturing sector in North America completely got hollowed out. All right, the unemployment did go up, but people adjusted. There was things that, you know, people did later, and that's not, we're hearing very little about that. And
so like all of these software
people care about their jobs and their money. I don't blame anybody, man.
Of course. Yeah. So since we're talking about it, so you're seeing kind of like these software jobs slowly starting to be, I don't know if phased out is the correct term, but like you see the layoffs. Do you see a rotation maybe into the trades? Because people have to find work, right? So like where are they going to go if some of these software positions aren't there?
Well, yeah, that's a very good point. I don't know offhand, obviously. I'm not that smart, but you know, I think that the market will adjust. Just how, when, and in what form, we'll have to wait and see. Guys, in TRT, it broke trend. It's above 1450. I'm looking for 69 as the first print, 77 second print. There's 69. Into 71 we go. Looking for continuation. What I got 59s there, so we're not really that much in the money. Look for continuation. Let's see if we can get up into the 90s or what the situation is going to be. Anything below, I want to say, where did I put my stop? I put 14 mid-40s, right? I put 1439. So I'm going to give this a little bit of room. 1439 stop on TRT. This is an MX stock. So number one, You guys always hear me joke about this, but it's automatically under suspicion just by virtue of trading on the Amex. That's number one. Number two, we will have to fly blind if this one halts. We will not be able to see what the halt level is. And there it goes again into 7, taking out all my orders into 15, Joey. TRT's on its horse here. Let's set up some more orders now north of 15. We're looking for 1507s now. It is a $15 on the dot high of day on testosterone replacement therapy. We're looking for a bigger move here, but there is selling at around the whole dollar. So we're going to pack the patient and see what we get on this one, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. Nice trade there, Gorev, as you're starting to slowly get the curl over here in Palantir. USO, is it still climbing or is it heading towards the downside? Something that we need to keep an eye on in regards to if you're trading the NASDAQ. Missed opportunity on the TQQ's long. We were looking for that play earlier in the day, and off to the races it went. So we'll just we'll mark that pattern down and essentially say, hey, next time that something along those lines happen, get in at the lower end of the range or a form of a pullback, because it gave us both of those scenarios in order for us to get involved with this, and then off to the races it goes. As some of the larger names, you're back up to 202 here in NVDA, not too far off of the high of the day. If this starts to sell, I wouldn't be surprised if it drags the NASDAQ with it. Apple not doing too much either here, guys. Google, I wouldn't be surprised. There it is, right? Like a new high of the day about 5 minutes ago or so, continuing to climb 242, big time run. We look at this on the monthly, but from a daily, you're now only down a couple of percentage points, right? So 2.3% off of that previous all-time high. Amazon starting to recover. Oh, okay, Amazon might hit its all-time high before it tapped right in, wow, that previous pivot of 258.57 and then rejected. So only a couple of pennies off, or maybe a penny or two at a new all-time high. So that's a good look. We're starting to see the larger names start to hit those levels, and that's key for this market, and that's why we're seeing these continuous ATHs in the NASDAQ and the SPY, all-time high today, right? So we have a whole week, essentially, of just the market continuously climbing higher, and this conflict isn't even completely done yet. We're pricing this in. Once that deal's done, I wouldn't be surprised if we see somewhat of a pullback and then a form of continuation. We're also starting to get in the thick of earnings season. We have Intel after the bell, and then we have the larger names, a star-studded lineup next week on Wednesday. I believe it's Meta, Microsoft, Apple, and a lot of the bigger names reporting in a kind of in a compressed week, right? So a lot going on. I like what we got going in regards to that. Tesla's numbers better than expected, but I had the hunch that the capex, the street wasn't going to like that, and sure enough, that is $25 billion.
I gotta tell you, I was a little surprised with the free cash flow, though. I thought it was definitely going to come negative.
You thought it was coming negative? Yeah, I think a lot of people did, right? The street was anticipating that as well, but it's not going to be positive for long, as you know.
No, and quite frankly, as I said this morning on the desk with Brendo, I think this costs way more than $25 billion. I think $25 billion is just a complete,
it's like me,
misdirection.
Yeah,
it's going to be way more, bro. I mean, just buying the equipment, buying the chip-making tools from all the different suppliers, like your AMATs, your LAMs, your ASMLs, building out these things, getting it right. It's not going to be easy. Just ask Intel. So I think this is going to cost a lot more than $25 billion. But that's just my opinion. Make of what you will with it. Continue to watch TRT, looking for that move above 15. It keeps rejecting 15. There's aggressive selling in the mid to high 90s every time we move up there. Current bar high, 15 again. Prior bar high, yeah, you guessed it, 15. Double top at 15. This could be trouble here. If we can't shake the seller or sellers at 15, then we're likely going to go back down to about, I want to say 14.50 at the least. Maybe even a bit deeper, $0.25 right around the 10 EMA. So that's what I'm watching. I'm watching TRT here. I'm looking for a bigger move above 15. I have an order at 15.07, and then we're still going to hold. So I won't be done my trade if it breaks 15 and weasels up into 07. By the way, just before we go to Adara, this one is spready. From a small cap gapper perspective, 77 on the bid, 84 on the ask. I've seen it wider. That has caused some issues with me getting prints. So the ask was showing well above 77. One of the levels I was waiting at, it was like 85 on the ask, and I wasn't getting printed. So you need to be alive to that. You need to be alive to that as well for your stop placement. You're not getting the order for your beak wetter. You're not going to get your order for the stop if it blows through the stop as a result of the spread. That has to factor in. Think about that. We're going to Adara.
Yeah, we're going to talk about crypto, but I also want to provide some more context on the Microsoft reported voluntary buyout. So basically, apparently there's going to be their first voluntary buyout program in 51 years since the company began. It'll be impacting apparently roughly 7% of the workforce. They'll be offering a one-time retirement package to certain U.S. employees whose age plus years of service together come to at least 70 years. They're also going to be changing how their stock and cash bonuses are awarded. So a little bit more details. Again, if I get more info, I'll keep you all posted. Keep an eye here on BTC. Now, yesterday, BTC's high, according to this TradingView chart, 79 halves. We're still shy of that 80,000 level. Now, today, we are green on the session right now, trading around 78 halves. But, of course, below yesterday's high, though, poised for a 4-day win streak for Bitcoin. Ethereum actually starting to diverge a little bit in terms of its performance versus Bitcoin. We know these two are in lockstep for a matter of, at this point, months. As of this point, though, not only are we red on the day, we're also nowhere near yesterday's highs on Ethereum of 2,400, and we're also below last Friday's high of 2,460. So Ethereum looking a little bit relatively weak compared to BTC right now, especially on the daily chart. Back to you.
Good stuff.
Thank you very much. Neil, have you had a look at Caterpillar?
I didn't want to get in. Why did I post it up at 30s? Why did it fill me at that, man?
Wait, Joey. Where is it?
Come on, man.
Oh, there it is.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
We're gonna. This one's gonna get a lot of play, man. Get it, Neil? Yes.
This is a fried chicken day.
Oh, yeah. Baby. Back into 15 goes TRT and no breaches. This is yet another move into $15 here on testosterone replacement therapy, and we can't break 15, and there it is, flushing into $0.75. This is a triple top now. Rejection at 15 at, what time is that? Sorry. 10:50. Rejection at 15, 11:25. Rejection at 15, 11:30. There's a lot of selling here, and they're quite convicted in their cause. I don't know if we can breach it that easily. Let's watch. There it is again. It's not even printing any 15s on the time and sales. Take a look at the time and sales. They're all coming in 99s, 98s. So we're not quite making it in there. So there's an aggressive, staunchy, very convicted seller at around 15, Joey, that we can't shake. We're going to continue to watch this one. You know, you're up into 15. I'd give the odds that we do breach it, especially the more attempts that we have. So it's never that way. It's never that way in real life. I'm just saying, you know, that's my bias here. And so that's what I'm continuing to watch for a move above 15.
Good stuff. All right. So I didn't want to. I wanted to post up at 30s here on SMR to essentially add more into this position. We're in it now. There's a key support level, and every time we knock into that 1320 mark, you can see it start to hit on the ass. So there's some defense going on there. Someone asked me in the chat a pretty good question. Joe, where would you have wanted to get involved with the NASDAQ? This is the opportunity. Hindsight being 2020, obviously. What we have here is there's a good opportunity at the lower end of the support level, but then when you break out and the larger names start to climb higher, on this pullback, give you a really good opportunity to get involved right at VWAP. Now, you have to risk a little bit more because you're essentially not wrong until the break of this structure, but this is a good hold as the big names started to climb higher and higher. Now we're involved with SMR. Can we break this? If that defense steps in one more time, we can take a look. So what we want here essentially is focus on what we have at the tape. Are we going to get a clean flush to the downside, or are we going to see that participant step back in and push price a little bit higher? I want to see that snap and that volume break. SMR, I mean, we're not going to correlate it too much with the market because I don't know if that's necessarily the right thing to do, but we're climbing higher and we're not getting the participation in new scale power. So if the market starts to sell, then sure enough, we might be able to be sitting in a good position where it starts to move a little bit lower. Now, it doesn't look like we're going to break down aggressively in the market, but anything can happen. A headline or two steps in, and sure enough, the whole narrative changes, right? So USO heading to the downside, we have the market heading to the upside, and we're in a position that we don't. So as soon as we crack this 32 mark, we get out of dodge on SMR. We reloaded the full position, looking for somewhat of a new low of the day or something along that next step, which would be putting us around that 1309 mark. And if it's really weak, that's when we'll get those levels come in. But we're getting that curl over, right? You can see on the 5-minute, struggling to establish new highs. We just have to be cautious of that break and that aggressive move back in towards the volume-weighted average price. So there's strong movement in this name over the past 2 days and in the pre-market, so a continuation to the downside might be a little bit of a stretch. We had a good trade on it already, so let's just monitor this position and be cautious and be prepared to get out when we're supposed to.
There goes TRT. We actually took $1 on this one, baby. In from 14.59 into 15.50. TRT has a $16 high. It ripped through 15 after multiple attempts, mind you. Look, TRT looks like the best in the business here at the moment. We're closing in on 100% on the day. We're dancing with 90 at the moment. We know that there were short sellers who were quite convicted, and they got clipped. Destroyed at 15 because this thing ripped up. 15.07 I got a print. 15.25 I got a print. 15.50 got a print. Aggressive move here on the testosterone replacement therapy. And here we are again trying to work back into 16. I love when Mike Beauty Rider tells these things to go ahead. Go ahead, TRT. I love it. I love it. It's a good vibe. Shout out to my man, Mike Beauty Rider. 16.79 is limit up, but I doubt we kind of rip up in that move. But hey, continuing to watch TRT here. A move back into 15 likely gets me back into the trade, seeing as it was such a staunchy resistance level. I doubt, though, we weasel all the way back down to 15. At least that's my bias. This one could be blowing through 16 here. And this is where I struggle. I just want to mention that very, very clearly to everybody. And so if you're trading this and you're thinking about getting in, and just because I'm not, this is where I don't do well. Right? When they're ripping like this, because I need to get it off a key level, right? Or an approach to a key, or a break through a key level. So this is where, I don't know where to add kind of thing. I start thinking, all right, it's going to come back down to 15 because 15 was that tough resistance level from which we couldn't breach. But there's the $50 buyer now. Now we're starting to see here on the time and sales that someone's stepping in here with good size at around 15.50. Let's see if it repeats. There it is again, losing 15.50 momentarily into the 40s. So, pardon me. So continuing to watch here. Nothing for me to do. It's turning into about a topping tail candle, 50 pennies off the highs. Let me flip to the 5-second chart here so I can kind of get a better idea of where the local support is. So I don't see any support, guys, until around 15. And now we're on a bit of a downtrend, especially if it I love this guy, bro. Especially if we lose 15.50, which we're not. We're getting bought up here again, but we're zigging and zagging. So I'm going to stay clear. Why is my dad calling me? I gotta take this.
Yeah, take that, man. Do your thing. All right, guys, let's see what we got. Oh, watch out, your mic. So there it is. It's not Wednesday, so Mike. Yeah, nonetheless, 13.22 here, guys. At the end of the day, let's see if we can get that breakdown. 13.27 was that volatility spike at the high. We need the breakdown of that 13.20 level. All right, let's keep. Let's data edit this candle here. Essentially, essentially is my favorite word. So the low, what is our low of around $12? Let's change this to 13.26. We're just doing a data edit here. That's the thing about this. You gotta, okay, that's gonna change things a little bit. All right, now we're heading right back lower. We wanna see this continuous move. The bid slowly starting to drop. We're getting that curl over. NASDAQ still hovering around those highs. I bid in that neck of the woods as well. So a lot going on. Tesla. We've talked about the recovery on this name here today. I think it's going to be choppy. Everything good?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Scared, man. He never calls me. He always texts if there's something to do with work. And when he calls, usually it's something important. This was not important at all.
Everything. Come on, man.
God bless.
It's all right, man. He had to call. He had to get that through. What's up, Mr. Gorilla? Your mom watching? She's asking why I want to exit.
Yeah.
I apologize, Miss Gordon.
No, she doesn't care. She's like, Neil didn't like that idea. I'm like, Mom, just let them talk, right? Like, leave them alone, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
All right, man. All right, Joey. Continuing to watch here, TRT, guys. This one's still holding higher lows, and there's definite support at the $50. I'm really thinking of getting in here. Again, small share size. I'd have to give it to like 35 because that's where it found support before. Because, well, that's the area low on the 5-second chart, about 35. Here comes the $50 again. I'm going to get in small share size. And if it loses 35, it loses 35. Thinking here, Joey. The trend is still strong, Joe.
You're cheesing me right now.
I love these guys in the chat. I love you guys, man. You guys are great vibes. I appreciate all of you guys, man. I appreciate everybody in the chat, guys. All right, we got to go to Adair.
Regeneron on watch. So this is pretty light on volume, only about 250,000 shares traded on the day. But I do bring it up because we have some news. White House reportedly could be announcing a drug pricing deal with Regeneron. And Regeneron also expected to win U.S. approval for a new gene therapy. Now, what's also worth noting here is there is supposed to be some kind of healthcare announcement made by President Trump today at 3 p.m. Obviously, we don't know for sure if this is related to Regeneron, but I will certainly be watching the announcement and Regeneron at 3 p.m. when this announcement is set to take place. It will be on camera. Back to you.
That's what
Who?
is. He said,
Big trades?
Yeah, did he change his email? That's the classic, right?
It's super classic. You have no idea. I get FaceTime calls, right? And it's just like the most basic stuff that they can't do. But look, man, you know what? Everybody takes their turn, baby. It's cyclical.
It's
You're laughing
around,
now.
man.
You're laughing now.
No,
okay?
I'm not, because it's already
We're
there.
laughing now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I mean. But
even so, I'm like, around the younger folk, it's just like, yo, Joe, you boomer. And I get called a boomer. I'm like, dude, I was born in
dude, your parents are boomers.
Yeah,
it's impossible for you to be the boomer,
but that's
right?
just the term that these kids got going on. We'll hit the Stone Cold for that. And
I did a little looking into what mogging is too, by the way.
You?
Yeah, I had to, bro. It's just too much for me.
Yeah.
So apparently it comes from the term AMOG, which means alpha male of the group, AMOG. And then they kind of shortened it to make it into mogging, and it's become like a verb, right?
Yeah.
It's hilarious, man. These kids these days.
Clavicular.
I don't know too much about him, but he has like. You gave us the rundown last time, Adara, but in any event, I do like that whole look, man. You know that this is like the new world of television now. The kids are not watching linear television. They don't even know what cable is. This is what they're on. They're on Kick.
They're on all
Twitch,
of that stuff. Yeah,
right.
No, I'm more or less a Togi guy. Like Togi is and Speed. Those are the two that I really only like. I don't like Kai Cenat or anything along those lines. Speed and Togi are and Steve because those guys are just like. Not very much logic behind what they do, and that makes great content, right? That's my style anyways. Down 2.7% here today. Finally breaking that 19 or that 1320 here on SMR. Let's see if that can continue. The bid's starting to drop, but there's defense stepping in every time we head into that support level. And if it continues to do that, this could be an accumulation phase before it breaks up. All right, so we have to be patient and wait. I'm not in exactly where I want to, but I'm not also going to hit the bail button on this just yet. As soon as it heads into the zone in which I wanted to post up at, which was 1330s, I never would have got that fill, but it would have head closer, and I would have been like, hey, what are we doing? But I never want to sell support like that, especially at this time of the day in the lunch where things are a little bit more choppy. There we go, another bid flush. We'll take that all day for a little bit of a move lower, Shreve. I don't expect us to put in a new low of the day, but 1310 would be an ideal target for me to start taking a little bit of profit off this. Shreve is Jeter maxing, and to hide his rising. Oh, okay. Joe is frame mogging by his politely laughing and waving. What is going on, Jay Dizzle? That's too much information.
Laughing and waving. I don't have rising cortisol levels. Does that mean you're just getting?
Does that mean you're just getting?
I think if you have high cortisol, usually you're a little, no. Man.
Cup and handle on oil, says Digger Dave. I was trying to read it myself, says Mike Peter Ryder. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit past me. But aside that, let's go SMR. Breakdown. Market heading back in towards VWAP. What is molding, man?
I don't know, man. They're making up stuff now, dude.
Make stuff up. The rage bait, 100%. I was thinking about rage bait.
Oh boy, there's news, Joey. There's big news here.
So there's the market. We're gonna go over to Adara. We're gonna see what we got going on. SMR starting to slide. Talk to us.
Oil here, basically at intraday highs, still below pre-market highs. We've got comments from Defense Minister Katz of Israel saying that they're poised to resume the Iran war. Israel also reportedly awaiting the U.S. green light in order to resume the war with Iran. Now, we know that we were hearing reports that the extended ceasefire announced by President Trump with Iran was going to expire on Friday to Sunday, but then White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt yesterday announced that there's no set expiration date for the ceasefire extension. As of right now, though, Israel basically saying, we're good to restart whatever. We just need the U.S. to give us the all clear. Back to you.
We take some off at 10s there. We're fortunate enough to catch that fill as it slaps the bid, moving down. This is the move that we were looking for.
Get it, Joey.
There. Yeah, there it goes. A nice little move to the downside in SMR. We got that reload. Risk to reward would have been drastically better on the I'm reloaded, but that's not necessarily the case. But hey, we'll take it for what it is, and a good little trade here on SMR. Now you can see my average price is drastically different.
Good job, Joe. That's a good entry there, and way to be patient, baby.
Yeah.
All right. I don't like anything at the moment, but Bovan's saying ELMT, so I'm like contractually obliged to look at all of Bovan's callouts because he is my other pair of eyes. Shout out to my man Bovan. ELMT. What do we got here? Elmet Group. Oh, is it IPO? Bovan, is IPO? Yeah, I'm not getting any info on this.
Yeah,
this is likely an IPO.
Yeah.
ELMT, is it Neil? Yeah, Neil's giving the green light. ELMT, let's put it on the IPO screen, which is the last one. Thank you for this one, Bovan. I don't have any information quite yet. What is this, on the NQ? Yes, okay. I'll give you guys quickly here. Opens at 18. The opening print was at 18. Shares were priced at 14. We're just going to read this quickly. We'll put it over here. We'll zoom in, and we'll be able to monitor the price action. Bro, hurry up and load. Such a dude. All right. Elmet priced 8.6 million shares at $14 a pop. The deal size was increased to 8.6 of common stock from 7.7 and price at the high end. Okay, right away, I like that. The high end of the range, it was 12 to 14. And it printed 14, that's how much they sold for, and then it opened at 18. So it's got a lot going for it here, right off the bat. Go ahead. I know you want to do something there. Go ahead.
See, now you're doing what I'm doing, knowing you can.
Nah, I could have yelled about TRT and Burrow, but I didn't, bro.
Man,
anyway, Elmet is a US-based provider of precision engineered components. Screen, please. Engineered components and advanced high-energy systems for the aerospace, defense, and government, industrial, medical, semiconductor, and electronics, and energy industries. They cover all the industries. So U.S.-based provider of precision engineered components and advanced high-energy systems. All right, for a lot of the main stuff here. Okay, it's tanking now. All right, ELMT dropping bigly here. Could we find support at 19.5? Well, we opened up at 18. Can we hold up at 19.5? Doesn't look like strictly, from a strict sense anyway, we're going to hold up. 1922 limit down. 1922 limit down. So if we lose the $0.50 here, we could find ourselves at the $0.25 pretty quick. But there's a buyer here, Joey. There's a buyer at the $0.50. Let's give this one the old college try. And if it breaches that $0.50, we're out. Simple as that. I'll give it to 40, and then we'll give it all the way down to 30. What do we got? 62. Here comes 20. Boom. Into the level. Looking for continuation now above 20. Let's go ahead. Post at the $0.25. Let's see if we can get that continuation above. I see TRT's back at 16 as well, guys. So TRT is also in play here. Keep an eye out on that. Big seller here, Joey, at 90. Can't shake the oh my God, TRT's ripping into 16.25. Everything's moving now. Here comes 20 again on ELMT. No continuation. Big seller at 20. Packing the patience. TRT's ripping. Look at this. Here it goes into 16.35, but it is losing the bid here down into 16, so be careful with that one. Back to ELMT. Back down into my entry over here, so we get a rejection at 20. No continuation through the level. I'm going to pack the patience. If it loses the $0.50, I'm out.
All right, good stuff, man. We're slowly piecing some out. Jay Dizzle, I don't think Bravely that deserved to be deleted, but that's all right. Nonetheless, we'll let you do your thing, man. Yeah, it was a good one. I liked it. I think it was funny. There it is, all-day trender at this pace. Pardon me?
I'm just saying, seller at 76, ELMT. Yeah.
Seller at 76. Okay, we'll hit this. Bang on SMR and that seller for at 76 there for Sharif. He's gone. He's gone.
He's dead.
He got stone cold. Break that glass on him. He's no longer. He's unalived, as the kids
They do that so they don't get dinged by the algorithm. But like the algorithm's gonna pick up on that too. So
hey man, it's all right. We'll let it do its thing. But there it is, a nice little move to the downside on SMR. We were patient enough to wait for that reload. We had Netflix in the morning, and then we've just been riding this wave on SMR all day. So it's been a good one. As the NASDAQ starts to head in towards some key support levels, you can see that it was acting as resistance. Hold on now. Come on. Do it, man. You can do it. There you go. So We break higher. Now we're holding this level. So we had a pre-market zone and we had an intraday pivot. It's bouncing off of this, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we do fall right back into VWAP, okay? So we're breaching it right now, and what we're seeing from a price action standpoint looks relatively weak. The SPY is closer to the volume weighted average price than what the NASDAQ is, so watch out as some of the larger tech names are probably moving to the downside. Gaurav, nice work there. Hope everyone's having a fantastic one. The shorts have been working today.
They've been working. Here comes 20 again. 1997, 1998. We're working up back into 20 on ELMT. We have two bottoming tail candles on the 5 that hold up at 1950. So it does look good from a support level. Whether or not we can break 20, that's kind of your guess is as good as mine. Here's what I'm talking about. Look at both of these candles, really finding support right around 1950, but there is no continuation. So I did take some out there in the 90s, pardon me, just to de-risk. So yeah, we're going to let this one go through 20. We won't be taking a beak wetter just above 20. We're going to let it go. See if this one can work up into 21 or whatever. Otherwise, 1950 ends the trade for me. Adara.
Keep an eye here on YOU. This company is called Clear Secure, and they were on watch given the recent TSA issues that we've had as a result of the DHS partial shutdown here. It's worth noting they work in, I guess, identity security and identification at airports. So this is significant because CBS reporting that President Trump is going to be nominating a man named David Cummins as TSA administrator. Now, President Trump has apparently already signaled interest in privatizing airport screenings. So that's going to be significant here for YOU. Worth noting, only roughly 600,000 shares on this name traded on the day, but just be aware, YOU on watch with a TSA administrator reportedly being nominated by President Trump, according to CBS.
Hold on. Joey, here comes the $50. Here comes the $50 on ELMT. Come on, break 40. Let's go. The seller at 40. He's running scared. No, he's strong, Joey. He's strong. His feet are strong, just like, what's his name? Tyrone Biggums. Now dropping. But at least we breached 20. We're holding it from 62. I want to see if we can get to the $50. Hit it.
Yeah, man.
Joker, holding, we're holding here, guys. Seller at 30 now. There was a seller at 40, and his feet were very strong. Now the other person here selling at 30, his feet are strong, man. But we saw that, stop. We saw that $20 seller earlier, and he got killed. So let's see if we can kind of rise up a little bit more here. We are encountering VWAP.
Yeah,
why are you doing this?
It feels
today,
Friday, man. It feels like Friday.
It feels Friday. You know why it feels like Friday? Because you're putting in doubles, my boy.
It does.
You've been putting in doubles.
And then tomorrow, I'm no longer. So we're like, hey.
Yeah, he's back tomorrow. Katinaman's back.
Is back.
He's Bizak.
He's Bizak. No, we are not. Says
what happened?
Mint Cornetto. It says boys. No, we're not.
No, man, come on now. We don't show up to work like that. That's crazy talk.
That is crazy talk.
Oh my Lanta, this one just dropped off a cliff. Lost 20, Joey. ELMT just lost 20. Let's see if it can recover. We're in at 62. It's showing me 92. I didn't expect 20 to get, drop that easily. Wow, we're losing the bid. I'm out. Taking it out at 65. We were in at 62, so we make money on all parts of the trade. But that was a big loss there. I didn't anticipate that, man. I thought we were definitely going to at least try for 21. But here it is again, rising back up into like 1975. This one gets back above 20. Actually shows me that there are buyers there. I'm going to get back in. I don't forget, guys, TRT still very much in play. 1635 high. We're down into 1572 now, but we're still holding prior bar low on TRT, the low of which is always has to give me trouble with the mouse overs. TRT, prior bar low on the 5 is exactly 1550. Current bar low, we're basically at it, 1564. So we're holding trend on TRT. Let's see if we can kind of mosey back up above 16 and get involved there. EUDA moving up, halted up, says Bovin. Let's take a look at EUDA. By the way, ELMT is working its way back into 20. EUDA. There we go. I don't know, Bovin. You know how I feel about these ones with like... There's a lot of down halts there, Bovin, man. I mean, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in a row. 4 down halts in a row. Now we got a couple of up halts. 2 up halts in a row. Sorry, the ticker is EUDA. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, like Yeah, above 1450, Bubin. If it can get above 1450, that's VWAP. It's also a prior halt level. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to keep an eye out on this one, but it's like a multiple halter, so it's a little bit tough. Joey.
Good stuff. So yeah, we did get pretty close to a new low of the day in new scale power here. So 1291, the previous print was around 95. So a couple of cents. You are getting the bounce now. Someone mentioned in the chat, Tesla continuing to climb. I'm going to hit some of the short sellers' stop losses. I tend to agree, especially if you've been using the high of the day as you're out and it starts to slowly squeeze, right? You can see that trigger and then you can get that cover rally. The market's bouncing off of the volume weighted average price for the umpteenth time today. So not too bad of a look. Let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on from the larger names.
Question. Yeah. Why are the cybersecurity names getting clipped today? Is it like
ServiceNow yesterday, I think.
Because of the software?
ServiceNow. Apple not doing too much. A quiet one considering what we've seen from yesterday's session. Google, same narrative. It was at the high of the day, but then decided to sell. So helping the NASDAQ come a little bit lower there, guys, for a potential reload. Let's see how we trade for the rest of the session. Microsoft was absolutely on beast mode yesterday, finally starting to recover. Yeah. For sure, man. It's finally starting to recover. Meta, nice recovery as well, too. Man, why do you got to do that, brother?
What, bro? There's nothing wrong with that. What?
Yeah. AMD, 307. A high of 310. We were talking about a bear call spread, but this thing is getting awfully dangerous to implement that strategy. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it climbs another couple of points, $7.50, and closes above 315. Oh, that's Austin 316, right? We'll hit that anyways. But other than that, like AMD is a freight train. We were talking about, I like the setup, but it doesn't seem to be working right now. We still have about a day and a half left of trading, and AMD is extremely strong. So we want to go with that flow. Shreve was just asking about some of the software names. So let's head into the neck of the woods of like the CrowdStrike, which is really struggling off of those lows. I mean, we've had some pretty solid bounces, but I still have that hunch we're not finding our way just yet. We don't really know what to do with them. We're still down 21%. It's up off of the lows more than 20%. So technically in a bull market territory. But Zscaler, we're going to skip that one because it can't get out of its own way at this point and just absolutely disastrous. But we can head towards the Pan Ws and see what we got going on. It's the same thing, the same narrative. Essentially, you're off of the highs, maybe a little bit more than CrowdStrike. We're down 21, 23, so only a couple percentage points. But what we do have going for us is those higher lows in this trend. If we sit on the backside of this and start to move lower, it can get really ugly in a couple of these software names.
All right, man. Yeah, let's look at EUDA because Buvin says it's ripping.
Thanks, Tikar.
Yeah, good move there, Buvin, into 1450. It kind of topping tailed though, Buvin. EUDA, pardon me. Just put that. This thing's up 128%. And to be quite honest, it's down 25% off the high. So it could be substantially higher if we do reclaim the high. So EUDA, it's worked its way here, Buvin. We're going to have to keep an eye on it. But yeah, that will be a last resort for me if I can take some better trades like on TRT or TZOO. I was just telling Grunfeld in the chat, I'm like, I like TZOO here. Here's the volume weighted average price at around, what was that, 1057. Current bar low is like 1068. Let's see if this one can mosey back on above 11 or if it's destined to actually touch the volume weighted average price. Also, TRT finding support yet again at the 10 EMA on the 5. And here's what we've got. You've got this candle here at 12 o'clock, 1548 high. Prior bar low is 1516. If you were to get in here on TRT, you could do one of a number of things. One, there's obviously a buyer at 15. We saw the aggressive selling at 15. That's number one. Number two, you could give it to prior bar low, which I mentioned is 1516, or you could put it a smidge below the 10 EMA on the 5. The 10 EMA on the 5 is showing like 13s or 12s, so you give it like 10 or 7 or whatever, right? Or you could insist that trend break. Right now, we're putting in 2 lower highs in a row. You could insist on a trend break by waiting for the breach of the prior bar, which is 1577 high. So take your pick about how you want to get into this one, but TRT is going to remain on the side chart for me. And good move here for Tzu, right up from like 1060 or whatever we were talking about into 11. So a nice bounce back up. It doesn't look like this one's coming back to VWAP, Grunfeld. Looks like it might mosey on back up, 1198, essentially a 12th touch. Let's see if it can get above these moving averages here, the 10 and the 20, or what the situation is going to be. So those are the names we're looking at. We'll have more to say, I think, when we come back about Keel, because Keel's setting up for some higher lows here. But for the moment, Joey and I, we take a little bit of a break. We send to Dara for happening now. Then Neil has his lesson of the day.
Well, I'll tell you, it doesn't look like the NASDAQ is keeling over here. We pull back for the last two 15-minute candles, but trying to hold up decently here, and nice little bounce at the low of this last 15-minute print on the Qs. We'll take a look at the SPY, which is looking relatively similar here. We did just get a headline from Israel's Channel 12 saying that there's going to be a narrow cabinet convening at 8 p.m. Israel time today. So if I get any news from the cabinet meeting, I'll let you know. But speaking of news, guys, we do have at 3 p.m. a press conference from President Donald Trump, and I think I might already know what it might be about. This is going to be a healthcare affordability event. Now, we know, I was seeing reports I mentioned to you guys probably 20 minutes ago that Regeneron, RGEN, has apparently struck a deal with the White House. So this could be a stock to watch during this event. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. But REGN, light on volume intraday, not a super intraday tradable stock, but certainly something to be aware of if you're in that stock. Now, one stock here that's incredibly, easy and fun to trade intraday, that's going to be TSLA, Tesla. Now, auto revenue actually did decline on a sequential basis, but it's up on a year-over-year basis. Services revenue, incredibly strong year-over-year. And Elon Musk making more promises to investors of dubious timeline. And we've got another company reporting after the bell. Actually, this company got name-dropped by Elon Musk yesterday with the Tesla earnings. You've got Intel. We know they're in Terafab. We know they've had deals with everyone from the U.S. government to NVIDIA. And now they're going to have another earnings report. Can they post a profit? Because right now we're expecting about 1 cent a share. We'll have to find out tonight at 4 p.m. Be there or be square. I'll be here. We'll get Neil. We'll get Joe. We'll give you the earnings live. So where would you be if not Twitter TV Live? I don't know. So please stick with us. In the meantime, stick with us for Neil's lesson of the day, because Neil, I know there's a lesson, but what is it?
Welcome, everybody, and thank you very much, Adair. The lesson is I'm done the chicken. I'll get to that at the end. It took me about 2, maybe 3 minutes to finish it, but the actual lesson is going to be about FOMO. I like to consider myself a disciplined person. Now, FOMO takes a lot of different forms. The typical FOMO is I missed a trade, or this is happening and I wanted to be all over it. So I'm going to, maybe like you chase a move in a stock, like it's going in the favor you wanted, so you buy it at a horrible price. You buy the tops because you're chasing the trade. Or like maybe you just, like you take some kind of a sympathy play to also try to chase it. It's something to do with a missed move on that stock that causes you to trade it. There's another side of FOMO, which it can manifest itself in a lot of different ways. What it can do is it can take your attention away from something else. Now, I'm going to give you an example where I won on a trade, but FOMO cost me more. And the good news is I can actually look at my note, because I had the note my own Intel. Forget about the Mobileye, who cares? 69 area rejections have held 65 for support long. So I'm looking for the support long into a certain resistance level. I'll get to that in a second. But I had Tesla down here, pop and fade, 82 to 86 range. Well, you can pretty much see the reversal candle that I'm a fan of into the prior low. There's your wick, it doesn't break 86. You got your bodies at 82, so the range was right where the curl would happen almost exactly. You're gonna note that I don't have a trade in there, and you probably know exactly why I don't have a trade. Now, if my initial look on Intel was long off of 65 to 69, how could I possibly miss out on Tesla to have gone into an Intel short? Well, because of FOMO, right? Like, it didn't dip and rip for me in Intel. I didn't catch, and you saw, if you go back, you will see the moment at which not only did I try to get the retracement through the low, I missed the punch through the volume weighted average price. I've actually missed twice trying to catch the long higher and didn't get my fill. And now all of a sudden it's gone $2, and that's the missed move. Ultimately, I'll remember back to the rest of the week when these like fade trades have worked off of the same price area, breaking 68 and not getting to 69 and then looking for the reversal. And in the moment where Tesla was setting up the original idea, I was still looking at Intel, the one that got away. Now, I could just say to myself, but Neil, you had a tight stop. You eventually got pretty much the bottom end of the move perfectly, so you're up in Intel. That's the end of the story. Who cares, right? You made money on it. But that's not how you should look at trading. I should look at it this way. In the moment when this was happening, like the A today was for me like long on Intel. If there was an A+ setup, it was looking for the long, whether it was this little trend break or whether it was real ideally looking for the bottom here at 65. It wasn't that short. And then the open trade for Tesla that I was looking for was the topping tail at 82 to 86. That was the A on Tesla. So that's the one that I have to be in. Could be breaking trend right now, everybody. That's the one that I have to be in. So you can't just simply sit there. And I say this oftentimes. The lazy part would be me just saying, but you made money on the thing you paid attention to, you eventually made money on it, so therefore good. That's not true. It's not good. Because I had a better setup that could have done better for me. And I didn't have it because I was, FOMO trading Intel. It just so happens that I made a good trade on Intel after I FOMO'd it. That just is what it is. It doesn't make it the right decision in that moment. And you've got to be able to grade yourself in that way. Some people talk about writing a journal or not. Like, it's the kind of thing I don't need to write in a journal. I know what I did. And I can't just grade myself positive. It doesn't work that way. So FOMO isn't just about chasing in an individual stock. It can also distract the moment when I shouldn't be looking at this thing, whether I trade it or not. I shouldn't be looking at it because there's an A+ setup somewhere else, and I'm now not seeing it because I'm laser focused on the one that got away. Well, if that trade got away, wait for the next opportunity in it and move on to the better one when it is there. This is the point at which I always give the rating on the lunch. I ate the chicken. I haven't even touched the rice because I just don't feel like the carbs. The salad was very meh. Very meh. The salad was just not that great at all. And to be honest, the fried chicken wasn't as good as it was last time. Yeah, I don't know. The skin just wasn't quite perfect. I can maybe give it like an 8, just because I really like fried chicken. But then if I'm being real about the salad was a major disappointment. The tomatoes weren't very fresh, so I got to give this one a 7.9, because that's about as low as I can actually give a good meal. So I'll go with 7.9, but that's like a disappointing 7.9 if I can. Go back to the midday, boys. The futures are at the volume weighted average price. Tesla might have just turned the corner, breaking the trend. We'll see. Right now, this market might be giving it up a bit.
Give it up. Give it up. Yeah, Neil, no, it's not just the market, my man. Even the small caps are all turning here. And none of them will look really good. Hold on. Burrow might be, trying to make its way. I had a pun, but I don't want to do it. Making its way back here. Let's see if this one can weasel on back. Sub $1, sub 50 pennies, mind you. Up 37 1/4. We had a good trade to start the show on this one into the top pink tail, but it basically failed all the levels. And now it failed VWAP as well, quite decidedly, but got bought up into about 37.5 pennies above VWAP, which is at 37 1/4. Talking about, quarter penny here. In any event, I'm looking for a move above this area high. There's a double top, the 1135, the 1140 candles, the high of which is 38.98 and 38.97, literally. That's the high of both these candles here. So if we can work, let's just say above 39, then we take out prior area high. My concern is, though, we have so many different levels that we could encounter resistance. Case in point, the 1015 to 1025 candle where it rejected off 40. And then we're looking possibly at more resistance at around 41.5. So, yeah, you try to take the best part of the trade, and then, the secondary or tertiary part, those could be B, C plus setups at the most, right? Sometimes, not all the time. This was the A plus setup, though. Why? A plus, A, B plus, whatever. Because it was trading above the 10 EMA, and it had the momentum with it. The higher lows were in, the higher highs were in, above the moving averages, above that 38 penny pre-market high. It had all the good stuff. Now you're kind of trying to take the remainders. and sometimes the remainder just, they taste really bad. So BURU, we're going to keep an eye on it at Joey, but it does look like it's had better days. Plants need water. Tony, stop, bro. Lettuce, Go TV, dropping 2 in the chat. We thank you for that, Joey. Ooh. Right. Can you look at CCL? I'm shorting with oil crisis. I can tell you I will never be on a CCL cruise. I've seen too much. I've seen far too much. The internet. The internet spares nobody, Joey.
Yeah, no, it
especially
doesn't.
If you screw up. You'll be online. Let's have a look at CCL. So you're thinking short with the oil crisis. I gotta tell you, this thing's up 1 and change on the day, 1.15. It's above VWAP. It's above the 10 EMA. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs. It's off the high, which is 27.33. Current print looks like 27.25. I don't think this is a setup for the short. I respect, you know, kind of how you're looking. I see EUDA above in. It's ripping up. EUDA is now almost 200% in green, and it's like almost at 19 with a high of 1950. That's EUDA. But let's look at CCL, continuing here, up 1.22. And here it is, man, almost into that, above the $0.25, quite frankly. So I got to tell you, I don't think this is a good short setup. I would wait for the loss of this candle right there. That's the 1145 candle that ended up being a hammer bottoming tail, the low of which is 27.13. But there's also support right around here, which is, I'm assuming, why this got bought up. There's support from the implied balance, which is like the first hour of trading at around 27.08. VWAP is there as well. Yeah, Lettuce, Go TV. I like how you're thinking. You're thinking oil. You're thinking take something that, you know, would be hurt by oil. It's just the chart is not setting up in the right way, though. That's the thing. That's kind of the point I wanted to make. CCL is bad. However, Celebrity is much better. That's what I hear. I hear Celebrity's pretty good. I hear Royal Caribbean is pretty good. And there's like other ones as well that, you know, Princess. My parents go on that one, but that's like for old folks and stuff. So we're going to Adair.
Keep an eye on PLTR. Not too much of a move here. The stock was already at day's lows, but interesting headline from the Wire, or sorry, not from the Wire, Wired reporting here that there's some Palantir internal dissent building as employees question the ethics of their core business. They're citing internal Slack messages that I guess were revealed. I have yet to read the entire report, but I'm going to read through that for you guys right now. They also interviewed current and former Palantir employees to get a sense of the culture. Again, Palantir employees reportedly experiencing some internal dissent. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, that'll go over well with Alex Karp. He's very, very understanding person, level-headed, right? You know, just he's that kind of guy,
right?
Not
about destruction or anything like that.
The Department of Offense.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he I love the haired one, man. He's fantastic. Watching EUDA here. Great call out by you, Bovin. I still don't want to trade this. It's just, it doesn't fit within my risk parameters, nor is it, you know, the structure is what is concerning me with that 19 to 1950 area high. I'd like to see us blow through that. In fact, I'd like to see us above 20, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not liking Keel either to New York. It's still putting in lower lows and lower highs. It's at, what is it, 342, right? So it's not really going here, man. I'm not liking Keel. I'm not liking TRT, but I'm starting to like the look of Burrow's jib here because it is now breaking above that 39 penny area, 39 and a fifth. Burrow here recovering, still obviously generally lower than that 41, 42 area where you could say we really had resistance, but continuing to watch Burrow here, Joey, could be setting up here, my man.
All right, my brother. Yeah, good stuff. As the market's finding some of the rebound, we got our eyes here on Bitcoin for this shelf to be broken. We can post up at this higher end of the range. But I think at the end of the day, this thing is pretty strong, right? So do we avoid it? We had the NASDAQ pull back into the volume-weighted average price. We had the SPY, and we haven't yet on Bitcoin. Yesterday's strong session, okay? Why is this page always staying in front? Like it's always pushed forward?
Which one?
You know, this one.
It's
You know what
okay.
I'm saying?
Yeah. Did you have the settings for it to be on top? Because I have the same problem.
You have the
too.
same, it does
Yeah,
that to you too?
yeah,
All right, no, I
yeah,
just wanted
yeah.
to, I figured that's what it was, but okay. Nonetheless, here we go, IBIT, are we gonna break down? Posting up here is gonna give us a better risk to reward ratio. I don't think we'll get 52s again, but anything can happen. We're still sitting in this new scale power trade, and we will be until we establish a new low of the day, and maybe even then some. I've seen somebody saying 1275. That might be a little bit of a stretch, but hey, we're in it to win it, so we'll continuously hold. NASDAQ getting a bounce, and USO has punched through the volume weighted average price and continuing to climb high, hovering around that previous pivot of the intraday session. So keep an eye on USO. We can find that. That's why I can never actually find the tab, and that's why it was making me go through the wall essentially. But all right, there it is. Yeah, I know, man. Very good stuff. But here it is. Like, let's pull up USO and see what we have going on. We'll take a look at the options chain. Even though I don't believe the effect of the derivatives market is like implemented too much into actual USO, just due to the fact that essentially a headline steps in, boom. We've seen on multiple occasions where we had almost triple digits open interest and it didn't matter to the underlying asset. It's irrelevant. And I think that's the narrative with this, specifically considering the circumstances that we're currently sitting in regarding oil and the NASDAQ. But let's head over to the options chain and find out if there's anything substantial or anything along those lines that we need to keep an eye out on in the Qs and USO, okay? Has the implied volatility upticked? Yes, absolutely, 80%. But if we go along with this expiration cycle, that everything that closes tomorrow, expires tomorrow, the largest size that we have is already in the money, $130. We're now trading $132, so just keep that in mind. Moving forward, let's take a look at what we have on the NASDAQ. What do we have on the Qs? Is the implied volatility starting to uptick? Just the other day, earlier in the week, we were sitting at 9% implied vol on the Qs and on the SPY. Insane. You're starting to see a little bit of an uptick now, but we're not that fearful right now as the market continued to climb to new all-time highs. And on multiple occasions, I said we can use this as a sentiment gauge. Right? Like, you have the VIX, you have the fear index, and when you climb higher, it's like, okay, when are we going to start to cool off? And then that's when you see that inverse correlation between the VIX and the overall market, essentially saying, hey, VIX cooling down. That can be a bullish signal for a lot of equities, and that's the case that we've seen. We have Broadcom all-time high, AMD all-time high. Amazon might beat NVIDIA.
Hold on, Broadcom got out to all-time highs? I didn't even notice.
Brother, yesterday.
I didn't know.
Bro.
I can't monitor all of them, man.
Can't monitor.
Oh, baby.
All right, but yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So we can use this as a gauge. Elevated VIX, elevated implied volatility, bearish, fear within the market, typically moves to the downside. Things cool off, the buying programs start to kick in, and sure enough, off to the races you go. And I think Amazon's going to outpace NVIDIA and Google to its all-time high. So keep an eye on it. Microsoft's not even in the conversation right now, and Apple's a little bit farther behind. So it's not looking bad whatsoever in the Magnificent Seven. The ones that we say, oh, do we need them to lead the market? Yes, we do, unfortunately, but that is the world that we live in.
Yeah, man. They're the ones with all the money. They're the ones buying all these chips, right? What would NVIDIA be without the mag? Can you imagine?
It wouldn't be a mag.
It wouldn't be
a mag.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a mag.
Right? Like, it wouldn't be a mag.
Well said. What's my favorite bicep exercise on a rug? I gotta tell you, man, arms are super secondary for me. Always looking for the major muscle group as the focus, and then I just finish off with some light bis and tris. Yesterday, I did preacher curls with the easy curl bar. I did that on the preacher, and then I actually used the angle of the preacher on from the other side, so not leaning down like this. I lean my back against the 45-degree angle of the preacher, and I do skull crushers. All right, so that's skull crushers are pretty good. So that was my move yesterday, but I gotta tell you, I mean, it's not arms are super secondary. In my humble submission, so not really looking at that. All right, we have more to say here when we get back, but we got to go to Adara.
Yeah, brief headline here. Just keep an eye on oil, seeing more about tankers at the Strait of Hormuz. Reportedly, 2 bulk carriers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Unclear what the origin of them is. This is CNN citing Kepler, which is a ship for basically, they have like research intelligence on this stuff. So either way here, CNN reporting 2 bulk carriers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Again, if I get more details, I'll let you know, but just worth noting, still seeing some Strait of Hormuz stuff here today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adaria. You know another that's really good for biceps, but a lot of people don't even think about it. They think about it for back. Close grip chin-ups, because your biceps are in that contracted position.
I do them for them, exactly.
For buys?
So like if I'm hitting back and buys, I'll do like you can hit
As a
both.
dual.
Yeah, exactly. You can hit both of them, right?
Yeah,
like and you can focus a little bit more on the actual, on the bicep.
Yeah, you just have to be kind of like in this grip, right? You can do neutral grip as well, which is good for the brachial radialis.
Exactly. Like, boom, and squeeze that bicep. Bicep.
Yeah, it's a good lift. You lift Brosif, Office Depot. Your boy Brosif lifts up a storm. My boy.
Man, what kind of question? Don't ever insult me like that again when we hit this stone call.
The market moves like the waves.
Whoa, hey. Oh, you're like, I'll let you hit it then.
Oh, here we go. I didn't hit that. I didn't hit that.
Who that?
That was cool. I'm not gonna lie. I like that one.
Hold on, my turn now.
Yeah.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade is unlimited upside.
Love it. Love the energy, man. All right, guys, I don't like anything right now. Nothing is setting up in the way that I like. So if you want for me to look at some of the names for you, just throw them in the chat, tag me so that I see that red rectangle there and know exactly what's going on. But I'm not liking anything. Nothing for me is setting up at the moment, not SST, not TRT, not TZOO, not EUDA. Burrow obviously disappointed me a little bit. Mike, PAPL getting close to that buck break. Let's have a look at PAPL. I'm going to say papal, but that's kind of disrespectful. So, PAPL. Oh, good call out there, Mike. Yes, Mike, this is going to work its way back. I had this one on, and then I took it off. So I'm going to take off SST because I don't think that's a good one, Bovin. Sorry, I love you, but I don't like it. So we're going to keep this one here. So that buck break is coming in, but you know what I'm looking at, Mike? You know, because I know you watch. 4:40 a.m., 105 high. I'd love to be above that pre-market high. But I do like this, man, because we haven't given up the majority of the move. This one broke out in the afternoon at around 4:30. Typically, if the news is, you know, BS, we're going to sell back off. We might even go back to 60, which was the closing print yesterday at around 4 o'clock, I should say. So let's see if we can get back above. The fact that we were covered in this way off 72.5 into almost $1, I do find very, very good. So good call up by Mike. Bovin saying the same thing. Bovin said PAPL as well. Shout out to my man. I am Big Deal. Love the name. Absolutely love the name. He's got first person or main character syndrome.
Who?
You ever heard that?
Who does?
The guy in the chat, I am Big Deal. I like that. I like that name. First character syndrome. Let's have a look at Lulu. Lulu is, I'm quite disappointed. This is oh my days. Joey.
What's up, brother?
Joey.
Yes, sir.
This isn't real. This is a real chart? Joey.
Who is that?
I keep going. We're 72.25% off the highs on Lululemon. Oh my, as you'd say, Lanta. Let's go to the
Why would you ever buy a retail stock?
Dude, this is a good company, and they make good clothes, man. This is so sad. We are almost at March 2020 lows. The low there is 128.84. We're at 143 and change here. Where is Lulu? Sorry, it's not loading for whatever reason here. Lulu's at 143.70. Oh my days. What do I tell you about this? I mean, there's nothing for me to say. Positive, that is. We're getting a flat bottom break. That flat bottom break was 160. Take a look at that. A lot of defending at 160 to 165. We've lost that, right? Now we're down into 140 something, 144. Yeah, this is certainly not for me. Perhaps at $100. I'd be looking first at the COVID era lows, 125. And then if it doesn't hold up there, I'm looking at $100. I really, this thing is SSR, man. It's down 11.9.
Let's go through a couple more retail names. Pull up the.
You want to look at Nike? Because they hired that Nike woman.
Yeah, let's pull up Nike.
All right. So hold on. What do we say this one was off the highs, Joey? 72.2%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
NKE.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and do it live. Oh, wow. They're both as bad as each other.
Yeah.
Who's worse here? 77 and a third. Oh no, I cheated a little bit. Let me move it up to the current price action.
Yeah.
74.75% off the highs.
Yeah.
I have nothing positive to say.
A&F, what's A&F doing?
ANF, what? It's not a good chart, but it's not nearly as much. 53%.
How about Urban Outfitters? UBRN.
I don't even know what that is.
UBRN, I believe.
BR? No, that's
no UBRN.
Sorry.
Yeah.
UBRN.
Yeah.
My bad. I can't type, Joey. UBRN. No, it's not.
No?
Not, yeah.
Or is, yeah, okay, it's URBN.
I can put.
Yeah, it's
URBN?
Yeah,
Okay.
URBN.
URBN?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Have a look. Oh. This is as good as it gets here in terms of retail. This is a bull flag continuation. SSC, no, you're killing me, bro. All right. $60. Oh, this is beautiful holding of structure here. This is URB. Good call, Joe. URBN. This is the good one, man. If you're looking for retail, clothing, obviously, this is decent. Look at the $60 double bottom, holds a key area of prior resistance. You're clearly getting resistance at 80. Sometimes we wick up above into like 84, but most of the prints are rejecting that 80. You've got a range here. In my humble submission, this is a bull flag. The breakout starts from around the low 40s, and the high is about, as we mentioned, mid to low 80s. This is a buy off $60, and you know, unless it rejects.
What time is it?
It's okay. It's okay. You know, she's Queen Ram. $80. You sell in and around there. We love you, Ram. We were just saying we were happy that you
down like,
you
yo,
came,
who you
right?
even talking to?
What? We don't want you to be gone.
Where you going?
So don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. She's threatening us, Joey.
Yeah, bro. I got the like.
Saw that?
You ever see that? Like it's like you say something to somebody and they turn around like, "What did you just even say to me?"
Yeah, she said. She gave you that look.
Absolutely.
She's a vicious person.
Yeah,
you gotta be careful.
All right, guys.
We got a super.
We got a super chat. We'll get into the super chat right here.
That's crazy. We need a little bit more than that, Joey.
What do you mean?
We need a couple of more, man.
There's no way, man.
Watermelon, pineapple, mango.
There can only be one.
I know, but we need a couple of more options.
What, grapes?
No, I wouldn't put grapes on there.
Okay, well, give me one.
Orange? You don't like an orange?
Bro, it's not a goat fruit. We'll remove that right away.
I like orange.
We're removing that option.
I'll eat oranges more than I eat watermelon.
Man. How did you do that, Ramin? Oh, someone put the smiley face there. All right. Anyway, start the voting. Let's see what we got going on here.
One for watermelon.
One for watermelon. Two for pineapple.
Why did you put?
I didn't. Someone keeps changing it on me.
I think it's Fabian.
Yeah, it is Fabian.
Definitely
It is
Fabian.
definitely
He's got
Fabian.
it up there. Yeah.
And then
Fabian's
mango
the
with the
culprit,
sleeper.
bro. Look at
5.
Fabian,
Whoa.
bro.
Yeah. I gotta go 3 here. Did you vote, Sharif?
I didn't yet.
Wow,
I'm gonna have to go ahead and say I'm gonna go
Cantaloupe is
watermelon.
crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go watermelon. So that's kind of how that's going. How are we doing there?
Man,
Who's winning?
pineapple right now, yeah.
Look, pineapple's a
close.
big number 2 for me too.
Is it, eh?
Mango, I'm gonna say
not,
I
it's
love
not
mango, but you can get really crappy mangoes.
You can get really crappy
and
mangoes.
so
There's
even when
two
they're
different-
in season.
There's the high fiber one,
Yes.
right? And then there's the ones that are like gel.
Question
Those are
for
the
you.
best ones.
Do you find it annoying that the hairs get stuck in your teeth?
If you get the high fibered ones, but if you get the gel styled
How are you
ones,
gonna know without opening though?
because there's a style. No. There's a style. Trust me, I'm a mango expert.
That's what I'm listening.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
listening.
There's a feel and there's a label on where they come from. So darker label in the middle of the summer, you'll get those gel style ones. But also, if it's really green and red, that's when you have the high fiber.
Good call. Good
With
call.
the red bottom, high fiber. Mango taking the lead. Let's go. But watermelon up there, man. Good stuff there, guys. No, try mango called Amphilagio from India. They are sick. Ask Sia. Maybe Sia might know about those ones.
What are they called? Oh, Indian mangoes are amazing.
Yeah,
they're known in
a
Egypt.
lot of mangoes are good. Yeah, the hair gets stuck.
They're actually quite well known.
Yeah, so all right, guys, this is a pretty good one here. I mean, SMR heading right back towards the lows. 1296. See, is getting ready to chime in here, essentially. But 1296, can we break the lower end of the range? So essentially, what we have going on is a stair-step style pattern with that initial strong leg to the downside. We curl over, and I'm like, all right, this is going to be our opportunity to re-engage, take that additional move, and then sure enough, Sure enough, what we have here is the strength into the downside. So I like this. Am I going to play this bottom break, the shelf that's being formed in Bitcoin? I think at some point, if we're fortunate enough to catch an additional pullback, there might be a potential move back into the volume-weighted average price here on IBIT. So we like this. We'll continue to monitor. We'll keep our eye on Bitcoin for the move back in. And then we also have the NASDAQ and the SPY, which got pretty close. USO hovering around there, but the SPY fell right into view up and still hovering above that neck of the woods. So catch the higher end of the range. Not too bad of a look there. Oh my God, this is nuts.
Let me cover the super.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Sam's 4871, dropping 10 nice ones in the chat. A big thanks to this fabulous team. Keep up with the work, guys. Respect for keeping an eye on and jump and dumps. Jump and dumps. Actually, they're great call. Car. Trust the process, guys. Right. Finally, Sharif, show us your guns, man. Do it at the beginning of the show sometimes, but let's take a look at Car, man. Let's see what Car's up to. I just can't believe this move here. That's the weekly. Let's look at the 5. Yeah, Car still bleeding, finding some. This could be another entry short here on Car. $27. It just got back into the 10. Topping tail candle, current bar failing the low of the prior candle on the 5. Sorry, let me just load up Car here. This is short still restricted, obviously, so you're going to have to get in on the uptick. It is down 50% on the day. Did you even see what was going on? It's with these two hedge funds.
Yeah.
You know about that whole thing? Okay. Yeah, you know about it.
It's just like rug pull. I've had the feeling that I was going to get that rug pull.
Well, they only got into it, the hedge funds, because they saw the ridiculous short float. And so they're like, okay, here's a money-making opportunity. And then they're out. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's not illegal for them to do it. I
wonder how much money. So some of those boys are getting major bonuses this year.
Oh yeah. That's how that world works as well too. Big bonus world. All right, PAPL. This is looking fantastic, Mike. This is looking fantastic, Bovin. Papel, PAPL on the way to the dollar, and what a recovery. This one didn't look like it was going to be one of the ones that we would be focusing on during the afternoon, just based upon the fact that it was a sell all day, used VWAP, in fact, earlier on around 9 a.m. As a resistance, attempted again a breach of VWAP at around 9:30, and that was the real big failure there. And there it goes through one, Joey. Let's load up PAPL on the trading screen. Now this could be in play here. Hope it's on the NQ. It's not. This is another Amex stock. Yet another one that is automatically on probation because on the exchange off which it trades. There it goes, guys. Okay, just to give you some technicals here. The 440 AM high is 105. And that breached the prior high from yesterday. So some resistance now coming in here. Look, if we breach 105, this is going to rip. It's a 104 technical high now on PAPL. So it doesn't quite breach the pre-market high, but pretty close to it. So I'm going to keep an eye out on this one, especially since the pickings are slim, quite frankly, on the day. There was some really good ones to start the show, but they've really died down since then. So people are saying SKLZ halted up. Another one moving here, Joey, that I didn't have notice of. Thank you guys for pointing this one out. SKLZ. Call this skills. Yeah, there it is. Nice halt up 66%. Let's load this one. Let's put the ticker on there. SKLZ, Z for my American friends. And there it is into the high of the day. Is this going to halt? All right, let's load this up as well. TRT, we're going to leave on there. SKLZ. Let me guess. Amex? No, I was wrong. NQ? Wrong. NY? Right. Okay. So it's halted. We won't know what the halt. We won't know the tap because it's on the NYSE. You can only see the tap on the NASDAQ. 612. That's what we halted at. Halt time 12:31:26. So the earliest we'll open is 12:36:26. Let's see how long it takes this one to open. But yeah, this is a very good one. So is PAPL. Definitely going to keep an eye out on those. I am big deal. Joe, Sharif, did you ever settle the AEO bet? Oh, we did. And it's all over, my boy. Yeah. All right, SST broke 370, says Bovin. I took that one off, Bovin. I'm going to take off TZOO now because that is losing VWAP. Good call, Bovin. Okay, so now the small caps are starting to pick up here. We have PAPL, we have SKLZ, we have SST. So all these ones are moving and they're looking pretty good. Bovin, this is what I was trying to tell you, above 370 on SST, and this one's on its horse here, and could be, geez, Louise, how many Amex names are there today? Nizy, oh my days, nothing's on the NASDAQ today. This is what I was telling Bovin, I'm like, it has to break this area right here, and now it is breaking it. Let's see if it does it decisively, Bovin, or if we're just gonna get a wick above 370 and then lose the bid. So I'm gonna pack the patience here, especially since we have a $4 high, right? So if your bias is we clear 375 and we're on our way to 4, then you have a little bit of room. Right now, we're getting a bit of a sell, dropping down into the 70 penny level. Let's see if we get bought up, but some good looks here. IRE as well, which is a 2 times leverage ETF for IREN, curling up and about, I wanna say 50, 60 pennies off the high. So there is some stuff coming back here. We're going to have to keep an eye on all of them. Let's put SKLZ instead of Repel, SKLZ, so we can have a quick look at when this one opens. So, Joey, a lot of new names just made it onto the side chart here. I was complaining that there wasn't enough to trade, but coming in pretty quickly.
Yeah, good stuff, man. As the market is heading lower, I'm thinking about we're at the top end of the range here on Bitcoin, so the risk to reward is there for a potential long. But we're going to get prepared to take a little bit more off here on SMRs. It's establishing a new low of the day. So, I mean, this thing's been rocking and rolling for us here. An all-day trender. I love it when we just have to sit in one position for the majority of this of the day, and that's my style. You find it, you get the right entry, and it allows you to just ride these trends, and it can be pretty fun. All right. I mean, things were tough. Things are the market's starting to turn, and we want to start to take advantage of it a little bit more.
Oh wow, it's going to halt up.
Want to talk
Skills
about
is
it?
going to halt up again, guys. Skills is ripping. Up 82, almost 83%. I just tried to get in. I couldn't get in. It just ripped past my entry. Current bar low, 612. Current bar high, the halt level, 673. Again, we're not going to know what the tap is on this one because it's a Nizy stock. Halt time, 12:37:12. Earliest will be open, 12:42:12. Be on the lookout here. Skills is ripping up, and there's a lot of volume supporting this this rip up. We just started printing the volume bars. I want to say at around 12:20, 12:25. We've already done 2.5 million shares. This thing was doing almost no volume, 10:30 to 11. No volume coming in until that 12 o'clock bar. So this is probably something to do with a news item here at 12. So we'll just take a quick look now that it's halted. You can kind of get a better idea.
Yes, Nick Diaz. Oh, you already
Circuit breaker. Not seeing anything from today, man. What the hell? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here, guys. This is multiple halter, too. I don't see anything from today. But the breakout was clearly at 12. And it paused at 12:02 because that's when I got the pause due to volatility. Okay. Well, it is what it is, but I have no news on this one. I have no idea why it's moving, but sometimes it doesn't really matter. When they're halting like this, I kind of want to get the idea of why, but... Okay. SST failing that $0.75 breach, now dipping back in. Let's see if it gets bought up here and moseys back up. SST's spread is also quite wide. Look at that. It was just in the 60s. Now it's back into the high 70s. What the hell is going on here? So current bar low is on SST 63. You get in here, you give it to current bar low, or you give it to 60, that 10 penny level. I'll think that one through. Meanwhile, we're sending you to Adair.
All right.
Time to take a look here at USO once again, getting some comments from the foreign ministry spokesperson of Iran saying that transferring highly enriched uranium is not an option for them, but reducing its concentration is apparently an option on the table. So I guess some potential options here for how to handle the enriched uranium situation coming from the foreign ministry of Iran, specifically their spokesperson. Now, this also is interesting because we had comments earlier today from a Pakistani diplomat, I believe, basically saying that in order for there to be some kind of negotiations, either the U.S. or Iran, and both are going to have to make some kind of concessions. Seems like Iran could be trying to make some concessions here. If I get more details, more context, or more color, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Son of Daniel, thank you for that. So Skills just won a $420 million lawsuit. Well, that would just make a lot of sense now, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing that on my blotter, though. Thank you for putting that in there. But, I mean, I'm not getting it at all. I'm getting a bunch of different items on my blotter. Most of them have to do with the fact that it's halted and circuit breaker this, blah, 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 that. Oh, here. What is this? Thank you. I missed that one. You think that to make this one a bit more apparent. Papaya Gaming Limited was found liable for false advertising Thursday and ordered by a jury to pay $420 million in damage to its mobile gaming rival Skills platform. The jury also awarded $652 million in disgorgement. Ew. I'm pretty sure disgorgement means punitive damages. That's a great headline that fundamentally changes their balance sheet. So SKLZ needs to be in focus here. It is on the NYSE. It is ripping up. It is up 82%. And it just started coming in the volume that is at 12 o'clock. I'm assuming when they got the jury verdict. So we're watching this one. Look, sometimes these ones, they have a bit of a relief drop, right? Where people are taking profit. So we're not rocketing up all at one time. 12:37.12. That's the halt time, meaning that will be open at the earliest at 12:42.12. It is currently 12:41.10. So we have almost a minute here, Joey. Yeah. I'm also in here, what's it called? In SST. I'm looking for the hold of prior bar low, which is 63. I'm looking for a move up into the 80s and 90s. We're going to give this one the old college try. But I really want to focus, though, the most on SKLZ, especially with that headline. What do you got?
Absolutely, man. We're just piecing some out here on SMR. I'm posted up on IBIT to see if we can catch a fill at the top end of the range. I don't know if we're going to catch that as it's starting to move to the downside, but nonetheless, I'm not going to be chasing it at 41s. We want the 48s. Drastically increase the risk to reward. Additional leg lower will post up to take a little bit more off on there. Sitting on 5%, that will put us around 2.5 after this partial, and we're just letting it ride here on the day. I mean, boom, initial short rate out of the gate, 5 minute all the way to the downside. We allow this curl over to come in, and then bang, we add some more, we just get back into full position, and then off to the races SMR goes, giving back the majority of its gain from the past couple of sessions. So a pretty good look there as the market's continuing to climb. This consolidation that we got on Bitcoin, this shelf, is just screaming.
It's open. It's ripping. It's going to halt again. Oh, my days. It's going to halt again into 740. This is ridiculous,
Dude, the exact same thing happened in AIXI. So they won a lawsuit, that small cap name that I was trading while you were gone. And then sure enough, it just went went nuts after.
Was Casey involved in that one?
I don't know if Casey was involved in that one, but I was involved in it, so we were
Sorry. Casey, if you're in the chat, are you looking at this woman? Like, are you watching this? This is like right down your alley, Case. So if you're there, tag me because I want to know what your move is on this. What are you thinking? Bovin, are you looking at this? What are you thinking about this? I need some opinions here because this is ripping up, man. This is a huge reward. We're talking about almost $1 billion here if it actually gets paid. Here's the headline again, man. Where the hell did I find it? Stupid. Here it is. So $420 million in damages and $652 million in disgorgement. So that's a lot of money. So I'd love to hear what you guys have to say about this. If you guys are looking at this, what's your move on this? What a rip up. This is being reported by Bloomberg as well. And if you're looking for the actual report, here it is. You can copy and paste that link. But Bloomberg, because they're so good, they're behind a paywall. But if you know about Archive, well, then you know. I won't say any more than that.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Sheriff looks like... Gotta read things in my head before I read them out loud.
Can't please everybody, my boy.
Can't. Yeah, that's unfortunately, Sharif. That is the world that we live in. Anyways, SMR, we catch that fill at that level. We're getting back towards the top end of the range here on Bitcoin. That's exactly what we're looking for. I'm just gonna let the rest of this ride. I might even mock it, to be honest with you. I'm not going to, but it wouldn't be a horrible idea. I just think. I mean, we're 40 cents. We're 25, 40 cents almost, or 35 cents in the money. So, I mean, it could rebound aggressively, but the amount of shares that I have on, it wouldn't do anything. All right? So, moving forward, let's head back in towards our watch list here, guys. NVDA, we'll go through the top names. We can always start from the bottom. We go over these plenty, all right? From the bottom. XLF. Oh my God, this thing can't get out of its own way right now.
What happened?
It's driving me nuts. The financials, dude. They're just not performing well right now. I think once things start to cool down, eventually we'll see them just grind higher into new all-time highs. IBM was getting destroyed this morning and holding up at a key structure. Like, I mean, from a monthly standpoint, this is a big-time sentiment change, all right? So we're on the backside of this trend, and then now we're holding up 221 here. All right, Palantir was selling around those lows. Some of the software names continuing to get clipped, and that is Palantir down 30-something+%. When we've seen Robinhood start to recover. All right, now coming back in a little bit, but this primary downtrend has started to be breached, and that's what we want to look for. Okay, moving forward, SoFi, dead money. We're not going to go over that one. CoreWeave was strong yesterday. Is it strong today? Not necessarily. So you're seeing the pullback within tech. The ADRs, we can take a look at Pinduoduo. Absolutely getting destroyed. Man, these might be some pretty good shorts at some point. McDonald's got an upgrade yesterday, but not doing too much. Again, I'm kind of happy about that. But anyways, 11.7%. Yeah, I don't like McDonald's, man. And JPM, let's go over some of these banks. Like JPM still holding up, downtrend broken, right? Like we have these consecutive lower highs. We sit on the backside, and then now we're only about 5% off of that high, right? 7% to be exact. Okay, so not too bad. UNH also holding up all right. So UNH putting in a couple of strong sessions. This is what you want to see.
Friends still holding those calls?
Oh, I don't think so.
Nah, you've been printing up 7.
Those expired a long time ago.
Yeah. He was
a long time ago. Is he holding other ones? No, I think with
great
considering
time now, right?
I don't know if it's a great. Do you think it's a great buy up here? I don't know if it is. Obviously, you want to get the better price. But as for everything else, I think he's a little bit cool on things right now.
Fair.
Yeah. Right, rightfully so. I haven't even made a swing trade this year, to be honest with you.
Really,
Yeah, I haven't even in my personal account, which is kind of abnormal. But anyways, nonetheless, Walmart, 132. Yes. All right, Sharif,
Right.
before we send it back to you, if you guys know who Kip Dynamite is, yes. Then sure enough, let's head over. I mean, this is a monstrous recovery. What am I looking for there? The tracker. So, I mean, I'm probably falling. Oh, we're back into fifth. Sharif, you're sliding here in the portfolio.
I suck, bro.
You're in the portfolio tracker. Sean sitting in second. Whatever, man. That's crazy. This guy was in dead last, now sitting in second place.
Marvell?
Yeah, it's all Marvell, really. So that's all he is, man. He's just I can't call my boy that, but he had Palantir and he had Marvell this year just helping him lead the race. But nonetheless, I mean, we'll sit in that. Randy, I don't even know how he got up in here, but we should be in fourth. Yeah, 12% back on Walmart, and then we have JPM starting to climb a little bit higher, and CrowdStrike too. But it's just one here. Like, you're down 40%. Like, get that garbage out of here. Big Bear AI down 40%.
Come on, let me in, bro. I'm punching the keys. For crying out loud, man. Unreal.
You have to mark it on open now.
No, man, no. I use my hotkeys. I have it set up properly. It didn't even put up the order on the screen. There was no line on the freaking screen. Unbelievable. So, anyway, just get off me and go to Joe.
All right, we'll go.
So stupid.
Anyways, so Sean, once again, Palantir and then Marvell. This guy, single names working. Working for him. Ramin, now's not the time, man. It's a little bit too early for that. But anyways, now as for Tesla, starting to come back in.
You're an idiot, bro.
Right
it's
here.
like timing, man. Like, just think about what you're saying.
Who, me?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, I didn't really say anything. But anyways, SMR, IBIT, starting to hover. We might catch a potential fill, but Tesla, not doing too much here, guys. So, I mean, the market's starting to fall into chop mode. We had a headline release, and then sure enough, this is exactly what we're getting at. I'm going to wait for this breakdown. I think at some point the shelf will be breached. There's a key support level, and we're just hovering around that. I don't know if we take that additional leg higher, considering the primary trend is there. I have to take that into factor and use a really tight stop. It's only going to have a couple of cents. So now we're printing new lows here on SMR. Let's take a little bit more off there, Sharif.
So hold on for a minute.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Take a breath. Take your time. I can ramble on. I'm gonna remove this actual bid on IBIT just because I'm not in love with it right now. Actually, no, I'm not. No, we're not gonna be scared around here. I did put on more size, about 2.5 times more than what I have on the SMR for the potential catch of the higher end of the range here on IBIT. Appreciate you, Juno Show. But you also said that the mangoes have more than me, which is crazy. I remember, people don't forget, all right? No, nonetheless, Riley R5000, what's going on? I mean, like, this session and what we've seen over the past couple of days has been a lot revolving around USO and some of the other names. Boom. Continuing to climb higher. Breath, you have a breakdown, but then sure enough, we start to climb a little bit on today's intraday session.
I screwed up. It's on the NYSE. That key was for the NASDAQ.
Bro,
That's why I'm like
man.
sitting there cursing the program, and it's me who's the idiot. All right, we're gonna have to set this up because that's not gonna happen again.
There you
All
go.
right,
Yeah,
just
exactly.
allow me just a minute just to set it up, bro. Yeah.
Are you trying to go? No, I want to play the breakdown. So let me pull this up. We'll take some more off on SMR, right? Let's take a little bit more off on SMR. Friendly reminder that the U.S. is tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to keep the oil prices from skyrocketing. Only a matter of time, in my opinion. Thank you very much for that. So here it is. I'll tell you what my game plan is. I could be totally wrong. I see what you have to say, Mr. P Panda. Well, I'll touch on that momentarily. But first things first, I want to get into my game plan and why I'm posted up at the higher end of the range here at $44.48 on IBIT. All right, this shelf, and what we can see is we're slowly getting weaker and weaker, failing to establish new highs, time and time again. I mean, something can step in and we squeeze. It could be an additional liquidity grab, but I like the weakness into the downside, okay? So you're just having that slope, and we talk about wedges being formed, and I think that's gonna be the case here in IBIT. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. That's the case. That's the narrative of a lot of it. But I'm going to take the swing. We're in a good position today. We've been trading SMR all day, and it's been an all-day trender. We're happy about that. But I mean, when we're rolling, I think I want a little bit more. You fixed your key now?
It was there.
It was there.
I made another mistake by thinking that I hadn't set it up. It's there. I don't know why it didn't trigger, but it didn't trigger. So that's what it is, guys. Somebody was telling me in the chat that there was resistance at around 9. Let me just look at that real quick over there. Gotham House was saying if you look at the weekly, 910 is the resistance. So I think if it breaks, that we would ride higher to around 15. Let's do a little TA while this one's halted. 48.02 is the halt time. It's 52. So we have another minute before this one opens up, assuming, of course, it's going to be a 5-minute halt. SKLZ is just ripping. LZ over here. Let's go to the weekly quickly. Get a quick look. Okay. Fantastic. I see exactly what you're talking about, Gotham House. Good call out by you, brother. We're a lot higher than this, but we did have a 1-to-20 split back, I think, in mid-2023, so it could be a little bit convoluted. But, yeah, expect some possible resistance as at that 9 area, 9 to 950. Reason I say that as well, that's where the 200 simple moving is as well. So it could find some local areas of resistance. Let's see if this one opens up. 52.45, so this one could open up 53.02. So that's what we're looking for there. 53.02. Where are we at? We're about 10 seconds away from that. So let's take a quick look, see what the initial price action is going to be on this one. Then we can kind of decide whether we want to punch in. So SKLZ now up 138%. It's open. It's blowing through 9. Look at that. Let's just see if it drops. It's not even holding up, man. It's not even holding up. This is ridiculous. 1049. It's going to hold up again. Unbelievable. 184%. I don't think that $9 area has anything to do with anything at this point, guys. Ripping up about 184.75% right now is SKLZ. Again, they won close to, if not more than, $1 billion reward when you look at the cumulative total given by the jury. Unbelievable move here. Son of Daniel, just between us girls, skills feels like a trip to the moon. $1 billion is a biblical amount of money for a company this small. I couldn't agree, and I think that's why we're seeing, I couldn't agree more, sorry. And that's why we're seeing the price action we're seeing at the moment with 1048 halt. It's just, I was looking for a little bit of a dip just to buy it, but now I don't think that that's going to be the move. Look, if I get into this and I get caught in a down halt, I'm just going to work through it, because right now, this is a $163 million market cap. Obviously, right, I think we could probably see a little bit more. This could be a ridiculous name on the day. 500-600%. And I've seen tickers reach 500-600% for less. Much, much less than $1 billion reward. Now, I think the practical side should come in at some point, and is how quickly, or what's the likelihood that they get all $1 billion. That's another thing to keep in mind there, because obviously you assume that the losing party is going to at least appeal the damage, the quantum of damages, if not the verdict itself. So that's another thing to keep in mind from a practical sense. But this is what the chart looks like, guys, on SKLZ. It is unbelievable. There is one red candle there. on the 5 at 12.15. And if you're looking like, well, Sharif, well, why isn't this trading in the pre-market? It did nothing in the pre-market. In fact, it had like hundreds of shares traded all the way up until right at 12 o'clock when the algos read that news article released by Bloomberg, and then it's just ripped up and it's been all gas, no brakes. So that's something to look out for there. Also, PAPL coming back into VWAP. It lost the $1 attempt to breach that level, getting to about 104. The high, though, as we spoke about, is about 105. That's from the pre-market, so nothing doing there. SST, I got forced out of that one. I did get a beak wetter into 82, but it lost trend, lost prior bar low. If it holds up at the 10 EMA and gives me another prior bar high, a breach of prior bar high at around 369, I get back into this one. But for the moment, I'm going to stay clear of that. Very much need to focus on SKLZ because this could be, like a month maker. So going to focus on that, Joey. What do you got?
Oh, Loon, man, did you take that? I hope the same thing for you, my friend. So you can just do whatever you would like in life. But yeah, there it goes, man. We were talking about the short in Bitcoin and that shelf that was being formed, and then off to the races. I wasn't going to chase it in the middle of this range, right? Considering maybe we should have, but that's hindsight, and we'll accept it for what it was. When you see a support system like that, and I think Neil, I heard Neil talk about this on a couple of occasions. It's just that, like, you have that just shelf. It's almost to a penny. You see buyers just stepping back in, and then eventually it gives way. So it's just like something hovering. Opposed to other price action where you have the ebb and flow. It's like, okay, we're higher. You come back, retest the low. You climb a little bit higher. You put in a new, retest that previous pivot high, and so on and so forth. But that wasn't the scenario that happened here. It was just that shelf being formed. Catch the top end of the range, and you can get that breakdown back into towards the volume-weighted average price. So that was a missed opportunity on our behalf. It is what it is, but wait for another one. The monthly, even better. Let's see. Pathic, hey, bro, found a new semi-stock on. It's on fire. Check the weekly. Yeah, I believe they received an upgrade this morning. I put it on the list, but yeah, on semi. Let's take a look at that one for you, my guy. Whoa.
Jeez.
Yeah,
I mean, all these ones ripped as well.
They're
MCHD
all
as well ripped. Yeah.
$55. So you're almost getting a double up right there and on semi. Nice call out there, Pathic. This thing has been monstrous, even on today's intraday session. Even a whole week of just steady trading. We've seen this within the chip space, like even Intel. So we talk about the chip trade being dead. Like, what are we even talking about here? Intel went on that big time run, Sharif. You remember that one last week? And then we have on semi.
Another 4.25 today.
Pardon me?
Another 4.25.
Another 4. AMD, right? AMD going on, and then like,
another 2 today.
Exactly.
Ripping through 300.
And then we're going to sit here and talk about the Marvells, but Sean, that guy is up 100% essentially on those Broadcoms. But what we haven't seen is NVDA participate in this insane rally.
No.
I think at some point we will see a rotation, and then I know, like, it's like, hey, all these other names are running, but at the end of the day, it will have its time, right? Every dog has its day, as they typically say, and I think it's a matter of time until we've seen that about Marvel. Yeah, Sean would definitely want me to talk about Marvel. That guy. Oh, by the way, guys, it might be me tomorrow. Sean's got a late flight, so sorry to disappoint everyone.
He just text you?
No, we found it on the inside. But I said, hey, man, if that...
Bro, I can't believe this. I can't chase it. I offset by over $1.
Bro, why don't you
by over $1.
Mark it on open it, no?
No, I don't want to mark it, man, because if in case it goes down, I need
or
it to
limit
see it go
on.
up
Oh,
at
did
least.
you limit on open?
No, I can do that. I can do both. But I just need to see the trend. That's all. This thing was halted at 1040. Okay, I put an offset of 1130.
I think you have to limit on open. That might
It won't let me in. Yeah, I think that's the only way. Unreal. Yeah, but this makes sense given the amount of money that they're getting, bro.
Someone gives, I mean, not just want to keep joking. Yeah, Jim, listen, I love all of you guys. No, but I said to Sean, Sean, I don't care if that flight arrives in Toronto at 6 a.m. That gives you 1.5 hours to get to the office, get through customs, and get your rear end on the desk. No, I'm only playing.
Get your rear end to the desk. Get it, Joey. Yeah. Another $5 super chat. Traveling trader, I'm assuming. Just gonna look here. Traveling trader. Shout out to the man there. Thank you very much. Please show the news on SKLZ again. Yes, absolutely. You ask, you get. Just trying to find it right there. Let's zoom in so you can kind of see it. Retry. Okay. It won't let me zoom in, so you'll have to read it here. Papaya Gaming Limited. This is the party that lost the lawsuit. They were found liable for false advertising Thursday and ordered by a jury to pay $420 million in damages to its mobile gaming rival Skills Platform Incorporated, the ticker which is, of course, SKLZ. The jury also awarded $652 million in disgorgement. If you're looking for the actual article itself, it is released by Bloomberg. There is the URL. You can kind of just pause and do a screenshot and use the tool there to copy the text, or just search up for it. But it's being this news item is coming from Bloomberg. So yeah, the market not really caring about the source, quite frankly, because this thing is just ripping up here. What you're looking at it too, Neil? Hold on. Yeah. Get in, Neil. Here you go.
What does he got going on?
All right, Neil's coming in. He's got things to say about Skills. He found something there, so I want to hear what he's found, because this is it's got my attention, baby. I'll tell you that. 1231 halt level, Neil.
All right. First things first. Someone said in the chat that's a biblical amount of money because it works out to like $1 billion. Yeah. Has anybody actually checked to see how big Papaya is?
They're not going to get the money.
I'm guessing no, because when you look these guys up, it's like they're privately funded, and the last funding round I can find is in 2021, and they'd raised a total of $4.7 million.
It could be insurance, though.
In 6 months. Oh, I'm
insurance
getting it. There could be insurance, as Sharif just pointed out. But you think they're getting that money? I'm not saying it can't go higher.
That's fair, man. That's a great point.
They're not even close to that big. They're not.
Anyways,
make sure you keep that in mind, because getting the billion seems pretty crazy.
We have to go to Adara.
I have a report here from Al Arabiya that President Trump will be attending a meeting between the ambassadors of Lebanon and Israel at the White House. This is likely why this is happening, though we also have reports that Israel is continuing to violate the ceasefire at Lebanon. We have these reports coming out at the exact same time, USO pushing higher. Worth noting as well, we got this 5-year tipped auction, unclear how it compares to prior, but auction on watch, as well as conflicting reports in the Middle East. So just to break that down yet again, I had a report here about 45 seconds ago. Israel continuing to violate the ceasefire in Lebanon, as reported by Mayor News, citing Lebanese sources. Then we've got Al Arabiya reporting that President Trump is going to be attending a meeting between the Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors at the White House. If I get more details or other headlines, I will keep you posted.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, we're keeping a close eye here on SKLZ. So the halt time, 12:58.50. That was the last print coming in on the dark pools, but I think that's fine. So current time, 12:03. So we've got about 50 seconds before this one opens. So let's see what kind of move we get here. Shout out to my man, son of Daniel, dropping another 5 in the chat. Sharif, my man, just put in a market order. This thing isn't going down today. Definitely doesn't feel that way. But Neil does bring up a good point, right? Like, practically speaking, there's a number of issues here that we need to iron out. Do they have insurance? Number one. Number two, is there going to be an appellate level court that drops the quantum of damages? That's typically what is appealed. Usually you don't appeal the facts. You just appeal the actual damages being issued. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think that's probably a day 2, 3, 4, 5 play that we needn't concern ourselves with at the moment, because this is quite irrational in how it's trading. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. We have to go back to Adara.
Also worth noting, seeing reports from Israel's Channel 12 News that the parliamentary speaker of Iran, Galibaf, has resigned. Now, this is significant because he was posting on X a lot of updates here about the war, the conflict throughout. Again, Israel reporting, or Israeli news rather, reporting that the parliamentary speaker of Iran has in fact resigned. If I get more details or any confirmation, I will let you guys know he's resigning from the negotiating team following intervention from the Revolutionary Guards. If I get, again, more details, I'll keep you posted. But lots of Middle East headlines over the last, 3 minutes.
Bro, I don't have it set up, okay, for Nizy. I don't have that set up for Nizy. I have to go in and do it, right?
Okay, so how many times, let me ask you, how many times have we halted?
You want the count?
Yeah. How many times have you tried to get in? 4. So if they're 5-minute halts, you got 20 minutes
I'm going to do it now.
How many more times do you expect it?
So how many times have we halted? Up. Yeah. We haven't halted down once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 halts, all up. I want to know what the record
is.
is.
You can't sell. You have to market. You have to market on open your sell, man. Like when it's doing that, you're like it's so tough.
All right, I just I have to send it to you so I can set up my.
Set it up, yeah. Set it up, my G.
Limit on open,
and just do it now. Punch it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And see what you got going on, just in case you get another. Watch it just halt down, right out of the.
Why are you like that, bro?
Man,
Why don't
you
like cheerlead a little bit, bro?
I've been telling you 4 holts ago to set up the limit.
It takes time to set up the keys.
All right, set it up, man. Come on, let's go. Bitcoin continuing to sell. The market really volume stepping right back in here, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some more headline sensitivity stepping in. We'll piece some more off on SMR. I don't really know what else to say. This has been an absolute banger for us here today. We'll piece a little bit off. I wanted that IBIT trade, but that's not the case. So we sit in this. We'll be thankful. We'll hit that on multiple attempts. I mean, here it is. Are we going to bounce at this level? This is tempting. Gorb, don't tempt us with a good time. Volatility spike to the downside, starting to form some indecision prints. If we hold this candle, there might be a good opportunity for some form of a rebound here, a snapback. Same thing in Tesla. We're seeing it across the board here, my brother. So let's rock and roll and be prepared just in case we do have some stopping volume prints come in, and then we turn around here in the overall market and recover a lot of this volatility spike. Look at this 5-minute head and shoulder pattern on the SPY. Shoulder 1, shoulder 2, head, right? So keep an eye out on that there. This is really getting too much. Okay. Yeah, I don't know really.
All right, set up, Joey. Right. But now I got.
It's set up.
Yeah.
That took you all of 35 seconds.
Yeah. Whatever, bro. All right, here we go.
Traveling. All right.
I'm gonna use limit.
You did limit?
I'm gonna use limit.
Yeah, do that. Why not, right? Like, I will try that, Joe says, John. Yeah, that's what you have to do. If it's continuously doing that, all right. I believe in you, Sharif, says Ramin. Thank you. We all do.
Oh, they're going away.
Traveling trader. Neil, thanks. Thanks, that's exactly what I requested the article again. Papaya raised $100 million in 2021 and owns 2 very big gaming IPs. It's privately held. Thanks to you, Sharif. I just made $100K, still holding 9 shares. Just squared 4K. There you go.
That's ridiculous. And it's 20 Canadian too. So we got a
100K CAD. So you made 100K CAD or USD, because those are 2 different numbers there, my friend.
Who cares, bro? That's still a lot of money, man. That's big
still,
money.
yeah, exactly.
That's fantastic there. Okay, guys, halt time on SKLZ 13:04:12. Earliest it'll be open 13:09:12. Time 13:07:52. 53, okay? So that's what we're watching for there. Sorry, Sia, just give us a minute for this to resolve, and then we'll start the news. Yeah, quick. Yeah, I do realize it's about 8 after 1 right now. Just going to keep my eye on this one. Let's see what we get on this one, Joey, because it's all sorts of insane right now. I'm just going to send it to you so I can put it in order, if that's all right. Yeah.
We're going to get ready to rock and roll here. It might be a little bit too early. I don't have any shares left. I could just do exactly what Sharif's doing and just mark it on close, where I would just hold the remainder of my position until the end of the day. I was thinking that we would get somewhat of a turnaround here in the Qs, but that doesn't seem to be the case as we are about to breach some new lows. This is the missed op on my behalf today at that 44.38 hold. Now you're down about 30 cents off of that mark. So things are looking pretty bearish right now. A headline stepping in, USO to the top side. So keep an eye out on, guys, the headline sensitivity in full effect. There's USO, new HOD. Adara, talk to us.
There's more confusion over whether or not Galibaf, parliamentary speaker of Iran, has resigned. We know there's reports specifically coming out of Israel that there was pressure from the Revolutionary Guard that forced him to resign. Now we've got no indication, I guess, from Galibaf himself that he has resigned. So there's, I guess, a lot of confusion here as to whether or not this resignation has happened. That is the only news as of right now that I'm seeing. I'm also seeing some comments from Ming Chi Kuo, noted supply chain analyst, about why TerraFab chose Intel. He's saying that the reason TerraFab chose Intel is because there is, quote, a lack of real alternatives because TMC's capacity is basically locked in. So low-grade Intel this here from supply chain analyst Ming Chi Kuo.
Bro, I told you, man.
There goes skills, Joey, into the high. Boom.
It says you're still in it. Is that,
I'm still holding the majority of the shares.
Okay, good, good. Yeah. Brother, I told you. Why did I get involved?
That was frustrating.
Yeah, well, we could have ended a long time ago. You said, no, you wanted to get in.
Look, is it in my nature to use these mock orders on the small cap gappers? I usually reserve that for the IPOs, but you make sense.
This is a different scenario.
You are right. I'm not even arguing here.
This is a different scenario.
Unreal, bro. Holy Shrieves and everyone sells. Shut up, Mid Cornetto.
Yeah.
Why are you like that, bro? Unreal. All right, man. Let's see how this one does. This one's gonna be crazy. We're gonna put in a sell order as well, Joey, for the opening. Why? It's moving up, guys, because they won some lawsuit, almost $1 billion. Go ahead, Joe. Yeah. There you go, baby.
Truth's got skills. We got new scale power, baby. We got the power here on SMR. An additional reload on this one as a continuing thing. Market falling all over. I was going to say something else, but we'll leave it at that. A nice additional entry here on SMR. The one trade of the day, man. Let's go. What's up with that? Oh, should I quarter zip that? This is a quarter zips, man. You guys know about the quarter zip team. Yeah, exactly. No, in all seriousness, man, good trade there. Nice trade there on skills. It's going to open. What's the tap on? Oh, is that Amex?
We don't. No, man. It's NYSE, so we're not going to know, and that's part of the fun. Yeah. You don't know if you're in or out of the money for 5 minutes, right?
That's all right.
No idea, right?
Those are good times, man.
Those are good times.
Those are real good times.
Yo, your friend Jody is in on skills at $8.
What is it at right now?
79 cents. It's halted at 16.39.
Whoa.
Jody is printing up a storm. Get it, Jody.
Oh, diamond hands too.
Yeah. If I had Katina's board over there, I'd hit the diamond hands, but that's it's a big move.
All right, dinner's on Jody.
Dinner's on Jody. All right, Jody. Joey says dinner's on you. All right, guys, I put in, what's it called? A mock sell order, so we'll see what we get. I didn't put it for the full amount, mind you, so we'll see exactly what we get there.
What did you put in?
A mock sell order. This guy's so proud of himself. All right, here, let's go through some things here, Joey. 13:09:29. That's the halt time, current time. 13:12:05, so the earliest it will be open is 13:14:29. Let's see what we get. Gotham House, I have 200 units at 736. That's all I could get. My man, that is big money, man. That is big money. You really need to be really happy there because that's a big trade. I'm hoping you print up multiple storms on your side. Sorry, Assassino. Lemon family, I slapped $1 over the second level when it was at $9. I got in at 11.11. I like that number, man. I like that number. I like the fact that you're well in the money there. Fantastic entry by you guys. Go ahead, Joey.
No, I should have took it off. Now it just tanked, and I went so heavy on size. Yeah, USO ripping. That's bad. We just give back a lot of our day on that one. Oh, man. Oh, we did, and then some. Off of this scalp on the NASDAQ. Wow. I knew I should. Yeah, I should have taken it off. As I seen USO was coming in, I'm like, all right, we got a little bit of a pop. Came back into 47s. I'm like, all right, let's see. And then as soon as it cracked the low of the day, I just smashed some shares on that, thinking that, all right, maybe we get a play. But yeah, USO just absolutely ruining everything, giving back all of it on that one little trade there on TQQs. Wow. We were swinging. It is what it is. But we take what was at 41. Oh, man.
Assassino, that's cold, brother.
20 cents like
that's
that.
Cold, Assassino.
Yeah, too early for that, Assassino.
Oh, my day.
Too early for that.
Yeah.
That's not good. Wow.
Keeping an eye here, guys. Still waiting for skills.
Are you kidding me?
You want to cover it?
No. I mean, there's nothing to cover at this point. Yeah.
16:39 halt level. Open time, earliest open time, 13:14:29. Current time, 13:14. Okay, so we have about 30 seconds, 29 seconds. Let's see what we get here. I've put in a sell mock order, so wherever really it opens up. It's showing me a tap of 18. Neil, why is this thing showing a tap on the NYSE? I don't understand what's happening. Why is it showing me a tap of 18, 17? There's a tap all of a sudden? What the hell-y? So here we go. So this could be dropping down now. About 5 seconds left or so. Let's see what we get on this. Hopefully it opens up on time, or otherwise it'll be 10 minutes. Continuing to watch. There's nothing opening here. This could be 10 minutes. There it is. Sell. Boom. It didn't sell. It's not selling. There. Boom. All right, good. That's a good trade. That's a good trade there. So I had to use my flatten key. It wasn't selling. I put a limit on market on open, an MOO. But there it is. Yeah, that's a big win for me today. So that's gonna be the best day of probably the month or for the last couple of months. So good look there. Happy with this trade. Obviously could have held a little bit more. If it was cooperating, I wouldn't have got out the entire thing. So the actual limit, the market on open order that I put was for not the full amount. But it wasn't letting me. I think I might have used the wrong key. But again, I'm going to have to iron this out. These are keys that I don't use often. So look a little bit amateurish here, and that's not good. But this thing is ripping. This thing is absolutely ripping. 1870, halt level, halt time for everybody still involved in it. 13, 14, 52, current time, no 13, way. 15, 35.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, what is it? What is this USO news? Like, what's going on with this headline stuff again? Can give me a refresher, Adara?
So it's all over the place. Like, we had a headline that, oh, there's going to be, more aggression here between Lebanon and Israel. Then immediately afterwards, we heard that there was going to be a meeting with Trump and officials here, ambassadors from Lebanon and Israel. Then we heard that we got a resignation here of the parliamentary speaker of Iran, Galibaf. Now, that's significant because Galibaf's been going on social media, but also he posted like 14 minutes before this rumor started. So the chances of actually having resigned are kind of low. So there's a lot of uncertainty. The market's confused, and oil is like, well, I guess I'll go higher. That's honestly as far as I can tell, Joe. Truthfully, it's so all over the place.
All right, yeah, thanks. Yeah, not good. Yeah, not good. I mean, we added some more on the potential bounce there, and it just looks like the momentum. I'm watching USO climb higher. So really, really bad trade there, guys. Not good. MR. We had a significantly more amount of shares. If it rebounds now, then I don't really know what to say as USO is continuing to climb. I could take one more stab at it, but then that would be it. I'd probably get shut down at that point, which I'm okay with. I mean, we got to think and calm heads prevail, but we're really starting to tank now as the market is coming in. But an absolute disastrous scenario, not how we wanted. We wanted to keep this green streak going, but I'm just at a point now where it's just like, oh, all right, we may have to accept our fate right now. That was really, really bad on my behalf. And I apologize. More news stepping in. Let's get all out of SMR here. We take our last little bit out as the market's continuing to climb, and the USO is ripping.
We have more headlines here with the conflict in the Middle East. Israel's Channel 12 reporting that Trump is not eager to resume the war, but he, quote, may not have a choice. This is citing U.S. officials. This also comes after comments from Katz, who is, I guess, a speaker here in Israel, saying that once they get the green light from Trump in the U.S., they're all ready to restart the conflict with Iran. So Israel signaling here that the conflict could be beginning once again between the U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
And there it goes. So yeah, that's not good, not good. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. We got to accept it. We put on the shares. We took that trade. Very, very dangerous. But let's try it one more time off these lows. I don't know if it's gonna work though. We keep selling USO continuing to climb. I think I gotta take my hands off the keyboards right now. Be a little bit more patient on the potential entry. But yeah, not good. Considering we're just grinding all day in SMR. Yeah, just like two opportunities on the NASDAQ not going our way. No, I'm not even that mad, to be honest with you. It is what it is. Nothing we can play. I don't know about that. I get frustrated. I definitely get frustrated.
I'd say that's probably a little bit different than mad, though.
Yeah,
you're a pretty level-headed individual. Even when you are like not having a great day, you're quiet most of the time when you're not happy.
Yeah, that's me. When I'm mad, I just go like that's me. I'm the person who's like, if I'm frustrated or mad, I go silent.
Yeah, and that's how I know whether you know. Nubian Rack. Shout out, she's asking both of you and I, so let's answer her together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, trying again with this question from last week. Sorry, Nubian. You know, it's busy around here. I do apologize for that. On average, how many trades do you guys take a day? Is overtrading a thing for you? At what point would you overtrade? So look, to me, I never really count my trades. I just got to tell you full stop there. I'm really looking at the day, right? So for example, are the small caps, are they respecting support and resistance today? So like if I'm getting in on the same levels that I typically get in on a regular day, right? A good day, and it holds up, but it's not holding up today, then I try to get the feel for how these ones are trading on the day or how maybe my mood is, right? And when you're on a heater and you're doing well, I don't really concern myself with the number of trades. When I start noticing that all of a sudden, you know, the same trades that were making me money yesterday, the day before, and the day before, and the day before aren't working today, then I'm like, all right, well, then it's time for me to pause. So that it's open, guys. Sorry, we just have to pause. It might halt down here. This is going to be the first down halt. Yes, Joey, I got out at the right time. 1787 halt level. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, no.
Oh, it always makes me look bad, Joey. I thought I had this one, but there we go.
Come on.
I hate him. Come on. 1787. This was halted down, rejecting 20. That is the first halt down, I think, in 12. So definitely something to look out for there. But to continue to answer your question, Nubian Rack is... I don't count my trades. I think overtrading definitely is a real thing, especially if you're coming from the negative and you're trying to get into the positive and you're trying to take trades and adding a little bit more risk to try to get back to even or even go green on the day. At least that's where I've experienced overtrading. When I'm negative, when I'm trying to get out of a hole and you start taking, excuse my language, dumbass trades.
Like I just did on multiple occasions.
We have to start the news right now, though, Joey. Can you
do whatever you guys got to do, man? I'm locked in right now. I gotta manage this here.
All right, sounds good. We're gonna start. We're gonna start the news. All right, let's go. See you and I, and then when Joey's ready, he's gonna jump in.
Throw it to Adara. She has an update.
Yeah, I just want to remind you guys here what's happening with oil. As we know, there were reports suggesting that President Trump doesn't want to resume the war, but he, quote, may have no alternative. That's being reported by Israel, or Israeli Channel 12, rather. They're also reporting that their intelligence assessment is indicating that the renewed fighting with Iran does appear to be nearing. So looks like, unfortunately, this conflict is going to be re-escalating. I just wanted to give you guys an update with this headline as oil continues to take out new intraday highs, USO above $135.
Thank you so much for that, Adara. We're going to directly dive into our first story, Tesla. I'm just going to take you through a recap. We did take you all over the earnings yesterday. We had that crazy spike after they just reported earnings, crazy spike at the opening. Currently stock dipping a little bit, but let's take a quick look at the numbers. So the EPS beat 41 cents versus a 37 estimate. Revenue miss of $22.39 billion versus a $22.64 billion estimated. Automotive revenue up 16% year over year. Margins have improved 19.2%. Deliveries at 358,000 units shows a sequential decline, but modest growth year over year. CapEx surge $25 billion expected versus prior $20 billion. Energy segment in the negatives 12% year over year. Weakness outside the core auto segment. Fundamentals are stable, but there's also a certain narrative is shifting due to the heavy spending. And future bets, which increases Tesla's near-term multiple compression risk. Total production also standing at 400,000 range, which is down 6.17% from the last quarter. Company has also said that the high gas prices are causing the rally that's in demand, and this was said in the earnings call yesterday. Currently, Tesla down by 4%.
Yeah, that's an interesting take there, that the oil prices would push up demand for EVs. Not something we're unfamiliar with, given what happened in 2022. Anecdotally, here's a story. My old man and I, April 2022, I still had my Lexus SUV at the time, and I was like, all right, I want to upgrade to an EV. I wanted to get the Model Y performance. I schlepped out to a city around Toronto called Guelph to meet a gentleman who had a red Model Y performance with white interior, black tints. It was beautiful. This thing at the time, not saying that's the price now, at the time it was like 60 and change brand new. Maybe let's just go low 70s. He wanted 95,000 for this thing. So I got the hell out of there. Obviously, I didn't close the deal. I left. The point was, there was such a huge demand. Now, there was a bit of a different variable at the time that we don't have now, which was the semiconductor shortage, as well as production delays because so many factories were shut down during COVID. So it's a bit of a different story. So completely agree that demand destruction for gas usually leads people into electric vehicles. Probably not as much this time around as opposed to last time. Let's talk about the report, though. What I like right away, margins are higher. Gross margins coming in at 16%, were expected to be, automotive revenue, 16%, growing year over year up to 19.2%. So their automotive revenue, I think, had slipped at some point into the mid-teens, 14, 15, 16, in and around there. Nice to see it back up into 19.2. Analysts were always of the opinion that Tesla's margins could only decrease because there would always be new entrants into the EV space. And as a result, they would have more competition. More competition usually means some sort of price cuts. And so I do like that. That's number one. Number two, what stands out to me right away, and the point I made earlier with Joey, this $25 billion CapEx, I ain't buying it. Maybe now. Maybe for 26, given what they have to build out in this year. But the CapEx for Terafab is going to be well north of $100 billion. That's just my humble submission to you guys. Whether or not it actually makes it up there, and how much they realize on a quarter-by-quarter basis, because a lot of this stuff, it gets pushed back. Your guess is as good as mine. What also caught my attention, energy segment. This was like the star of Tesla. It was, the fastest growing segment, one that's underappreciated, especially with automotive hurting. What the hell happened? Down 12% year over year, so that's completely changing the trend there, Joey. I don't know.
You have to give me a couple.
No worries, of course. I think we have to go to Adair. She's got a comment here on Tesla.
I do have a comment here on TSLA, and I think, what was interesting, I was saying to Sia off camera, I've noticed with Tesla, people tend to think this one is a car company when the auto is doing really well, and then they'll go, but it's not just a car company, it's an everything else company when it's doing badly. And so my thing is, I think it can be both. I don't think there's anything wrong with Tesla being both. I just want some kind of, consistency to the approach to Tesla. Now, it's interesting to you, automotive revenue. I do like the year-over-year growth. This is down sequentially, but it's worth noting sequential comparisons are always tough because certain companies have kind of seasonal trends. Like I talked about yesterday, I was saying to Brendan, IBM's revenue is always markedly worse in Q1 of each year than it is in Q4 of the same year. Right, so there's a lot of seasonal trends. There's a lot of, backloading, however you want to call it. That does make a lot of sense. But yeah, I think with TSLA, I never want to necessarily trust the timelines that Elon gives us. I've already gone through that very long Wikipedia page where it goes through every single timeline Elon Musk has provided for Tesla, and then the percentage of those that have actually come to fruition, which is very little. I think with Elon, he's proven that he does get things done, just maybe not with the timeline that he's telling us he will. So it's not like I'm not believing what he's saying. I just think sometimes the timeline or the scope can be questionable. So yeah, that's my take here on TSLA. A couple other headlines here out of the Middle East. We heard reports probably 20 minutes ago now that President Trump is going to be meeting with Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors. Apparently he will be greeting them at the White House tonight, as reported by Axios. Furthermore, ISNA noting that all three heads of branches of the Iranian government jointly posted a message containing a common sentence on their X accounts. Nothing massive here, except some people are basically saying that all these accounts are likely run by the same entity or being, told to post the same thing. So interesting stuff here out of Iran. And with this conflict, I will keep you all posted, as we do over here on Trader TV Live.
Yeah, that's well said, Talipo. He said 25 billion capex, so the stock wouldn't touch 200. If he said 100 billion capex, yeah, I tend to agree. We already saw exactly, how the street felt about some of the capex by Meta, by Microsoft, by who else there? Meta, Microsoft, and Google. Obviously, Amazon as well, big capex spending, but I think it's a bit of a different runway for them, right? Yeah. For the same reasons that I was talking about, Meta, and why they may not realize revenue as quickly as the other three is because they don't have data centers, cloud-based data centers, and now neo-cloud, off which to monetize at least in the short term. So it's going to have to be ad spend. I think Elon's in the same business here, right? He's got to generate money through the sale of cars, through the sale of robotics, through the sale of autonomous vehicles, right? To kind of support all that CapEx spend on chips. So I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Good take there. Sia, what are we talking about next?
We're talking about Microsoft. Microsoft has sealed its commitment to Australia with a 25 billion Australian dollar AI investment, which amounts to around 18 billion USD, which is ending in the year 2029. Now, Azure capacity is expected to grow over 140%. Microsoft has said that this will strengthen Australia's national defense by expanding Microsoft ASD Cyber Shield to critical government agencies and deepening collaboration with Home Affairs. This is coming from their report earlier this morning. This This deal includes cybersecurity expansion and AI workforce training. It will be building on the MCAS, which is the Microsoft Australian Signals Directorate Cyber Shield that was established in the country in the year 2023. It also builds on the workforce in Australia because Microsoft will be training around 3 million Australians with AI-ready skills by the year 2028. Another headline with Microsoft this morning was that France has swapped Microsoft for domestic cloud company Scaleway to repatriate the health data hub. Now, Europe is seeking cloud sovereignty that is independent of the US-based big tech, and this move definitely signals the country's interest towards that. Currently, Microsoft trading in the red, negative by 4%.
What if the I'm so vendettive. I'm like, what if the U.S. company stopped selling European cloud providers their chips? It's like, go make your own chips. But then ASML could stop selling the EUV machines to all of them, and then that would be catastrophic as well. So a little of this, a little of that, Joey. But here's the deal, man. $25 billion Australian dollars, 18 billion US dollars. What I do like about this is for the reason that we saw during the initial parts of the Middle Eastern conflict there with Iran, when you got data centers hit by Amazon. Remember that? The drones or the missiles hit that data center, and we saw Amazon reroute a lot of that demand for cloud into their other data centers. Well, how'd they do that? Because these bad boys have been laying underwater high data density cables, fiber optics. Joey knows a lot about that. For years now, and they're spending billions of dollars to lay these deep sea cables. Why? So that they can have redundancy for exactly the same reason that we saw during the Middle East, the beginning of the conflict. So I don't mind this at all. Obviously, it's there to serve the Australian and that area of geography's needs, but it's also a possibility that it could be used for redundance purposes. So I like it. I don't have much more to say about the Amazon build-out, Azure build-out there, but Azure's capacity is expected to grow, according to this report, about 140%. So there's a lot of demand there, Joey.
Yeah, I'm just pulling everything out. Let me catch up. Give me a couple more seconds, and I'll be able to.
All right. Let's go on to the next topic, Sia.
We're talking about a lot of earnings season, and with that, we're talking about ServiceNow. Now has reported an inline EPS of 97 cents per share. Revenue for this quarter has grown 22% year over year. The number has come in at $3.77 billion versus a $3.75 billion estimate. Subscription revenue now stands at $3.67 billion, which is a slight beat, but growth has been impacted by 75 basis points from the delayed Middle East deals, as said by the company. FY subscription guide between $15.7 billion to $15.8 billion versus estimated at $15.6 billion. AI narrative is also strong, with large enterprise AI customers up 130% year over year. Key issue with this story, however, is that the street wants proof of monetization and not just adoption. Our full year guidance, this is a statement coming from the CFO, Gina Mastantuono. Our full year guidance reflects a prudent assessment right now of the geopolitical environment, she told CNBC this morning. With that being said, Q2 subscription guide stands between the range of $3.815 billion to $3.82 billion versus an estimated number of $3.75 billion. Stock was already down 33% year to date, so this shows that the positioning is weak. But before I pass it over to the guys, Adara, what do you have to say about the stock?
Yeah, well, for one, I have another Middle East headline, so we'll start with that before I get into my thoughts on ServiceNow. So we'll get to ServiceNow service later. In the meantime, guys, seeing reports from Iran's Noor News that air defenses have been activated in parts of Tehran for reasons unknown. So just more signs of potential concerns here about escalating tensions. But now let's talk about ServiceNow, which I think has done a bit of a disservice to a lot of these names in the software space once again. Now, I was reading from, I don't know if kind of a cheesy pun there, but what was interesting was reading accounts or posts from some of these accounts that are like very, very bullish software. Like if you guys go on X, Amadeus Investing, Shea Bulor, all of those guys who are super, super, super into all of the names in this space. They're like doing the influencing specifically for your ServiceNows, for your CRMs, et cetera, for your Oracles. And they're all saying like this is significant because ServiceNow's been down quite a few times this year on this software narrative, but this time they have taken the entire sector with them. And again, it's likely because of, as Sia mentioned, these concerns about the Middle East and how that's going to be impacting their deals. They also had, the short-term margin concerns here, right? That being said, on a sequential basis, slight improvement in their growth. Now, this chart looks almost identical to last quarter's. You've got like subscription and total revenue growth dead in line with one another. And then the slightly smaller sector, the professional services / other, is still up, but it's up just a little bit less. That being said, like we got 21% subscription and total growth year over year last quarter. Again, slight improvement sequentially, so not a bad look. Yeah, I think with ServiceNow, it's less the actual report and more the narrative surrounding it, given the tensions and the concerns here about this sector with AI and competition from AI. And again, I think the fact that they come out here with this guidance, the timing of this, and this is like, I think maybe the first major SaaS name to report within the official Q1 2026 earnings season. I think all of these factors coming together with some confluence, shout out to Obi, not a good look, but we'll have to see if we're going to bounce tomorrow because it's always a possibility.
So the way I look at this is kind of the Anthropic, it's always Anthropic that's at the headline, but it's more about just the coding aspect of AI, the coding skills of AI. What we see from the actual LLMs themselves, whether you're talking about Gemini, whether you're talking about OpenAI, even Anthropic themselves, a lot of the code they're generating for their new LLMs is vibe coded. It's actually generated by AI. So if the LLM companies themselves are actually using vibe coding, let's just call it vibe coding, I know it's more complicated than that, to actually improve their own models, what could this do to the software space? And I think that this is the kind of the concern about that, right? And so obviously you start looking down the road and you start looking at demand destruction for software, and especially software as a service, SaaS, right? Which basically was one of the stickiest forms of revenue. So this is what concerns me, obviously the AI narrative. The market seems to really not care whether or not there's demand. Bill McDermott was pounding the table yesterday about how much demand there was, and it even surprised him and his company about the actual demand. And so it didn't really matter about that. What mattered was how much money that they were able to actually monetize off that demand, and the market didn't see enough money being made, and I think that that's why we sold off aggressively. All right, we got to go to Adara.
As we already heard reported here, I think last week, Meta telling their staff they're going to be cutting 10% of jobs in an efficiency push. Apparently, they're going to be rolling out more layouts later in the year, as we first initially heard reported. But again, META gets this wild wick here as Al goes digest the news that the company is telling staff they're going to be cutting 10% of jobs in a push for efficiency. Again, we did have a warning that this type of headline was coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, so just to continue on, I don't think the market cares about the demand. I think the market sees that there's an excessive amount of demand for AI and AI-related products just based upon how the hyperscalers are spending up a storm on these data centers. They wouldn't do that unless the demand was insatiable. And so I don't think the street is surprised by the demand. It's whether or not ServiceNow, one, has a forward-looking business model that can continue to generate revenue in the face of all this vibe coding and the other aspects of AI that are kind of being disruptive, and whether or not, they're actually going to be able to realize some of this money that they keep saying that they have demand for. So that's my take there, Joey.
All right on. Let's move on to the next story.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Talking about American Airlines has cut its 2026 earnings projection after the jet fuel surge. It seems like it's a culprit for all the airlines here have been cut. So airlines have been cutting either their full year forecast or holding off on further guidance due to all the volatile prices on jet fuel since the war between U.S. and Iran has begun. And with that, AAPL is currently up 1%, but that candle does not look great. Wall Street analysts have been trimming AAPL's forecast since the Israel attacks on Iran earlier this year, but it has said that it might post an adjusted per share loss of 40 cents up to earnings of $1.10 a share, which is lower than the forecasted EPS of $1.70 to $2.70 in January. We're going to recover, but key to that is just supply and demand balance. CEO of the company, Robert Islam, has said to CNBC today. And like I said, currently AAPL up 1%, but candle not looking good.
Yes. Just give me a sec. So here's the deal. There's no demand issue here. It's not like people don't want to travel. 10.6% increase in domestic revenue. 14.2% increase in Atlantic, cross-Atlantic revenue, alongside with a high passenger load factors of about 81.3%. Issue is here, can they control their costs? And it's completely out of their hand. Now, we know Delta has a refinery. Delta's a little bit out there, right? They kind of do things a little bit of a different way. But I don't even think that that would be enough to kind of basically assuage some of these costs. The costs are pretty bad. Now, we've seen some of the airlines try to pass off some of the costs to the consumer vis-a-vis a fuel surcharge. They say, most of them anyway, they're going to be able to recoup about 40 to 50% of the increased cost with this fuel surcharge. But that leaves another, 60 to 50% uncovered. And so we may either see higher prices for flights. And, I skipped one thing. Canadian Airlines, I don't know if American Airlines have started doing this, but Canadian Airlines are starting to cut all these unprofitable routes, right? So if you're flying from Toronto to Thunder Bay, probably like 5-10 people on the airplane, probably the airline doesn't make any money off that. And they run it as a loss leader so that they're trying to capture market. But they're cutting those now. And so all of a sudden, a convenience, an issue for consumers, basically availability of flights becomes an issue as well. So it does concern me a little bit if there's going to be at least short to intermediate term demand destruction. But the demand as it currently stands, not too bad at all. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the cost of this fuel, essentially. $4 billion, essentially, is what we're looking at across the year. $2 billion alone this quarter. I mean, a lot going on, rising to $4.23 a gallon. Obviously, jet fuel is going to be significantly more expensive, accounts for a quarter of more of the airlines. I mean, listen, rising fare costs, they're not going to just allow their margins to dwindle. They're going to pass that onto the consumer, and it's going to cost more to travel from a day-to-day basis. So, I mean, just be prepared and be cautious and obviously aware of what you are getting yourself involved with, especially with USO just absolutely soaring through the roof. And if things continue to climb like this, you'll see the cost of airfare continue to go up.
All right, just before we go to back to SIA, Skills is halted down again. So it was 1, 2, and then it up halted, and now we're down halted again. So guys, careful with this one, okay? They're around for a good time. They're typically not around for a long time. I say typically because some of them are multi-day plays, but you should always view these names through suspicious eyes because the fundamentals for most part are not there, right? And they're intraday trades. I used to say this a lot, then I stopped saying it because people were like, yo, you're dissuading people from trading small caps. But I really have to say this because I'm taking these trades and then some people may think, well, it's just as easy as punching, Well, it's not, right? We reject 20, down, halted here, 1246, see ya.
Yeah, we're taking a look at IBM's earnings revenue at $15.9 billion, which is up 9%. Adjusted EPS at $1.91 versus $1.81. Analyst forecasts surpassed, up 8% year over year. Sales for the quarter have increased 9% to reach $15.9 billion. The stock was trading 15% lower year to date, but it's up 4.6% from a year ago. The software segment sales has also grown 11%. to $7.1 billion, driven by acquisitions of Red Hat, HashiCorp, and most recently Confluent. IBM's infrastructure segment had also grown a massive 28% year over year, specifically a 51% increase in sales of Z mainframes. Consulting revenue is up 4% to $5.3 billion. Infrastructure revenue is up 15%. Free cash flow stands at $2.2 billion. IBM has launched the AI-focused Z17 mainframe last year to help clients orchestrate and govern AI across hybrid environments. Currently, IBM in the red, almost 10%.
That's not a good look, Sia. That's not good at all. So I have a few points here that I want to make. Guidance remained unchanged, about 5% increase in constant growth currency. The street was unimpressed with that. They wanted a raise. Second, there was no update on the AI book of business. That removes one of the key bullish data points. That's essentially a segment negative. So no update on that, and that was probably a little bit of the reason we were sold. And then there's the overhang. Let's just be honest about it. Again, the Anthropic angle to this, the AA, the Anthropic angle / Claude, you want to call it that. It definitely affects their CBOL. I think they call it COBOL. I don't even know how to say the short form of that. Modernization. That is a structural concern, right? Basically, all these legacy systems, they were helping modernize that, and they were bringing them onto their system. And now you may not even need that anymore based upon how kind of all these enterprise apps are being developed by Anthropic. And if you believe the rumors, Altman and company want to throw their hat into the enterprise ring as well. So there could be more. There could be more pressure, not just from Anthropic, but from other rivals in these LLMs, Joey, as they try to take on IBM's moat there with legacy software.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, same thing with Microsoft. We've seen SaaSmageddon and how some of these names have just been continuously getting hit. IBM down, and we were talking about an actual structural change from a technical standpoint here on IBM. Steady multi-year bull run, and then now you open up at the lower end of the range after that earnings report. Not necessarily a good scenario. Now, mixed reports from the analyst here, guys. So what we have is mostly downgrades and some maintaining. So lowering price targets to $310 by Evercore ISI, downgrading to a neutral weight here by JP Morgan, or coverage with a neutral weight by JP Morgan. So be cautious with this one. SaaSmageddon is in full effect, and we've seen it across the board, whether it be the Palantirs, the CrowdStrikes, the Microsofts continuously getting hit, and now IBM taking a big time hit on yesterday's earnings report.
All right, just want to shout out, just Assassino, super quick. Thank you very much, Brown Fox, a TikTok viewer, for the 500 coins, my man. He's dropping the coinage there in the chat. Cheer me up, TX. All right, I guess that was the message there. We're shouting about, and thank you again to our fantastic mod, Bravely. We got to go to Adara.
Just be aware here, a couple different headlines. One on Spotify. Spotify's at day low, not reacting to this at all as far as I can tell as of yet. But they're launching integration with Claude specifically for personalized recommendations. They're confirming that none of their content has actually been shared with Anthropic for AI training. But either way here, Claude collaboration has helped some companies, not helping Spotify right now. USO also in watch. We're getting some comments now. Once again here out of the Middle East, commentary this time from Foreign Minister Araghchi of Iran in a social media post saying that failure of Israel's attacks shows Iran's unity, coordinated diplomatic and battlefield fronts, and then also saying the battlefield and diplomacy are fully coordinated fronts in the same war. So we're kind of posturing here in the Middle East. Once again, we're hearing air defenses being engaged in Tehran. Back to you.
I don't like engagements. All right, see ya. I heard we're talking about Warner Brothers next.
We are talking about Warner Brothers. WBD shareholders have finally approved Paramount's acquisition with a preliminary vote today. PSKY has offered a $31 per share for the entirety of WBD. Now, you're asking me, what does entirety include? Let me tell you. Well, it's the cable TV networks like TNT, CNN, Discovery Channel, as well as the streaming services like HBO Max and Warner Bros. Film Studio. That's a lot. So PSKY and WBD have said that the deal is expected to close in the third quarter, depending on the regular sign off. Another thing to note here is that WBD shareholders voted overwhelmingly in favor of the deal with Paramount, but they did not support the payouts to WBD executives. But the catch here is that since this is a non-bidding vote, the payments to WBD CEO David Zaslav and other executives will still go through, despite the rejection of the proposed golden parachute, which is a $355 million excise tax. That was reported later in March this year by CNBC. Currently, PSKY is down 6%, WBD in the red by 0.8%.
So yeah, this is interesting. Look what they said. So chairman of the board of Warner Brothers, Samuel Piazza, not Mike Piazza, don't get it wrong. Not a catcher for the Mets. With Paramount, I know you have comments on this, so I'll let you chime in because I know how you feel about this whole tie-up. With Paramount, we look forward to creating an exceptional combined company that will expand consumer choice and benefit the global creative talent community, said this Samuel Piazza guy. Look, essentially $111 billion. You add to that the $2.8 billion that PSKY was on the hook for Netflix because they were going to pay the breakup fee. It wasn't Warner that was going to do it. $31 a share. My concern about this whole thing, and I like the Netflix approach. I don't like Netflix. I made that clear. Yep. But I did like the Netflix approach to what they were doing. They just wanted the cream of the crop. They didn't want the legacy crap. The cable cuttings. CNN has a fantastic reputation. HBO obviously is great, obviously through HBO Max. They didn't want the legacy networks. Now Paramount is going to take the legacy networks.
They're taking everything.
Hold on. And what are they going to do? Are they going to put this stuff on their streaming? Because people are not watching this stuff on cable anymore. Whether you're looking at cable subscribers, down and to the right. You're looking at advertising dollars, down and to the right. So I didn't like that aspect of it, but they've done it. They paid more than almost 1.5.
Yeah, they
more
paid
than 1.5,
significantly.
right?
Yeah, like
what was it, like 72 or 75 or whatever?
I think
70.
Netflix was in at 72.
Yeah, 72.
72 billion, right? Yeah, I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be? No, okay. So one thing. So every day that this deal doesn't get done after September, Paramount Skydance has to pay shareholders, I believe it's $0.25 a share, right? So that's going to be added on top of that bill. Do I have confidence in Paramount Skydance? Absolutely not. I think it's in the better hands of Netflix. Now, as for everything else, I mean, Netflix received a bill, I believe, as well, too. It was like $2 billion or something just for backing out of the deal.
Hold on. They got 2.8
That's what I'm
billion.
saying. They didn't receive. They received 2.8 billion. Yeah, they received something, right? So this is a win-win scenario. Netflix only wanted it at a certain price. I believe that Paramount Skydance overpaid for this, and I don't know if they're going to have the ability to maximize the potential of the catalog that Warner Brothers is giving them, obviously the HBO Max, etc. So I don't like what they've done. What are you going to do with the legacy TV channels? I have no idea. Are you going to put them on the streams? Are people going to watch them? Probably not. So at the end of the day, Paramount Skydance did overpay. Netflix stopped out, and that was a smart business decision. They didn't get too greedy, and they didn't have to win this deal. They wanted it at a certain price, and that was it.
Guys, there's news here that it says no Israeli activity in Iranian airspace. Israel's Channel 3 is citing military sources. Obviously, this is like back and forth, back and forth. As soon as we have anything more, obviously, we'll give it to you. What are we talking about next, Sia?
We're talking about TXN. This was a stock I was mentioning earlier in the morning. TXN's earnings with their capex peak and cash flow. Texas Instruments has reported a solid first quarter's earnings results last afternoon. Post-market EPS at $1.68, which was landed well ahead of the Wall Street consensus estimate of $1.36 and up from $1.28 last year. Revenue for the quarter has reached $4.8 billion, exceeding the expectations of $4.5 billion and representing a 19% increase year over year. TXN's operating margin has stayed exceptionally strong at 37.5%. Guidance for fiscal second quarter has also been noted to be strong by analysts covering TXN. Company has also announced several years of heavy investment in updating its factories is finally returning to normal levels. Reduced capital expenditures have translated into free cash flow to $1.4 billion for this quarter after a 2025 deficit. So TXN's long-delayed shift to 300-millimeter silicon wafers is also done, which will reduce pressure on margins. First quarter free cash flow margin, excluding CHIPS Act contribution, was up significantly to 19%. CHIPS Act, just giving an overview, provides roughly $52.7 billion in subsidies, grants, and tax benefits, primarily to encourage companies to build chip fabrication plants. Currently, TXN is doing pretty good. Up 16%, sending it to Adara.
Yeah, I have some more headlines here in the Middle East. For people wondering why the market's dropping, it's really just a series of headlines that continue to come out here that suggest the conflict in the Middle East with Iran, Israel, and the U.S. is escalating, specifically that Iran and Israel are having some escalation and that the U.S. might be actually forced to get back involved. Now, Galibaf, who is the parliamentary speaker of Iran, who has also reportedly resigned as of an hour ago, clearly he hasn't because his comments are still circulating. He's saying that Iran stands united under its leadership with no divisions and warning that the country will make any aggressor, quote unquote, regret their actions through their national unity. So lots of aggression here coming out of Iran. Israel actually denying that they launched any attacks in Iran, saying that they have not launched any attacks. You know, Iran's come out and basically said here, like, hey, any aggressor is going to regret things. They've already basically come after Israel here verbally. So, again, Israel saying they have not gotten involved. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. But so much back and forth, very little, solid news or something that's consistent at all here, guys. Back to you.
Yes, that's exactly it. Let's talk a little bit about this Texas Instruments report. So, look, what immediately stood out to me, free cash flow, $1.4 billion this time, versus the minus $250 million loss, negative, last time. How'd that happen? Well, because they were spending up a storm building these data centers, as well as, of course, their chip producing plants. Now, TXN, much like MCHP and some others, they deal in the chips that are not advanced, like the north of 7 nanometer. The things that you put in your dishwasher, your oven, your microwaves, still a lot of demand for that, right? So that's where their mode is there. So their data center exposure also grew 90% year over year. That's emerging as a growth leg that I personally didn't expect. What else? CapEx reset, exactly, post the heavy fab investment. That's a key driver of margins. If you're not spending up a storm on building out your infrastructure, that money is realized as profits as on one side of the balance sheet as opposed to the other. So I like this, but some other names that you need to be alive to. It's not just TXN who dominates this space. The name I'm involved in, MCHP, it's not outperformed, to be quite honest with you. What's it called? TXN, and it's back into area resistance. I do worry about this $100 area, but MCHP's recovered a little bit. But when you look at the TXN chart, there's really no arguing with this. This is at all-time highs. It's an absolute rocket ship, but keep your eyes as well on STM. That's another one to keep your eye out on there. STM Microelectronics, get very similar chart to MCHP, where it's kind of getting into close to highs. Let's see if it can break through that $55 high. These are all sympathy plays as well, so keep your eye on that. But, it's not always about 3 and 2 nanometer, 18A and 14A. Sometimes we just need these basic chips, and that's where TXN flourishes, yeah?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, that threw me off guard. We're going to talk about CMCSA. Comcast has beat revenue earnings expectations, and all thanks to improved broadband losses. CMCSA has topped Wall Street's expectations and earnings estimate for the quarter. CEO Brian Roberts also has mentioned on the earnings call as of yesterday that it may still be early, but the initial results are coming. Now let's dive into the specifics. EPS, 70 cents adjusted versus the 73 cents expected. CMCSA's overall revenue has increased roughly 5% to $31.46 billion for the quarter. The company has also said that it has lost 65,000 broadband customers compared to the 183,000 losses in the same period last year, so that's a significant recovery over there. The company has also leaned on its mobile business for growth, which added 35,000 new lines during the quarter. So now the company has 9.7 million mobile customers. Revenue for Comcast Connectivity and Platforms unit has also decreased 2% to $17.32 billion. Net income has sunk 36%, nearly to $2.17 billion, or 60 cents per share, which compared with $3.38 billion, or 89 cents a share. The company's overall revenue has also received a boost from Comcast's NBC Universal, which airs a plethora of sports, including the Super Bowl, Winter Olympics, and NBA All-Star Weekend. A 61% increase in revenue to $7.28 billion has been observed during the quarter, excluding Olympics and Super Bowl, which provided significant boost to advertising sales revenue unit, which was up about 13%. So I would overall say the stock is having a pretty good day. CMCSA up an 8%.
Yeah, this is interesting. And you and my sister are the only two people, Sia, that I've heard say plethora. I say plethora, but I think both are right. It's like boy and buoy, right? Get it,
Sorry,
Neil?
what was your pronunciation?
Plethora.
Plethora?
Yeah, but I think both are right. Because my sister says it that way.
It's different with the British English and the American English.
That's where I'm assuming. Okay. Well, again, that goes to buoy and boy, right? Anyway, let's go on here. So reading over this report, apparently they had a kick-ass February. They're calling it legendary February, where there was a remarkable 17-day stretch and that NBCU delivered what they're calling record advertising sales, about roughly $2 billion over that 17 days. They added 2 million net new subscribers. That puts Peacock on track to approach profitability for the first time ever next quarter. That was co-CEO Kavanagh. Basically, his comments on the call yesterday. Look, I'm not a big fan of Comcast. I get that they're trying to do Peacock and streaming. They're trying to move away from legacy. I know that they've got their hand in broadband as well, but I don't know, man. It seems to me like these are not the spaces where I'd want to put a lot of my money. Let's take a look at the chart, see if the market agrees with me, at least on a wider time from CMCSA. It's up nicely, but what does a weekly look like? Well, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. Tough times. The good support level in and around, let's just say about $30, but we did lose that support into 25, but that could have been, the issue with the war there. I don't know, Joey. I don't know if you're going to comment on this one. This is not my favorite stock, and it feels like it might be setting up for a head and shoulders pattern where it loses that $25. I'm not a fan of this name. Great report. They had the Olympics. They did some stuff. but I think longer term, it's not for me. All right, it's 1:59, so we're just going to finish up here. Thank you, Sia. We're good to go. So guys, it was a very, very interesting trading day. Let's go through the side watch list, the side charts over here to see what's still moving or what the situation is on some of them. So TRT lost the trend. Buru lost the trend. EUDA lost the trend. You see where I'm going with this? SST barely holding above VWAP. Keel dropped as well. PAPL, it did break through the dollar, so I did miss this one. I wouldn't have probably held for all that much, but it did break through the dollar, dropping down though. Look for support on PAPL, right around 92 to 95 pennies. It could see some support there. It has earlier at the volume weighted average price. Doesn't typically make it all the way down to VWAP, but that's another one to look at. IREN as well, IREN. This is the leveraged ETF for it, losing trend. Is it below VWAP? I don't know. It's not refreshing. Let's find out. Yeah, it just got back above VWAP there. It held that that $26 general area of support and right back up into 27.5 IRE, still up about 11 1/5 on the day. And yeah, that's it, guys. But it was really it was 3 trades that we did well today. It was TRT, it was Buru, and it was Skills. Hopefully we'll do as well to end off the week tomorrow. Catch it with Joey and I. It'll be the last day that Joey covers for Sean, as Sean gets a bit of a late flight, so he won't be able to make it in. In any event, Adara has news at the big desk. Then we go to the boys.
Here with GeoOGL popping here. There's a developer keynote at 1:30 p.m. I guess I'm seeing the summary from this keynote. Developers building applications in days that took just weeks or months a couple of years ago. Google is actually accelerating its own internal development velocity. So lots of posturing here from Google, but it is pushing higher. Now, I also want to talk here about the latest headline with oil and the market. Now, we know oil pushed higher, market pushed lower, likely as we were hearing that air defenses were activated in Tehran. Then Israel said, okay, but we have not actually, had any activity here. We are not getting involved in Iran. And then last but not least, now seeing some reports that any active air defense in Iran is probably posturing, it's performative, and it's not actually responding to any threat. So tons of backs and forth. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know. But guys, we're getting lots of moves. Not all of these moves will necessarily have a news catalyst, but I'll keep you posted every time they do. So stick with us at Trader TV Live. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Adara. What a ridiculous day it's been. No questions asked. I mean, you went from nothing happening in oil to ridiculous breakout to now an absolute dump fest. You've got to be kidding me. Everything turned around in a second. Whatever, that's still fine. Everything turned around in a second, and you don't know where your bread is gonna get buttered. I think a lot of times, right? You can have the market's going to be doing one thing, and then all of a sudden, boom, we just go into a whole nother level. And maybe this afternoon we're going to get some increased volatility. Feels like it, right? You got an A shape already going on right now. But we always talk about every single day you come and watch us at 8 o'clock, right? And we're on all day long, and that's how it should be as far as I'm concerned. And we started out earlier, and we used to be at 8:30, and we started out earlier because we wanted to be a little bit more prepared for the market. And the truth of the matter is, you're not looking for 50 or 100 things to trade in the morning. You're just looking for that small pocket, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that you are focused on a few ideas that are going to make you the best returns. It's all about how do you narrow it down and know what to trade in any given moment, Joe.
And that's exactly it. You hit that on the head, Neil, narrowing down your watch list. Now, how exactly do we do that? Especially leading into earnings season, we have the headline-driven market where so many things are moving higher and lower, but how do we really focus on something and narrow down our watch list? There's multiple ways we can do that, but first things first, what we want to focus on, which sector is strong and how many names within that sector, within the subsector as well, are going to remain strong or potentially break down. It's key for us to note this. Now, we're going to go over a prime example here on New Scale Power, SMR. We've seen multiple days, a double session where we were strong, not only in the latter half of the previous day, but leading into the pre-market as well, too. So with that being said, we have a sector that is strong in multiple names within it, continuing to climb higher. But at some point, something's got to give. And that's exactly what we established here. We narrowed down our watch list. We had the headline-driven market, but like, let's focus on the nuclear power sector and see if we can find a trade within that. So exactly what we have going on here is a pre-market rally, a yesterday later in the session rally from 2 o'clock on, but then as we open, the sentiment changes within that underlying session. So what we want to focus on here is, are we going to remain weak, or are sellers going to break this down and remain in control? Now, what we have to do here is essentially, once we've narrowed everything down and we've hyper-focused on a stock, we can tell by multiple ways, not only the tape, the level 2, but within price action itself. So opening drive, the first 10 minutes of the session, we have an aggressive selling candle, engulfing essentially all of the gains that we had in the pre-market. Now we have this rally and we have a recovery, but one thing that we noticed via the volume is that this pullback is relatively weak compared to the aggressive selling that we've seen earlier. We're hyper-focused, we've narrowed down our watch list, and now we're just looking at this one specific name. We have a pullback into the volume-weighted average price, and then we have this initial flush lower in which we start to take partials out. But the key to this is that even though we have some earnings reports, Tesla in the headlines, Intel reporting today after the bell, we focused on a specific sector and a specific name, and that's really key to narrowing down your watch list.
Like, you're gonna have tens, dozens, multiple gappers and runners, all that have stories in them, and you can weed it down to a watch list. We have a free one out here, and it'll look like ours is pretty decent. It'll usually have like less than 10 names or so, but every single one of those names, you have got to go in, look at the higher time frame, look at all the individual charts. Go to the daily chart, go to the 15-minute, or whatever that works for you, and identify whether it's something that you want to trade. And you go right down the line, one by one. You've got that time in the pre-market so that you can land on the one stock. And then, as Joe was mentioning, you don't get bogged down with all the noise because you've narrowed in and focused. But you have to start by going down the line. You go through each and individual name, you look at the different time frames, you select the one that works for you, and then you hit it, Joe.
Absolutely. Hit it on the head once again, Neil. Now, there was a couple theses that I built, and that's key. When you narrow down your watch list and you're thinking of a game plan, it also gives you the opportunity to audible, just in case plan A doesn't work, and then we turn to plan B. So essentially what we have here is this pullback into the volume-weighted average price, in which I was initially anticipating a continuation of yesterday's strong session and the pre-market, but that wasn't the case. So we flip the thesis, we go to plan B, and we're prepared to give back the majority of the rally that we see not only in the pre-market, but on yesterday's session as well. So what we have is this initial leg lower, a consolidation, while the market is continuing to climb. Once again, we're hyper-focused on this one name. Why? Because we narrowed down the watch list. The market's climbing, we have new scale power not participating in the rally, and then boom, we add into this position, we reload it, and then we have the headline sensitivity step in, and sure enough, what does that do? As the market starts to pull back in, we have the additional leg plus an increase of share size for that second leg lower. But none of this happens if you don't narrow down your watch list, you weave out all of the names with the noise, and you hyper-focus on that one specific trade.
So many opportunities. You're going to have all kinds of signals going off in your head or popping off, gappers here and there. You just want to make sure you take emotion out of it, and you do that a lot of times with your pre-market preparation and knowing what you want to focus on. So maybe the market's going crazy, but you don't have to go crazy because you know what you've got your focus with. And speaking of focus, we're focused, man. And let's be real, it is on headlines. Just to get you guys back to what's going on in USO, I've got a few positions. None of them are, I can go over them, and I will in just a quick little bit. One should be obvious, beyond me at VWAP, so that's that. I said I would short Hertz. When car caught a bounce, I shorted into Hertz because I said I would, and I thought that would be a lower hanging fruit. And then I'm in Boyle because, well, I saw this nonsense happening and then decided I usually have been telling you that Boyle is really weak, but there was just an opportunity for a break. So I got a break, we pull it into VWAP, I have a little bit left, I had a break-even stop. I'm inclined to leave it in. The other way to play it is to just let it break the trend and then move it back in if it breaks like 1285 or so. And then there's this Skills Inc. That's all I gotta say. I'm not gonna lie to you, everybody. When Sharif got out at the high on Skills, and then I saw that down halt, and then it opened back up 15 and then halted down again, it's like, yeah, that thing's done. You know, congratulations. And a lot of people banked on. I'm like, yeah, there's no chance. It just bounced off VWAP and gave traders another $3 here. So this one is probably not dead. I'm not going to bother counting the halts. Let's just say 20 and make up a number and be like, it probably halts another few times before we get to the close. But even it just goes to show, sometimes you get like a crazy stock which doesn't have any semblance of normality, and it decides it wants to bounce off VWAP too. So it's a great area to look. I'm not telling you that all of these things will always bounce off of the volume weighted average price, but sometimes that's just how it works. So congrats on anyone that is in Skills. I think we'll be pretty hyper focused. It's unavoidable on USO, which is pulling back again itself into VWAP. Like the A shape, it's insanity how much volatility there is. I'm actually surprised, to be honest, with this pullback that, I mean, Boyle's not gas, but I mean, it's still an energy play. Like this was the weakest thing out. It was like one of the weakest charts out there. And when there was a bounce, it was an easy breakout. It was a lagger too, but I'm surprised it hasn't pulled back a little bit more. I don't want to get trapped with this. So I am going to tighten up that stop. We'll tighten that stop up. The only other things I'm in are like sort of an obvious Beyond Meat at VWAP kind of deal. So kind of trapped me in, small punch, and then waited for it to crest at the volume weighted average price. And the second it ticked lower, is kind of jump in and play it to the low. So I'll sit in this. I'm in Hertz as a, like kind of short, I just shorted the pop. I said I waited for Hertz to get to VWAP, it just never got there. You know, CAR has been bleeding all day long, and this was a sympathy one.
Is it still going?
CAR?
Yeah.
This is going to be in textbooks. Oh, by the way, I pulled. You seen Skills on like the monthly? I didn't know this thing because it probably had like. There's only one split in here too, which doesn't make any sense. That's crazy.
It is mad.
Yeah, I do think Avis is going to end up in some textbooks, and lots of people are going to be talking about this one. But it is now down to 218. The low is 13. It actually pulled back and tagged the July highs in Avis. It could see maybe the 50 period. So if you look at this, like this was here in April 6th. So you're talking 2.5 weeks ago in what was a parabolic move up. 2.5 weeks in 2 days. Escalator, it's the escalator up and it's the elevator down. That is how they work. Ari Pages is telling me that textbooks may no longer exist by 2033. You're right. Steven, yeah, CAR did do this. We pulled this chart. Well, we pulled this chart up before. We were on the show when this happened. It didn't do it this. The distinction that we made, I think, when we brought this up earlier in the week was that, yeah, Avis did this, but not the same way.
Yeah.
It wasn't as rapid. It didn't go quite, percentage-wise, it was close to as far, around the same, but it wasn't as rapid to the upside. It was a little bit more measured to begin with, and then it got out of hand. This one got out of hand a lot faster than it did. And I remember we had been on. It was our second year on YouTube when Avis did this. So yeah, we do remember it. This one was built differently. There's pretty much no ifs, ands, or buts.
So you've been through this scenario before?
It wasn't quite. No. It wasn't as explosive as this one. No, there's no chance.
But it was still in that meme kind of aspect.
It was definitely a meme stock. It wasn't as fast as at the beginning, and then it really started to ramp up. Whereas this got, again, out of hand very, very quickly. And as that continues to fall, that's the reason why I just said, forget it. Let's just be in Hertz and sit in it, because that way, like, I can see CAR halting up or coming back in, and this shouldn't care. Like if this was only up on sympathy in the first place when this whole thing started, like it's got a lot of room to go from where this whole thing started, and it's playing into the 200, which gives me a bit of an out. But really, the idea here this afternoon, outside of what I'm in, whoops, I don't want a daily for USO, would be if this bounces off VWAP, like if USO can catch a bit of a bid here, you're looking at what was pretty nasty in the Qs and has already made a pretty hefty bounce. A bounce off VWAP and a retracement to the highs is like a VWAP short. So I'm looking for places that if USO bounces, I want to continue. Now, I didn't get my silver short this morning, but when literally all you-know-what was breaking loose, I was like, oh, well, I like the short in silver, and the market's dumping now, so well, I'll just short that. And I got pretty fortunate. I've said this again. There's times I'll get the bottom wick, but you have to remember that I'm going to look to get out when it gets to a key price level. So I see anything weird on the tape, I just kind of punch out. And then sometimes I'll get the low, and other times I'll look like an idiot because it'll go like another $1. This is one of those times that it just happens to look good. And I try not to, it is what it is. But this skill stock would be amazing. It's just halted again. If this gets back to the highs, it's kind of a different level of pain if you break 20 now, because it already, like anybody that wanted to short this, they're feeling themselves, and they're thinking back to whatever.
How many halts though? Like how many halts did you have? Like when did you start shorting it?
I don't know. I don't short these things, but my guess is
I think after the first halt down, you get out. It's like if you're long, right?
If you're long, yes. Yeah. But I'm thinking about those that went heavy, thinking this is going to go back all the way because they're like, whatever. To me, there's still some in there, and there's still some that feel pretty confident about shorting back into that high. If this is able to take 20 again, it does get pretty nasty, for sure. We'll see. Then, again, I'm going to be looking at this USO, and I know people are probably tired of all this focus on what's happening in oil and oil futures. It's unavoidable here.
It is.
There's not much we can do about it. We know we have Intel reporting tonight. Here's the USO basically doing nothing. Now everything is slowed down. Intel, which, I mean, I came on my note, it's like the first thing, and it said long, and I didn't go long. I ended up going short a couple times. But they are up almost 4%. Like Intel's running into this earnings print. It's above VWAP and the market's beneath it. They're up for a multitude of reasons. I mean, one of them, you did a Mobileye report positively and do a buyback or authorize a $250 million buyback, and that boosted the stock. You also had Elon mentioning Intel with the terafab, and that's another positive for them going into their earnings print. Yeah, they should report. They're going to be reporting just after 4 o'clock, which is something that we'll get to almost right away. So it should be rapid fire, and they're adjacent to their highs, not all-time highs. These would be like, I don't know, 6-year highs or something along those lines.
Yeah.
What an insane day, man.
It's been insane, man. You're telling me, man. We had some big time, like, it's like, okay, we tried 2 on the reversal. I'm glad that we got out. We should have just took that break even, give us the opportunity to re-engage. And that was just like, okay, we didn't take this opportunity here. So what it is, right? You just learn from those mistakes and don't make them. I was looking for the momentum play, and it didn't come, and it just came against me. I'm glad that we got out, but when we put on a trade like SMR, it's just like, hey, sometimes it's just best to stick with what you've set up here today. We just talked about just narrowing down your watch list. I didn't take the NASDAQ earlier in the day, and then sure enough, it's just like, okay, this was a good one, but unfortunately we give some back. Off of this, the NASDAQ and the USO, looking for that nice spike higher. It's huge how much, like, the weight of each catalyst matters, obviously, because we've heard the back and forth, and then sure enough, when you have something along the lines, it's like, okay, we're ready to, unfortunately, just hit the red button once again and start firing things off. Market's going to price that out. So SMR down 6%. We have the TQs down 1.6%, going to put the NASDAQ around, what is it, about like 0.4% roughly there. So on the Qs is 3x levered. So you got to just be really cautious of what's going on.
You know what you got to do?
Down 0.5, yeah, about 0.5%.
The thing is, when you're watching all this unfold, just picture it this way. When something's crazy, it doesn't have to be like Avis, Because it could be like Palantir on the bid in the midst of this as everything is falling. Like it could be NVIDIA, it could be the Qs.
Yeah, stronger, yeah.
You remember Terry Tate, the Office linebacker?
Terry Tate?
Y'all know remember Terry Tate, the Office linebacker?
No.
If you fouled up, you look it up. If you fouled up in the office in any way, now you didn't make a new pot of coffee after you killed it.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't file your TPS report correctly.
Ooh.
You would see Terry Tate lingering, and he'd give you the, because you know the train was coming. And if the train is coming, you see USO go absolutely ham.
Did you
don't
set that
sit
up?
on that bid.
Did you set that up? How did they know to hit the train?
Did you do this?
Wow.
Don't worry about it.
Magical.
If you don't know Terry Tate, but that's what it feels like. And all you can do is sit and wait in the cut. If you're trying to go long into that, you can just sit and wait in the cut until something looks distinctly different. Right? Like we talk about like patience or what, like look at that winding bottom on the Qs. And the best thing about it too is it can give you a reason to get out as well. Like just be able to see it. Why is someone typing beyond? What's going on? It's still falling. I think this gets to the low 90s, but that doesn't really matter. You have to be very careful, but it can give you an indication as to what is, like where you want to be. I went the other direction. Like I was short for the most part, so I was looking for exits. Like I wasn't trying to catch the bottom. But if you look at the 3 minute, I don't usually use a 1 minute. But if you look at the 1 minute as opposed to a 3 minute here. Now look at AMD right now on a 1 minute. First of all, this is ridiculous in VWAP. But you can basically see this rejection, like big wild candles. You get a little bit of condenses, then you get this reversal candle. Like very clear. The second that candle closes, it's like, okay, there's a bottom wick, that's tight, boom. And you can really just sort of, you're punching in here if you're looking for the long because of this candle, and then you're just immediately taking the break of the prior two. That's really tight. Now, for myself, that would have required from a 3 to a 1 because it's not as clear on a 3 minute. But you know what? Here come the shorts again because USO is
something might be stepping in here.
Bouncing off VWAP again.
Yeah, it's bouncing off of this $59 mark right here, guys, on the NASDAQ. So let's pull it out. I got SMR up here. Let's head back over to the TQQs and see what we got going on. I can't see anything. There we go on NASDAQ Pro Shares. So there is somewhat of a bounce going on, and I want to post up at the lower end of this range to see if we can get in. Now, what I had was I pieced essentially most of it out, or I guess 60%. We get stopped out a little bit right there. I would have loved to have that break even, but it was just so quick. And I'm like, all right, let's see if we find another bounce. And then sure enough, you get it. But I wasn't going to allow it to crack through that low because if I had that amount of shares on from this trade and it hit that, it would be disastrous, right? Like, it's just like, it's a hole from the month that you essentially can't dig out of. And that's why I was just telling Neil from before, it's like, I'm keeping my losses at a fixed rate so that when I do start to climb out of the hole, I don't have so much ground to cover. And I need to take that into consideration. There's a massive opportunity right here that we missed out on. It is what it is, but we have our eyes on USO. If it continues to slide, then we might be able to find another opportunity to get involved with the NASDAQ for a nice move back in towards the volume-weighted average price. We need the precise entry. We need to make sure our risk to reward is there, and then we also need to share size accordingly, just in case it does come against us. And it's one of those trades that takes multiple attempts in order for it to get going. But how we're holding up right now, we were talking about the shelf before on Bitcoin. It's giving me shelf vibes, even though it's a V-shaped reversal. Shelf vibes below the volume-weighted average price and continuously bouncing off of this. So if we see a liquidity grab and some indecision prints south of these levels, and you run into 58.80, then I think that's going to be a good opportunity. Unless we're continuously starting to curl over, and we have 1 minute candles sit on top of the range, not necessarily always running into that area and then rejecting, running into it on multiple occasions, rejecting. So we have to be patient and we have to be precise. My boy Trader knows this shit. Yeah, I appreciate that. But I mean, hey, listen, Angelo, I appreciate you truly, but it would have been smart to me to just sit on my hands, especially after what we did in SMR. Lock in those gains in the day, and now, essentially what we had from an all-day fader right? Like on multiple attempts, you have the reload, like a trade that is almost like, I'm not gonna toot my own horn too much or anything along those lines, but that's textbook. You have the leg down, you wait for the curl over, you roll over, and then you almost catch the low of the day. But instead, we were chasing momentum and volatility in the NASDAQ, and that caused us.
You know what, I gotta throw this up from one of our viewers, because this is such a great point. Ching ching. This is just a comment from S.A. Walker. I'm like Saw. Should have known better in hindsight. VIX didn't jump up like crazy. So I'm guessing you were looking to catch the bid and maybe you didn't. I don't know. But either way, it is a good point. Like there's a limit to how bad it's gonna get if we don't do anything too crazy. I have go to like a 15-minute, I don't like a 1 hour. Just to be able to show you like how little the move up was in VIX. We broke 20, we didn't see 25, we didn't even see 22. And if you pull us back to, let's say 4 hours, yeah, that's good enough. Like we still stayed in the bottom end of the range that we've been in since April, right? Like the gap down, like everything stayed in that calm range, and we didn't even hold any kind of a trend up. And I think that's a good observation, because what that does, S.A. Walker, that's the thing, I want to say a first name there, but the S.A. What that does is now, maybe if you see a similar type of situation, you'll know, okay, look, keep the VIX up when I see that kind of a flash. If I don't see enough continuation, maybe you're looking for that curl, because I'm assuming maybe you missed the bottom on something, that's why you would post that. And then all of a sudden you'll have that indicator there for you, that you're locked and loaded and ready to go, and you can be a bit patient about maybe catching that bid or where you get out of your shorts or whatever it might be. Let's go up to the desk. We've got Sia.
Yeah, just a couple comments from U.S. President Donald Trump here, saying that he is under no pressure to end the Iran conflict, rejecting media claims and insisting that he will only act on his own timeline. Iran deal only made, coming from U.S. President Donald Trump, when appropriate and good for the U.S. allies and world. Trump also saying that he's not anxious to end Iran conflict. We have all the time in the world, but Iran does not. Iran blockade is airtight and strong. I'm not seeing USO currently react that much at the moment, but that is your news for now. U.S. President Donald Trump on Truth Social.
Got to pay attention, and that's why we have Sia. That's why we have Adara.
On fire right now, man.
We just broke VWAP on Boyle. I love when a trend trade gets lucky. Like this was one of those, like the stars aligned, because it was an all-day trend break at the moment when like USO and everything went ham. So it's an energy long trade that also happened to be a trend, but it's gone to VWAP. I'm holding this one through because I just can't think of a reason why I shouldn't at this point. Like I've decided to trail it to here, which does mean at some point should automate something that if I draw a trend line, I can move a trail underneath it, but until then, I just keep manually moving the trail. So now the trail that we've hit VWAP becomes under that bar, so it'll be about like 1290-ish or so as it continues to go higher. BLM's doing its own thing. Same thing with Hertz. When I check back in on this, it's like it just bounced away from my bid. I'll just move it up a little bit, just a tiny little bit, to try and capture it. I should have been in front of that bottom. But this one will be different because I'm giving it right to my entry point unless something crazy happens on Avis. That's the way I see it. And if you think about, again, what should be leading us this afternoon, I don't think rushing in anything new makes sense. Like the USO's bounced off VWAP, but we're very, very within the range, very much so. Like it was $1, 133 to 134. We will have oil futures themselves close in a few minutes here. But if we don't break away from this consolidation, there could just be a lot of choppiness. So I'm more of in a hold mode, and if the trend breaks on the things that I'm in, fine, I can jump out of them, but I'm not going to be jumping too crazy into anything. Yeah. Like remember, AMD's pulling back without much happening. Like the futures are still holding near VWAP, so there's a little bit of relative weakness maybe in advanced micro devices. Suppose that's one place I could lean. I was going to say silver is what I wanted, but silver is SLV. SLV's not doing anything. So I'll probably lean toward AMD if there's an opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. So like what I'm looking at here, and I'm kind of in a push and pull scenario. Yo, listen, I'm going to give some shout outs before I get into my little spiel here. Essentially, Knockout 358, Big Scalp, appreciate you. We'll take a look at that, but we got 4SKM. Much love. Like, again, across the board, I don't want to miss anybody here. Mint Cornetto. Much love, trust me. Sloppy Gorilla, I appreciate everything. AMPC, man, you guys are absolutely G Miz Duash. Sorry if I butchered that, but just everyone across the board, much appreciated. G Zim Dish. Sorry, I don't want to butcher your name or anything. Again, I can't be more appreciative and thankful for those kind words, man. Keep rocking on, keep doing your things, and trust me, whatever you guys have to say goes significantly further than what you're expecting. So thank you guys. All right, now let's get into this spiel. We're gonna stick to this name. We were talking about hyper-focusing on a certain name. All right, what is USO doing? Can we catch the lower end of this range? And are we going to get that move back into the volume-weighted average price? Or is this shelf going to break? All right, so those are the two questions that I'm asking myself. How am I going to identify an opportunity to get involved? Well, let's see. If the tape remains strong and we continuously have these 1-minute candles opening up where they are right now with very little defense, then maybe we can get that move back into VWAP and recover a little bit of that move. So there it goes, a nice uptick in the TQQQs. Now, if we get a pullback and a retest on a downtick, then maybe I can start to participate in that move a little bit higher. The volume-weighted average price would absolutely be Ponyboy Golden on that one there, Neil, and there it goes. All right, let's rock and roll. Let's see if we can get this move as USO is starting to downtick, and we're about to breach VWAP here on. Yes, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're talking about. A nice move there. Oh, man, just like that. Just reading the tape, getting in and out is exactly what we needed. So a nice move on TQs as we break through that resistance zone.
Yeah, we busted through.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
If we lose this volume-weighted average price on USO, it's game over, man.
Yeah, it is, man.
You know what? I was actually maybe psyched out here.
Or it could be a false break, too.
No, I took more offer out because I see USO coming back. In the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, well, we should be heading down at some point here. I got to move the trailing stop again. This is going to be now underneath the 13 level. As long as we hold 13, pretty good. But if the market wants to reverse, I guess it's not going to care. Yeah, okay, good thing Beyond Meat doesn't give a darn what's going on over there. Unfortunately, AMD... Oh, maybe fortunately. Fortunately for AMD, it's close to that VWAP. It's moving more than the overall market, but if I don't see USO bust through the volume-weighted average price, I don't know how much I like that. I just think it's chop. So I'm going to stick with what we're in. If I get this breaking down and doing something different, then I want to take some action. Let's go back up to the desk with Sia.
Just before I dive into happening now, again, an update. U.S. President Donald Trump on Truth Social saying the clock is ticking to Iran. Anyways, we're going to move on with our happening now. The news I have for you today, I'm going to talk about the first stock. LMT has reported a defense demand in its earnings. Although Lockheed Martin has reported a lower first quarter profit today, high costs on fixed price contracts and production slowdowns are also undercutting the ability to cash in on demand. Total revenue for the quarter is now standing in at $18 billion, which is roughly flat from a year ago. The company has reported a first quarter profit of $6.44 per share compared with the $7.28 per share last year. As we all are aware, global conflicts, including the ongoing Iran war, have prompted a surge for demand in missiles, munitions, and aircrafts. With that being said, diving deeper into the specifics, aeronautics profit has been weighed down by production performance and development delays for its F-16 fighter jet. The C-130 transport aircraft program has also faced delays due to some suppliers still working to make the specialized parts for the fighter jet. And lower volumes on classified programs have resulted in sales in the aeronautics segment being lower by $325 million. Marquee F-35 fighter jet sales have supplied the U.S. and 19 allied nations have partially also offset the segment decreases. Currently, LMT down in the red by 4%. Next talk. As Joey was mentioning when we were talking about the WBD and Paramount thing, Netflix has posted a $25 billion buyback in the bid to boost its share price. Just diving into a little bit of the specifics here, Netflix's board has officially added $25 billion to the existing stock buyback program. The new authorization is adding to the $6.8 billion, which is a rough estimate, remaining from a prior $15 billion program approved in late 2024. And Netflix is reported having more than 4.2 billion shares. Outstanding, as of the 31st of March, the company currently has a market cap of nearly $393 million, according to recent valuation data. This buyback authorization, as we talked about earlier in the show, comes after Netflix earlier this year dropped its $72 billion bid for WBD. Currently, Netflix in the red, 0.17%.
I have to mention here, we have a headline for SNAP, Snapchat to the downside. SNAP dropping on reports that Meta's launching a competitor to Snapchat. This is being reported by the Business Insider, apparently a new app that will be in the same sector here in business as SNAP. SNAP trading near day's lows. Back to you.
Good stuff.
Sucks to be them.
Snapchat? My OG platform.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You love Snapchat.
Yeah, I do. I love it. I mean, that was like...
So, okay, well then you're a good person to ask. If there's a direct competitor that Meta comes out with, do you see it being a threat?
But yeah, I mean, so the way that I look at it is, I mean, when you have this platform that's already essentially a super giant in this, yeah, it's gonna hurt it quite a bit. I mean, but it's funny that we think of like Snapchat as it is its smaller little cousin or whatever it may be, but it still has like 300 million users on it, right? Like a substantial amount, like compared to what we have, right? So it's like it's small, but it's not anything. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I don't know if you remember Vine or anything along those lines. Like Vine was.
Okay, first of all, I'm old, so you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I remember Vine.
I didn't mean to do that, man.
But you know I do remember. Of course.
Oh, okay, all right. I was gonna say I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. I don't even know if Sia would know what Vine was, but Vine was an OG.
About what? Sorry.
Vine, like the old social media.
Of course I know Vine.
Okay, you know
That's
Vine.
How I found Logan Paul and Jake Paul.
Oh, okay, all right, bang. Yeah, so yeah, there it is, guys. Nice little move. But no, I don't see it going anywhere anytime soon, like Snapchat. I could be totally wrong, but I think it's OG. It has people like me who are still sitting involved in that. All right, guys, let's take a little bit more off here. Oh, man, oh, man. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there it is. A big time recovery. I told you guys, full disclosure, after everything we did on SMR, green to red, not good. I typically don't do that. We try a couple attempts. There were some opportunities that I missed, but at the end of the day, we're just slowly crawling out. Neil, as we typically say in the poker world, a chip
in a chair.
Chip in a chair, man. Joe getting into adulthood for sure. Hey, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I still feel like my body may not be like that, but mentally, kind of like still 24. You know what I mean? Maybe. That's generous.
You know what? I feel like dudes, yeah, man, like you're as young as you feel. Again, the body doesn't always tend to agree with you in that. Trust me, that's like 1,000% true.
Yeah.
But I'm like yesterday. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I had probably the coolest evening. I had the coolest evening yesterday, and my daughter had no activities. I'm like, we can do anything you want. The weather was ridiculous. I'm like, we'll probably go outside, play catch. I'm like, we have time for dinner. We just got to do a few things. And she's like, can I just play outside before you come out? My daughter's playing outside. I come outside, and one of the neighbors already come by. So now she's playing with like one of the girls from across the street. I guess some kids 2 houses down heard the kids playing. And then 2 more kids from 2 houses down are now playing in our front yard.
Yeah.
So they go into our backyard, and then 2 more kids come, and it's like 6 kids. Then another kid finishes. I had 7 kids in my backyard playing. A couple of parents just came by.
That's all right, man.
And then I got to go inside and make dinner. My wife's out of town, so I go inside. And I'm like, you guys can still play, do what you got to do. When I call Erin, she's got to come eat dinner. Yeah. I call Erin inside. We're eating dinner, and all of a sudden, I'm like, why do I still hear? And they're still playing in our yard. And then maybe 15 minutes later, they knock on the door. Can Erin come back out to play? I'm like, yeah, when she's done, she can go out. And they literally stayed playing. Just in our yard, just stayed playing. I'm like, I'm glad we're in a neighborhood where that could happen.
Yeah.
It was like the great, and that made me feel, I'm like, it took me back to my childhood the second the weather got nice.
Yeah.
That's all. You just started playing outside with your friends, man.
And you were out until the lights.
Until the lights went down.
Until the lights went down, and people. So, anyways, before I moved, we'll make this quick. Before I moved up north to Bradford, Ontario, I lived in an apartment building in Rexdale. Okay, and like. Yeah, exactly. So you know what I mean. I had a bunch of friends. I was him. I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna lie. And everybody would hang out. Like I had friends above me, below me, and it's as soon as you seen one of them outside playing in the big front yard, it's the rest. Everybody's outside, and all you did was just yell to your balcony and get your parents to throw down your toys. And that's what it was. That's the lifestyle that we lived in. We were outside until like we had to go back in. And I think a little bit of that is missing.
I can agree with that too, but I'm seeing my brother grow up right now, and all their playtime is basically iPads and PS5s.
It's different.
And we have to force them to get out of the house.
It's different. Yeah, it's different times. It's different times.
Look, I'm not judging. Like, you've got to, like, you're going to use devices. You are like, it's the world we live in. But man, you're a kid. Just be a kid. Like, I was almost in tears. Like, they were having so much fun. Although, that being said, like, one of the kids, like, it was like bedtime, because they came inside after a while. The place got dark, and like our right next door neighbor was just like, okay, he still wanted to hang because he's allowed to stay up later apparently. I'm like, it's 8:30 now. You know, we gotta get Aaron ready for bed. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like that kind of thing. Yeah, you know, we gotta get that going. Just a quick update.
Yeah, for sure.
I wish I could tell you that USO. This is.
Can't stand you.
Yeah, because I just got wicked out of boil. USO just bounced off you up. We're still in the same range. And in vain of not, I could have still been in this trade. Whatever. It broke the trend line. That's the USO looked like it was breaking down. So I hang with the other two, but it's not going to give me a reason to be in AMD yet. Right? Like, if we're gonna sit inside with an inside range, you're now in the chop zone on AMD. Like, I want to be looking long on this sucker, but the futures just stalled at VWAP. USO failed to break down through VWAP. That actually signals the other direction for me. So my eyes are squarely focused on silver here, SLV. Just gonna look for maybe like a baby curl here on SLV. It's not really a trend break more than anything else. If this could just lose VWAP, I need something under VWAP that makes a little more sense. What's SMCI saying? Ugh. Oh, that's a bad trail out on SMCI.
Yeah.
Yuck. I hate when you look back at trades. What are you gonna do? Like, I had all these bids, and the market was just tanking all over itself, and I had my bids out, and I'm like, what am I doing? That's not really moving. Maybe Intel will be something here. Now we're really, yeah, USO's trying to bust to the upside. That doesn't look like a good short setup. Need something else here. You know what? Silver is looking like a better curl. I'm not seeing anything that's any better than this, so I'm gonna take a nibble here, as you're doing more than nibbling on that food, so I'm guessing you like it.
No, it's done. Yeah, I'm done. It's gone. We devoured it pretty quick.
Yeah, you didn't breathe. Joe did not breathe, so I don't want to hear anything bad about the chicken this time, because you basically just destroyed that. I'm just saying, because you finished up at the desk. What was it? Like
I still got to work out
so?
after. Yeah, I still got to work out after though, man. So that's why I didn't want to eat too much of this stuff, right? Not even the itis. It's just I don't want to be eating the grease pit of fried chicken. Right? We want to be able to.
It wasn't as good. It wasn't that.
It wasn't that greasy.
It wasn't.
It's all soaked into the. Yeah, I mean.
You said it's too oily. Yeah.
Well, fair.
Okay. No, I mean, yeah.
Come on.
Doesn't make it tasty.
Yeah, it does make it tasty.
It's not good for you.
It's definitely not. Like,
definitely
I'm probably
not
gonna.
Good for you.
Chances of me cramping up on the run after work today they increased after eating that, and I didn't. That's not necessarily what I wanted. All right, guys. So USO is moving higher. We're struggling now. We're getting close to our break even, and we're gonna get out of this trade when we're supposed to, just in case there's another opportunity. We'll lock it in. We're just chipping a chair right now. We're just chipping away and putting ourselves in a good position to turn things back around. I think there's going to be a couple more opportunities, but first things first is we need USO to get out of our way as oil continues to climb and the NASDAQ is heading a little bit lower. So we only have a couple more pennies until we take that stop out. Yeah, and there it goes. All right, so yeah, I mean, we could have trailed out a little bit more. We had a nice amount of unrealized that we give back. Now it's starting to come back in. USO heading higher. Got to be prepared and look for another opportunity. A nice squeeze back in towards the volume-weighted average price. So let's wait for that next trade to fall into our lap, and we'll try to take it. We waited for the volume. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so we waited for the volume to come in. We take that scalp all the way to the top side, and then we get out break even when it starts to come back in. USO, once again, raging towards the high of the day, and then sure enough, we have a move from view up to the downside on TQs. All right, guys, we have a guest, special very much so, but definitely a friend of the show. I've got to have conversations with him. Steve Talman, analyst here, guys, from Trade the Pool.
Steve, it's been a wild day. It's been a wild week. We're back into earnings season. I feel like there's a million things we can cover. First off, how you doing? And what are you looking at today?
Hey guys, I'm doing great. I'm enjoying the volatility. Today is actually my heavy streaming, no trading day, so it's fun to watch. Does make me wish I could get involved, but today I'm just watching. I hear you guys talking about oil. I'm really watching to see if that can get any traction out the upside. That's gonna kind of gauge how much of my bullets are used to the downside versus kind of waiting to look for some catches, some bounces here. So yeah, we can take this wherever you guys want to go. Well, what's on your plate today?
So the first thing I want to ask you about is probably, maybe you haven't noticed, but there's a certain rental car company which has been it's been having some volatility recently. First question is
something about that, yeah.
The first time this happened, I didn't get involved. So I don't know, did you get involved in 2021? Did you trade Avis in 2021? Did you trade it here? I'm mad at myself because yesterday I said, why find the top on car, just like short the sympathy play, because like Hertz was already turning. So I'm like, I can just, it's one of those like, I can just sit in the day trade short. I can just short it off VWAP. And then if car falls apart, it'll probably go down. If car goes up, I at least have a fighting chance. So that's what I've been doing because I didn't really see much of any great opportunity. So what are your thoughts on this squeeze? And do you think it's probably done.
Yeah, I would say it's probably done. It's pretty intense. So this is what I was talking about with my good buddy Josh Smith on the Trade the Pool streams during the week. We had some guys in there, Kevin and Michael, who were a little bit early on the short. I think that they held and they'd ended up doing phenomenally. So congrats there. But what me and Josh were watching was the sweep of this previous monthly high all the way up at 543, 550-ish. There was no setup for me personally because, man, it squeezed so far beyond that. The only thing I could really say is once it lost that level to the downside, it was in for a tough time. So sorry, I'm trying to find that on a clear level here on a weekly. So this, there it is. All right, bear with me here. We'll mark it out. So there was a topping range, a distribution range, and it kind of occurred right over that level that we were watching, the 550. So if I was watching this a little bit closer yesterday, I would have noted that the velocity through this, once it lost this level, it shouldn't have had any kind of hope to recover. And you can see from there, just straight pain. I think that was the only setup. For me, it would have been just chaos shorting it up here unless you really got a good look. So, I mean, when you have this big of a move, you just have to catch a little piece of this. So that's how Josh played it, I believe. And Josh is currently still short. Wow, $200 now. So amazing move that I did not actually play myself.
It's a tough one to get. I mean, it's one of those, like, if you get it, it's going to be fantastic. No questions asked. But
it's a month maker. It's something that makes.
It can be a year maker.
Right? Yeah, exactly. It can be a year maker. I want to keep our conversation on car here for a second. Okay. Steve, you and I have had the privilege to talk a little bit about options. Have you looked at the chain and how insane some of the premiums are? I'm talking about like 32,000 per contract, and even north of that, it was insane. Tell us a little bit about what you thought about the options chain there, if you did have the chance to look at it.
Honestly, I did not have a chance to look at the chain. I've heard some wild tales, like you mentioned, just insane multiples there. For me, this is a setup that it's so outside of my comfort zone that the only way I could play it is with options to define the risk. But even then, I was just looking at it like maybe when it was at 500, 600 on the way up, and I was like, I can't touch this. It's left the station and I can't short it yet. And then I honestly just missed it. No, but I'd love to hear any kind of insights that maybe you could see this coming on the chain early, or anything that you could see?
I didn't see anything because the volume and open interest was so low. It was hard to tell. And the premiums, just due to the implied volatility, were just absolutely through the roof. I thought it was interesting. We were looking at some vertical spreads, as you mentioned, about just like risk being premium paid essentially on some of them. But if you were to construct a spread on that, somehow it was the skew was so much that you would have a negative return. So you had to just flat out buy some of these put options if you were looking to get involved. It wouldn't have been worth it to write them at all, calls that is. But yeah, some crazy stuff on the options chain. We actually have a couple of questions in the chat here. We're going to kick things off with Hercules Jack. Yeah, Hercules Jack wants to know what you think about ONDS.
I had a feeling he was going to mention ONDS. Shout out Hercules Jack. We go back. This is our favorite stock to trade, I think. Okay. It's up there for me. I know it's his favorite. This is a swing trade for me. I'm still in it. It's not cooperating perfectly, but I think it's still okay. So what I'm seeing on ONDS, it's a name that has very high short interest. It's in a kind of tough sector with the drones. It's hard because they aren't going up as much as they would as like oil or something on war news, because they still have a relatively high beta. They're still moving with the indices. So they're moving down with indices and not up on war news. Makes it a little tricky to play, but I do believe the fact that they're not moving down overall, this one's been trading sideways for quite a while. I think that the risk, or I think that the play is still to the upside here. I think it's a back test of this downtrend line breakout. And for me, this is where I start getting really interested in adding to the position that we've been accumulating under 10, because we're starting to get a flip of these moving averages. I know it's a little bit of a messy chart, but I have a few systems on this. My trigger system, as well as just moving averages and clean downtrend lines, they're all coming together right under this equilibrium of the range at 1090. So for me, I think that we're back testing. You can put a stop under about 940, 950, I think should hold. And definitely 870. That's my stop because it's a longer term position. Yeah. But Hercules, I'm still riding. I think that there's a lot of room to the upside. It just might take a little bit of time. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of the charting here from July of last year. You still have a 433% return, which is substantial. So it's where we're currently trading at. We have one more question from the chat here. Dave is asking us just your thoughts on Tesla, considering we had earnings last night, the CapEx as well too. Just break us down. Where do you think Tesla can go from here? You know, this one's tough for me, and I'm having a little bit of a hard time reading it. And this often happens for me after I've caught the move down, and I'm kind of sitting there going, I don't know what to do anymore. So for me, it's a wait and see, and let me tell you why. So the big thing here was that the catch held this big uptrend line on the weekly. It held over the 50% fib, and it held over my, I think this is a monthly trigger, so very high time frame support there. For me, I took the short into that, and when I saw that strength, I should have flipped long. I didn't. At this point, it's a wait and see, because I don't know if this is a failed breakout or a breakout back test. And much like ONDS, we're seeing this in a lot of charts in the market right now. So this is I always love charts that tell the story with one line. So I think that just this one downtrend line really tells the story. We popped it, and now we're retesting it right there. Between that and our uptrend line, I'm waiting for this apex to kind of show a direction, whether it pushes away from the apex or down through there. I think that either way, you're going to get a very nice trending move. The unfortunate thing is right now, so much is contingent on high-level macro stuff, how this conflict in Iran is going to play out over the next month, and particularly if the Strait of Hormuz is going to stay so much limited in the amount of traffic that's going through. So a lot of moving parts here, and I'm just going to keep it simple and stick to these major levels and major lines that I think a lot of traders are watching.
You know what? I think that's a great point, because like last night we were talking about all the earnings, and it wasn't just Tesla. You had ServiceNow, which quite frankly, it wasn't really that bad of a report. You could say it was a good one, and they got smoked in the midst of this, what seemed like a software rally. And it would be very tempting, and I want to get your thoughts on this. It would be very tempting to see a host of these names pull back into higher lows. They're down all so much. The IGV literally bounced off the 50 period on the daily is the low today. It would be easy to say, well, this is supposed to be the bottom. We just jump right back in. Like, my first thought is we probably need a few more earnings names to come through. Like, we barely had anybody. What are your thoughts on how much you trust your technicals at such an early point in earnings season, where it's not even just, like, sure it is, it's about Iran, but we have a whole host and the majority of earnings to get through to give us a bit of direction. Does that play in as much as geopolitical, or less, or doesn't matter at all? What are your thoughts?
Well, it's a great question, and there's no easy answer. So this is kind of how I approach it. I think you're bringing up a great point, because first off, the sell-off did not start because of Iran. We were seeing a distribution in the range. I'll pull up SPY really quickly. We were seeing months of distribution in the messy chart, but in this top of the range here before we flushed out. And now we got to think, sorry, let's get off this chart. It's not showing us much. We got to think about where we're going from here. So I always resort to technicals unless there's something kind of looming that can really disrupt that. We mentioned what could disrupt it, but at the same time, on a higher time frame, technicals are still playing ball. So you mentioned seeing some higher lows on these IGV type names on earnings. I think that is really what we're looking for, because a lot of people have not gotten a chance to get involved in a name like Microsoft on this lockout rally. So what would be really constructive for the market is if we digest the next kind of wave of, geopolitical fear and stress, if that pushes us down and then good earnings stabilize us, and we generally make this kind of higher low on a lot of these stocks. So that's what I'd love to see. And one more thing I'll leave you with just on that same note is the IGV chart here. I was just flashing to it as you mentioned it, and it's coming right back in. It just dinged this major line, which is a big level of interest here at 89, and I'm seeing sellers. So it would not surprise me if we did see some continuation to the strength in the oil that we've seen in the past couple of days, and this kind of stalling out and today's weakness continue down a little more in the software as a service until we get those earnings that you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I feel it's so easy for traders, especially in this. Look what we just saw today with oil futures and what it did to the markets. It's so easy to get bogged down by what's happening. Well, I know with day traders, we do it because it's what's moving you intraday, and you can lose sight of the bigger picture. So I'm glad you reiterated that. Just before we get you out of here, is there anything that maybe we didn't cover you would like to talk about? Maybe you've got an idea for us out there. I know you like that ONDS. And then on top of that, there's a few asking specifically about your Discord and where they can reach you, and where they can find you and how they can get in touch.
Thanks so much. Absolutely. So let me see. I'm scrolling through my massive watch list here. So many plays have been working in both directions lately. So I'll give you a few. I'll give you guys one that if we do end up bullish, I think this one will do really well. Two actually, and I'll give you one for the downside. So starting off, man, I just got to keep scrolling and scrolling. Starting off to the upside, we've been in this one for quite a while, but I think it has a ton of room. If we get a small pullback, I would love to see this name calm down, base out above these previous highs, above 189, 190, and keep on going. Sorry, here's my goofy little chart here. Sometimes a chart just needs to spell its name. We've been watching this pattern, this ARM pattern play out for quite a while. And I was saying, once it finishes the M, it's go time. This is a huge powder keg. The semis are not done. Take my drawings off here so you can see that this is just a massive monthly bear flag that's just breaking out. This trade is not done. We were in from 155, 157-ish, and I think that it's still a hold. So that's the one for the long continuation. We like ARM. We still like AMD as well. This one, massive push out of all-time highs here. So still a lot of strength in the semiconductor space. If we do see the market crash down, sorry, I got ONDS on the brain. That's actually not what I wanted to pull up. IonQ here is looking very compelling for a short, and I did kind of miss my entry today, it looks like, but maybe if we get a little bit of shaking and baking and a pop back to 45, I might take that as a short, because I think that it's rejecting this 200 and has a decent way to fall if they're going to take the air out of these kind of most risk on high beta flyers that were a little late to this rally. That's what I'm thinking here.
Well, I hit the bang because, full disclosure, ARM is a holding in my long term, and I've been playing that range. Like every time it dips to 100, buy back in, take 20% off when it gets into that 170 range, and then back and forth. And like this, of course, the last time you do that, you wish you still had that 20% on. But I do believe in that break. It's a very, very long breakout. But I love that IonQ look. A couple of ideas for the long side, and then of course IonQ to the south side. Appreciate you, look, Steve. We always appreciate you coming on. And before you get out of here, you probably don't get a chance to see everything that's in our chat, but there was one particular message that I didn't catch the name. I'd have to scroll back to find it. We had a viewer that said they love you and they appreciate how honest you are with all of your takes, and what you trade, what you don't trade, why you might not trade something, or why you stayed away from something. And I think, especially in this business, that's something you don't always see, which we appreciate. No. That's why we love having you on.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that so much. So thank you, shout outs. I might not be the best trader, but I'm learning, and I will always be honest. And if you guys, you mentioned the Discord, if you guys want to know where to find me, you can look for my Discord. It's right in my Twitter bio, at Steve Teilman, STEVE-TEILMANN. And just letting you know, every time I go on here, I get an influx of people, and they stop letting people in. It's a security thing, so message me, DM me, we will get you in, I promise. If it turns you away, that's it. We want you there, trust me. So thank you so much, guys.
Appreciate you. So that's Steve Teilman, everybody from Trade the Pool. Look forward to talking to you the next time. It's always a blast having him on. Absolutely. I wish I could tell you that I know everyone wants the markets to go up.
Yeah.
It's more fun when markets go up. I think we can all agree on that.
Absolutely.
But this USO busting bouncing off of VWAP.
Yeah.
It happened. It's not a crazy trend up, but it is a gentle trend up. I haven't did on SLV. I still haven't got we got to VWAP on SLV. Nothing is moving like it was before. So I guess we're just maybe having a little bit tighter of a range. Maybe I'll get some out here. We're at the quarter. I should be getting some out at the quarter. I just popped on the 49 big. Well, if you get filled instantly, it's probably better than you think. I also just got to insta-fill. I'm going to let this one hang and just keep an eye on USO. Nothing crazy going on. I'm still in Beyond Meat. That's not doing anything, so we can just chill out there. But yeah, just waited for something to curl when we got that bounce on VWAP and USO. And if that doesn't break the uptrend, I'll probably hang on to this one and look for more opportunities. We're just about to enter Power Hour, and I heard we're going to the desk.
Yeah, you are going to the desk. I mean, you're already here, guys. Sorry, it's 3 p.m. It's almost Power Hour, and we're carrying on. Let's take a look here at USO. We've seen a couple different reports here, and I put it on the screen while we had Steve there. But President Trump going to be extending the U.S. ship waiver reportedly in order to ease oil and gas deliveries. The extension of the U.S. ship waiver could come as soon as Friday. Another pop here in USO. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. But also, speaking of President Trump, he's going to be attending this healthcare affordability event as of 3 p.m. So it could be at any moment, though. Again, he's often late, so it might not happen until later. Either way, I would keep an eye on Regeneron, REGN, during this event. Now, this is obviously light on intraday trading, but it is a company that reportedly has struck a deal with the White House on drug pricing. So the chances of something around this company being announced, a little bit higher than normal. Keep an eye on REGN. Of course, no promises, just a report. But in the meantime, I think we have a segment here.
Yes, you're right, Adira. We do have a segment here. We're just going to take a look at small cap real quick. IWM currently in the green, up, I would say, almost 0.6. No, sorry, trading in the negative is 0.64%. Going to take a look at a couple individual tickers for today. GRPN Groupon Inc., the online marketplace where you can find local deals in your neighborhood, reporting earnings on the for its first quarter on May 7th. Currently, the stock is down 14.3% in the negatives. That is a huge dip from the open over here. Then we have BE, my favorite stock, currently doing good, up 3%. They are expecting their earnings next week, April 28th. Also want to take a look at YOU, that is Clear Secure Incorporated, American technology company that operates biometric travel document verification systems, currently down by 8%. And my final stock for the day for you is Selective Insurance Group's SIGI, up on the day almost 11%. Now, they reported earnings with an EPS of $1.69, which missed analyst expectations by 2.3%. But the company operating revenue has increased 6.4% from the year ago's quarter level. Sending it to you.
Yeah, I'm actually going to speak quickly. So I mentioned there's a spike in oil right at 3. There's also a spike in this KITT, Nauticus Robotics, one of those deep sea companies. That's because Axios is reporting that Iran is deploying more mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So KITT to the upside, USO at one point spiking to the upside. Guys, there's a lot of headlines. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of uncertainty. But you know what you can be sure of? That we will do our very best to get you every single headline and give you the best idea of what is happening in this whirlwind market with all of these headlines. Sometimes it's not just one individual headline, it's a whole glut of news, but that's why we are here for you every single day the market's open. So don't miss it. And with this little plug and ad aside, we're going to send you back over to Neil Roberts.
Okay, be honest, everybody. When Kit, the stock, was brought up, how many of you played the Knight Rider theme in your head? Because I know I did. Oh, you like Knight Rider?
I don't know the theme, but I think we've brought this up before. I actually know Knight Rider because my dad named his Chevy Cobalt Kit because he was obsessed with the show in the 80s.
So Adara's dad actually visited the studio. Good people. Good dude. Yes, and a very proud dad, which he should be, but a cool dude. And anybody that likes Knight Rider is in my good books, for sure. But we are getting, it's still on trend, but we are getting a small pullback. This isn't really long enough to really consider it a trend, but I'm just drawing it for effect. But we're getting a slight pullback here in USO. Nothing to really take the edge off. You're still seeing the Q's. I'm gonna hold on to silver because I see the Q's still falling. Again, it just really comes down to if something changes, then I will decide to go in a different direction. I really thought, I'm glad I didn't go long on Intel. Not that it didn't really flash a long signal at VWAP. There wouldn't have been a reason, but I'm glad I didn't. It just seemed like it was relatively strong at one point, but now they're starting to sell it off. It is interesting. I know Joe was talking about this. Sometimes when you have a name reporting right after the bell, there can be a sign. I feel like yesterday, like that all-day sell in Tesla, it's almost like it set a trap. Like it was all selling for the last, gentle selling for the past 2 days going to earnings. Then it was blast off and then a complete trap zone that reversed. And I have a weird feeling about Intel. Like I'm not gonna trust it if the initial move is up and testing 70. I'm just not trusting it. The stakes are pretty high here. What is working in their favor is that they're rounding back into profitability. So it's one of those spots where you have the valuation that's kind of nonsensical, not just because of the price, but they just went back into getting profitable. So you can see some rapid improvement. If they're able to pull that off, it could go well for them. Doesn't it feel like they're priced to perfection at this point? Like they're getting a lot of pull forward for some things that are going to happen in the distant future. And the stock has gone from $19 to $70 on that, when fundamentally you haven't really seen that as big of a turnaround. Just saying, it is a weird one. So I'm not falling for an initial move on INTC. Yeah, these other names are. This Hertz is not doing anything. Beyond Meat's not doing anything. I feel like it's going to be SLV. I don't really see anything going crazy in Intel, except for maybe I should have been shorting this. Join the short. Maybe you should have been a VWAP short. Mm-hmm. You can't trade everything.
No.
And I don't want to enter until, and I hate to bring up oil over and over again. It's not the only thing in the world, but I don't want to enter a short when this is pulling back off the highs. I want to enter when it's off of a support level. If it bounces off VWAP, that's a good time to enter into short. The silver trade was when this bounced off VWAP and broke up. So I'm thinking the same thing. Otherwise, just hold it and go. Let us know what you guys are watching. What's crazy is we didn't even look at the visualizer today. Ooh. And I'm not surprised by the top 3 names on this list. This is about as chalk as you're ever going to see. Avis, Tesla, and Skills. I think we could all agree. Palantir, there you go. Robinhood, QuantumScape, AIXI, that's that $1 one. Netflix is not flat. There must be something wrong here. I don't know why it's showing Netflix with a 0 price. Whatever, sometimes that happens. SMR, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is something that we have not paid enough attention to today. When was the last time we went all day long without looking at NVIDIA? Probably because we don't want to look at it.
Yeah, it's just not in play right now, man.
Well, it's down 2 points.
Yeah, down 2%.
The market, Nasdaq's only down 0.7. It's down 2%. And we did not get to the all-time high. That's a
Tesla's
really
down 3.5%.
But Tesla reported, that makes sense to me.
That makes more sense,
That makes
right?
way more sense.
How is NVDA going off of essentially what AMD is doing, right?
Because AMD is on crack.
It's on one right now, having a rotation.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Okay, I want to pull something up. I want to do this here.
It's a line from a show. Drugs are bad, people.
What is it? What show is that from? I know. Your boy Michael Irving had a little bit of. It's a Pell show, yeah. Your boy.
It's the Rick James.
Yeah, your boy Mike Irving had a little bit of issue with that, right?
My boy.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I'm as far from a Cowboy fan as you will ever find in this planet. There's no self-respecting Buffalo Bills fan who is a Cowboys fan. Sharif is a Dallas Cowboys fan. I'm a Bills fan, therefore I am contractually obligated to not be a fan of the Cowboys. I love the city of Dallas. I've been a few times, taken my family there, been to Fort Worth to see the rodeo, but I'm certainly not going to cheer for the Dallas Cowboys or anybody that puts on that. There's some players that I've liked, that I have a lot of respect, Emmitt Smith, respect for, but I just don't want to cheer for them. Let's go to the desk.
You started to the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader show on Netflix. Honestly, really good. Highly recommend. Let's talk here about JOBY. This one on watch here. Joby, not when Joe and Obi are together on the show, but Joby Aviation. This is going to be in focus here. They're teasing a potential launch in NYC, posting a couple minutes ago on X. Keep an eye on the sky this week, NYC. Finger up emoji, 2 eyes emoji. So it looks like JOBY could be flying over to New York sometime soon. Back to you.
I wanted us to take a look here, and I want to see what you guys think. So essentially, we have Samsung in the $1 trillion club, Berkshire. Okay, so we have 13 stocks now that are in this exclusive club, $1 trillion. Samsung being one of them.
Barely.
But it's in, right? It's met the requirements. Berkshire, Walmart, as of recently, hopping in the $1 trillion club. Absolutely insane. Yeah, we love it. Obviously, Saudi Aramco. Now, are we going to go in order from potentially JP Morgan, Eli Lilly, and I mean, maybe we'll throw Exxon out of there. But do you think that AMD, sitting in 24th spot from a market capitalization standpoint, can really start to climb the ranks with the run that it's on, and then be one of the next names to join the $1 trillion club?
Okay, how about we try to come up with 4 or 5 that we think are worthy of putting on the. Eli Lilly got it and lost it, so I don't know if we want to count them.
Does that count?
That's low-hanging fruit. I feel like that'd be too easy of a pick because they're on a pullback. JP Morgan is a very lazy case.
Yeah.
JP's going to get there. As long as the market continues to appreciate, JP Morgan will eventually get there. It says, again, that's another lazy one. The interesting names, you mentioned AMD. I think Micron is a much more interesting name.
It's ahead.
There as well. I'm not saying it's ahead, but it's certainly an interesting. Look, Micron or AMD, Oracle with the chance to get back.
Oracle, yeah. Oracle's a chance to get back, exactly. Or just below it. Adara thinks no. But I was thinking, hey.
Oracle still has fundamental issues. Like, this is the biggest thing with Oracle that I think people are like, oh, the stock's coming back up. Like, my entire short thesis on Oracle was and has always been on a fundamental basis, which is why, honestly, Oracle bouncing, couldn't care less. Because they still have a lot of, like, I've called them RPO Oracle lately. They are all RPO and very little actual, meat to back it up, to put on the bone here. I think that, like, they're just a couple more bad headlines away from there being, short reports and more further issues, more analyst downgrades. Keep in mind, in addition to all of their other business issues, they apparently, went 700% over budget on the Pentagon contract and then went 7 years longer than expected. Then Pete Hegseth had to cancel it 7 years later because it was, one of the biggest wastes of taxpayer money he had ever seen. They're going to be auditing that, too. There's just way too many headlines with this. Never mind, even that cancellation of SMCI, that $1.4 billion order, still is kind of bad for Oracle because it's like, if you have so much RPO, why'd you need to cancel this order? I'm going to stop my rant. I know everybody's like, oh, Dara rants about Oracle every day. But yeah, I think with this one, any recovery in this, technical, that's fine. The fundamentals are still going to be a massitive problem.
So we're not putting Oracle in there.
We're not putting Oracle clearly.
Okay, so clearly,
what we just got there,
I'm telling you, I'm going to put who will be the next. It's a great question. It's a fun one. So we settle on AMD. I'm not going to put Oracle because I don't. You don't go against it.
But we have to take into consideration AMD has to double from where it is right now in order to get there.
Okay, but here's what it comes down to. Yeah. Are we going to put things like JP Morgan? I feel like that's too close. It's too close, too boring.
Okay.
So we've settled on, we have AMD, we've got Micron, who else?
Maybe, I think MasterCard, and then let's put Netflix.
MasterCard.
Or Costco.
What the?
Costco, right? Because if we're looking in the, hey man, it is what it is. It's sitting in this 25th spot.
Hey, who typed GM? First of all, I didn't type that.
Fabian. It's Fabian always messing.
Okay, we're all on the same. Okay, we're on the same web. Yeah. Like, it's internal here, so he just tried to type in GameStop. So we're gonna go with who are we adding?
Costco, here? Because we have the two top staple names being Walmart, Costco, that's right? Reasonable. And then Netflix, with its intentions, I think this split is a part of their goal. We heard the dual CEO say that they want to be the next $1 trillion company.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
That's for. I want some crazy outlier.
Like a crazy pick?
Scroll down. What's a crazy outlier?
What's something that's going to be a sleeper?
Well, it's got to be much further down. Like something much more interesting. Palantir, maybe?
No, that's a good one. That's a good one.
PLTR? Is that okay? Let's go.
That's fair.
Okay, so here we go. We have five. Yeah. We got 5 names right now. We've got who will be the next $1 trillion company. Apologies to like Eli Lilly and JP Morgan, some more obvious ones, because one's guaranteed almost, and the other one's already been there. We'll go AMD is 1, Micron 2, Costco 3, Netflix, it just started the voting now. Netflix is 4, Palantir is 5. So all you got to do is type in the chat right now. I'm thinking about it. Oh, it's a slap in the face.
Is it?
It's a massive slap in the face for myself because I sold the bulk of my AMD at the recent at the 250 high. It is what it is. Went down to $200. I considered it a dip buy, and I didn't do it, and I pulled the trigger on NVIDIA instead. So it'll be a slap in the face to me, but I type a 1. So a lot of it, 40% already. There's 5 names in the poll. It's 40% AMD, only 20 on Micron. No believers in Costco. Oh, it's 10%. It's not that bad. And then Palantir, kind of in the middle here with Micron, but it is overwhelmingly AMD.
Yeah. Netflix with the least amount of votes. All right. I mean, we know that they. Like, I feel like we're.
Is that surprising?
Like, are we 100% counting? Because there's a lot of people putting in the chat here. I know people double vote, but I think
nobody.
No yeah,
like,
double
first of
votes
all,
aren't coding.
We've told you guys stop double voting, stop spamming the ones.
Stop double voting.
Who's doing? What are you talking about?
That's crazy, man.
I'm not doing anything.
Neil, I can literally see your finger spamming on the camera.
We said no spamming, Sia.
No
I don't know
way. Where's your evidence?
What you're talking about. Yeah, where's the evidence?
Where's your proof?
Someone
I could have been typing anything, Sia.
Someone made a very good point because we talked about the private market before and some of the valuations of these names. We should have thought outside the box a little bit more, Neil. Now I'm kicking myself. We could have put SpaceX or Anthropic on there.
Oh, come on. We got to put something. Well, okay, that's
fair, no?
No, they're IPOing this year. We could have.
Right. You got to think outside
I'm not changing the poll. I've already made my vote.
Trump is live. Thanks, Ramin.
And we're getting a bit of a, just so you know, we're getting okay, go ahead, Adair. Fight.
Yeah, sorry, my stream was lagging a bit there. I did just see the headlines. I was about to let you guys know. Trump confirming, as we suspected, Regeneron with a White House deal. They've consented to provide medications at the lowest available international rates. Now, there are a lot of issues. Actually, there was a whole hearing about it yesterday as to whether or not the rates provided by Trump RX are actually the lowest rates. But either way here, Regeneron, I guess, agreeing to this drug deal. Keep an eye on REGN. It's not reacting too much, but again, not a stock that gets a lot of intraday action.
Yeah, and the poll sits, it's still seeing exactly where it was at 40%. I feel like when we get closer to those IPOs, maybe we'll talk about it again. I think it's fair to exclude them today. Regeneron did not really move on that. That being said, you are seeing, oh, that's right, I got the crazy wick on the Qs from yesterday. You are seeing a bit of a bounce in the Qs, and that is because USO is pulling back in. So I'm going to take that. Like, effectively, that small, almost non-existent trend that I was talking about from VWAP, that is broken a bit. So I'm just going to tighten this up on SLV. Like, you get what you can get. And one of the things we were just talking, like Joe and I were saying, is like you're at the mercy at all times, it feels, in this market to the next spike. Like, you're sitting there and you don't know when the next news is going to come in. So at all times, I kind of want to be tightening stops and trying to react in the afternoon if I can. Let's go back up to the desk.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick look at the board here. SPY currently trading flat. Software names, as we know, it did crash a little bit after service. Now it's earnings report with that PLTR trading in the negative 7%. Oracle in the down 6%. Meta down 2.44%. Microsoft also in the red, almost 4%. TXN, however, in electric tech with its great earnings report today, up 17%, 17.4%. Revenue for the quarter has reached $4.8 billion, exceeding expectations of $4.5 billion, representing a 19% increase year over year. AXP in finance, American Express also reported as of this morning, beating analyst expectations on EPS off to $4.28 versus $4.03 expected, and revenue of $18.9 billion, increase of 11% year over year. Now, INTC earnings, as you know, we have it post-market today. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Adara will give you the full rundown. That's it for you all.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. I got it. I have a post here. Iran Supreme Leader in post on X warns public of enemy media campaign targeting unity between, obviously, the two states there.
And they don't mean unity.
Yeah, they don't mean, yeah. They don't
Although
mean,
that's the song, not even the stock. No, it's
the software that we use. No, but aside from that, guys, like, that's it. So, I mean, we tried to claw back here. We got caught in that volatility spike to the downside. So no more attempts on my behalf here. We'll take it for what it is, and we'll come back tomorrow and we'll be prepared to perform a little bit better. We'll rock and roll. We'll keep when you have something like this, and I said this on multiple occasions, right? Just like rock and roll, ride with this. That's all you need. You don't need to get involved in some of this volatility, even though it is attractive, but it can definitely cost you your day. And that's what happened here. So full disclosure, it is what it is. We'll be patient, and we're prepared to come back and rock and roll tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised. It's Friday. Some more headlines going to hit before the weekend. Before we roll into the weekend, there's plenty of going on here today. We have Intel after the bell, right? So make sure you guys stick with us there. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. We've been rocking and rolling. I messaged Sean. You guys heard my message to Sean as for his flight, but nonetheless, I'll be sitting in the desk. Thank you all for the kind words. If he has the ability to make it, then if not, then we're prepared to do whatever we have to do.
Get the work done. I mean, Joe's been putting in work all week, so we're happy to see him continue to do it. And you know what? Got to take that time off, send that vacation. I won't lie.
Like fun, man. He pushed that flight back.
Whenever, look, man. When I take my week-long trips, I'm pretty sure I always take I book the extra day too.
Yeah, you book the extra day.
It's like when I'm going to London, I'm pretty sure I'm coming back on the Tuesday. We get back on the.
Actually,
you know what?
Day.
Oh no, we are coming back on a Monday, so I'm not taking an extra day the next time.
Okay.
But it is what it is. Just one quick note, I did trail out of SLV. Just don't want to, you saw the market pop back up here, saw that little turn. You get what you can get and try not to be upset, I like to say. So we're going to look for the next opportunity. If it ends up being another scalp trade, is what it is. Let's go back up to the desk. I believe I heard it's Adara.
President Trump right now announcing that Regeneron has been getting FDA approval for one of its treatments for, I guess, a condition that causes hearing loss. So REGN, another, this is part of the report we already knew. We knew they were going to be, getting this President Trump announcement here at the White House with the drug pricing deal, and also they were going to get FDA approval. Looks like, again, President Trump announcing the FDA approval for this hearing loss treatment from REGN. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so here's the thing. Thomas Johnson just asked for the He-Man button. We don't get a lot of requests for this key. So because you asked me to hit it, rare. I think this one's a little bit too long. Just saying. I will also say this. I generally am of the kind of person that will throw my money at whatever remake for nostalgia reasons from my childhood. I'll probably pay money and watch it.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be the case with this one.
No, it doesn't look very good. No.
It's got Idris Elba. It's got a pretty decent cast. But I saw that trailer. If there hadn't been a trailer, I'd be all over it. You couldn't stop me from watching it because it's He-Man. I grew up on that stuff.
Okay.
But now that I've seen the trailer, I don't know, man. The Mortal Kombat looks legit.
No, it doesn't look that good.
So no, Street Fighter. Street Fighter looks pretty good. But I don't know, man.
Looks a little low budget.
Assassino's like, yeah, why do you think this? It's not that it's low budget. The dude that plays He-Man, he's not jacked enough. I feel like you can't take yourself too seriously if you're doing that movie.
Yeah.
It needed someone more along the lines of a Cena. It just it can't take itself too seriously. It's not gonna work if it's Masters of the Universe. I don't want it to try to be serious. I'm just saying.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off the He-Man animation there, or the He-Man animation, but I do want to say, as someone who's seen that guy, Nicholas Galitzine, in a couple movies, who's playing He-Man, he's a good actor, but yeah, I don't think maybe the right choice for kind of a fun, schlocky blockbuster movie, maybe not. Again, good actor, not, I've been following his career for probably 10 years now, not sure if he's the best for this.
I don't even know the actor. I'm not commenting on him at all. I just think it's it looks like it's trying to take itself a little seriously. What are we doing here? It's He-Man.
I think
make it a joke and have fun with it, so we can all just have a little nostalgia moment, laugh here and there, and blow some stuff up every now and then. But
I don't like what they did with the Mortal Kombat movies. I think it should be more violent, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's the difference between Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter.
Yeah.
I can deal with Street Fighter can do what they want. They're the lighter one. Mortal Kombat is supposed to be don't make that.
R,
it doesn't need to be PG. It should be rated R. That was the whole point of Mortal Kombat.
It has to be.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
This market's not doing much.
No, it's not doing anything. I mean, we had the headline step in. And there it is, right? USO screaming to the top side. We had that clean flush in the market. SMR we have up there on our chart, but finding this bottom wasn't that easy in cost. And then sure enough, you have a day where you're just grinding, and then eventually you're consolidating, and you clean through the volume weighted average price, and then you bounce up here in USO. So that inverse correlation coming into full effect once again. And I think that's going to be the narrative for the rest of the week. I mean, yesterday was a little bit more quiet, but then Wednesday was definitely let's get ready to rumble on that front. And you had multiple headlines. They're going back and forth in between. The fact is, like, okay, the blockade's going to be closed. No, it's not. It's opening. We're gonna be limiting on our renegotiation tactics. And sure enough, this is the result that you see. USO is not far off of the all-time highs. Right, like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we get somewhat of a gap up, some headlines this evening. We're down 5% roughly, right, from that peak. I didn't think we would get this recovery, but I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. As long as this conflict, like we're talking about cars, the ultimate short, I'm not going to say that USO is, but we will see some form of a revert to the mean in USO. At some point, you have to be patient. It's been on a monster run. And I believe, who said it, Adair? JD Vance, that oil prices and gas prices could be lower at the end of this conflict than it was ever before?
Yeah, so that was Besant. So I kind of have a mental Rolodex of who said what. So Besant was the most confident. He said they could be lower than they've ever been, even before the war. Not ever, but like they could be lower than they were right before February 28th. Then you had Chris Wright, Energy Secretary. This is the same guy that posted that literally fake image of the Strait being opened like way back in mid-March. Anyway, so he said that he's not quite sure we can get oil back to under $3 a gallon, I believe was the price, before the end of the year. So he has like really, really negative thoughts. But then Trump said he thinks once the conflict ends, we'll be able to get prices stable, though again, not maybe as optimistic as our friend Besant, who literally thinks that they can be lower than they were before February 28th. So yeah.
Yeah, who knows? What happens if you get that, like the Straits open, you have that surplus after a couple of weeks or a month or so of just nice, consistent flow through the Strait? Who knows? Anything can happen, right? I highly doubt that's going to be the case, but we'll go with what Besant has, Scotty has to say.
It's so bizarre to me because the amount that's been lost in terms of how much 13 billion is way too many barrels a day. And if you look at this, like, it's not just the oil, it's all the petrochemical products as well. And then you have all of these companies that have been affected by this, and it's going to affect their next 2 quarters. It almost, like, yes, it's nice if it opens right back up, but trust me when I tell you, you're going to see this in earnings for the next 2 quarters, regardless.
Yeah.
And it's a question of whether it'll be 3 or whether it'll be 4. Like, it could end tomorrow. This is still, you're going to still be hearing about this in Q3 earnings, even if it ends tomorrow. But again, that's just economics, but that's not the market.
No.
Remember, like that doesn't necessarily mean the market. It could really hurt the consumer, and that could hurt the economy. That doesn't necessarily mean the market hasn't made the bottom on all of this. And those are 2 different things, and you got to keep that in perspective.
And like, think about the lingering effect of, like, I get it, it's a long time ago, but how long after COVID and everything opened back open were we talking about all the essentially the effect that it had on some of the earnings reports in certain companies for an extended period of time, right? It was like up until last year, I'm pretty sure some companies were still complaining early last year, that is, about like the effects of COVID.
Well, that's a bit much. Right. If you're still complaining in 2026 or 2025.
Then there's more, you have bigger issues.
No, but they definitely were. And we already heard Nike was complaining. And even last night, you had, ServiceNow was also even talking about the effects here. So we're going to hear a heck of a lot more of it. We have a super chat. We're going to go back to the desk, come back, but I see the super chat. We'll get to it.
US dollar DXY holding near the $99 range after gains, all thanks to the safe haven flows from escalating tensions in the Middle East, as we keep hearing every few minutes. This offsets fading Fed rate cuts bets with the USD against major firms like EUR and JPY. But I also want to take a look at the Japanese yen, trading near 159 today, extending gains amidst the escalations as usual. The yen is also weakening despite BOJ's warnings of potential FX intervention after the oil price has been surging from regional conflicts. And despite the dollar surges on geopolitical tension, stocks are hitting records, and shrugging off Iran war risks, with Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar gaining on a brief risk-on turns from ceasefire hopes. Upcoming U.S. NFP data could also sway the GBP USD near the $1.33 region. Sending it back to you.
Thank you, Sia. And of course, like, this goes to VWAP and pulls back. Like, I'm saying I don't want to overtrade. I think I'd be getting too cute to jump back.
In SLV?
There's nothing, like, USO hasn't made that next move. Like, if there's a real difference between this coming into, like, USO coming into VWAP and bouncing big and then looking for a short at that moment and trying to look for something when nothing is happening. So I'm going to pull up the imbalance. It's also 328. So we got CCL on the locator, 1.7. It's not huge for CCL, but travel name, they're in play when oil's moving, so it's probably the one I'll be watching at this moment. FXI, so you have the Chinese tech ETF there. Pretty much it. Cleveland Cliffs is in there, FCX is in there. They reported this morning 500,000. But I'd say CCL, at least for now, would be the earliest worth watching. And you see what happens when oil decides to want to move around a bit, right? Like CCL just tanked. And it's a buy imbalance in a day where it got absolutely woodshedded. But we did have this from on the rail. Gas prices won't be down like that for a year. Thing, man. Even if we went to 80, that's still high.
Yeah.
You think Chevron? You know what Chevron thinks about 80? Chilling.
Yeah.
Chilling. Do you know what XOM thinks about? Chilling. And if they're chilling, then usually we're not very happy on a broad sense.
Maybe we should have put Oxy in that list.
Oh, true as well.
$1 trillion list.
Dave with a $10 super chat just to say Sonya Blade. Okay.
Sonya Blade.
I'm going to go on a limb and say that's one of your favorite characters. Possibly.
Who's that? From Street Fighter?
Did you just ask who Sonya Blade is?
Yeah.
Canceled. Let's go to Adara. Canceled, Joe.
Man.
Just keep an eye here.
Blade was.
Okay, I figured. I was just like, oh, hello. Let's take a look at COIN, because COIN might maybe need the fail button. No, all jokes aside, they just said that certain logged-in users might presently be unable to finish their transactions if they're using Coinbase on-ramp. Now, if they're using guest checkout via interface in Apple and Google Pay systems, they're going to be unaffected. I bring this up less because the stock is moving, but more because in case you're using Coinbase, just be aware. I guess they're having an issue right now with their on-ramp. So maybe stock news, but also definitely possibly news if you are someone who trades using the Coinbase system. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Oh, Coinbase. You don't know Sonya Blade?
No. Is it Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter? All right. Listen, I was using, like, if it's Mortal Kombat, yeah, exactly. Dude, all I was using.
No, I'm just playing, man.
Dude, don't go home since day.
Well, that's kind of harsh.
Yeah, no, hey,
a little harsh.
I feel it. No, dude, all I used was Scorpio and Sub-Zero. That was it.
Okay, for real, I was a Sub-Zero guy.
Yeah, Sub-Zero, obviously the
Still
best.
Knew who the other characters were.
Yeah, I know a lot of the characters.
Yeah, we just play 'em, man.
Sonya. Shane, yeah, it's all right, man. We'll get past it. We'll move on to the next conversation, and we'll figure something else maybe that I don't know about in regards to video games. Listen, hey, man.
You know, that's one of my favorite. I wasn't like, you ever seen the Michael Jordan, what the heck was that documentary thing called with Michael Jordan and the Bulls?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
The best part of that whole thing is when he's playing quarters with a security guard. Yeah, it's just hands down, like that's the funniest thing. We just gambled. The dude's just gambling on it, and then the security guard beats him and pops in his own celebration.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you, that is the Last Dance. That's the most gangster thing you could do. Yeah. A man is famous, maybe the most famous athlete of all time. That's arguable. I'd say maybe Muhammad Ali or Tiger Woods or like Messi. Yeah. There's a bunch of others out there, but arguably, and then you beat him, just regular security guard, and then pop his celly on him and caught on camera. That dude's a legend. Key and Peele crushed him though, because it was Key and Peele. They did him wrong. They did a skit on that, and they owned that dude.
Yeah.
Won.
Yeah, I would definitely say there goes the market back towards the upside, right? Like
I'm waiting for the curl.
Yeah, the Nasdaq is climbing now. I don't know if we even get that today, Neil, because USO moving lower, and I mean we have a half an hour left, so TQ is now punching back higher. Maybe it heads in towards the volume weighted average price. I've seen some slight upticks here, and then we had USO slightly start to come in. So I mean there it goes, continuing to climb, a big recovery. Nice reversal right here. I wanted to get this trade off of the lows. and sure enough, we would have been rocking and rolling. But that's not necessarily the case. That's okay. We'll figure it out, and we'll come back stronger and better than ever. So nonetheless, Tesla not doing too much today. Going to be curious how that's going to be reacting tomorrow. I think we'll find somewhat of a recovery. But all eyes on INTC after the bell. All right, Lippu. I think this might be his fourth quarter, so a full year maybe at this point for Lippu, turning things around. Obviously, the 10% stake via the government is helping this name quite a bit. Now you have the Terafab potential deal between Tesla and INTC. What was it? What were they going to use it? The A14 or something along those lines? Yeah, the A14. So, I mean, there it is. Intel, a name that has been dead for so long, finally starting to rise.
It's such a big deal for them to have landed a potential customer. Like, everyone was sort of like, okay, well, if you're telling us that the fab business is not going to be doing anything for the bottom line for at least 2 or 3 years, well, at least you could show us that you've got some kind of a hyperscaler, or at least one of the big boys.
Exactly.
And Tesla qualified. Now, everybody thought it would be more serious note from NVIDIA. NVIDIA did make the investment, but Tesla jumping on board, it's huge. It's absolutely huge for them, no question about it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the stock hasn't gone a little bit too far, though. That's the other thing. You can't tell me that these guys are gonna have it easy tonight on Intel. Like, this has been an absolute rocket from the lows. You talk about being pretty extended going into the earnings print and with a lot to prove. That's about it, for sure. Shaggy just said, can you hit the Dollar Club 165 times for my last share of car? Okay, so that's a lot.
You said that, Shaggy.
How about we do this one?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I feel like if I hit anything on the Stream Deck 165 times, I have questions. My questions have questions if I do that. You are now down, not from the highs, you're down today 50%. Just today.
See you later.
It's giving it all back.
On.
It's giving it all back.
I don't know if you get that back.
Over.
It's done. Yeah, it's
over. I also don't have. Do I even have the Dollar Club? I don't think I.
And there goes the market back towards the.
I probably don't even have that one. I have 3 pages, and that one I don't have. There it is. Okay, so Assassino, 164 more times.
Yeah.
We got 25 minutes until. No, just kidding.
Have a conversation.
That would be absolutely silly if we did. Just saying. 106. And now, of course, we get that spike.
In US.
Remember when it was like it would be getting cute to just short VWAP on silver? Yeah. Apparently, it wouldn't be getting cute.
Wow.
But you know what? Okay, we're really heading down. USO with a bit of a bounce. Slight bounce. Decent bounce. Right back into the afternoon. Well, I'll call it the afternoon highs. You know what I mean by that? Like, since we came on, these would be fresh highs about 135. But if it doesn't bust through, anything you are in, you're going to want to cover. This is not moving anymore. Hertz is just no longer moving. So I'm going to just get on the bid. This is done falling. I think the mistake was not being, I should have been in this earlier. I even said that. I said this yesterday. Like, that would have been the thing to just hold on to literally every single day. Because, and the only reason I say that is cars started falling yesterday. This started falling 2 days ago. And so it was a mistake not being, like, it was lower hanging fruit yesterday. And again, it was sort of low hanging fruit here. I'm also pretty done with, for the day, Beyond Meat. I think this one's got more room to go. It only lost $1 today. I think it's got more room. I just don't know if it's going to do it today. Maybe tomorrow, if it's still failing under $1, I take a second shot at this to get like the bigger follow through down to like 80 to 85 cents. But for now, you take what you can get. We just saw Bijo with a super chat buying SOUN and sell pre-market open. Makes sense. Oh, you're asking. It's not our business to give financial advice, and truth be told, we're day traders who do not hold overnight. I do some swing trading in my personal account. SOUN, for me, when I'm looking at the technicals on things like this, I'm a fan of you make the break of downtrend on a weak stock, you put a higher low in, you hold the 50-period moving average. However, whenever I trade based on a major moving average like that, it's the major moving average that has to break. So like you're just like, I don't know, that seems like a overnight gamble hold, which do you if you have a good reason for doing it. I like consolidations over the 50 period. I'm a fan. I like those. But to me, it requires a stop at an actual level. I'm not really into that whole, I'm just going to sell it at the open regardless of what happens, or it's just weird, because you're just hoping for a gap up there. And it's not saying that it can't. Like, there's a support level down here that it easily could bounce off of, that you can see. But yeah, what's the reason? Like, the rest of this looks bearish. Like, you've got a head and shoulders pattern with a flat bottom break. Like, this is exactly the kind of name that day traders would look at and say, I want to be short this tomorrow if it loses that 760. Like, that's what the chart says. So, yeah, I'm not really into that whole automatically, you just buy it and hope that it gaps up kind of deal.
Yeah. I don't know if anything stepped back into the market, but we did see somewhat of a volatility spike. Nothing substantial. And yeah, there it is, right? So USO uptick, downtick there on the NASDAQ now starting to recover. Adara, talk to us.
So this isn't like a new headline. I saw this about an hour ago, but it's being recirculated a lot, so I'll bring it back up again because I didn't mention it in the first place. I didn't want to distract anybody. This headline is relatively minor on its face, but the implications are maybe a bit larger here. So Wall Street Journal reporting that due to the Iran conflict, the U.S. might actually impact or have its contingency plans for Taiwan impacted. So long story short, again, Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. used so many munitions in Iran that administration officials are, quote, increasingly assessing here if the U.S. could even defend Taiwan if China does go into Taiwan. So this is more geopolitical than anything else, and I do apologize for getting into geopolitics here, but I do think it's relevant. TSM didn't do anything on this, which is the main reason I didn't bring it up earlier. But again, now some concerns here is reported by the Wall Street Journal that due to the conflict in Iran, the U.S. might not really be able to adequately defend Taiwan should an unfortunate situation with China arise.
I think they would be. I think it's just a matter of time. You just flip every factory into essentially a munitions one. And then, sure enough, you just produce that stuff hand over fist.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against the U.S. in that particular case to be able to produce.
Yeah,
but the other thing about the conflict is, remember, it's that silicon shield.
Yeah.
It's the silicon shield.
Yeah,
all the advanced chips get made in Taiwan, at least the overwhelming majority of them.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the U.S.
is not going to want to let that be under Chinese control. That's true regardless of who's in power. I think that's a bipartisan kind of deal because it's too critically important for sure.
Like, we talk about defense plays. Yeah, is there like a munitions play, like anything along those lines? Like, is there a munitions stock or anything along those lines?
Always gets a great question because I know the traditional defensive names that I like. I think right now you want I love, this is going to be self-serving because I'm going to tell you that one of the names I like is AVAV because I think the drone technology is the biggest deal. Drone defense and drone offense is such a huge deal. But then I'll be self-serving in that stock. Headline, the upcoming session of Israel-Lebanon negotiations will be held at the White House, according to officials.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know about, hey, anyways, maybe possibly anything can happen. Nonetheless, yeah.
Anything, well, that's definitely true. Anything can happen.
Yeah. You think why would they come, I guess just to be on American soil, but why would both of them come here when you could just have one of the leaders, like JD or somebody, go over there? Is JD still going to Pakistan or what, or is he there now?
Skills.
Anyways, guns, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, guys, just be cautious of what's going on.
Get it, skills.
I mean, at the end of the day, we have the Raytheons, obviously.
Yeah, that's
Northrop.
They're a good standard.
Yeah, exactly. So
I feel like Northrop has been disappointing to an extent.
What is the ticker for Northrop?
NOC.
Yeah, Northrop Grumman. To the downside.
It's been incredibly disappointing.
Wow.
I mean, it's just
23%.
It's been a shockingly disappointing stock.
Big time.
Shocking.
I mean, it went on the run at the beginning of this, but then after, it's just like, oh, flush. So could this be a good potential dip buy?
I don't know, man.
I think so.
I'd want to understand more about why it's. Well, look, the one I'm looking to buy, and I already said I'm being self-serving. That's why I said AVAV. Like, that's the one I'm looking. It's very, very close to that 50-period breakout to get me in. That's the one I'm watching. Aero Environment. Let's go up to the desk. We got 6 minutes, 7 minutes until the imbalances come out.
Yeah, so I know some people in the chat here are asking what's happened to software. That is ServiceNow. I just saw a couple comments about that. The ServiceNow earnings were not well received. Another earnings report that wasn't necessarily well received was IBM. Just saw an announcement with them. Google Cloud's been having their Google Cloud Next event this whole week with a couple announcements throughout. One of them involves IBM, which could be working with Google Cloud to accelerate enterprise data and hybrid cloud modernization. Basically just kind of a fluff headline, but keep an eye on these two stocks now. With regards to the market overall, I do have to talk about MSOS. Some of these names, slight bop here out off of intraday lows, and that's because we did get some comments basically touting the administration's rescheduling move, which was announced today. These comments are happening here at this Trump health event. He is still talking. There's been a lot of officials talking. I have not yet seen any question time happening yet. Probably will start soon. If and when it does, if there are any questions of note, I will keep you all posted because that's what we do. Back to you.
Thank you, Darren. Our earnings name is already dumping. Continuing its move to the downside is Intel. It's still up 1%, but it's giving up a lot. Keep in mind, the initial move, after falling all afternoon yesterday, the initial move was up on Tesla. Like it was a psych out, right? Like the selling yesterday was all correct all day long. The selling the day before was all correct. But in the moment when the earnings came out, it was a bit of a reversal. So it doesn't necessarily mean the first move will be down and that somebody knows something. Oh, I forgot. Skills halted here. I didn't mention. I said skills under my breath, but skills is halted to the upside. One of a bajillion halts today. Oddly enough, I think it's the only halt this afternoon. Since we came on, it halted once immediately, and then just here. Oh no, there's a down halt. So like the third time. Back above VWAP, holding the $10 level. They got a gigantic lawsuit settlement, which could award them $1 billion. It really will come down to, I forget the name, Papaya something?
Yeah, Papaya.
Papaya. It just comes down to the insurance that the Papaya has, because like they're nowhere within the realm of size to be able to pay it. So how much you're going to be able to get out of that insurance. It seems like the $1 billion doesn't seem reasonable. It's just, I can't see them getting it all. Isn't it? But given how small Skills is, this is obviously game changing for them.
Massive, man. It was kind of the same thing that happened in one of the meme stocks that we were trading a couple weeks ago when Sharif was away. AIXI, right? Like they were on the fortunate end of a settlement and they got like 300 million or something along those lines. And sure enough, it just decided to go absolutely parabolic for a couple of days. AIXI. Let's pull it up and see what we got going. AIXI. Chow Corp. So yeah, I mean, there it was, right? Like 2 days, you go from 27 cents all the way up to $2.71, and then you just don't rebound, right? So like 1,000% right there. Oh man, millionaire, bang. But as for CAR, oh man. That is absolutely disastrous, brother. 73%.
Emotional, damn it!
It goes way past emotion. It goes like it's
with that one.
Car had an accident. Yeah, exactly. It was a massive accident. It was catastrophic, essentially here. 855 once again, 75%. At this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if we go back to $100 or something along those lines in this name. It was disastrous, absolutely disastrous. We're gonna send things off here. Adara.
Are you guys tired of headlines? I hope not, because we have more. Keep an eye here on the market as we get now trade reports. We had lots of Middle East headlines, but tariffs and trade are still a thing too, guys. Reports suggesting that the EU has been internally cautioning here that their trade deal with the U.S. could unravel due to, I guess, some proposed changes. So now concerns that the EU and U.S. trade deal and tariff deal could fall through. So many headlines. Where would you be if not here? So stay here, guys, for more headlines. Back to you.
More headlines. Oh, and by the way, your favorite stock is at the low of the day there, Adara.
Oh, Oracle?
How did you guess? You're literally dancing? Okay. Oh, I'm the wrong way. We'll just let Adara dance it off. Adara is the Oracle of Oracle? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, yeah, it works. It's good enough. I'm not going to be as good at the puns as Adara is. But let's be real. We talked about this with Steve. Yeah, it's pulling back. It looks nasty, but you're pulling back into support on like a mini bull flag-ish setup. Like tomorrow, I hesitate to say this, it's the end of the week, so sometimes these aren't the best, but Oracle has got a bit of a gap if it loses this 173. And when I say bit of a gap, we're talking about $10, $12. if we lose the bid here on Oracle tomorrow. And it's not the only stock that looks like this. So I know we're all oil this and Iran that, but these software names, yuck, and more yuck, led by your champion here, ServiceNow, 17% down. The only positive here, like I'm looking at the damage that got done on like PanW, and PanW did end up holding this one. It did end up bouncing that 170. So it got support from 2 days ago, and maybe the cybersecurity names will be just a little bit better off. We got 2 minutes till the imbalances come out. Let's go back up to the desk, Adair, with another story.
Tons of chip companies here being touted by Howard Lutnick and President Trump here. Howard Lutnick, of course, Commerce Secretary. President Trump saying chip companies are coming to the U.S. from both Taiwan and South Korea thanks to their efforts. He said that these tariffs are the reason we had the rise of chip manufacturing in the U.S. Micron and Intel, two of the companies directly named. Here is INTC, and here is MU. Neither company reacting really to this at all. But either way, just be aware, President Trump and Howard Lutnick getting excited about chip companies moving their manufacturing to the United States of America. Back to you.
Yeah. All right.
Skills is now. Oh, Skills open. For some reason, I'm like, it's probably not going to open, but it's not even 340 yet. So Skills opened up. It's still only at about $13, but yeah, looking pretty good for sure. With 1 minute to the imbalances, this is just useless. Get on the bid again. I'm just going to punch out.
Intel did get a little bit of a pop, but nothing substantial.
Well, wait till the imbalances come out. Intel's pretty normal for it to have a decent size imbalance, and they report tonight, so maybe they're the ones that'll pop up here. It's really just Carnival still, 1.8 million shares to the buy side that would be significant. I mean, Cliffs is pretty small. FCX, it's not really not a stock that usually we would care about. They did a report, got smoked. 20 seconds to go. Maybe Intel will have an imbalance. I don't know, but that's probably the name that I think we'll have on watch. They, of course, with the report tonight, they better beat. I'll leave it at that. Better make money. Margins better improve. The margins are a big one for them. But you know what? It's actually going to be the conference call because their yield is such a big deal. You want an improvement there. So imbalances just dropped. There we go. Kenvue's always there. NVIDIA, $2 million to the sell side. PAC-B, $1.8 million to the sell side. ETHA, $1.6 million to buy. Warner Brothers, a sell of $1 million. They had a vote today on the deal. Intel, buy of 1 million shares on Intel. And it did rally. Ooh, I don't know if I'd want to chase that one. But it's a little bounce there. It's done 100 million shares today. A 1 million imbalance to the buy side is not that big of a deal. The overall market, however, 1.6 billion to the sell side. So overall, what are you going to do? Like NVIDIA is a 2 million sell. That'll be a pretty big deal. Actually, TLT there for 1.1 million. Amazon, 900,000. Rivian's a buy. Hey, Rivian's almost 1 million shares to the buy side. Not moving, not interesting at all. What is our good friend? I just saw Big Scalp say Tesla, please. What is Tesla doing? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I didn't see Tesla on the imbalance locator. If I scroll to the, Apple's there for 700K.
Oh, APL,
Walmart
on there.
700K.
Okay.
But it's done. That's done like 50 million share volume on APL.
Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, there was some continuation after that here. You get to pull back 30-40%, and then you go off to the races, breaching this pre-market high, and then you start to form these higher lows. But at the end of the day, it's been pretty choppy here on Applied Digital. Thought we'd see a little bit more clean, but multiple opportunities to get involved with this across the board as I scroll through the 1 minute time frame and look for entries. But yeah, APLD, not it right now. The market, same thing. You have that volatility spike. We were expecting that. USO still hovering around. So, I mean, damn. Baby, BBAI is sell, but small sell. I didn't see BBAI on the locator. I know Neil was just pulling up a couple of them.
Was it? I didn't see it.
I didn't see it. These are all noisy here.
AI. Oh, there it is. 600K to sell on
Kenvue's always on there. Why is Kenvue always on here?
You know what? I don't know. But it is always there.
Like it's
every single
always
SGov and Kenvue are always on the locator, and it doesn't matter. Where's BBI? Oh, it's right at the 50 period under $4. Needs to hold the 50. No, but there's some names. Like I know we always gloss over the ones that show up. Like Kenvue's there every single day, and SGov usually was there a second ago. I don't see it anymore. I just took out beyond me. Maybe the bigger flush will be tomorrow, but it lost $1 today and only went down to, the low was 95. I just feel this could go all the way back, and I'll still be looking for the other direction. Oh, the short, I think tomorrow. As long as it's holding underneath the dollar. You just said softy. That's bouncing. Maybe that was a bit of a buy and bounce. Softy. I didn't see Microsoft on here. Nvidia's pairing off a little bit. You got Intel still that buy. Intel's still going higher. You know, this probably was a good long to play this one on the imbalances, but I don't feel it. Custom poll. We've got Intel will be up, flat, or down. So you got 1 for up, 2 for flat. That's boring. 3 for down after earnings. So forget about the first move. Where's it going to end up, everybody? Where is it going to end up? So type 1 for up, type 2 for flat. Everyone's got an opinion. Flat is not, that's just the one, it's not going to happen. Like, nothing is flat after earnings. Like, there can be a small move, but flat, who's even voting for that? You're crazy. You got 5, 6 votes for flat. Almost everybody feeling like they're going to be down. I see 68%. Well, right now the stock is going up, and we got about 5 minutes to go to the close. We will bring it to you. They're expected pretty much right after the bell, so we'll be able to stick around, cover Intel's earnings, and then get right out of here. Make sure you guys get the goods. They are the biggest one. Well, for the most interesting name that reports tonight, if we're being real about it. They're not the only name, but they're the most interesting name that's going to be reporting tonight. The story of the day. I know Intel is going to be a big deal, but the story of the last 2 days, or I guess the move up was pretty impressive too. CAR will have closed almost the entirety of the gap as of today. I've seen unwind before. I can't remember. We even said it would unwind fast. I cannot remember something unwinding quite this way to the downside. Very unique in terms of the speed that it got to. Just absolutely nasty. So we'll see what happens. Again, like I said, we have about 5 minutes to go. Because Intel has an imbalance on it, or at least it did, must have paired off a little bit. Yeah, paired a little bit down to 1. Amazon has actually got bigger. That's now a 1.1 sell. But at 55, it is usually when you get a pairing event. Notice how you don't see Intel anymore. Amazon paired down to 700,000. NVIDIA paired down to 700,000 as well. So at 355, that's often what happens. And lo and behold, a bit of a pullback there in INTC. Not much, but a little bit of a pullback. I don't know, the poll's up. What do you think? You didn't get a chance to vote.
Yeah, well, what was the poll?
Up, flat, or down on Intel.
Oh, okay. Do we know what the expected move is?
I'm thinking flat's just flat. I don't think that's, it didn't say respective to the expected move.
Okay, I'm gonna go with flat.
What?
Put that in there too.
Yeah, but nothing's ever flat.
You don't know that.
Earnings?
Flat.
Flat means
Apple typically does, the NVDA sometimes.
Okay, what are we calling flat? Literally, so okay, less than 1%, less than 1%? Because in my book, flat is less than 1%.
Let's go
That's
plus or minus 1.5. Plus or minus 1.5.
You think Intel moves less than 1.5%?
I'm not saying off the initial moves it might, but I think at some point if it's strong, boring prediction. No, I think that's a hot one, to be honest.
All right, how about I'll bet lunch. I'll pick up you.
No. That's not a bet that I want, my boy.
Oh, well, then what's
Don't forget, you have the whole field and I have the Dodgers.
Okay, so you think...
Can I get one more team on there?
No, you don't offer a bet and then try to get some kind of a... No, I'm not letting you off the hook on that one. This guy we have a bet because for some reason he made an insanely...
But I'm at a 2-1 though. Don't forget, I'm at a 2-1. Yeah.
I don't care how good the Dodgers are. In baseball, almost any major, I'll take the field every time. You're gonna give it to me. I'm gonna take it.
It's all right.
Also don't like the Dodgers.
I got a 2-1.
My Jays.
My odds are there. It should be 3-1.
My Jays. Let's go to there.
I want to do an Intel earnings preview. So how we're going to do this, I'm going to quickly run down what people are expecting from INTC. Then we're going to go back to the guys after the bell. The second I see the numbers, will go back to me. So that's how we're going to do this, just to keep this nice and clean and easy and simple and fresh for y'all. INTC, here is our CEO, Lip Bhutan, not our CEO, but Intel CEO, who has done obviously a lot for the company. Revenue, $12.26 billion is what we're expecting. EPS, we're expecting 1 cent a share. So just profitable. They had a massive adjusted EPS beat last quarter. They also beat on sales, but their guidance for this quarter did leave a lot to be desired. In fact, their guidance here, this estimate roughly the midpoint, but analysts were actually looking for $12.5 billion for them for this quarter. So gonna have to wait and see what happens. They did predict they're going to have low supply this quarter, so watch for supply issues. INTC, we had Lip Bhutan as CEO for just over a year. He started, I think, on March 18th of 2025, and he's already made deals with companies like SoftBank, NVIDIA, the U.S. government, not even a company, and most recently TerraFab, the Elon Musk project. So lots here on watch at stake for INTC. We already had the 14A process announcement here from Elon Musk with Tesla yesterday. So what's next for INTC? I don't know, but we're going to pay more than some lip service to Lip Bhutan tonight. We'll give you all the earnings. We're going to go back to the guys right after the bell the second I get the numbers. I'll share them all with you right here.
Of course, one of the big ones, I want to see how those margins are doing for them. That's going to be a big deal. Obviously, the stake that they've got from the U.S. government is a big help. On the call, I want to hear what they have to say. Well, not just about the TerraFab, but any other potential. If they even hint that this is like the first and there's other clients that could come in, I think that could be really big. So it'll be an interesting earnings call as well. Yep. But with 90 seconds to go here, as we said, some of the big stories this afternoon.
Crazy.
It's actually pretty cool that the market is going to be able to get back into VWAP, because there was a moment this afternoon where it felt like, oh, seriously, like this again? Like we're just going to give everything up and we're just going to go tank city. But it didn't. We actually recovered pretty well. The Nasdaq's still going to be down, but if you put it into context, the Nasdaq's down 0.5%, but we were down about a quarter at the open. We had Tesla that was down after earnings. We had ServiceNow that was down after earnings. We had IBM that was down after earnings. We had Lam give up most of their move after earnings and be barely green. I think it was like Texas Instruments was the only name that was actually up significantly after earnings.
Yeah.
That was a bigger cap tech name. So 0.5% down doesn't seem that bad here today. The sentiment was overall red to begin with, and we will see if Intel is able to hold on to, it's still up 2%, like hold on to some of these gains with about 20 seconds to go. We are expecting them pretty much right after the bell. It doesn't mean they're going to come out right at 4 o'clock, but shortly after, we should rapidly get Intel, which that one would have to triple to make that
yeah, we have Lockheed after the bell.
Make that trillion.
Yeah, sorry, before the Lockheed. Lockheed, yeah, this morning, yeah. After the close, I mean, what we have here, I'm sure we went over that on multiple occasions, but we'll do it one more time.
Newmont as well.
Newmont, yes, exactly. A lot of companies here after the bell today. Let's see, Thursday. So Intel, Newmont, Digital Reality. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that's it, really. Dara mentioned that Lockheed and Thermo Fisher already reported this morning. So, yeah, Intel going to be the headliner for tonight. Looking forward to that one. We'll get ready to rock and roll and prepare for what we got going on. I mean, Intel, Microsoft.
It's creeping a little bit.
Yeah, is it creeping? Is it slowly starting to uptick? INTC.
There's a little volume coming in, but
there it goes.
Not enough that I'd be sure that it's out yet. But you're getting a little bit of an uptick in volume. It's still going back and forth. Like you just crept 30, 40 cents up. Someone slammed it down. Again, now it's still just people that are brave enough to sort of mark it in. That now it's out.
There it's out.
You know, that's a difference. All the way to 70. 70 is the high. Through 70, my goodness, 71.
71.
So are you Intel is not playing around. Tesla did this to us yesterday, so please hold on. Let's go to Adair. We've got the numbers.
I have it here, INTC. I'll put it up on my screen right now because my screen's kind of cluttered. This is their official report, guys. There's no speculation. This is their official press release. First quarter revenue, $13.6 billion, well above the estimates I showed you, about $12.25 billion. So nice beat, and it's also up 7% year over year. Loss per share here, 78.3 per share, but non-GAAP EPS earnings, 29 cents. We'll have to wait and see how analysts and everyone react to that. They're forecasting Q2 revenue for 26 between $13.8 billion and $14.8 billion, so midpoint $14.3 billion. Expecting Q2 EPS for Intel, 8 cents, non-GAAP EPS, 20 cents per share. Quote from Lip Bhutan, quote, the next wave of AI will bring intelligence closer to the end user, moving from foundational models to inference to agentic. So lots of AI talk. They're going to like that on the street here. Gross margin improving by 2.5 basis points year over year to 39.4%. They also lifted their 2026 CapEx plan to now it's even with last year. So they're expecting to spend as much this year as they spent last year. Operating margin loss actually improving as well. Sorry, that's actually down year over year. Tax rate up year over year. year over year. So kind of a mixed report here in terms of the nitty gritty. When you go sector by sector revenue, data revenue up 22% year over year, so good look for AI. Founder revenue up 16% year over year. Other revenue down 33% year over year. So yeah, again, overall, we had a 7% revenue increase being led, it looks like, by data center, AI, and Foundry, and then everything else kind of just a wash. But again, they said they're going to be way ahead of schedule on their Foundry improvements, and their demand is strong for data center CPUs. Now that I've monologued about Intel earnings, we'll send you over to the guys. Just know Trump is taking questions. Back to you.
Under 76 is the all-time high on Intel, and we tagged 75.5. I mean, effectively, and you're going way back. You're now talking about the last time this was up there was like 2000, right? Like we're talking the dot-com bubble highs. So that is a big number on that. It's a data center at 22%. The Foundry at 16 is nice, but the data center at 22%, that's a good look for them. Like so it's a great job, and look, obviously the U.S. government's got to be pretty happy with that investment. I just want to see if it can make an all-time high. It's so close, so close. It is going. You break 76, and you are going to an all-time high. Unbelievable, Intel. What a ride! That is 4x from when the U.S. government bought it. 4x, Adara.
20% here.
I have some stuff on Intel. Main thing here with Intel, I read through basically the whole report for you guys, so we have a lot of that commentary. But one thing they did say that I did not see in the report initially is that they're not going to be commenting on deals with external customers. Now, that could, of course, refer to a potential Terafab deal. It's not shocking that they'd be keeping their cards close to the vest, but that's the deal here with INTC. Everything else I kind of ran over for you guys. Again, it was a beat on EPS. As far as beat on revenue, EPS kind of unclear. I think they beat on an adjusted basis, but they did report losses on a non-adjusted basis. Guidance here, they're getting around $14.3 billion on the midpoint. Let's talk about Iran, because President Trump has made so many comments over the last 2 minutes on Iran. He said, don't rush him when it comes to making deals with Iran. Quote, don't rush me. He said that their military is totally defeated. They have all this new leadership, which is fighting with one another, and they will be taking out small boats when they see them. The blockade is 100% effective, and Iran is getting no business. That last piece, there's some evidence to suggest that's not quite the case, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. He says they're going to knock everything down, and if they've reloaded, they'll take care of it. So, well, it's headlines. But again, we'll be here tomorrow, and we'll be here as you guys continue to digest Intel. As I said here, I think INTC, we've gone through everything here. They said Foundry doing quite well. We know their Foundry business actually improving on a year-over-year basis, and CapEx for 2026 being lifted. They're now expecting to spend as much this year as they spent in fiscal 25.
There you go.
There you go.
I mean, just unbelievably impressive. Like, will it hold on to it? I think is a bigger question. We did see this. This is distinctly, I know there's going to be a lot of comparison to what we saw yesterday with Tesla, because you'll be like, oh, well, Tesla gapped up and then tanked. Tesla didn't even get to the expected move.
No.
And then pull back. There is a very big difference between that 5% or whatever we were up on Tesla and then ending up in the red, and 18% higher and blowing out the expected move by a wide margin. Like, this could pull back significantly and still stay double digits and crushing that expected move. So that's the difference here between Intel and Tesla. It doesn't have the same feeling. Like, if it had come in and just gone to like 70, 71, then I would think there'd be a little bit more chance of a huge fugaze, but that's absolutely insane.
Intel gross margins up to 39.4%.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Too,
these are big. This is a good report for them. And have a look at AMD. Drag it up. You think you're the only one that can make all-time highs? Wow. No, hold my beer. AMD just tagged $318. Oh, it is also flying to the upside. So obviously, it is all about Intel. It's a great report. There is no ifs or buts about it. Whether you're talking about data center, whether you're talking about the gross margin, there is a bit of a pullback coming in. Remember, the prior all-time high is at 76.
Yeah.
So that could be a key level coming back in. You always look at that prior resistance potentially turning into support.
What do you say now, Adara? Let us know what he said here momentarily.
Good.
Adara's good to go. I'll touch up one more time. Oh, chime in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is not Intel. This is Iran, but this is actually pretty notable. So he was asked, hey, you said 4 to 6 weeks. It's been 4 to 6 weeks. President Trump said, well, we took a break. So it's still kind of within the 4 to 6 week parameter. He said he could make a deal right now. He could go over and make a deal, but he wants to make the best deal, saying they have total control of the strait. When he's been asked, he's been quite testy here with reporters who, have suggested, why is this conflict not ending? So Some tensions here, both in the White House and, of course, here in the Middle East with the USO. But again, guys, one thing I want to mention here with INTC, we know they had that year-over-year growth for data center and AI revenue up 22% year-over-year, as I mentioned. Company also guiding that growth is going to continue. So Intel guiding not just like the current strong quarter for AI revenue, but they said that the AI revenue strength will likely persist. So again, another win for Lip-Bu Tan.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Margins already. Foundry revenue at 5.4 billion, products revenue 12.8 billion, and then 7% revenue year-over-year growth. So I mean, it's looking good. Lip-Bu turning things around. I'm sure Adair's got some more data as from a performance standpoint between the previous Intel CEOs. Lip-Bu definitely has to be close to the top of the list.
It's not even close. So like there actually was one that was really good, Brian Krasanich, but then he left the company for I'll say improprieties. You can Google them if you want to know more. But he was quite good for Intel stock. And then they had a revolving door of CEOs, including Bob Swan, who's now on the Nike board with our pal Tim Cook. Pat Gelsinger was horrible for Intel stock, and he was also really bad for the company. They had 4 consecutive years of revenue declines while he was in the chair. Now, of course, Lip-Bu Tan will have to update that performance under his tenure tomorrow, Joe. But last time I checked, it was up 60%, I think, since he started, and it's obviously up more than that. So Lip-Bu Tan has been Lip-Bu green for Intel.
It's not even close.
He's going to be out tanning somewhere, that's for sure. But
well, I hope the shorts on Intel wore the brown pants tonight.
Yeah, Lip-Bu green.
Because it has been all green. Yeah, unbelievably impressive. And let's keep in mind, our viewers had overwhelming, actually 63, it was higher than 63% when we originally did it, but 63% were saying down. So it was pretty bearish going into it, but it doesn't matter. It's up 17%, and we'll be here to trade it tomorrow, no question about it. Will Intel still be at an all-time high? Or above that prior all-time high after this print. Unbelievable. We'll go back to Adair for the last time, and then we'll get you guys out of here on a great day for Intel, at least.
Yeah, I apologize, guys, getting you guys a little bit late because we've had a lot of Middle East news that I want to cover for you while we're here. President Trump saying that, quote, if Iran doesn't move oil, their infrastructure will explode, saying that it'll only be a matter of days until he takes that action. Their ships are, quote, locked and loaded. Back to you.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
There we go.
That's crazy.
So thank you guys, everybody. Yeah. Look, it's going to be another wild one. We'll end the week with a bang for sure. There will be volatility. We'll still have to keep our ear to the ground when it comes to Iran news, but we still have earnings to deal with. We'll have day 2 for Tesla. We'll have day 2 for ServiceNow. Sorry, day 3 technically. And we'll have post-earnings on Intel. Be a great way to wrap up the week. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you at 8 a.m. We're Trader TV Live. Rest up. It's going to be another wild one tomorrow. Peace.